Well, hello, and thank you so much for signing up for this course. My name is Nick Walter, and I can't wait to get started and moving forward. I have so much that I want to teach you, but before we dive into what you're going to cover in this course, how you can get the most out of it, all those details, there's a piece of software that we need in order to work with Kotlin, and I want to get the download for that file started before we start talking, because it might take a little bit to download. So I figure let's get that download started, and then I'll properly introduce myself and the rest of this course. So go ahead and open up a web browser. I'm on a Mac, so I'm going to use Safari. If you have Windows or Linux, feel free to use whatever you'd like. But I just want you to Google IntelliJ. You don't have to spell it exactly correct. Google will probably help you if you're there. But we're just looking for IntelliJ's website. It's this IDE. An IDE is a place that we create and edit code, and it's created by this company called JetBrains. It's just really awesome stuff. So once you get to this homepage, this might change over time. You can see from the little option there that this thing works with Kotlin. That's sort of their big thing right now. But we want to go ahead and download this piece of software. So there's the ultimate version, which if you're going to be doing commercial use and stuff, and there's all sorts of extras, you would want to work with that and see if you can get that rolling. But for us, we just want the community version here because it's open sourced and it's going to allow us to work with Kotlin. It's free. This is what we want. So let's go ahead and hit the download button here. And we see that download has started, and it's a pretty hefty one. Like if I click here, 433 megabytes. Luckily, I'm on a pretty fast connection, but if for some reason yours is slow or whatever, I thought let's get this started now, and then we can move forward from there. So anyways, this lecture is going to end. I'm going to now introduce myself, tell you about the course, and then we'll come back and talk about how to install IntelliJ. I'd like to say one more time, thank you so much for signing up for this course, for trusting me to be your instructor. I can't wait to start teaching you Kotlin. But as we're waiting for that download, I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself, and hopefully you'll get to know me better, and this will just be a better experience because I'm going to be the guy yapping to you throughout this whole entire course. So my name is Nick Walter, and how I got into programming was back in 2010. I really wanted to make an iPhone app, and I was just completely determined to do it. An iPhone was the first smartphone I had ever owned, and so I dove into all this documentation and tried to figure out how to do it, but I got nowhere. I watched online courses, YouTube videos, read blogs, whatever. It was not working for me. And so I kind of, split off. I tried making websites for a while, and eventually even in school, I learned a little bit about Java and was able to make some Android apps and stuff like that. But eventually I started to gain some momentum as a programmer, and eventually I did start making iPhone apps. I made Android apps, websites, just all sorts of things. Anything programming fascinates me. And the reason that I tell you this is because I'm a self-taught developer, and I know what it feels like to start from absolutely zero. If you've ever had that experience of like reading something and like, what are they trying to say? They're trying to teach me something, but I'm not getting it. My whole purpose in creating this course is to help you feel comfortable so that you can understand what you need. Now, if you join this course because you said, you know what, I already do some Java or there's some type of other programming language, I just need the basics of Kotlin to see how I can move forward. Well, go ahead and jump to the end of the course where we have the section on Kotlin for programmers that'll get you up to speed really quickly, and then come back and try any of the projects that you would like in this course. But if you're a brand new beginner like I was, I'm going to take you through the basics of Kotlin and programming for that matter, so then we can start building some projects together. Now, how can you get the most out of this course and make it just the best experience you've ever had? Well, I would say number one, I really want you to be curious. And whenever we're creating something, doing something, think, well, why are we doing it this way? Why is this happening? Ask questions, pause the video occasionally and say, all right, let me just kind of compress what just happened, because I've done this too. I've taken online courses where you just watch the instructor and you're kind of following along, and maybe 30 minutes to an hour later, you're like, I'm following this person verbatim, but I don't feel like I'm learning anything. You need to take pauses and stop occasionally to say, am I really grasping what's going on? Now, I'm going to try and aid this by putting little challenges at the end of different lectures here or there to sort of make you stop and say, okay, am I understanding what's going on? But the more that you can do that yourself, the more that you're going to get out of this course. The next thing that you can do is be very active in the comment sections of the video. So if you ever have a question, please feel free to post it. There's no such thing as a dumb question. Do not be worried about that. You heard from me. I had all sorts of struggles trying to learn how to code. And so I know what it feels like to just be absolutely stuck. Please, if you've got a problem, post it. And, if you've learned a few things and you see someone that has a question and you know the answer to it, please go ahead and post it. That's just going to, help you understand concepts even more, and you're going to help out others in the course. And then the last thing is just have some sort of end project in mind. So I'm going to teach you some skills about how to, make a couple of different apps inside of here, this command line thing. We're going to be working with JavaScript, but at the end of this course, I want you to have something that you want to build yourself, that it's like, okay, now that I've got a good grasp on Kotlin, I want to make something, because when you have that project that you're saying, okay, I'm ready to go out and use this, that's where the real learning takes place, is after this course. I'm going to get you the basics here, give you a foundation, but when you're out on your own, that's when you're really going to, rubber meets the road. Can I do this thing? So just be thinking as you're taking this course, is there an app that I want to build, or some sort of tool, something like that? And once you get to the end of the course, I'd love to have you do that. Also, one quick request for you. When you get a prompting to leave a review for this course, I would love to have your feedback. I really put a lot of time and effort into this course and brought as much energy as I could to the topic of Kotlin so that you could learn in a fun and an exciting way. As an online instructor, I really live and die by these reviews. It's what helps potential students decide which course they should enroll in. So when you get that prompting, please leave a review. It would mean a lot to me as an instructor. All right, onward and forward. Let's learn Kotlin. So hopefully your file has finished downloading. If not, you're going to have to pause this video and wait till that's done. But we're going to go through installing IntelliJ and go ahead and write our very first line of Kotlin code. Woo! Isn't that exciting? All right, so for me on the Mac, I'm just going to go ahead and click on this downloaded file that I got. This is going to go through the whole installation process. So if you're on Linux or Windows, you're going to have your own sort of system that you'll follow. But for me, it's going to be as simple as dragging and dropping this into my applications. And this might take a second for the copy over here, so we'll go ahead and wait for that. But again, no matter what system you're on, what's awesome is that we can run Kotlin anywhere, which is great. Anywhere you can run Java, you can run Kotlin. So we got that copied over, great. And now I should have inside my applications, IntelliJ. In fact, there it is right there. So if I just double click on this, this will open it up for the very first time. And at least on the Mac here, it's saying, hey, are you sure you want to open this? Yep. We trust JetBrains and we think this is going to be great for us. So here it comes, opening up for the very first time. And I have previously downloaded IntelliJ before, and so it's bringing up an old project that I had before. You might get a little bit of an installation, prompt is saying, hey, what sort of colors do you want to, use with your project or whatever. Do you want to use the light theme, the dark theme, whatever? Just go ahead and move through all of that, but you should eventually get to a welcome screen like this, where you can create a new project, import one. You can see ones that I had before here on the left, although if it's your very first time, you're probably not going to see one there. But once you are to a screen like this, let's go ahead and create a new project. So I'm going to go ahead and click here. And it's going to ask you, what type of project are you trying to create? And you can see down here, if we select Kotlin, it's got Kotlin for the JVM or Kotlin for JavaScript. We're going to get to the JavaScript stuff later. So we want the JVM. And if you're wondering what the JVM is, that just means that we're going to write Kotlin code that can run as Java. So anywhere that Java runs, we can run Kotlin, and that's what it's telling us here. So we want to select this Kotlin/JVM. We're going to go ahead and hit next here, and then it's going to ask us for a project name. So you can call this whatever you want. I just want to do a simple test to see if we can get things up and running. And so in the programming world, typically when you make your very first line of code, you call it your hello world. It's sort of your way of saying, I'm at least got this figured out to do something where I can have the code say hello world. And so I'm just going to call mine hello world. All right, and it's going to have some default place it's wanting to save it. You can choose a different one if you'd like, but I'm just going to go ahead and hit finish here because all the defaults seem fine to me. Over here on the left side, this is going to contain all the files for your project here. So if we go ahead and click on that, it's going to open up all these different items that we have. And really what we want to work with is we want to put our code inside of this folder called SRC, which is short for source. So I'm going to right click here, or if you've got a trackpad, it's like a 2-finger clip, and I'm going to say new, and I want a Kotlin file. This is going to be our very first Kotlin file. How cool is this? So I'm just going to name this hello, and I'll go ahead and hit OK there. All right, this is going to bring our Kotlin file here, and to write our very first line of code, you can hit enter as many times as you want. I'm not sure why I did that, but just anywhere here on this little document, our file now called hello.kt, KT is the extension for Kotlin files. I want you to just start typing the word main, M-A-I-N, just like that, and you should see a little pop-up below that's going to help us create something called the main function. This is the starting point whenever you want to run some Kotlin code. So I'm just going to hit enter on this, and you can see it automatically created some code for us that says fun main. It's got this args in parentheses. Don't worry that we don't understand what this is now, but here in between these curly brackets on this next line, I want you to start typing print line, or so print ln, which is short for print line, and then do parentheses. So if you don't know what print line is, it's basically a way to display some information on something called the console. And I remember the first time I heard print, I was like, print? Like, are we printing out to paper? Like, what the heck does that mean? I think it's kind of a confusing term, but basically we're just trying to show the text hello world, and through printing we can do that. So once you have print line with the parentheses, we're going to put 2 double quotes in there, and then in between those double quotes we're just going to type out hello world! Exclamation point. And you could do hello world smiley face. It really doesn't matter. This is just kind of our way of saying, okay, this thing's up and running, it's working. Okay, so this is our very first line of Kotlin code. I guess technically, what is this, 3 lines here, but we're going to open up this little source folder where we have this hello.kt. We are going to right click this and say run hello kt. So go ahead and select that, and we're going to have to wait a second here. IntelliJ is sort of getting this ready to run. It takes a little bit long the first time, but it gets so much better. But look down here below on our console, it says hello world. Now there's this other kind of mangled garbage over here that you're like, what the heck does all this mean? Well, don't worry about it. The text in black is what we're looking for. It says hello world. If you want to change this, you could say hello world, my name is Nick, or something like that. And again, we could right click this and say run hello kt. And that'll take a second, but you can see it's much faster this time. It says hello world, my name is Nick. So you sort of see whatever we put inside these double quotes is printed there. And I'm going to show you a faster way that we can do this too. If I do the smiley face, I can now just hit this run button up here, and then all of a sudden down here, dun, 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 boom, it brings up the new code. Okay, so in the next section, I'm going to walk you through all the basics of Kotlin. If you already have some sort of programming background, you're going to want to go ahead and skip to one of the sections at the end, but I'm going to talk about in the next one. Just for now, give yourself a nice pat on the back because you have written your very first line of Kotlin code and you've run your very first line of Kotlin code. So let's go ahead and talk about things in the next section. Hello and welcome to the section Kotlin for Beginners. In this section, I'm going to teach you all the basics of programming and Kotlin. This section is designed for the absolute beginner. Maybe you've done a little programming or absolutely none. Whatever your background is, you're going to do fine in this section. Now, if you do have some programming experience and you say, oh, I'm a Java developer, I've worked with Swift, Python, C, whatever it is, I would really recommend the section Kotlin for Programmers, and it's at the end of the course, so just go ahead and skip to that section. You can come back and do the projects, but this Kotlin for Beginners, this is for the absolute beginner that wants to be walked through everything. So assuming that's you, this is going to be a fun ride. We're going to learn lots of new stuff, and let's go ahead and dive into it now. All right, well, I'm glad to have you on board to start learning Kotlin. And I'm assuming if you're watching this section instead of the section at the end, it's because you're a non-programmer. And this could be your very first introduction into programming. And maybe you've had some background, maybe you know a little bit about another language, or maybe you're a complete beginner. Regardless, I'm so excited for you to, 1, learn Kotlin, but 2, to learn programming. I just think programming is the most magical thing in the world. It's amazing what you can do with computers, and especially when you can control them however you want. Like when we get into this something called a for loop, you're going to see how much I just love this stuff. But anyways, let's go ahead and move forward. Now, before we go ahead and do anything, you might be wondering, should we be using this Hello World project or should we make a new one? I think it's okay if we just use this Hello World. If you'd like to make a new project saying, calling it something like Kotlin School or Kotlin Learning, whatever it is that you'd like, you can, but it's fine just running code with what we already have set up. Now, one thing that I do want to do is I'm sure it's a little bit hard to read the text here, and so I'm actually going to take IntelliJ and go into presentation mode. So over here in the view, I'm going to go into enter presentation mode. Now on your computer, I'm sure with the screen size that you have, you'll be able to see things just fine. It's not an issue at all. But as I'm teaching, I think this will probably be the best way to move forward. If you are in presentation mode, you want to know, okay, let's say I wrote some code like this. How can I run, something to see if it works? Well, you just hit Control R and it will run your code for you. And you can see it, sort of spits out down below here. I'm going to kind of move that down so we have some room. Okay. All right. So the very first thing that we're talking about here, the very first section, the foundation of Kotlin, is something called variables. And a variable essentially is just something that holds a piece of information. So I'm going to show you an example of one, and we'll kind of talk about it as we go through. So I'm going to get rid of this line of code that has the print line. No, in any Kotlin code that we have to have a starting point for that code, and that's this function called main that takes in this thing called args. And I don't expect you to understand what this says right now, but just all you need to know is that this is the starting point, and anything that's inside of these curly brackets is code that is going to be run when we hit Control R or just the run button. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a lot of space in between these two curly brackets so that now we just have this space here to say, you know what, anything that we type in here, this is our code and it's going to run and we can see what happens with it. So like I said, a variable is something that holds a piece of information. And so to make our very first variable, I'm going to say var, and let's say I want to make a variable that holds my age. So I'm going to say var, which is short for variable, space, and then I'm going to give this a name. So I'm going to say, I'm going to create a variable called age, and then now I can set this equal to something. So to do this, I say var space age space equal space, and then I put some sort of number. So I'm 28 years old, so I'm going to say var age is equal to 28. And what have I done? I've created a variable called age that is holding the number 28. And if you want to make sure that you can see what's going on inside of here, if I do this print line again, and if you're wondering what print line is, it's essentially a way to display this information down here so we can use it to look and see what's inside of a variable, for example. So if I say print line and I type age inside of there, which is the name of my variable, and I hit run, well, look at this. You can see down below, it holds the number 28, what we put down there. And you're thinking, well, that's not all that magical, right? But something that variables can do is they can change over time. So for example, if I want to say, you know what, age is it's been 1 year later, I'm now 29 years old. I can take the variable age that I've created and say age space is equal to 29 years old. So I don't type variable again. You only type var the very first time that you're creating a variable. But if you want to update a variable to say, it's holding a new piece of information, you just type the name of the variable, then you say equal to, and then whatever number you want in there. So you'll see now, if I run my code, it's going to show us the number 29. Okay, and I know you're thinking, okay, this is all right, nothing too magical here, but I just want you to see that this can change. So for example, if I, say inside of here, age is now equal to 30, and I'm going to copy this print line, and I'm going to have it go out a few different times so that you can see, okay, we're going to set age equal to 28 and then print it. Then we're going to set age equal to 29 and then print it. And then set it equal to 30 and then print it. So you should see the number changing each time. So we're going to go ahead and run this code. And look down below, it says 28, 29, 30. So do you see how variables, they can hold a piece of information like a number, and then they can change over time. Now they don't have to just hold numbers, for example. I'm going to go ahead and leave that up at the very top, but we can also create variables that hold letters, or I guess numbers too if you want to, but they can hold these things called strings, which essentially hold text. So for example, let's say I want to create a variable that has the name of my favorite candy bar. So I'm going to say var space candy, and I'm going to set this equal to, and instead of doing a number, I'm going to do a double quote here, and by default, IntelliJ will give you, first this double quote and the other one and get you right in the middle so you can type in there. And I'm just going to put some sort of information. So for example, my favorite candy bar is a Snickers. So I'm going to say var candy is equal to Snickers. And what have I done? I've created a variable named candy, and I've set it equal to the text Snickers. The technical term here is the string, but just think of it as text. And so if I want to see what's inside of candy, I can say print line with my parentheses, and I'm going to put candy right inside of there. Let me go ahead and run my code. So we should see the age 28 printed out, but we should also see Snickers below it, which I'm realize now is Sinkers. Eating Snickers is a sin. I don't know, something like that. I got to fix my spelling. But you can see it printed out down there, and it showed, the two pieces of information. All right. And just like, with the variable age that we have up here, we can change candy to be different things. So for example, if I say, you know what, candy, my favorite candy now is like Fun Dip or something like that. I can totally do this. And if I go ahead and run this code, you will see that it prints out fundip. Look at that, it shows fundip. The next thing that I'd like to talk about is something called an assign once variable. It's something that is non-mutable, whereas this is a mutable variable, meaning that it can be changed over time. In fact, you can see a little message here. It says, variable is never modified and can be declared with immutable using vol. So I assume vol is short for value, maybe, or something like that. But basically, when you create a variable with vol, it cannot be changed once it is set. So for example, if I say, if I change this here, I'm just going to go change existing code. If I change this to a vol instead of a var, you can see it still gives me this variable age, and it can print it out. Like, I'll go ahead and run my code. You'll see that it still shows 28 there, no problem. But I cannot change age anymore. So for example, if I want to say, you know what, age is now equal to 29, we're going to get this error and it says, hey, a vol cannot be reassigned, meaning once you've set it the first time, age is now equal to 28 for the rest of time. Like, that cannot be changed. If I try and update it here, that doesn't work. But if I change this to var, for example, this is now totally fine. And it's going to show, hey, age is now equal to 29, all that good stuff. And it's ready to go. So that was just kind of a real quick thing. You may be wondering, okay, when do I use the var versus the val? And it just really depends. I think as we move into the more advanced stuff, you'll sort of see situations where we'll want to use a vol. Basically, if you're not going to be changing a variable, the vol makes sense. But in most cases, I would say just err on the side of using a var. And if for some reason you get in this little warning that's saying, hey, maybe you should go ahead and change this thing, you'll say, okay, you know what? Maybe I didn't need the var. I'm just going to go ahead and change that to val. But it's kind of up to you. And as you become a better programmer, you'll sort of understand the situation of where that is going to come. Okay, so before we end this lecture, I want to just do a really quick challenge to make sure you're sort of getting a grasp on this. Remember, you doing stuff on your own is where you get the real learning. So what I want you to do is I want you to create a new variable, and I want you to call it weather. So it's going to be a variable that tells us what the weather is today. So go ahead and create a variable, give it the name of weather, and then set it equal to some text like we did with fundip or Snickers, and it's going to be whatever the weather is for you today. So maybe it's sunny, stormy, snowing, I don't know what it is, but go ahead and do that. So with this challenge, and you'll notice I'll do this in every single lecture here, I'm going to give you this challenge. I want you to hit pause on this video and then go do it by yourself, and then I'll come back and show you what the correct answer is. And it's so important that you actually go do this, that you don't just play forward and hear how I, complete the challenge. Like, I really want you to do this. And if you have problems, go rewatch the videos, Google, whatever it is. But if you just skip forward, you're not getting the most out of this course. So really take these challenges seriously, all right? So enough with me explaining. Go ahead and create a variable named weather and set it equal to whatever the weather is today. Go ahead and hit pause. Do it now. Okay, so I'm assuming that you went ahead and did the challenge, and now you're just watching to see how I did it. Hopefully things went well for you, but let me show you how we complete this challenge. So I would just simply type var and give it the name of weather, and then set it equal to, and I'm going to do my double quotes, and for me, it's very sunny and hot today, so I'm going to say sunny. And this is all I was looking for you to create a variable named weather and set it equal to sunny. Now, one thing that I do want to note here is you notice I kind of tabbed over here to the side, like, when I was first typing, like the text, I can't even get it back to where it was. Yeah, it was kind of over there. I just usually like to see things all in a line, so if you're ever got some code and it's not lining up correctly, if you hit the tab key, it's going to move it over to where it should be. So it's kind of a really small detail, but I just thought, you know what, that was something I just did, and I want you to know all the different sort of tips and tricks that I'm doing. So I wanted you to be able to see that. And looks like we have a lot of extra free space down there, so I'm going to delete that. All right, I've gone on long enough. You've now learned about variables. I think you're ready to move forward. Let's go ahead and talk about integers and strings in the next lecture. In this lecture, you're going to be learning about strings and integers. And believe it or not, you've already been working with them. You just didn't probably know the technical terms. I know I did mention the string there for a second, but let's go ahead and start with integers. So variables hold pieces of information, right? Like this variable here, age, holds the number 28. And there's different types of things that you can put into a variable, right? Like you could put a number. You can see before we were putting like text inside of there with the Snickers and stuff. And so we call these in Kotlin types, the different things that you can put in a variable. So for example, whenever you put a whole number, that's called an integer. The name of this type is an integer. So when I say vol, I'm going to change this back to a var. So when I create this variable age and I set it equal to 28, this is now an integer variable, meaning that whatever goes inside of age has to be an integer, and an integer is a whole number. So for example, if I say here, you know what, I want age to be equal to now 37, that's totally fine. That is okay. But if I now try and say, you know what, age is going to be equal to Snickers or something like that, like I try and put some text inside of a variable that's supposed to hold an integer, well, we're going to get an error here, and it says type mismatch. Required int, it's saying this should be an int, but you're giving it a string. Remember, string and text, they're sort of the same thing there. So those are the different types, or the two that I want you to learn about in this lecture are integers and strings. And so a integer is just something that's a whole number. Now, if you want to get a little bit more technical with types, when you create a variable, you can specify what type should be connected with that variable. So if I say var age, and then I say colon, and then do a capital int, just like this, it's saying, all right, we're creating a variable named age, and we specify that this thing needs to be an int. So for example, if I try and change this to something like the Snickers or whatever, we're going to get an issue because it's going to say that type mismatch. I'm looking for an int and you're giving me a string. And you don't have to do this. For example, when I just said, variable age is equal to 28, Kotlin is smart enough to say, oh, okay, he passed me a whole number. That means that he wants this variable age to be an integer variable, right? If he had passed me, for example, Snickers or something like that, well, then he would have wanted, that means he wants this variable age to be a string variable, right? And so it sort of makes that auto assignment for you. But if you want to be very explicit and say, you know what, no, age has to be an int, then you know what, you can totally do that, and then go ahead and set that equal to whatever you'd like. And so yeah, again, hopefully you've noticed, if I try and say age now is equal to some sort of string or something, that's not going to work. And it also goes for if I give it some other sort of number type. So for example, if I say something with a decimal, 34.5, we're going to get an error here. I'll talk more about the different types as we get into the math section here in a little bit. But anyways, those are integers. Just remember, an integer is a whole number. Now, integers can be negative. For example, if I say negative 34, that's totally fine. This could be 0 if we wanted to. I wonder if you can do negative 0. Yeah, it looks like it's okay. That's kind of funny. But anyways, as long as it's a whole number, it can be an integer. Now let's talk about the other type that I wanted to get to, and those are strings. So I'm going to get back the example where we create a candy variable here, and I'm going to set it equal to a string. Now, if I want to specify that this is going to be a string, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the colon, then I'm going to do my capital string, and then I can set this equal to something if I want to. So now I can say something like Snickers. This is totally valid code, right? But if I try and say, you know what, this variable candy, I've specified that this is going to be equal to a string. If I say this is equal to 40, well, all of a sudden we got, an issue here because it's saying the integer literal does not conform to the expected type string. So it's saying, I'm looking for a string here. You pass me an integer. That's not going to work, right? So as long as we give the proper name here, right, like some sort of string. I can even put a number inside of the quotations, and that's fine. This is still considered a string. It's text if it's got the double quotes around it, okay? One more thing that I'd like to show you with this is, whenever you're creating a variable, for example, if I'm going to create this variable candy and I'm going to say it's equal to a string, I can choose to not set it equal to anything initially, but then wait till later so I can say var candy is a string, but never set it equal to something. So this variable candy still doesn't have anything inside of it. And I can come down later and say, you know what, now I've decided candy is going to be equal to fun dip. And that's valid, okay? So, but most times whenever you create a variable, you should just go ahead and set it equal to whatever you want it to be when you're first creating it. Like, it makes a lot more sense to do something like this. But even better than this, because Kotlin is so smart to know, if I'm passing it a string, it should probably make a string variable. I would not specify the type unless you have some special reason for it. I think this is much better than this. Because, if Kotlin's smart enough to figure this out. We shouldn't just, redundantly be typing stuff. It just makes code that much harder to read and things like that. Okay. So this lecture has gone pretty quick. Hopefully you've got the basics of, integers and strings. I have a quick challenge for you, and it's this. I want you to create a variable called wallet that's going to hold an integer of however much money you have in your wallet. I know this is kind of a little fun one here. So either you'll be really happy because you have a lot of money, or a little bit sad because there's no money in there. But whatever it is, create a variable called wallet that's an integer variable, and I want you to have it hold however much money is in your wallet. Then I want you to print out that information. So if your wallet has $5, we should be printing out $5 down below in the console. So go ahead, hit pause on the lecture, go and do this now. Okay, so hopefully you hit pause and actually went and did this again. That's where the real learning takes place. So my challenge to you was to create a variable called wallet and set this equal to an integer of however much money is in your wallet. So I'm reaching in my pocket right now, opening it up, and ooh, I have $70 in my wallet, a 20 and a 50. And I got to break that down. But that's however much is in my wallet. I'm going to eat well at 7-Eleven today. And so I now have this variable wallet that's equal to 70. And I asked you to print it out. So I'm going to do print line. And I'm going to put wallet inside of there. And once I do that, I'm going to hit Control R. And all of a sudden down below, you can see it prints out the 70. Okay. So looks like you've got a good grasp now. You might have thought with this lecture, like, okay, I really didn't learn too much in this. I mean, the big thing that we learned is if you want to, you can specify things like this is going to be an int variable, whatnot. But I just really wanted to cement those terms into your head, integers and strings. We're going to move forward in the next one. We're going to be learning about how to do some math and comments. And I promise from here, things are just going to get more and more exciting. I hope you're enjoying what we've learned so far, but I promise better stuff is coming. In this lecture, we're going to be learning how to do some math with Kotlin, and we're also going to be learning about comments. And I want to go ahead and get started with comments. Now, comments are a way for you to leave a little note to yourself inside your code, or it may be for others, but maybe you were working on something complex and you wanted to leave a little bit of note about how you were doing things. If you're working on a project with others, you may want to explain why you did the code that you did so that others, when they check it out, it's like, oh, okay, I see what Nick was trying to do here or whatever. But to kind of emphasize and show why comments could be important, I'm going to do a fun little example here. And I'm going to take the wallet example that we just did in the challenge where, I said make a variable called wallet and set it equal to whatever you got in there. So right now I'm at a great place. I got $70 in there. And let's say I take myself and my wallet over to 7-Eleven and I buy some awesome treats. I get maybe some chips and a donut, a big gulp. You can tell I'm extremely healthy here. I don't know. It costs maybe $5. So now my wallet's down to like 65. And then I take all my snacks. I go over to the Nickelcade. I spend $10 there, win a couple of cool things. All right, now I have $55 in my wallet. Then all of a sudden it's payday. Woohoo! And so wallet is equal to now 255. I got $200 from my payday or whatever. And so if I have this code, because I just told you the story, you sort of understand what happened. Oh, he went to 7-Eleven, then he went to the Nickelcade, then it was payday. But if I came back at a different time and looked at this code, or I was showing this to my friend, like they would have no context of like why this number keeps changing. It's kind of like, okay, like I don't really see the point of that. But with comments, we can tell that story. So to make a comment in Kotlin, all you have to do is 2 forward slashes, and then you can type whatever you want after those slashes. So for example, I could say, you know what, this is my wallet starting balance, okay? And then, as things go on, let's say I want to explain why it went from 70 to 65, I can do my 2 forward slashes and say, I bought BOUGHT snacks at 7-Eleven, and I can explain why it went down to 55. I went to the Nickelcade, all right, and then down here I can say it was my payday or something like that, okay? So now you can see when I look at this code, there's a little bit more of a story that's going on here. And I put these spaces in between things. You don't have to have spaces, right? Like all these things could be right together if we wanted to, but I think it kind of looks good when we have a little bit of separation between those. But you can see how there's more to the story now. Like I can sort of understand the context of why this variable was changing from 70 to 65 and you know, so on. So, and the reason that comments are important is because let's say I just tried to say, this is my wallet starting balance and I didn't have those forward slashes. I would get some nasty errors because Kotlin's trying to figure out like this, what is this referring to? That's kind of a special word in Kotlin. It's like, oh, maybe he's trying to do a comparison, and then, you know, what's this wallet stuff? Like, it's just trying to make sense of what's happening here, and none of these are like variable names or anything, and so it gets all confused. But you put those forward slashes there, you can type whatever you want. It could just be gibberish, whatever, it's totally okay. So this is considered a single line comment. Something else you can do with these single line comments is, let's say, for example, you know, I want to get rid of the payday code, for example. I can just put my 2 slashes in front of this, and because now there's 2 slashes, this code actually turns to a comment, which means it never gets run. So, you know, if I was going to do a print line here, and I want to print out whatever's inside of wallet, let me go ahead and run that. It's not going to print 255. It's going to print 55 because this code was commented out. But if I get rid of those and I run it one more time, it says, oh, this is valid code now. So it shows 255. Okay. So those are single line comments. If you want to do multi-line comments, that's where, you know, it's more than one line. You do that with the /*. And then as I hit enter, IntelliJ automatically did it for me, which is nice. But anything that's between these two things now is a comment. So I can just, you know, go on forever and just typing things. All of this is a comment. So I can type whatever it is that I want here. And this is if you're going to be typing a lot of things, it would make sense to do this. Another situation where this would make sense is, what if I want to get rid of the whole wallet example for now, but I may want it later or something? I can do this multi-line comment where I just, you know, sort of comment out all of this. So all of this becomes a comment. And then at some point it's like, oh, okay, I'm ready to use this code again. I just get rid of this multi-line thing. And all of a sudden this has become valid code. Okay, so those are comments. I know this was kind of a funny little example here, you know, but now I'm going to transition to talking about math. And because we are talking about math, I'm going to use what we just learned, and I'm going to put the title of what it is that we are learning now up here at the top. So with math, you can do all sorts of basic math with Kotlin. So for example, if I just want to, you know, find out what some numbers are added together, I'm going to do a print line here. And inside of here, I'm going to say maybe something like 50 plus 4. Let's see what that is. Let's go ahead and run this code. You can see, oh, that is 54. I can do subtraction. Okay, let's go ahead and run that. Yep, that's totally valid. 46. I can do the multiplication. I mean, you're probably catching the drift here. Like, oh, okay, yep, it can do that. And then lastly, I'll do the division. Just want to show you that this is all possible here. And you're like, oh, okay, yes, that's 12. That's great. So, you can do all these basic math functions, but you can also do them with variables, and that's where things get really fun. So for example, in this wallet situation, you know, if I'm buying snacks at 7-Eleven and my wallet goes down from 70 to 65, the problem with this situation is, let's say my wallet started with $100 in it, and then I go bought snacks at 7-Eleven. Well, my wallet wouldn't go from 100 to 65. It would go from 100 to 95. But now I have to sort of manually update each step. But if I change this to say, okay, when I buy my snacks at 7-Eleven, I'm going to say wallet is equal to wallet minus 5. So you see what I've done here? Essentially what I've done is I said, okay, take whatever wallet is and now set it equal to the current value of wallet, which is 70, and then we are going to minus 5 from it. So then that would be equal to 65. And we can do this all the way through. If I'm going to say, you know, wallet, you know, minus 10 here, because that's how much I spent at the Nickelcade, and then I can say wallet plus 200, and that's the exact same as what I had before. And if you want to check and see, you know, what the different numbers are as we move throughout here, I'm going to do a print line with wallet. I'm just going to copy and paste this after each of the times that we update what wallet is. So let's go ahead and run this real quick. You'll see sort of the updates that we have here. So the first time wallet's equal to 70, we print that, we get a 70 out there. Then when we minus 5, it goes down to 65, it goes to 55, 255. So that was just like we had before. But now if I, you know, decide wallet to be 100 and I go ahead and run this code, Well, then you can see, oh, it started 100 and went down to 95, then 85, then up to 285. So now this is much more flexible and powerful code because I can change what wallet starts at, and then all of these things just magically change with it. I'm just, kind of don't have to statically change it every single time. Now, one thing that I do want to point out here is that we've got these little suggestions from IntelliJ because it's saying, hey, if you're going to take wallet and basically change it by some amount, you can change it to something called a minus equals expression. So if you want more information about this, it basically replaces having to say wallet is equal to wallet minus 5. You can instead just say wallet minus equals, I've got to get my equal sign there, minus wallet equals minus equals 5, which these two lines of code do the exact same thing. It just says take whatever's in wallet and take it down by 5. If we wanted to do it for the plus, we can certainly do that too. We just say wallet plus equals 200, and that completely replaces what we were supposed to do there. So I'm going to have a little mini challenge for you right now. I want you to change this line of code for this wallet to use the minus equals. So go ahead and do that now. Okay, so hopefully this little mini challenge went good for you. All you've got to do is change this to say wallet minus equal 10, and all of a sudden that works. And to make sure that this is all good, I'm going to run this code. You should see everything spit out here. Look at that. It's fabulous. So you don't have to use this little shorthand thing, but it's definitely encouraged just because it kind of makes code that much easier to read. It's like, oh, okay, we're taking whatever in wallet and we're taking it down by 5, or we're taking it down by 10, or we're adding 200 onto it, okay? So this is kind of addition, subtraction stuff, and we're using integers for all these things, and I'm going to go ahead and get rid of a lot of this. I now want to teach you about a new type. So you know about integers, you know about strings. I'm now going to teach you what a double is. And a double is basically any number that has a decimal with it. So for example, if I want to have a variable that represents pi, I'm going to say var pi, and I'll set it equal to something like 3.14. So I'm not talking about like the eat pi, I'm talking about the number pi that you use to find like the circumference of a circle and all that great stuff. It's 3.14 and it goes on forever. But, if we want to have some number with a decimal in it, this is called a double. Okay. And the way that you can tell what type this is, if I start typing out the name of my variable pi here, so let me just get that autocomplete down here. You can show over here on the right, it shows what type it is. So it's saying, hey, this thing is a double. And in fact, if I change this to say var pi is equal to 3, notice when I type this out, it says, oh, it's an int now. But as long as we've got a decimal here, it's going to show that this thing is a double. So with a double, it's just like anything else. We can do math with it. So for example, let's do a print line. And inside of here, I want to say pi times 50 or something like that. Let's go ahead and run this. Okay, here it comes. Oh, it shows, 157.0. Let's go ahead and do this maybe like something times 2. Okay, we'll go ahead and run this. And look at that, it's showing 6.28. So you can kind of see how we can do some math in between two things. Now, I do want to show you something. So let's say I am trying to figure out the circumference of a circle. And what is it? Is it 2 pi r, like the pi times the diameter or something like that? So let's go ahead and say var, we'll say radius of some circle is equal to like 3 or something like that. And so the math formula here is, okay, it's pi times the radius. So we'll go ahead and put radius in there. And it's also that times 2 because we're trying to get to the diameter. I think that's what it is. Math people check me. I could be wrong. So let's go ahead and run this and see what the answer is. And look at that, it says 18.84. Okay, that all seems fine and dandy, but let's, sort of talk about what's happened here. We have taken a integer, which is radius, and in fact, if we really want to get explicit here, we can say this is an int. This thing here is a double. Remember, double is just a type representing any sort of number with a decimal on it. And, we've done some multiplication with these things, and it's given us back a number with a decimal. So what does this all equal? Well, it equals a double. So if we wanted to, let's get rid of the print line here. And we're going to make a variable to represent circumference. So we'll just have that be equal to c. If we say var c is equal to this, well, we can be confident that c is going to be a double. So if we wanted to be all explicit here, we could say, yep, this thing is going to be all equal to a double. And you can kind of see that there's been a conversion here because radius is an int, and all of a sudden it's now, after some math, been turned into a double. And so essentially, Kotlin is smart enough to figure out, hey, you know, if you're trying to multiply a double times an int, you probably want to have a double because, you know, if you wanted it to turn into an int, you'd have to get rid of some decimal points and stuff like that. So this is just kind of the default behavior, probably what you want. But let's say for some reason, you know, you're like, I don't want pi to be a double. I want this number to be an int, for example. If I'm going to change this to say the circumference should be an int, well, we're going to get an issue here because when you multiply all these numbers, it turns it all into a double because it says, hey, I've got doubles and I've got ints inside of here. I should just turn them all into a double just in case there's going to be decimal points. So if we want to change this, what we can do is take pi, which is the double, and we can say on this, so pi dot, and then we can change it to an int, and you just type 2, and then you can see we have the int here, and we can change it to all other sorts of types. We could turn it into a string if we want to. We could turn it into a double. It's already a double. There's other sorts of math types here, like a byte, a float, a long, a short, but really the main ones that you just need to know about are double and int. So let's just go ahead and say, you know what, we're going to turn this thing into an int. Well, all of a sudden, this code now magically works out. And if we want to go ahead and see what this is all equal to, so I'm going to print line and show what's inside of C. Let's go ahead and run this. Okay, you can see it gives us 18. So the point, I can't remember what was on there. Was it 2.8 or something like that? That's all of a sudden gone. No, it was the double of that. Anyways, we don't have to worry about the math here. You can see it's turned this math equation that we've done and it's converted it back into an int because it says, oh, pi is now an int, radius, that's an int, and this number 2, that's an int. But for example, if I say 2.0 here, for example, we're going to get this issue because it says, oh, there's a double here, so I'm going to try and turn this all to a double. But as soon as I convert that back to an int, saying, hey, if this is all ints, then we're all good to go. Okay, so now it's time for your challenge. And for the challenge, now that you know what comments are, I can actually type out the challenge in a comment, which is pretty exciting stuff here. So what I want you to do is a couple of things. So the first one is I want you to do some pretty simple math. So first, create a age variable that is equal to your age. Then what I want you to do is add 40 onto your age. Great. And it looks like I misspelled variable. I mean, they're just comments. They don't have to be spelled correctly, but IntelliJ is looking out for it. So it's like, I don't think you spelled this correctly. So we're going to add 40 onto the age. And then the last thing that I want you to do is in a comment, say what you will be doing on this day in 40 years. Okay? So pretty simple here. The one thing I do want to clarify, when I say add 40 onto your age, you should make age now equal to your age plus 40. So for example, I'm 28. If I added 40 onto it, that means age would now be equal to 68. So go ahead, hit pause now, and go do this challenge. Okay, so hopefully that went well for you. I love now that I have comments so I can kind of type out what it is I want you to do. So the first one, create a age, I guess I should say an age variable that is equal to your age. So I'm going to say age is equal to 28. Simple enough. Oh, I forgot to create a variable. So var age is equal to 28. Then add 40 onto your age. So this is where I'm going to do that cool trick where I say plus equals 40. Okay. So that's going to be mean that my age is now 68. And then in a comment, say what you will be doing on this day in 40 years. So 40 years from now, I should hopefully have some kids. They should probably be grown. You know what? Maybe one of them has already had like a baby by now or something like that. And I'll be grandpa. And so in this day in 40 years, I will be visiting grandchildren in my electric self-driving RV with my wife. There's the future for you. Driving across the country in an electric self-driving RV to visit the grandchildren. That's my best guess of what I'm doing 40 years from now. Who knows? I'm probably also going to be at inside a 7-Eleven buying some stuff. And look, my spelling's still terrible. And visiting There we go. Jeez, I'm a terrible speller, but that's besides the point. You now know about how to do some math, and I'm proud of you, okay? You've learned about 3 different types now. You know about ints, you know about doubles, you know about strings, you know how to do some math, you know how to make comments now, and we're going to just keep moving forward. This next section is going to be, or lecture is going to be pretty cool because we're going to be learning about if statements, and that sort of brings some life into our code. So I'm excited to show you that. Let's go ahead and talk about it in the next one. All right, in this lecture, we're going to be learning about if statements and Booleans, and you probably already knew that because I typed it out here in a comment. Oh, I love that we know about comments now. It's like everything that we learn, we're just going to use it to build on top of and keep moving forward. Cool stuff. So first, let's start with the Boolean, and then we'll come back and realize how it ties into if statements. So a Boolean is another type. What types do we know of so far? We know about ints, we know about doubles, and we know about strings. So let me just make some example of these. So I'm going to say, var age is an int and it is equal to 28, for example. Then I'm going to make a double. I'm going to say var weight is a double, and I'm equal to 192 pounds, 0.3. Okay. Then I'm going to say my favorite candy bar. This should be a string. All right. This is going to be equal to a Snickers, just like that. And now I'm going to introduce a new variable to you, which is a true or false statement. It's something called a Boolean. So just know that a Boolean can only either be true or it can be false. So for example, let's do a variable about whether my cat is alive or dead. I know that's kind of a little bit of a grim example, but it sort of shows you like it's either yes or a no. The cat can't be mostly dead or partially dead. The cat is either alive or dead. So I guess if you watch Princess Bride, maybe you disagree with that. But let's go ahead and just make a variable called cat is alive. Okay. And you'll notice whenever you create a variable that's going to have multiple words inside of it, you can do this cool thing called camel case, where you keep the first word lowercase, but any new letter, you don't put any spaces between it or anything, but you use a capital letter to say, okay, cat is alive. It's kind of like, oh, okay, each time there's a capital, that's showing a new word. Kind of a cool thing that you can do. So this new variable, we're going to have this be a Boolean, okay? And with a Boolean, like I said, it can either be true or false. So literally the only 2 things that this could be equal to is either true, just like this, or it could be false. Those are the 2 options for cat is alive. It's either true or it is false. And it's kind of crazy because when you think about the int, it could be 28, it could be 29, it could be 30, and that could go all the way up to like 1,000,000. It could be like some negative number, something like that. With the doubles, it can be even more, like it could be 192.3, 192.4, 192.412. Like, you can get all sorts of detailed. Same thing with the string. With a Boolean, there's literally only 2 options. It's either false or it is true. Those are the 2 things that it can be. And notice there's no quotations around it. If there was quotes around it, that would be a string, right? That's not what we're looking for. It's just either straight up true or it is false, okay? So you might be wondering yourself, okay, why would a Boolean really make sense in, our code? Like, why would I want to know whether the cat is alive or something like that? Well, it's kind of a silly example, but when you compare 2 things in Kotlin, you can actually use a Boolean to then make a decision. So for example, I'm going to put my age back to 28. Now, let's say we wanted to have some sort of scenario like code to check and see whether someone was over 18, right? Like maybe to ride this ride at a fair or something like that, you have to be over 18 years of age. So we want to check and see if the variable age is greater than 18. Well, we can use a comparison to check that in Kotlin. We can say age and then do our greater sign and then say 18. And that'll tell us whether or not age is greater than 18. And we can actually put this into a variable. So I could say variable something like can ride the ride or something like that. And what this is going to do, it's going to give us a Boolean. And we know that this is a Boolean because if I say, for example, Boolean like that, it'll tell us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to print out whatever is inside of can ride the ride. So let's go ahead and check, is 28 greater than 18? Well, we'll go ahead and see here and look at that. It prints out true, meaning that 28 is bigger than 18. And if you're wondering with the greater than or less than side, the the side with the open mouth, if you think of this as like a mouth, the mouth is going to eat the bigger side. So it's saying, is this thing on this side bigger than that one? If we switch this to say, are you less than 18? And then we go ahead and run this, is 28 less than 18? No, it is not, so we're going to get the false. So you can see when we compare two things in Kotlin, it'll give us back a Boolean, so we can sort of act on that information. So there's all sorts of different ways you compare. So for example, let's say, if to ride the ride, you have to be 18 or older. That's where you would use a greater than or equal to sign. So it's saying, even if you are equal to 18, it'll still come back as true. So let me go ahead and run this. You'll see, is 18 greater than or equal to this? Yes, that is true. And without this, if age is 18, for example, it's going to give us back a false. As you can see there, because it says, well, 18 is not more than 18. 18 is the same as 18. That's why if you want to say, okay, if you're 18 or older, you got to use this greater than or equal to. So that's one way that you can check things. You can also see if they're the exact same. So for example, if I do two equal signs like this, that's what I'm trying to check, is say, okay, is 18 the exact same as 18? And you can see that gives me a true. But if I pick any other number besides 18, like I say, age is 19, for example, it gives back a false because it says, hey, 19 is not equal. You can't do only one equal sign. That is, we use one equal sign to assign things into a variable. The two equal signs mean that we are trying to compare two different things there. You can do it with more than just ints. You could do it with doubles if you wanted to. You can also do it with a string. So for example, if I wanted to see if like candy, for example, is equal to like fun dip, maybe like this, this is still valid code. So let me go ahead and run that. And you can see, oh, nope, fun dip is not equal to Snickers. But if I go ahead and put the exact same name inside of here and run this, you can see it gives me a true. It says, yeah, those two things are the same. So let's go back to our classic example where we say, okay, is age greater than or equal to 18? So right now what we're doing is just printing out whether or not that's true or false. But what if we actually wanted to run different code depending on what was there? For example, if someone is able to ride the ride, we should maybe print out something that says come on the ride, exclamation point. And if they can't ride the ride, we should put some message that says, sorry, you can't ride the ride, maybe come back when you're older, or something like that. Well, we can use something called an if statement that works with Booleans in order to do that. So we're going to start first with the example of whether or not the cat is alive. So this is going to be a very simple example. I'm just going to say, all right, and here's how you do an if statement. You say if, and then you do parentheses, and inside the parentheses you have to put a Boolean. And in this case, I'm going to do cat is alive. So I'm going to say if cat is alive, and then I'm going to do a opening curly bracket, and if I hit enter, Kotlin will automatically do the next one. And essentially what this if statement has said is, if the Boolean inside of here is true, then we are going to run the code that is in these curly brackets. So for example, I might print inside of here, do print line, the cat lives, exclamation point. So if we go ahead and run this code, you can see it doesn't print out anything. That's because we said the cat alive is equal to false. But if I change this to true and then run the code, look at that, the cat lives. So wasn't that cool? This code inside of here will only get run if this Boolean is true. And if you want to run some code if the Boolean is false, what you do is you say if, you have this Boolean in the parentheses and you have the curly brackets. Then after this ending curly bracket, you do space else and start a new curly bracket. So you're saying inside of here is the code that gets run if this Boolean is false. So for example, in here, I might say something like print line, rip the cat, frowny face, something like that. So let's, for example, change this back to false and we'll run our code. Look at that, it says rip the cat. But if I change this back to true, meaning the cat is alive, look at this. The cat lives. How cool is that? So you can see with this if statement, it sort of helps us to make decisions. Now, this was a very sort of silly, dumb example, but let's use this with the can ride the ride. So we're going to say, all right, if in parentheses, we can ride the ride, then we want to tell somebody, okay, print line, come on down or something like that. And then we're going to do an else on this to say, if they're not old enough to ride the ride, we're going to print out some information that says like, come back when you are older. Okay. So let's go ahead and run this code, see what happens. And look at that, it tells us come on down because we're 19. But let's say, what if we were only 7 years old and we're trying to sneak onto this ride even though we're not 18 yet? Oh, look at that, come back when you're older. So the if statement is helping us to make a decision. Like some of this code will get run, some of it will not. Like that's, to me, what is so exciting about the if else stuff. Now, this is fine. Like, you could always run if statements like this, but what's probably commonly more seen than, making a Boolean that holds this information is people just skip to take this comparison, put it inside this parentheses, and get rid of this can ride the ride variable altogether. So this is what you're probably going to see more of is, if age is greater than or equal to 18, then run the code inside of here. Else, meaning if that's not the case, run what's inside of this curly brackets. And so, but just remember, when you do a comparison, ultimately it turns into a Boolean, and that's what if statements need, is they need a Boolean that is either true or false, and then it can move forward. But you typically do this comparison just right inside the if statement. It's just kind of burdensome to make an extra variable and, try and do that comparison, okay? So with that, I want to go ahead and issue a challenge to you. And this is what the challenge is. It's going to be pretty straightforward. So what I want you to do is create a variable. Come on, you can spell. Make a variable named day and, set it equal to the day of the week. So, this might, for example, this might be something like Monday or something like that, okay? So we're going to create a variable named day. And then what we're going to do is I want you to use an if statement to say if day is, if the day is Friday, print welcome to the weekend, exclamation point. Okay, so I know this is kind of a silly example, but this is just going to make sure you got a good grasp on this if statement stuff. So step 1, create a variable named day and set it equal to the day of the week, for example, Monday. Then I want you to say, all right, if the day of the week is Friday, print welcome to the weekend. I don't even want you to do an else at this point. I just want you to do this. So go ahead, hit pause on the video and do this now. Okay, so hopefully that went well for you. Here's what I would like you to do. So let's say I create a variable named day, and I'm going to set this equal to, I'm going to say that the day is Tuesday. Then we're going to use an if statement to check and say, okay, if day, and if I'm going to compare two strings to see if they're exactly equal, I got the 2 equal sign. I'm going to set this equal to, say, if this is Friday, and I'm going to do my curly brackets, then I'm going to print out whatever we have inside of here, welcome to the weekend, okay? So let's go ahead and run our code. You'll notice that this does not get run because the day is not Friday, but if I change the day to be Friday and then I run this code, look what we get down below, welcome to the weekend. And you'll notice here, if you've ever wondered what's the difference between a print and a print line, a print does not sort of make new lines beneath it. So I forgot to do a print line here. So when it says come back when you're older, it didn't put this next line that we printed on a separate line. So when you print, you're putting out information here. When you do a print line, you're essentially creating a new line to print something out to. So I'm going to add print lines to this. So then when we run this, it's a little bit easier to read. You can say, oh, there's that welcome to the weekend. And we're still printing out that come back when you're older. Okay. So that's all good there. I would like to show you one more thing, is if you wanted to check and see if two things are not equal, what you can do is you can do an exclamation point equal sign, and this means it's checking if these two things are not equal. So for example, if I want to say, check and make sure that the day is not Friday, I could print out the day is not Friday. This is kind of a silly example, but if we go ahead and run this, this line will not get printed because it's saying, hey, day, which is Friday, is equal to Friday. So that doesn't, like, we're kind of doing double negatives now because it's saying if this is not equal to this, then the whole thing is equal to true. You see what I'm saying? So if I change this, for example, to something like Tuesday, and then I run this code, it's going to say, hey, Tuesday and Friday are not the same thing. So then that means that this is true, which then means I'm going to print out whatever is inside of here, and there you can see it. Okay? So there you got it. You have a new type under your belt, and you've also learned what's called something that's called control flow, and that's sort of controlling how your code moves. And these if statements, they definitely say, you know, okay, if this thing is true, run this code, else, you know, if it's not true, run this. That's you're going to learn more and more of these things. The next one that I can think of is the for loop, which we're going to get to that in 2 lectures. But anyways, you're learning great stuff. You're moving along. I hope you're enjoying this. If you've never done programming before, all of this should be pretty magical stuff to you. But we still got lots to learn, so let's keep moving. All right, this lecture, we're going to be learning about arrays and lists. Now, arrays and lists are so similar that for the beginning part of this lecture, as I'm teaching you this for the very first time, I'm just going to refer to both of them as lists. And then at the end of the lecture, I'll sort of show you the differences between the 2 of them. But what is a list? It's something that holds a list of values in a particular order. And you might be wondering, like, well, what are values? Well, they're things that you would put inside of a variable. So you could have like a list of integers, you could have a list of strings, something like that. It's totally up to you. But a really clear example of this is, you know, I've kind of mentioned, you know, we've created a variable called candy that holds my favorite candy. Well, what if I have more than one favorite candy? What if I have 3? Like, I want to list out what my top 3 favorite candies are. Well, we can do that with arrays. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new variable and I'm going to call it top candy. And to create a new list or a new array, I'm going to kind of use the 2 interchangeably, but I think list is sort of the best way to describe it, is I'm going to say list of, and you'll see sort of this autocomplete coming down here. And if I do this one, it's going to try and give me these angled brackets. I can go ahead and get rid of those for now. But basically, I just need to list out what some of my favorite candy bars are. So for example, my top one, as I've said before, is Snickers. So I'm going to go ahead and create a string that reads out Snickers. Then I'm going to put a comma after the string, and after the string by, you know, at the end of these double quotes, I'm going to add another string inside of there in which I'm going to say, you know what, probably my number 2 is the Fun Dip, okay? And then if I want to add my 3rd favorite candy bar, I'm going to do a comma, and then I'm going to say probably Milky Way is number 3. Man, there's so many good candy bars out there, but I'm going to kind of keep it here. So this here is all you need to do to create a list in Kotlin. You just say list of, and then you put the things that you want to have inside of that list in sort of these parentheses here, and you put commas between each of the items that you want there, okay? So this is how you create a list, and you might be saying, okay, well, what's so special about this? Well, let's say I want to get a particular something out of this list. Like I want to see what the top candy is on my list. I'm going to say top candy. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a square bracket. And then I'm going to say which particular item that I want in there. So if I want the very first item inside of this list, I'm going to put a 0 here. And to see if this gives us back Snickers, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say print line. And I'm going to print out what's inside of here. I'm going to go ahead and run this. And look at that, it shows Snickers. If I change this number to 1 and I run this, it should show us Fun Dip. Let's see what we get. There's our Fun Dip. And if I change it to 2 and run, we should see Milky Way. Look at that, Milky Way. So here's the tricky thing with lists and arrays. They are a 0-based counting index, meaning that this is the number 0 item in the array. This is the number 1 item in the array. This is the number 2 item in the array. So array, list, they're kind of interchangeable. You see, I'm struggling to kind of keep the difference between the 2. But so for example, if I want to get the very first item in this list, meaning the Snickers, it's the 0th most item. So what I do is I type the name of the list, and then I do my square brackets, and then I put the index that I want in there. So if it's an index of 0, that means give me the thing at the very front. And when I run this, you can see it gives me Snickers. So I know that's kind of confusing, this 0-based counting thing, but this is true across all programming languages. Typically, you're going to see with arrays that they start at counting at 0 and then go, 1, 2, whatever. So for example, if I try and say print out with an index of 3, it doesn't exist, right? Because 0, 1, 2. If I try and run this code, look what happens. It's got this error here, and it's like, and it's called index out of bounds exception because it's saying there's only 3 things inside of here, and if I count out 0, 1, 2, there's no 3 item over here, right? Like that doesn't make any sense, so that's why it's giving us that error, okay? So this is what a list is. Now I'm going to start to talk about what the differences are between a list and array, and if you want to, one other thing, if you want to see the type for a list, it's simply this. You just type out capital list, and then you have to provide in angle brackets what sort of types are going inside of there. So for example, this is a list of strings. So I'm going to put string just like that. And so we're saying, okay, create a variable called top candy, which is a list of string objects. And then I say this is equal to list of, and I mention all of those things there. Okay. And as I said before, lists and arrays are very, very similar. So for example, if I wanted to change this into an array, it's this simple. I just say array right here. And instead of list of, I say array of. That's really all you have to do to get the difference between these two things. It's incredibly simple how this is, but I want to show you the differences between them. So I'm going to copy this line of code and paste it down below. And I'm going to have one of them be an array and one of them be a list. So I'm going to change this back to list of. And so for the first, I'm going to comment out the array and just have the list here. And I'm going to show you what the main difference is. So here with this list of top candy, let's say I want to change what the 0 item is inside of here. If I want to say, you know what, Snickers is no longer my number 1. It's now this awesome candy bar from Japan called Black Thunder. So Black Thunder, doesn't that have a cool name? Well, look at this. We get this error because with a list, once you set what's going to be inside of that list, you cannot change the order of it. You can't update anything. It is there. And it, you know, it's not a difference between var and vol here in this situation. Even if we have a var here, it's not going to let you change this variable, anything inside of it. Okay, so that's why we get the error. But if we comment out the list and now change it to an array, well, look at this. It all of a sudden works now. And if I go ahead and do a print line with what's inside of top candy, you will see when we go ahead and print this out, well, it just prints out that this thing is a list or an array here with string objects inside of there. It doesn't actually put the information. So if I, say, give me the 0 item inside of there, meaning the first one, you'll notice that it's Black Thunder now. So it was able to successfully make that change. So that's the big difference between an array and a list, is that in an array, you can change the items that are inside of the array. With a list, you cannot do that. Those are the two main differences. Now, I'm going to introduce you to yet one more type of list, which is a little bit crazy here, but I think it's worth looking at. So I'm going to paste this line one more time. Let's comment out this one. And I'm going to have what's called a mutable list, okay? And I'm going to still do this mutable list of, and it's going to create this new mutable list. And with a mutable list, it has the same attribute of an array that you can change things inside of there. Like if I run this code, it should still give us Black Thunder because it says, hey, I can change things inside of there. But something you can also do is, let's say, I wanted to add something onto top candy. Like, I have a 4th item that I want to put on there. I can actually do add like this, and it's going to say, hey, at which position do you want to add this? And let's say, this Black Thunder, like I want to add it to the very front. So I'm going to add it to the 0 position. And then I have to do a comma and say, what it is that I'm going to put inside of there. So I'm going to put inside of there Black Thunder. So to eliminate confusion, I'm going to get rid of this line of code. But you can see, okay, so I'm going to say top candy.add the Black Thunder at the very beginning. I'll go ahead and run this code. And you'll see we still have Black Thunder at the top. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to print out, let's see, I want to copy this. We'll paste it below. I can't wait to show you the next section about for loops. They work really well with lists and arrays. But what I'm going to do is run this one more time, but I'm going to show the 0 item, the 1 item, the 2, the 3, the 4. And look at this. We've gone from having 3 things in our mutable list, Snickers, Fun Dip, and Milky Way, to now having 4 things. And you can see we added Black Thunder at the beginning. And if you want to, I could put Black Thunder at the very end. If I change this to 3 and then run this code, you can see it's now Snickers, Fun Dip, Milky Way, and then Black Thunder. If I kind of want to put it in the middle, for example, I could put it at the 2 position like this. So if I go ahead and run this now, it says Snickers, Fun Dip, Black Thunder, and then Milky Way. So that's what this add does. It allows you to put it to a place. So there's all different kinds of arrays, lists, mutable lists. There's even more than these. You'll see as we go through sort of the Android apps that we're creating inside of this course. But just know they're all basically the same. It's a list of values in a particular order. And the big key there is that they're in an order. Like the order of these things will not change unless you as the programmer change them. That's sort of the bread and butter of a list, is that it has some sort of order and it's going to stick to that, okay? So I have a quick challenge for you here. What I want you to do is, if you've ever gotten a fortune cookie that has lucky numbers on it, I want you to create and I'm going to be specific here, I want you to create an array that holds 4 integers of your favorite number. So create a variable called lucky numbers that is an array of your lucky ints. Okay, so you can choose whatever they're going to be. An array of, I'm going to change this to 4 lucky ints. So go ahead, hit pause on this, go do it, and then we'll come back and talk about it. Hit pause now. Okay, so hopefully that went well for you. Essentially, what we got to do here is we got to create a new variable called lucky numbers. Okay, and I'm going to set this equal to an array. So I'm going to say array of, I've got to spell it correctly if it's going to work. And then I'm going to provide some lucky numbers in here. So maybe I'll say like 5, 17, 39, and 4. These are like my 4 lucky numbers. And look at that. I've got an array with those 4 objects there. So pretty straightforward on this one, but I just wanted you to get in the process of working there. As sort of a challenge, if you want to, you can go pull, for example, pull the very last item out of this array. What would you do? Do you know? You would say lucky numbers and pass in 3 as the last one there. And if we go ahead and print this information out, let me do my print line. And I've got to put this in parentheses. Let's go ahead and run that. You can see it shows the very last item in there, the number 4. Also, this is something that I wanted to mention with arrays and lists, is that you can find out how many things are in there. So you can say lucky numbers dot size, and it'll actually give you back an int of how many things are inside of there. So if I do lucky numbers dot size and print this out, okay, and run this code, it should say that there's 4 lucky numbers inside of there. But let's say I add, I don't know, some more crazy numbers like this. I think I added 3 more. Let's go ahead and run this. And now it says, oh, look, there's 7 items inside of there. So if you ever want to get the very last thing from an array, you can always just say, all right, I'm going to take my lucky numbers array, and then for the index, I'm going to do whatever the size is and then -1 from that. Because remember, you know, if there's 7 items in here, this is actually index 6. So like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if we run this code, this will always give us the very last item inside of there. And I also believe you can on an array do something like dot last. Yeah, and it's going to give you the very last object inside of here. So we could run this too if we wanted to, and it should still put out the number 2. And if we want to get the first item, we can also say dot first, and that'll give us the first one, which in this case is the number 5. So that's what we should see showing up. Boom. There we go. Well, so some kind of bonus information in the challenge there for you. I really didn't see that coming, but I thought, oh, we're here. I might as well tell you about that. Okay, so let's go ahead in the next one, talk about the for loops. I love for loops. We're going to have fun in that one. All right, in this lecture, we're going to be talking about for loops. And whenever I discuss for loops, no matter what programming language it is, I always like to bring up this GIF, which I think just illustrates it beautifully. So before we watch the GIF one more time, let me just talk about what a for loop is. A for loop is something that allows you to run either one or multiple lines of code over and over again as many times as you'd like. And so why is this so cool? What does it pertain to the GIF here? Well, if you've ever watched The Simpsons, Bart Simpson is this kid that always gets in trouble, so he has to write a message on the chalkboard over and over. So you can see him as the GIF comes to the beginning here. He's starting to write it, but then these construction workers come out and give the new 21st century chalkboard here. He writes the message one time, and then he just essentially copy pastes twice. Can change the background color, whatever, and he's done. He's out of there. You know, his like 30-minute punishment took all of like 30 seconds or something like that. And so that's the magic of programming, is that the computers can do things that humans would never ever be able to do, especially repetitive tasks over and over and over again. So let's go ahead and dive into for loops and kind of do have our own little Bart Simpson moment here. So like I said, a for loop allows you to run a certain chunk of code as many times as you'd like. So let me show you the basic for loop, and then I'll explain what's going on. So I'm going to say for, And I'm going to have parentheses just like I do with like an if statement, and then curly brackets. And then inside of the parentheses, I need to have some sort of variable that is counting how many times we've go through the loop. So for example, I might just say count. So I'm going to say count in, and then I have to give a range of numbers. So I might say 1 dot dot, and then like 10, for example. So this is going to go from 1 to 10, and each time it runs through the for loop, count is going to be updated with a new number. So to just kind of see what we've got here, I'm going to do a print line with count, okay, which is going to be a variable that holds counting what number it is that we're moving through. Let's go ahead and run this, see what we get, and look at this. It prints out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So essentially what's happened here is when we get to this line of code, it says, okay, we're doing a for loop. We're going through the numbers 1 through 10. And each time it goes through, it starts by saying, okay, count, this new variable that's been created here in this for loop, it's going to be equal to 1. So we print out 1, and that shows up there. Then we come back to the top of this and we say, okay, count is now equal to 2. And so it prints out 2, and then it does it again where it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the way up to 10. Okay, so essentially all we've done is we've run through here and we're printing out whatever current number one we're on. Now, it doesn't have to be 1 through something. Like we could start at 5, for example. If we do 5 through 10 and then run this code, you will see it just goes 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This could go to like 8, for example, if we wanted to. So this is going to be a pretty tiny one here. And all of a sudden, look, 5, 6, 7, 8, it's that simple. But let me show you where I just think this is so amazing. So let's say I want to do 1 through 100, right? That's quite a bit if we want to print out those numbers. So let's go ahead and run this. Okay, and look at that. In what, like 1 second, all of a sudden we have all these numbers down here. Pretty awesome stuff. Well, why stop at 100? Let's go to like 1,000, for example. So go ahead and run this, and in like practically the same time, it went through 1,000 different numbers. So this time it kind of took a while to scroll through those. One small note here, something cool that you can do in Kotlin to make numbers more readable is you can put a underscore between them, kind of as like a comma almost. This helps me to sort of realize, okay, this is like 1,000. Then if I'm going to do like 10,000, I can sort of see where that separator is. But let's go ahead and try 10,000. So I'm going to run this, and nope, didn't take all that much longer. It takes me quite a while to like scroll through all of this. Once I really start going, the fast scroll really kind of picks up there. But let's keep going. Let's do 100,000. How long does it take the computer to do that? It's taken about the same amount of time to go through 1 through 10 as it is about 1 through 100,000. Like, I just want you to comprehend for a second, this computer printed out something 100,000 times in about a second. So let's get crazy here. Let's go ahead and do 1 million. So we are going to run this code 1 million times. Let's hit the run button. Okay, so this one actually takes maybe more than a second. I'm going to guess that was maybe like 5 seconds, but in 5 seconds, the computer printed out 1 million different numbers. How cool is that? To me, that just blows my mind how much more capable computers are of doing things like this. So if you want to get really crazy, like I'm going to put in like 1 billion right here just to be nuts. I'll be honest, I'm not sure if this is going to take down the computer by trying to, do so much here. I think we'd really have to wait for a while to see this thing really go to fruition, because we're only at, if I'm counting correctly, we're in like the 2.9 millions. We're now at like 3 million. So you've got to get 1,000 millions to get 1 billion. So this would run for a while. I'm going to hit this stop button here so we don't sort of go forever. But do you see what I mean? Like how cool this is? And if we're going to go back to the GIF here, so I will not fight the future. Let's just go ahead and print that out. So we're just going to print out, I will not fight the future. And let's just go ahead and do this like 1,000 times. That seems like that could be an actual punishment that Bart might have to do. And look, I run this again, less than a second. It's right there, and we have it printed out 1,000 times. So I know we were kind of just doing the same thing over and over, but I just think this is astounding, and I really wanted you to see how cool this is. Let me show you some other cool things that we can do with for loops, in particular with how they relate to lists and arrays. So you can see I had commented out here an example from last time. So we have this variable top candy, which is a mutable list, right? Like we've got these things through here. So if you've got a list or an array and you want to loop through each of the items in that list or array, for loops are an excellent way to do this. So the syntax is a little bit different, but not too much. So we're going to say for, get our parentheses and the curly brackets. Then inside the parentheses, rather than say count in a range of numbers, we're going to loop through the things that are inside of top candy. So I get to pick the variable name. So I might say like candy in, and then I have to give the name of the list here, and I'm going to say top candy. And what this does is it loops through each item in the list here, and like the first time through, candy is going to be equal to Snickers, and it's going to be equal to Fun Dip, and then Milky Way. So just to kind of prove this, I'm going to say print line right here. I'm going to print out whatever candy is. So let's go ahead and run this now. I guess we could probably get rid of this 1 through 1,000 stuff here. So I'm going to do one of my fancy little multi-line comments there. There we go. But you can see down here at the bottom, it looped through and it printed out each of the items inside of the arrays or the list here. So I was dying to do this last time so that I could show you what was inside of an array, like or the list, because before we had to like print line 0, print line 1, print line 2, print line 4, right? But this time it just automatically works. And what's so cool about this is, let's say, I add another item on here like Black Thunder, something like that, and I go ahead and run the code. Well, the for loop will handle as many things as there are inside of the list. And so when it goes through, it says, oh, look, there's a fourth one. Pff, I'll do the fourth one. It's absolutely no problem. Now, I want you to know there's nothing magical about this name that we're providing here. Like, I decided to call it candy because if we're looping through the top candies, each time that it goes through, it makes sense that we would call a particular one like candy, for example. But I could call this like Joe, and Kotlin doesn't care. Still totally valid. That'll run. You'll see there it goes. Same thing goes for when we're looping through the numbers. This doesn't have to be count. This could be, I commonly see people use like X for this. So if I go ahead and do this, you can see it still runs that. And if I want to, I could just print out X if I wanted to. Let's go ahead and run that so we can see the numbers. And yeah, look, totally fine. So there you have for loops. Pretty simple to get rolling, but absolutely astonishing about what they can do for us. And they can do more than one line of code. So for example here, after we print out the number X, we could maybe print out what X times 2 is. And we could also print out, I guess I should turn that into a print line. We could also print line out what X times X is. That'd be kind of fun to go see. So we'll go ahead and run this. And so it's going to print out 3 different things each time. So if I scroll to the very top, okay, X is 1, X times 2 is 2, X times X is 1. Okay, now we move to the 2 and it says, 2, 4, 6. Anyways, goes all the way to the top here, where you can see, okay, X is 1,000. You times that by 2, it's 2,000. You do 1,000 times 1,000. That gets you 1,000,000. Okay. All right. Well, it is time for a challenge for you. Okay. And this is what I want you to do. This is going to be kind of fun because we're going to use concepts that we learned from last time to see if we can get to this. So what I want you to do is I want you to loop through the numbers 1 through 10,000 and print out any numbers that are greater than, I should do this on a new line, greater than 692. Okay, so kind of random example here, but loop through the numbers 1 through 10,000 and print out any numbers that are greater than 692. Okay, hit pause and do that now. Okay, so hopefully this went well for you. You're going to have to combine if statements with a for loop here in order to achieve this. And what we're going to do is we're going to say for, I'll keep with the X thing here. I'm going to say for X in 1 dot dot. We're going to go to 10,000. I'll use that underscore so it's kind of visually easy to see what's going on here. And I'm going to do a quick check. I'm going to say if X is greater than 692, then I want to print, do a print line actually here. I want to print out whatever X is. So let's go ahead and run this. Here comes the code. Oh, we have a bit of an error here. So let's see what we've got here. Expecting a condition. Forgot if statements. We got to put those in parentheses. Thank you, IntelliJ, for helping me there. All right, so we run this and look at that. It scrolled through. It's going to take a while to get back to the 692. Maybe I shouldn't have gone through 10,000, but oh, you can see we had some of the earlier stuff printed there. Oh, geez. Kind of hard to get to that one particular spot, but we are close, so we'll just keep trucking. And there we go. There's the Snickers and stuff, and look at that. From 693 on, it went all the way until we got to 10,000. Okay? So hopefully you enjoyed that one. Like I said, maybe I'm too much in love with for loops, but I just think they're amazing. All right. We've got 4 more lectures for you. Let's keep trucking. If you're kind of like, oh, this is a lot of information to take in, go ahead, take a quick break if you need it, breathe. But we got more to cover, so let's keep trucking. In this lecture, we're going to be talking about maps, and maps are a close cousin of lists and arrays in that they kind of hold some values together, but the way that they're stored is quite different. And I'll be honest, in a lot of other programming languages, maps are referred to as dictionaries, and I like the term dictionary so much more. But here in Kotlin and Java, they are called maps, and let me kind of explain how they work. So the basic idea is that a map holds a collection of things, just kind of like a list or an array would do, but a map, it doesn't necessarily care about the order. More, it cares about these things called keys and values. And that's, saying about when you give a particular key, you should get a particular value out. So if you think about this with the dictionary, if you want to look up the definition of fun, you would go to the dictionary, look under the letter F, and eventually you find fun there. And it's going to say, having a pleasant moment, enjoying something. I don't know what it is. The definition of fun is Nick's programming class. I don't know, something cheesy like that. But, with the dictionary, you give it a key of fun and it gives you back a value of whatever the definition is of fun. Okay, so that's kind of how a dictionary works, right? We give it one piece of information and it gives us back another. It's not like we go to a dictionary and say, show me the 432nd entry inside of your dictionary. It's like, well, why would you want to know that? You want to know one particular word. Well, that's how maps/dictionaries work. So let me sort of show you an example here. Let's make a map that holds information about some dogs. So, let's, have for the key, hold the dog's name, and then the value, hold the age of the dog. So I'm going to create a new variable here, and I'm going to call it dogs. I'm going to say dogs is equal to a new map of, and here you can see it's going to ask for what sort of types that you have going on here. So this is not required, but I think it might help to sort of understand what's going on here. So I'm going to provide, say that the keys are going to be a string, comma, and then the values are going to be ints. So you can see, okay, we are making a map that has strings for the keys and ints for the values. So what do we put inside of these parentheses? Well, for our first dog, let's figure out a name for a dog. Let's maybe say, oh, this dog's name is Fido. Okay. So after you provide the name, which is the key in a string, we're going to say space, 2, space, and then we have to provide Fido's age. So let's say Fido is 8 years old. This is our first entry into this map or dictionary, where we said Fido is the key, 8 is the value. Now, if I want to add one more entry into this map, I do a comma, and then I say, what's another dog name? Maybe a dog name of like Sarah, for example. So I have Sarah, space, 2, space, and her age is something like 15 or something like that. All right. So now there's 2 entries inside of this map. Both of them have keys, string keys, and then int values. Let's add another one. You guessed how to do this. Let's say I have a dog, Sean, and his age is, he's an old dog. We'll say 54. Look at that. We added another one. Now, if I try and, say, you know what, Sean's age, instead of doing an int, I just do very old or something like that, well, we're going to get an issue here because it's saying, hey, you're supposed to pass me a string and an int, just like you specified here, but you're giving me a string and a string. So if we change this from very old to an actual number, well, then things are going to start working. So you might be wondering, okay, this is interesting. Like, why is this so important? Well, if you imagine if we had like a ton of dogs, like, I don't know, thousands of dogs inside of a map, and we wanted to say, hey, how old was Fido? If we had it inside of a list, it'd be really hard to find Fido and Fido's age. And in fact, inside of a list, you can only hold one piece of information. And here you kind of get to store 2 with the key and the value. But you can see I can go to this dogs map here, and I can say, okay, if I give you the key of Fido, you should give me back the age of Fido. And in fact, if we want to go ahead and do a little print line here, we can get out this information. So we'll go ahead and run this. So we should get out 8, and look at that. The number 8 comes through. Let's look up the age of Sean, for example. Let's go ahead and run this. And look at that. It prints out the number 54. So this is how maps and or / dictionaries work, is that, you provide them keys and they will spit back a value for you so you can kind of get information from there. So I will promise you're not going to use these as much as a list or an array. Those are definitely the dominant things that you're going to be using in your Kotlin programming, at least in what we're creating. But I did want you to know about maps so at least you had some idea of them and how they worked. We don't really have to go into too much detail, but let's of course do our little challenge to make sure you get a good grasp on this. So what I want you to do for your challenge is I want you to make an actual dictionary. So create a map where you have 3 entries and in each entry you have a word for the key and a definition for the value. Okay, so I want you to kind of make a traditional dictionary so that it, inside your map, if someone gave it the key of fun, you would actually spit out what the definition of fun is to you, and try and create some fun entries in here. Not literally like things that you think are fun, not the actual fun term. But anyways, go ahead and do this. Hit pause now, and then we'll come back and talk about it. Okay, did it go well? I kind of, the idea for this sort of came from Urban Dictionary, where, kind of new words that are coming out, people create their definitions for them, or they're just kind of being funny there. But let's go ahead and make a new map here. I'm going to say var Nick's dictionary is equal to, and I'm going to make a map of, and in this case, I'm not going to provide, specify what, is going to go inside of each. I'm just going to explicitly say it. So let's say when someone wants to look up the definition of Kotlin, for example, I'm going to say to, and I'm going to provide a definition here. I'm going to say the definition of Kotlin is a baller programming language. All right, excellent. So I'm going to say comma. Now I have to define another word. What is another word that I want to define? Oh, I know. Ice cream. Okay. What is the definition of ice cream? I'm going to say it is the nectar of the gods. Okay. These are kind of very random, silly examples, but that's what you're supposed to do with your own dictionary here. The last word that I'm going to define is, let's do 7-Eleven. And I'll say the best, I got to put quotes around my string here. The best conveni in the nation. All right. So here I've got Nick's dictionary, which is a map. Let's say I want to test one of these. I say, what is the definition of Kotlin, for example? So I put that in there, and I'm going to have to print line what's inside. And we'll kind of put that in parentheses and then run this. And a baller programming language. Now you'll notice you've got to provide the word exactly in the key to make it all work. For example, if I do like a capital K here on Kotlin and I try and run this, we get back null, which basically means, oh, this did not work. You didn't get what you were looking for. So anyways, there you have it. We are done with maps. In the next one, we're going to start diving into some advanced things, but it's going to make you that much better of a programmer. 3 more lectures. Let's keep going. All right, here we are. We're going to be learning about functions in this one, and I want to preface this by saying for this lecture and the next 2, we're really sort of kicking things up a notch here. I mean, obviously, if you're new to programming, everything has been new and probably a little bit challenging, but we're really ratcheting things up a notch here with these next 3. I totally believe that you can do it. I'm not trying to psych you out or anything, but I'm just telling you, what we're going to be learning here, this is sort of next level stuff. But once you have these next 3 lectures, you're ready to start creating some awesome apps and projects. So the functions, what are they? Basically, the simplest way that I could describe a function is it's a way to give a name to a certain chunk of code. And there's more things that you can do with it, like you can put information into it, you can get information out of it, but at its core, it's putting a name to a piece of code so that you can get that code to run anytime you want by simply referencing the name. So let's go ahead and create our very first function, and we're going to create a function that just prints out hello world. Very simple, okay? So what I'm going to do here is to make a function, you just type fun, which is short for function. Then you have to give the function a name, and so I'm going to call this one hello. You've got to do an opening and closing parentheses just like that, and then you do some curly brackets. So this is, fairly similar, convention to what we've seen kind of with if statements and for loops a little bit. The code that goes inside of the function is in these curly brackets. This is the name of the function, and then these parentheses, this is where the parameters go, and we'll talk about those in a second. But let's go ahead and write some code inside of this function. Like I said, it's going to be a function that prints out hello world. So let's make sure it does that, and we'll say hello world, exclamation point. Great. And when you create a function like this, none of this code gets run unless you actually call this function. And I'll show you what calling a function is, but I just want you to see, if I run this code right now, you'll notice nothing gets printed. Even though that I have print line hello world here, nothing happens. Now, if I wrote some code outside of this function, like if I just said print line and then put inside of here, hi, exclamation point, and then I run this code, you will see the hi gets run, but the stuff inside of the function does not. Well, how do you get this code to run? Well, all you have to do is type out the name of the function with the parentheses, and it will call that code. And whenever you call a function, call code, that means basically run the code, make the code happen, execute it. And so what's kind of cool here is, since this now has a name to it, if I copy hello, I can print it out like, I don't know, what is that, 6 different times there? And now when I hit run, it's going to print out hello world 6 different times because I've called this that many times. So if we really want to get this to go crazy, we could do a for loop where we say for x in 1 ... 100, and inside of here I'm going to call the hello function. Now when I run this, it's going to call the hello function 100 times, and look at that, it does it. So do you kind of see how this works? Functions, they give a name to a chunk of code right here, and then anytime you want to run this code, you just type the name of the function with the parentheses. So far, pretty straightforward stuff. Let me just go do our, basic example here. Got to have 2 L's in hello. But let me show you some other things that functions can do. So I'm going to talk now about parameters, and that's where these little parentheses are. So let's say I want to make a function that adds 2 numbers together and then prints them out. So I'm going to make a new function. I'm going to say fun, to declare that I'm making a new function. And I'm going to call this function add and print. That kind of describes what's going on. We're going to add 2 numbers and print them out. So we'll do our parentheses and then the curly bracket here. Now the big catch is inside these parentheses, you can add what are called parameters, which is a way to take in information into the function. So for example, let's say I want to take in 2 numbers so that I can add them together. I'm going to say number 1, then I'm going to do a colon, and then specify what type this should be. And I'm going to say it should take in an int. And then, for example, I'm going to take in another parameter, which I'm going to be calling number 2, which should be of type int. So what I've done here is now whenever I want to call this function, like if I type out add and print and I do the autocomplete here, I'm going to start typing in one number, like maybe I want to see what 4 plus 5 is. So I type 4 here, and you can see that automatically says, hey, this is what number 1 is going to be. And I do a comma, and I specify what number 5 is going to be. And it's going to say, hey, I'm going to add these 2 things together. So right now, if we were to run this code, nothing would happen because we don't have any code inside of here. But what we're going to do is we're going to print line, and we're going to take whatever number 1 is, all right, and we are going to add it to whatever number 2 is, and then that's going to get printed out. So let me get rid of the hello function so we can focus purely on this. Let's go ahead and run this and just see what happens. So we get the number 9 printed out. How did this happen? Well, we declare this function, add and print, and we say, okay, well, this code doesn't get run unless it's called, so we keep moving down. Then we get to this line, add and print. So we say, okay, I'm calling this function, and I'm passing the number 4 in for number 1, and the number 5 in for number 2. So up here it's saying, okay, number 1, which is an int, it's going to be equal to 4. Number 2, which is it's going to be equal to 5. It adds those together and then it prints them out. So with parameters, essentially what you're doing is you're creating these variables that can be set when someone is calling the function. Okay. Now it gets a little bit tricky. So for example, if I wanted to only provide one thing, like I just say, oh, you know, the number 1 here, I'm not going to provide what number 2 is. Well, we're going to get an issue here because it's saying, hey, this function needs the 2 pieces of information. But if you want to, you can always provide a default value for this. So if I say number 2 is an int and it's equal to its default value is 0. Well, now all of a sudden this is okay, and I can actually run this and it's just going to say, oh, they didn't provide the number 2. Okay, well, I'm just going to set number 2 equal to 0. So it says, what's 4 plus 0? And it does that. You can do that for both numbers as well. So if I set this equal, again, the default for that as 0, I could call add in print with absolutely no parameters inside of there, and it's still going to add 0 plus 0 and do its thing there. And I can also specify, for example, what I want number 2 to be equal to. So if I don't want to specify number 1, I just want to do number 2, I could say, hey, you know, number 2 is going to be equal to 8, and I'm not going to specify what 1 is. We can always do this because it's saying, oh, number 1 has a default value. That works. Although I will say this is not very common to see someone providing these default values. Usually you want to have someone calling the function pass in everything there to make sure that it's all okay. So, all right, so we learned how to put some information into a function, you know, have the function handle that, and, you know, here we printed it. But let's say we wanted a function that would add together 2 numbers, and we could actually use that to then come back and use inside of another variable or something like that. So, for example, let's say I want to create a variable called the sum, and sum basically just means when things are added together. So I'm going to say var sum is equal to, and I want it to be equal to whatever is inside of these two when these 2 numbers are added together, and I should specify sum should be an int. So if I, you know, cut this and I say paste down here, all right, I want the sum to be equal to when I add these 2 numbers together. Well, it's going to say no, that, I mean, you just have this function that you're calling that's not going to actually give back a number. But if you do want to give something back, after you've said function, the name of the function, the parameters that go inside of there, you can do a colon here and then specify what should be coming out of the function. So for example, if I say an int is going to be coming out of here, well then now this code looks fine, but then we get an error here because it says, hey, you never returned information out of here. And when you return something, that's essentially spitting back this type that should be coming out of the function. So if I, you know, at the end of this function, I decide I'm not going to print things. Instead, I want to add these 2 numbers together and I want to return them. The way to return something is very simple. You just type return space and then provide whatever it is that you're returning. So if I paste this down below, this function now, instead of printing anything, it's going to add these 2 numbers together, return them, which means it sort of takes, when I call this function, it's going to actually turn into an int. So now sum is going to be equal to whatever 4 plus 6 is, 10, right? So now if I want to check this, I'm going to do a print line and see what sum is equal to. Let's go ahead and run this. And what do you know? That all works. So now you have the basics, right? You know how to take in some information, you know how to return some information out of a function, and you know how to make just a normal function that doesn't take in or put out anything, but it just, you know, it's a way to give a name to a chunk of code. All right. Now I'm going to go ahead and give you a challenge to make sure you got a good grasp on what we're doing here. So what I want you to do is I want you to create a function that takes a dog's name and age and prints out some information about the dog. So for example, if I provide, you know, this function, the age of 8 and the name of Fido, it should say there is a dog named Fido and he is 8 years old, or you could say the dog is 8 years old if you don't want to worry about the gender. That could be something else. If you want bonus points, you could ask for the gender of the dog and you could say, you know, whether he or she, right? Like that could be something cool that you can do. But the basic challenge here, create a function that takes a dog's name and age and prints out some information about the dog as, or no, I was going to say as a string, but just go ahead and print it out. Okay, so that is my challenge for you. Go ahead and hit pause and do that now. Well, I hope this challenge went well for you. So what I say, create a function that takes in a dog's name and age. So I'm going to create a new function called dog info. And this is going to ask for a dog's name, which should be a string. And it's also going to ask for the dog's age, which should be an int. So I'll take those two things in consideration. And it's not going to return anything. It's going to print some information. So if I was going to print out some information about the dog using the name and the age, I would say something like, first I would print out the name of the dog. So I'm going to say print name. And then the next thing I'm going to do is print something like space is, and now I need to say the age of the dog. So I'm going to print out age, and then I'm going to print out one more time a string that says, so Fido is 8 space years old, smiley face, something like that. Okay, so here I've got this function. I'm going to go ahead and call it. So I'm going to say something like dog info, and I'm going to pass in Fido, and I'm going to also pass in the number 8. Okay, looks good. Let's go ahead and run this and see what we get. So look at that. Fido is 8 years old. Now, if you're wondering how I got this to be all in one line, that's because I did prints instead of print lines. And, you know, that's going to be, this isn't the greatest way to do this. And you'll see that, for example, if I copy this and I print out some information about another dog, maybe like Sarah, who is 22. Okay, and I go ahead and run this code. Well, the problem is it sort of all puts it on one line, but at least this fulfilled the challenge here. Now I'm going to teach you a really cool trick here of something that you can do with strings so you don't have to do print a bunch of different times here. So the first one is that if we wanted to, we could combine all of this to a print line where we add these strings together. So we could say name plus, and then do this, you know, space is space. And we could do plus, age, plus, and then we'll do another string, blank, years, old, smiley face. And this is going to replace all of those lines of code. So we can actually just delete all of this. And if we go ahead and run this code, you will notice, Fido is 8 years old, Sarah is 22 years old. And so this is a lot easier to read as a programmer about what's going on, and it doesn't, you know, take up as much room. So you can see that this is pretty nice, but we can even go simpler than this. So I'm going to comment this one out for a second, and I'm going to show you what we could also do. So I'm going to say print line, and let's say I'm just going to do an example string where I'm going to say like Fido is 6 years old, smiley face. And what we can do is rather than say Fido, we delete that, and then we say $, and then we use the name of a variable, which in this case is name. I know that's a little confusing, but so we're going to do $name there, and then rather than doing 6, we're going to do $age. So it's taking what's inside of name, taking what's inside of age, and putting it directly into the string. So now when we run this code, we still get the same output as we had before, but you can see how much cleaner this line of code is than this, which was so much cleaner than like the 4 different separate lines that we were writing before. So this is my preferred way to do it. This is called string interpolation, where you take whatever is inside of a variable and you put it directly into a string. It just kind of makes it easy to read. It's like, oh, okay, the name of the dog is whatever the age of the dog is, years old. Like, you know, it just kind of flows, and it can be a little bit easier than writing out all those plus signs and trying to figure out the correct spaces in between things. Okay, well, you made it through the functions lecture. We've got 2 more for you. Again, these are going to be a little bit tougher, but I believe in you. Let's keep rolling. All right, in this lecture, we're going to be learning about classes. And personally, I remember the first time that I learned about classes and just thought, what the heck does that mean? Like, why is that important at all? And I think it's a very real possibility that you're going to go through this lecture and the next one, and you're going to say, okay, I know how to work with classes, but I don't necessarily see how or why they're so important. But it's going to come with time. As we work through the apps and the projects, you're going to start to see like, oh, okay, these classes are actually pretty neat, and they make my code more organized, easier to work with and stuff. So if you've ever heard the term object-oriented programming, that's generally talking about using classes somehow in your code. So let's go ahead and dive into it. I just wanted to give that disclaimer that, you'll probably understand the concepts here, but you probably won't get why it's important. Maybe you will. That's great. I'm all for it if you do, but pay attention as we go throughout the course, and I think you'll see like, oh, okay, this is why classes are so cool. So what is a class? A class is basically a way to create a blueprint to create objects. So the kind of classic programming example is, you have a class that represents a car, and a car has a particular make, model, year, color, stuff like that. And you have a car class that sort of holds all those things, but you can create many car objects from that class or that blueprint that would be a specific version of that. So I'm going to elect to use the dog example here, but you could also do it with a car if you wanted to, or all other sorts of things. But let me just go ahead and show an example and then talk through it. So to make a class in Kotlin, very straightforward. All you do is you say, okay, I'm going to make a class and give it a name. And this is one of the rare times where you want to have the name of something start with a capital letter. So if I'm going to make a dog class, I'm going to say class space capital dog, and then I'm going to do curly brackets like this, and that's it. That is how you create a dog class. It is that simple. Okay. Now with this dog class, there's not really much going on here, but let's give it some things called properties, which are basically variables that belong to this class. And so properties are something that make up whatever the class is. So for example, what are the distinctions of a dog? Well, dogs all have, different names. So I'm going to create a new variable here called name, and I'm going to set it equal to some initial value, like just an open parenthesis. All right, that's valid code. Then I'm going to, what's another thing that defines a dog? A dog has like a particular age. So I'm going to say age is equal to like 0. These are just sort of starting points here. And a dog also probably has some sort of like fur color or something like that. So we'll set that equal to an empty string there. So these are all properties of this dog class. They're things that sort of make up a dog. And with this class, if we go ahead and run this, nothing happens. It's not like there's anything magical going on here, but it's what we can do with this class that is pretty neat. So let's go ahead, and with this dog class, we are going to create a new dog object. So I'm going to create a new variable. I'm going to call it my dog, and I'm going to set this equal to, and I type the name of the class, which is capital dog, and then I do an opened and closed parentheses. And what this does is it creates a new dog object from this class. And so you'll notice now this variable called my dog, it's a dog, meaning, from this dog class, I can say my dog dot, and look, there's the age, there's the fur color and the name, and it's telling me like fur color and name, these are both strings, the age, that's an int. And I can, essentially manipulate the variables that are inside of here. So I might say, this dog's age is equal to 6, my dog dot name, this is equal to, Brian, or something like that. And I might also say with my dog, the fur color here is equal to brown. Okay, so these are all, I've, put in these different values for the properties of the dog, and I'm going to print out my dog, and let's see what happens there. So let's go ahead and run this code. And look at that. Well, so it doesn't show us the exact details inside of there. So let's go, for example, and just show like whatever my dog.name is. And we'll run this one more time. And you can see it prints out Brian, and that's because we made this dog object and we said, okay, take whatever the dog's name is, which its initial value is just an empty string here. And we're saying, no, turn this thing into Brian. And then when we print that out, we can see that. So, but the big thing here is that you can create multiple objects from one class. So for example, I want to make another dog. I'm going to say var other dog is equal to a new dog object. And the big key thing here is that other dog is in no way connected to my dog. So for example, if I do a print line, I always forget to do the little print line there. If I do a print line on other dog.name, and I go ahead and run the code here, it'll not show Brian like we had before. It's going to show a blank because it's a brand new object. Like I'm going to have to come here and say, in order for it to have a name, I'm going to have to say like other dog.name and set it equal to something like Sarah. I don't know. But if I go ahead and do that, then we'll see that other dog have this new name. But the point is that when you create a new object from a class, it's its own brand new shiny object, and you can do with it what you want. So the idea here is this dog class is the blueprint, so that then we can create dog objects where we can, customize and say, okay, this dog's age is 6, the name is Brian, the fur color's brown, and we can do all sorts of fun stuff with that. Now, notice to create a dog and then sort of input all this information about the dog, like it kind of takes up a lot of code, and we can actually streamline this quite a bit. So up here at the top of our dog class, if we do some parentheses here, we can actually specify, think of them as parameters to this class in order to make this more simple. So for example, I'll take a name, which should be a string, comma, I'm going to take in an age, which should be an int, and I'm also going to take in a fur color, which should be a string. So I can take in these pieces of information, and then rather than saying, the variable's name is just an empty string, the age is like 0, I'm going to actually take what is up here and pass them into these properties. So I'm going to say name is equal to name. I'm going to say age is equal to age, and fur color is equal to fur color. Now this is a little bit confusing because they all have the same name. But like if I wanted to specify like on age here, for example, I would say like this age. What I'm doing here is I'm saying, okay, whatever is passed into here as this parameter, I'm putting it into this property called age. Now it's kind of annoying to have like this age and whatnot, so I'm just going to call it straight up age, and it just makes a little more sense that way. But by doing this, you'll notice now we get these error here. But look at this. So for other dog, when I go now to create a dog object, I'm going to do my open parentheses like this. All I have to do is pass in these 3 pieces of information. So I'm going to say, you know what, this dog's name is Sarah. Then I'm going to do a comma after this. The dog's age is 17. And then finally, the fur color is, we'll say white. All right, so we've got this white dog named Sarah, age 17. And look at this. This is all it took to get this up and running. So if I now say print line, I want to know what other dog.age is. Okay, and I go ahead and run this code. Well, we get an error here because none of this is working. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my multi-line comment here so we can see what this other stuff looks like. Okay, now I'll go ahead and run that. And look at that. Other dog now has all this information. So this is sort of the fast way to get a object up and running with this new information. So, if we wanted to transport this in here, we'd say, okay, the name's Brian, and the age is 6, and the fur color is brown, for example. So by doing that, we get to eliminate these 3 lines of code. It makes it that much easier to work with. And now when I run the code, we can very quickly pull out information from these objects. So there you have it. That's sort of classes and properties in a nutshell. Again, you're probably scratching your head a little bit like, okay, I get this, but like, why would I use this in some sort of situation? And I promise that's going to be coming in a second. So my challenge for you is I want you to add a property to the dog class of your choosing and update your code. So I want you to add some sort of new property to here, something that represents what a dog is, and you're going to have to update the parameters here and these lines when you create the dog objects, but that's completely up to you to what property it is that you're going to add. Go ahead, hit pause, and do that now. Okay, so how did it go? Hopefully it went well. As for what property I decided to add to a dog, I want to have a property of weight to see how heavy the dog is, and I'm going to say that's equal to 0.0. I did that so this could be a double, and I'm going to put as a parameter here, not the name double, I want it to be weight, which is going to be a double. And I'm going to say weight is equal to weight that gets passed in there. Now because of this, we kind of get a little bit of an issue here where we have to pass in some numbers. So I'm going to say like 14.5, Sarah's like 12.3, something like that. But now you can see just like that, I add a new property to the class, and we can use it everywhere. Now, we didn't have to, for example, provide weight up here at the top. In fact, we could have just gotten rid of this and said, weight is at a starting 0.0, and we'll just have to specify that on our own. But I think it just makes it that much easier when you can, just create a new dog object and provide everything right at the get-go and just sort of move forward from there. Okay? All right, one more lecture, and then we're done here. So for the last lecture here, I just want to talk about class functions, and basically it's a way to add some functions to your classes, and those functions only run in relation to an object of that class. It's not like you can just call them from anywhere. So I think kind of a good example from this dog class is we could make a function that could print out some information about the dog. So I'm going to make a new function inside of this class, and I'm going to say fun, and I'm just going to call it info. Doesn't need to take in any parameters. And basically what I want to do is I want to print out some information about the dog. So I'm going to say here print line, and I'm going to say like Fido is 2 years old, has brown fur, and is 13.6 pounds. That's what I'm going for there. But there we've got it. So that's kind of a function that tells us some info about the dog. And if you're wondering how we call these, and sometimes they're called methods, I think it's fine to just call them a function. But for example, so my dog, after we create the my dog object, you just simply say my dog dot and then type info. So anytime on any sort of object or variable inside of Kotlin, whenever you do a dot, you're usually going to reference a property or a function of that particular object. So when we say dot age or dot info, it's sort of diving deeper into that particular thing. So we're going to say dot info on this, and you'll notice now when we run our code, it prints out Fido is 2 years old and has brown fur and is 13.6 pounds. All right, so that's all fine and dandy. Let me get rid of these other print lines here because they're not helping us anymore. But this should be saying, for example, Brian, age 6, brown fur, and 14.5 pounds. So we're going to do our nifty trick that we learned before where we do the $ and say like name right here. Instead of 2, we're going to say $ age. Other thing that we're going to do, instead of brown, we'll do $. Where is it? There you go. Fur color. And then instead of, the actual weight or that static weight, we'll say, dot weight right there. And we've got to do our libs on top of that. There we go. And we're going to have a space there, so that all fits. All right, so we'll go ahead and run this now. This info should give us back some better information. And look at that. Brian is 6 years old, has brown fur, and is 14.5 pounds. Let's go ahead and call this on other dog. So I'm going to say other dog dot info. Go ahead and tell us about yourself. And I run this code. And it says, hey, Sarah is 17 years old, has white fur, and is 12.3 pounds. So what's so cool about these class functions is that they can take information inside of the property that's unique to each and every object, and it can perform some information with it. So in this case, it's just printing. You could do other computations if you wanted to, but it's just pretty awesome how, this dog is different from that dog, different from any other dog object we would create. And, this function can sort of act appropriately. Now, one more thing I do want to talk about with, classes and stuff is that if you want to refer to the properties inside of here, you can get very specific by saying this dot and then, age, fur color, name. So we only ever use this when we're inside of an actual class. Like we can't say, for example, my dog dot this, whatever. That doesn't work. Whenever you say this, it's referring to the current class you're in, and then you can say this dot like name, for example. So technically, if you wanted to, we could change this to say, I deleted too much. This dot name, although, I deleted the opening double quote there. Man, I really messed that up for a second. But, here I could say this dot age, and, this dot fur color, this dot weight, and kind of in the background, this is what's happening. Kotlin sort of does this conversion for us and, is telling us that information. Although when you do this, okay, it's not completely perfect because it's not recognizing this as the whole variable. You see, it just kind of turned it into the dot name. But for example, because this is not showing us what we want, if I do print line this dot name, for example, and I run this, all right, look at that, it shows Brian and Sarah. So Kotlin for us though, it just does the nice conversion of saying, okay, if they reference a let's see, name's not a great one, but like age, for example, if they are trying to reference a property called age, it says, all right, you know, I could make them type out this dot age in order to go get that, but it can look up and it says, you know, there's no other variables here named age. There's one of the properties named age, so I'm going to assume that's it. And the reason this would ever come into play is, for example, is somewhere inside of a function, if you have something like, I'm going to create a new variable called age, and I'm going to set it equal to 56 or something like that. Well, now you have two different numbers, and I'll kind of prove this to you here. If we do another print line, okay, we're going to print out age and then also this dot age. So let's go ahead and run this code here. It's going to run this twice, but you can see there's this local variable age, which only exists inside of this function. Like, this is the only scope that that variable age exists, and it's equal to 56. And if we print that out, it's going to show 56. But if I say this dot age, that specifically means I'm talking about the property. Now, if I, for example, get rid of this var age is equal to 56, it'll print out the same information, the property each time. Look, 66, 17, 17. And that's because since there's no variable with the same name, it says, I assume you're talking about the property, and that's why it uses that. But anyways, I tell you all of this because as we're going through projects, you're going to see the word this here and there. And like I said, not always required, but if you know, some people elect to use it, and I want you to know what it is so that you can move forward and be able to, you know, not be hampered there. Okay. So it's time for our final challenge here. That's pretty exciting. I think that's pretty cool. And what I want you to do is I want you to make a function that resets all the information for a dog. So I'm going to do a Command Z till I get back to where I had the nice info function that actually printed out information. There we go. Awesome. But I want you to create a new function and call it maybe something like clear. So I'm going to type out here, create a function called clear that sets all properties to, I'm going to call it starting values, because for example, you'd want to set like the age equal to 0 and the name to a blank string, and you know, stuff like that. So anyways, I misspelled properties again, just like always. Yeah, I still misspelled it. But anyways, go ahead and do this challenge now, and I'll show you how I did it. Hit pause now. Okay, so hopefully that went well for you. Again, I still can't spell properties. I feel like an idiot. But here is the function that we want to do. So I'm going to make a function called clear. All right. But we don't need a C there, just fun. So function called clear. And what this function should do is it should kind of reset all the properties. So I'm going to take name. I'm going to set name equal to an empty string. I'm going to take age. I'm going to set that equal to 0. I'm going to take the fur color. I'm going to set that equal to an empty string. And I'm going to take the weight. There we go. And I'm going to set that equal to 0.0. Okay. And to test and see if this is working, we're going to take like, I'm going to comment out this other dog for a second, but I'm going to take my dog. After I've created it, I do the mydog.info. So it should print out all that stuff. Then I'm going to say mydog.clear, and then I'm going to say mydog.info one more time, and it should say now have like some blanks showing up. So let's go ahead and run this and see what we get. Look at that. So the first time it says Brian is 6 years old, has brown fur, and is 14.5 pounds. Then we clear all the information. So the next time we call info, it says blank is 0 years old and has blank fur color and is 0.0 pounds. Awesome. So that's kind of a nice little function that we created. Said, hey, you know, if you ever want to just set this thing back to 0, we can totally do that. Okay, well, I am super proud of you for making it this far, especially if this is your very first introduction into programming. Hopefully you're seeing how cool and fun this is, but you're probably a little bit fatigued, like, holy cow, how much did I just learn here? So if you need to take a breather, that's okay. Go ahead and take that, but this is where the real fun begins in my experience. And I know I said that before, right? When we get into the for loops, when we get into the if statements, that's where it begins. But it gets better and better, because now we're going to take this Kotlin programming skill that we have, and we're going to start applying it to real applications. We're going to make some Android apps. We're going to be working with the command line, JavaScript, like so much is in front of us. We're going to start making real things that people can use now, which I just think is exciting. So let's go ahead and move forward now. Hello and welcome to the section where we're going to be creating an Android app. Now, if you're here, this means you have either A, completed the Kotlin for Beginners section, or B, the Kotlin for Programmers section. And now that we're here, we're going to take these Kotlin concepts that we've been learning and actually apply them to creating something. So to me, this is where programming gets exciting. I do get excited, as you saw, with like the for loops and things like that, classes, whatever. But when we actually apply these to things that somebody could use, an actual product, to me, that's a really exciting idea. So I'm going to teach you all the things that you need in order to learn Android development, just like the basics of how to get Android Studio up and running, how to work with some of the layout stuff. But more importantly, once we've got all that set up, we're going to take these Kotlin concepts that we've been learning and start applying them to this Android app. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, in this section, we're going to be learning to create our first Android app. Now, in order to do this, we have to have Android Studio, which is a piece of software from Google that allows us to make Android apps. So technically, I think with IntelliJ, if you throw enough extensions on it, you can make Android apps there, but just getting the complete package from Google is so much easier. So I want to dive through, what the app is going to look like and what it's going to do. But first, I want to get that download started from Android Studio because it can be pretty chunky. So go ahead and open up some sort of web browser and just search Android Studio. Okay. And it should be the top result here. It looks like the website's developer.android.com or something like that. And now really important is we need to have version 3.0 or higher of Android Studio. So as of recording right now, the most current version is 2.3.3. But if I go to preview here, you can see I can get beta 2 version of 3.0. So this is the one that I'm going to download. So I'm going to, check the box, say yes to all this stuff. And there we go. But I just want you to know, hopefully when you're watching this, the version 3.0 is public and you just can go ahead and download that one. But if you're early, like me, just go ahead and go to preview and hit download 3.0 beta. And it might have a different beta version just as long as it's 3.0 or higher. But again, hopefully just here on the main page, it has 3.0 or higher. All right. So now that we got that started, let's go ahead and talk about what this sketch is going to look like. So before I ever make any sort of app or project, I always like to draw out on pen and paper what it is that I'm trying to make. Because I find by doing this, I save myself so much time rather than just going and instantly trying to program. I sometimes get lost as to where I'm going and things just kind of get confusing. If you have a roadmap, a blueprint, whatever it is that you want to call it, this is going to help you immensely. So what is the resume app? Quite simply, it's a digital version of your resume in an app, which is, pretty neat. We're going to have the title up here that this is, your resume. You're going to have your name all big. There's going to be a picture of yourself. And then we're going to have 3 buttons down below. Now, if you tap on work history, it's going to go to a new screen and it's going to show your work history. And you'll be able to scroll through this and see all the different types of, jobs you've had. You can even go back to when you were selling lemonade at 6 years old if you want to. That's totally up to you. And then, there'll be like the user can hit the back button and get back to this screen. Now, we're also going to have a call button here. So if somebody taps on this, it'll call your phone number. That's up to you whether or not you want to put your actual phone number there. And then also there's an email button where if you tap this, it's going to pop up whoever's using the app, their email client, and it will start sending an email to you, and they just have to fill in some information. So the idea is that, if you were applying for some job and you really wanted to impress somebody, you could say, hey, check out my resume app. And, they open this up and it's like, oh, okay, well, they know how to make apps, because, here's something. And this is a, pretty simple app. It's only 2 screens. We don't connect with the internet or anything like that. But I just really want to teach you the fundamentals of Android programming with Kotlin so that you get a nice introduction there. Now, it looks like Android Studio has finished downloading. So on a Mac, to install this, we have to drag this new application into our application folder. If you're on Linux or Windows, whatever you download is going to have its own installation process. But for us, I'm going to go ahead and double click on this Android Studio and we'll get this up and running. So now you know what it is that we're trying to create, and now we can move forward with this. Saying, hey, do you really trust Google here? And I'll say, yeah. Hopefully the software they're giving us isn't going to put a virus on my computer. So here it comes, and there you can see it's empowered by IntelliJ. So it's actually, Google's worked with IntelliJ in order to create this Android Studio. So you're going to feel pretty familiar as you work through this. So if you're installing this for the first time, it's going to say you don't have the Android SDK, and it's going to say you've got to go get the necessary pieces in order to make this happen. And this is basically Android's code. Eventually we're going to have to, go get stuff for an emulator. So just go ahead and hit next on this. You want to have all this stuff checked. Just do whatever it is that they recommend. And I'll go ahead and hit next here, saying, do you want to go get all this stuff? And yes, let's go ahead and do this. So this is going to take a while, as this is, again, another pretty hefty download. So I'm going to pause the video here while this is going, but I'll come back once this is done. All right, so this installation has finally finished. Installation, download, whatever you want to call it. So here you can see Android Studio opens up. So I have had some previous apps before with some really ugly names like Testig, My Application 7, whatever. You're probably not going to have these out onto the side here, but you should have a welcome screen that looks like this that says, hey, welcome to Android Studio, and will allow you to create a new project. So we're going to select this, start a new Android Studio project. Go ahead and give your project a name. I'm going to call mine Cool Resume. You can call it whatever you'd like, but just go ahead and do something like that. Now for the company domain, this isn't like something that, is super crucial. Basically, if you have a website, put that in here. So I have zappycode.com. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in there. But if you don't have a website, just do like your first name dot last name, something like that. It just needs to be something that is like unique to you. And you can always change this later. Like this is only going to come into play if you're going to be submitting your app to the App Store. And so just go ahead and, name this whatever you'd like. As for the project location, again, you can choose where you'd like that. The big thing that we want here is the checkbox that says include Kotlin support. Make sure you have this checked. All right, so this is the cool new thing in Android, is that you can now use Kotlin when creating Android apps. Super awesome stuff. So let's go ahead and hit next here. Now it's going to ask you, what API number it is that you want to move forward with. And it's going to say, are you making an app for the phone, for the Wear, TV, Android Audio? We're going to do it for the phone / tablet. And then selecting what version. This is basically saying, what version of Android you want this to be compatible with. And if you hit this help me choose, you get some really cool information here about, what version of things people are using. So for example, if you choose ice cream sandwich, which is a pretty old version of Android, almost, it said like 100% of Android devices are going to be able to run your app. And so if you want everybody in the entire world to be able to use your app, probably choose ice cream sandwich. Now, if you want to use the latest and greatest from Apple, maybe come up to like Marshmallow, Nougat, Android O is just about to come out. So, you could go get that one, but you kind of got to pick, a nice blend between what is, a version that people are going to, be able to use / has some cool new stuff. So I recommend going with KitKat. You still get 90% of the people out there. And, this is a lot more current than ice cream sandwich or jelly bean. And so, again, totally up to you about which version you want to pick, but I'm going to be rolling with KitKat here. You choose what you think is appropriate. So we'll go ahead and hit next from there. Then it's going to ask you what activity it is that you want to add. So in Android lingo, whenever you have a screen in an app, it's an activity. So for example, if we look at this is an activity. This is an activity over here. So every time you have a new screen in an app, that's referred to as an activity. And we just want a blank one to start with. We'll fill it in with what we need. And so just choose this empty activity, hit next. And then it's going to ask you, hey, what name do you want to call this? And main activity is sort of the typical name for where your app's going to be starting. And for us, we could call this resume activity, but I kind of like main activity. It's, the first one that we're going to see. That seems like a fine name. Now, when we make this next activity, right, this next screen, we could call this like work history activity or something like that. But let's just roll with main activity for now. So looked like it did a little more installation there. That was kind of funny how it just snuck that in at the end. But we are going to go ahead and hit finish here. And then Android Studio is going to be creating this new project for us. So it's going out, it's, making a new project with the name Cool Resume. It's, adding that new blank activity that we called main activity, and just getting all the necessary files in place in order to get this all running. So we're going to have to wait a second for this all to come up. So I'll rejoin the video once that's there. All right, once that is done, you should see this screen now in Android Studio. Now, if you don't see like this code, for example, or this menu on the side, this is how you get the little menu to show up here by clicking on Project. And the file that we're working here, this is that main activity. This is our first screen. If you want to navigate to that, it's under App, Java, and then, whatever your name was, .cool resume, if you decided to go with that name, and then the main activity. So if you double click on it, it'll open up this file. But Once we have this, I just want to go ahead and run this app to see what it would look like. I just want to see that the blank app is there so that we know that we can at least test our app. It's really cool with Android Studio. If you run the app, you can have a little simulated Android device on your computer and see, what your app looks like. So that's pretty neat. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and hit the run button up here, and it's going to bring up this screen saying initializing ADB, and it's going to say, hey, you don't have any USB devices that you can run on. If you plug in your phone, you can make that work. It's not that simple. There's a few more steps you got to go through. But what we want to do is we want to create a virtual device. So I'm going to click on this create new virtual device. And again, you can choose like a TV, Wear, tablet. We are working on a phone app, so I'm going to choose the phone. You can decide which, device it is that you want to build for. I just think this Nexus 5X seems like a good one, so I'm going to go ahead and choose it. We'll go ahead and hit next, and it's going to say, hey, do you want to download Android O and Nougat? Yes, we do want to do that, and I think, it's asking us specifically which one do we want. Let's go ahead and go with Android O, the latest version here, and we'll say next on this. Oh, a system image must be selected. Oh, so we have to download Android O before we can move forward. So let's click download here. And we'll wait around. Okay, so I accept this stuff. I'm going to hit next. And again, we have another screen where we have to wait for something to download and install. So I'm going to pause the video again. I know we going through a lot of stuff here, but my main focus of this lecture is to get at least the empty app running so that going forward we can just start learning and roll from there. All right, now that that's finished, I'm going to hit finish here. Now I can select Android O, and I'm going to hit next here. And it's going to say, hey, do you want to give some sort of special name to this? I'm just going to leave it as is. Keep everything that's standard, and let's go ahead and hit finish here. And now we can select this Nexus device, this virtual device that we have. We'll hit OK, and now it's going to launch this virtual device and run our app on it. So our app doesn't have anything inside of it. It's just a blank app that's going to be opening up. And look at this. Here is that cool, virtual device here. This is so awesome that this is popping up. But this will take a second to get up and running here. So again, one more time, I'm gonna pause the video. All right, so it looks like maybe I got a little bit of an error here. I don't know what it will look like for you, but I'm gonna hit close app here and see if we can't get this rolling again. Okay, so here's our Android device. Looks good. I'm gonna hit this run button one more time, and I'm gonna say restart the app. So I'm gonna select the same virtual device, and hopefully this will work for us. So I'm going to hang around here for a second because I think this should be much faster than what we had before. And there was some movement, so that's promising. For security problems, sure, okay, I accept that. And let's see if we can't get our app to open up. And look at this, da 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 da! Here's our app. It says cool resume, hello world. We didn't type any of this, but Android Studio by default just kind of put these things in there for us. So if you're able to get to this screen, this means things are working. You are now ready to start making some Android apps with Kotlin. So if you had any issues, please leave a comment here to this video. But with that, let's go ahead and move forward and actually start building this thing. All right, so it's time to start building this app, and as we're doing this, I recommend just leaving this Android emulator open. You saw how when we loaded it for the first time, it took a really long time to get the device up and running, ready to go. But then, once we had hit the play button again, like running the app, it really didn't take all that long. So I kind of recommend just having it up so that you're ready to go moving forward. Now, with that, let's go ahead and pull up our sketch. So this is what we're building towards. Let's just focus on this activity, this screen right now. So we've already got the title up there, cool resume, that's fine. But then we want to have like our name, our image, and then the 3 buttons down below. So let's go talk about how we can do this. Now, hopefully up here, you should see a file called activity_main.xml. Now, if you don't have this and you need to manually get to this file, you just go under app, inside of res, inside of layout, there's that activity.main.xml, and just double click that to get to here. And you can see here's our app. There's that hello world that we have. So if we wanted to, change the text inside of here, if you double click that, you can change it. So I just might say like, hi there, I don't know, something silly like that. But now, if we run the app, we'll see hi there instead of the hello world that was showing up before. So anyways, yeah, so this is our app, and you'll notice here on the left side, there's all different things that we could put inside of our app. I'm going to bring this out a little bit so we can see them. So we can put buttons inside of here. We can put checkboxes inside of here, radio buttons, progress bars. I mean, all sorts of cool stuff. And I mean, it's really just as simple as clicking and dragging one of these things. Like if I bring out a button, I can also bring out like a progress bar, and you can sort of just put them any place that you would want on the screen. Now, looks like the quick contact badge has some issues, but look, let's try like a password field or something like that. We can just add all these things. And I wonder, did the app open up there? Yeah, see, look, it says hi there on our emulator. But anyways, so you can put things any direction that you want, but I don't recommend doing this, and that's because if we look at our app, like, you know, it kind of follows in this linear format, right? Like there's the name, the image, and then the buttons. And, you know, we could just position everything where we want it on screen. But the problem is that there's a lot of different device sizes in Android, right? Some phones are really big, some are small, like it, and the ratios are different too. Like some are really tall and thin, others are kind of short and fat. And so to make an app that works on, you know, most devices, we're going to have to be careful about how we design it. So what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of what we have here. So you could just manually select the stuff on the screen and hit delete, or down below here on this left side in the component tree, you can just kind of select things and hit your delete key, and that will get rid of it. Now what we want to do is we want to take this thing called the constraint layout, and we actually want to turn this into a linear layout. So to do this, we've got to dive into the code of this activity_main.xml. So down here at the bottom, there's this design button, but there's also this text button. So if we click on that, this shows us the actual text of this file that we're creating. So for example here, notice what we have right now. It's, you know, kind of some code and something about constraint layouts, blah, blah, blah. Well, look what happens when I bring out this password text field, all right? And we go to our text. Oh, look at this. It added something new called an edit text, and it has all these different attributes inside of it. So the design view here is just visually showing you what this text version looks like over here. So we don't need that little password field, so we'll get rid of that. But what we do need, if we go back to our sketch, is we need a name here. And I got off track here for a second. Right now we're using something called a constraint layout, and we want to change that to a linear layout. So we're going to go back to our text, and we're going to select all this code where it says constraint layout, and we're going to change this to linear layout. You can see the autocomplete showed up there, and it should change the term down below too. So you should have linear layout on each. If we go back to design, this should now say linear layout. That means we're ready to go. And then with a linear layout, it could be either vertical or horizontal. So with this linear layout selected, you want to go over here to orientation, and from the drop down, select vertical. Okay. So once we've got that in place, what's the first thing that we want to add? We want to add our name. So we are looking for some text, so we can hit the little text button here, and you can see there's all sorts of different things, but these are actual, like somebody inputting text. That's not exactly what we're looking for. So we're going to go to all here, and we're going to scroll till what we were looking for. Oh, well, I'm dumb. It was right there at the top. So you could still do text. What we're looking for is a text view. So we're going to pull that out and bring it into the screen here. And you'll notice as we do this, it's, you know, no matter where you put it, it's going to throw it up to the top there. So it's always going to go up to the top. And let's change this text view to show our name. And basically anytime that you select something, like here, if we select this text view over here on the right side, it's going to show all the different properties for this. For example, if I want it to be centered, I hit this button and boom, look, that text is centered. If I want to change what the actual text is, like I want this to say my name, so it's going to say Nick Walter. As far as you know, how wide it's going to be, you can choose different options here. I'm going to talk about those in a second, but let's just leave sort of everything as is. I think we probably should bump up the size of this a little bit, so I'm going to, you know, maybe take this a little bit higher, maybe something like 24. I just want it really prominent that, you know, hey, I'm Nick Walter, check out my app, you should hire me for your job. Okay, so there we've got the name. Next thing that we need is an image. Now I'm not going to show you how to put a image in there yet, but I'm just going to kind of get you ready to put something in there. So we're going to click on images. We want this thing called an image view, so we're just going to click drag. And notice when we bring something out now, we can either put it above or below this text that we have. And so we're going to put it below, and this is the whole point of having this cool linear layout, is that it allows us to kind of put things above or below. Now it's going to ask you to say, hey, you should pick an image, but there's kind of just weird images right now. If you go here to color, I really just recommend picking one of these colors for now, and we'll come back and change it to an actual image later. So we added this image view, but unfortunately we can't see anything inside of it, and that's because the layout width and height for this image view, it's just not great. So the first one here, it says for the width, it matches the parent. You might be wondering, what's the parent? Well, the parent is just whatever your thing is embedded in. So for example, this image view is embedded in this linear layout. And you know that because if you hit this little arrow, it'll open or close like this. So we know for sure that this image view, its parent is this. So when you say the width should just match whatever the parent is, it's saying, whoa, take up the full screen. That's how big this linear layout is. The linear layout takes the whole screen. So if we do the same thing for the height, for example, if I change that to match parent, it's going to take whatever space is available and make that whole thing green. Now, the option that it had before was wrap content, and basically that says, hey, however, big this image view is, like, if there's an image in there that's only a certain size, it will match it to the size of the image. But we want to be a little bit more concerned. We want to say, no, this should have a particular size and stuff. So if we go back to this text view, actually, it might be wise for this width to say, hey, this should just map or wrap the content. You'll notice when we do this, though, that it doesn't automatically have it centered and all that stuff. So it's probably better for us to go back to the match parent, and I guess I misspoke there. But anyways, yeah, this is how you can manipulate those things. So for this image view, it's probably good that it's taking up the width of the screen, but we've got to have room for our buttons down here. So let's just go ahead and give it an arbitrary height here. Like if I say 100 and hit tab, you can see like, okay, maybe that's big enough. You could change this to like 200 if you want. Maybe that's the right size. I'm not sure. Once we get an actual image, we can kind of play around with that and see what works good. Okay, so we have our text, we have our image without the image, we have the image view that will hold an image. Next, we need to add our buttons. So these luckily are very easy to work with. Let's go to all. There's our button up at the top, a very commonly used thing in Android. So we'll bring one button here, bring one button below that, and we'll also bring another button there. So let's go ahead and double click these to change the text. We want work history, call, and email. So we'll double click this and change it to work history. You can maybe call it experience if you think that looks a little more professional. It's up to you. Instead of just saying call, I'm going to have this say call Nick, so that if someone's using this app, they know like, oh, okay, that's placing a call to Nick. Hopefully that should be obvious, but we want to be as clear as we can. And then I'm going to change this to say email Nick. So that's our next option there. Now, with what we have here, you might say, okay, we're ready to go. In fact, we could run this on our device and see what it looks like. Let's go ahead and do that. So hit your run button and get your little emulator here ready to rock and roll. I love that it shows the outside of the device, like the little front-facing camera, the speakers. It kind of gives you a real idea that, oh, this is what it's going to look like. And look at this. Here is our app. And we could click on the buttons here. They do these nice little cool animations. I mean, visually, outside of not having our image yet, I mean, it looks pretty cool. But one thing looking at this, I'm like, I'm just not really sure with how this is all spaced out and stuff like this. Like, I'd kind of like some more separation with the buttons. Well, with these buttons, if you have the button selected here, you can actually change where it's, if you wanted to have some spacing in between things, stuff like that. All of that is customizable. So you can actually change the spacing with something called a layout margin. And in order to get to this attribute, you can see, there's a lot of great stuff here, but you'd have to click on this view all attributes. And then if you scroll down, this shows all the customizable stuff that you can do. If you go down to layout margin, horizontal, vertical, for example. So if we go to vertical and I want to put something inside of here, maybe I'm going to say, I'll put like the number 10 inside of here. You can see it kind of gives some spacing between things. So I might, with each of these buttons here, give it a vertical spacing of like 10, and we'll do this here as well for this guy. So you can see this has got all of our buttons kind of nicely spread out. Also with this image view, if you want to change some things there, we can go to its layout horizontal margin. If we put like 10 there, you can see it gives us a little bit of spacing on the side. Maybe let's up that to something more like 20, but you can see then it's not kind of going edge to edge, and that might look good for the buttons too, and kind of have everything be the same width. So I'm going to select one button. I'm also going to hold down the shift key and click on the other buttons. That's so you can select multiple at a time, and it's not letting me grab all three. So let me select one here. There we go. So whether you click through here or the side list, whatever, just have multiple buttons selected, And then I'm going to go down to the layout, and for the margin horizontal, I'm going to put something like 20 inside of there. Okay, and we should see, we were supposed to see all these buttons get a little bit thinner here. So Android Studio's behaving a little bit strangely here. I don't know if this is a bug as part of the beta, but if we go ahead and actually run our app here and see what it gives us, let's get the emulator open here. You can see it did shrink the buttons just like it did the image view with 20 on each side. So not sure what the issue is there, but the great news is that visually our app is ready to go. We've got the name of the app, our name, image, these buttons here. And then now we just need to talk about, how do we get this image filled in? When we hit work history, how do we get another activity to show up and, show the work history? But pretty cool so far that, we were just able to drag and drop a lot of things, that it's working. Kind of as a fun thing, go look at this text file. You can see all the different, there's our text view, there's the image view, and you can see we've got our 20 margin horizontal and the 10 on each of these. It's just kind of interesting to go look at all this stuff. But anyways, let's go ahead and keep moving and working on this in the next one. And look at that. For some reason, when I went from text to design, all of a sudden it shrunk things on the left side, and now it looks like we were hoping for. Thanks, Android Studio. So the purpose of this lecture is to teach you how to add images to your image view. I mean, this green box, kind of cool, but it'd be nice if it was an actual picture of you so that someone who's looking at your resume says, oh, yeah, I know who Nick is. I think we should hire them. So the way to do this, we want to go to Android Studio. And essentially what we want to do is we want to add an image to this folder called Drawable. So this is under the app, Res, Drawable. And so what we need to do is just drag a file into here. So the best way to do this is right click or do the 2-finger click. And then what we want to do is reveal in Finder. Now, if you are on a different computer like Windows, Linux, whatever, it's going to say something else, maybe like Open an Explorer or something. But regardless, this, you can see now we have this drawable folder here. And what I'm going to do is I have an image on my desktop. So I'm going to bring this out. Look, here's cheesy old Nick with his hair all did, and we're going to add him into the app. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this image and then paste it here into this drawable folder. Now, once we have that in place, we should be able to now go to our app, and let's say I select my image view here, and you look, Android Studio kind of updated. Now we have nick.jpg, and if I double click on this, we should see it. There we go. And it's really zoomed in. You can see this is a huge image. If you wanted to get this detailed, look at the stuff in my teeth, my stubble. Okay, that was enough of that. But to make the image view now show this picture, we need to set what the source is. So right now it's set to this green color, but we're going to hit this little button to the side of it. And what we're going to do is we're going to search up top here for Nick. So it's not in color, it should be in drawable. And look, there is Nick. So we're going to go ahead and select Nick and hit OK. And there you have it. Look, there's beautiful me now inside of the app. So something that I do want to mention here is if you can change the way that this image is sort of laid out. So when you have an image view selected, you can come over here and go to the scale type and say, I want this to do fit start, and this will kind of move it over to the left. You could do fit end, and that'll move it over there. I think the default one that we had was fit center. That's usually what you're looking for. You can do center, which just really zooms in. Now you get that creepy part of my eye. We could do center crop. That's like, okay, we're going to fill in most of it so we don't stretch anything, but it will cut, top or bottom, left or right, depending on the size of it. Center inside. I mean, there's all different kind of options here, matrix, stuff like that. But like I said, fit center is usually what you're looking for. So that's where we're going to keep that. Okay. So like I said, that was pretty painless. We just had to get our image there. Let's go ahead and run this, make sure it looks like what we were hoping for. But it should be looking pretty good. So let's go ahead and bring up our emulator, and we'll choose our device there. Okay, here it comes. And, we are getting a error here. Because I'm using a capital N, I think, is the issue on the name Nick there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click this, and I want to rename this. Where's my rename option? Refactor, rename. There we go. So go under refactor, rename. I'm going to put a lowercase n there. There we go. So we've refactored that. Let's go to our activity.main.xml and make sure that the name and everything has been fixed here. Yep, that looks good. So now let's try running one more time. I've not run into that error before. I guess I've always just put images that had a lowercase there, so that was kind of interesting to see and good thing to know going forward. You learn new stuff all the time. And I know some of you, as we're waiting for this thing to build, you're probably getting a little bit antsy. It's like, oh my goodness, like this is a Kotlin course. How come we haven't, dove into any code yet? We're just like kind of doing all this visual stuff. Well, we're just kind of laying the groundwork here so that then we can bring Kotlin into the picture. And oh my goodness, we're getting all sorts of errors. Open app again. Come on, you can do this. Apparently we're having issues. Let's try running one more time. But I promise we are going to start diving into the coding. In fact, in this next lecture, that's when we're really going to get into it and get our app up and running. And we just seem to be having problems here. All right, so I found out what the issue is, and I found it in this thing called logcat. Logcat is where you can see if there's any sort of errors or something going on. And I got all this big red text every time I tried to run the app. And basically, it says trying to draw too large of a bitmap, meaning that your image is way too big for us to show. And so the way to fix this inside of Android, because I guess it was just apparently too big to draw, is we're going to right-click this drawable folder, and we're going to say Reveal in Finder. And here you can see there's some other sort of drawable folders over here that have, these different sizes and stuff. But we want this drawable XXX HDPI. This is where you can put really big images. So I'm going to take this Nick picture. I'm going to put it over here into this folder. Okay. So now that we've done that, we're going to have to go back and change this image, make sure it's looking in the correct place. So we're going to say, yes, this thing. Let's go just search for Nick. Let's see if it's got the new location for this. Now it's showing XXX HDPI. That hopefully means that things are okay. So now that we've done that, let's go ahead and try running this one more time and see if it doesn't fix things for us here. So we will wait for the emulator to show up here, and look at that. That did it. So a little something threw us off the end there, but not too bad. We are back on track, and in the next lecture, we're actually going to start writing some Kotlin code. All right, it's time in this lecture to make it so our app so that when somebody taps on work history, that we actually pull up a new activity where we can display the work history. So this is where we're going to finally dive into some Kotlin code, and you're going to see how these activities work with each other. So remember, a screen in Android is called an activity. So we have two different activities here. So if we're going to move from one activity to the next, we're going to have to make another activity here. But before we do that, first I want to talk about how we can make some code run whenever we hit a button. So what we're going to do is go back to Android Studio here. And remember this main activity that we've been working on, this is sort of the visual file for it. This is the activity_main.xml. There's also a main activity.kt, the Kotlin file. So you can find this under Java, the name of your app, there's that main activity. And this is where we can write some code so that when someone taps on a button, we can, write any sort of custom code that we want. So as you can kind of see, you should be somewhat familiar with the code here, right? Like we have a class, it's called main activity. You don't know what this like colon thing is. This is about inheritance, but I think it's kind of more than what we need to dive into right now. But look, here's a function. It's got this word override in front of it again. Don't be too concerned about that, but you can see we have a function called onCreate. It takes in this parameter of something that is of type bundle. Then we have a couple of functions that are being called here. So pretty cool stuff. I mean, you should be at least somewhat familiar. And what we want to do is we want to get access to the button so that when someone taps on work history, that we know what button it is that they're referring to. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new variable, and you create whatever name that you want here. I'm going to call mine work history, but the name's really not that important. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a brand new button. So in order to do this, there's this function called find view by ID, and what it does is it tries to find anything inside of your XML file and see what is there, and it's going to ask inside of these angled brackets, what type is it that we're looking for, and we're looking for a button, so we're going to put button right in there. But then inside of the parentheses here, we have to pass it the ID of the button. And you might be saying ID, the ID of what? Well, if we go select any of these buttons, but let's do this work history button for now, we can go up to where it says ID, and we can give it any sort of ID that we want. So in this case, I'm going to give it the ID of work history. And I start with that lowercase, and I know that doesn't look like all exciting of a name, but I mean, that pretty much describes what we've got going here, right? This is the work history. I guess if we want to be really specific, we could say button, work history button. So now that we've given it that name, when we go back here and we're trying to find this button, we can type in the following code. So we're going to do capital R dot ID. So what this does is this goes down into the resources and it says, okay, let's find anything with the idea of, and then we put the dot, and you can see all the different names that are inside of here. And if I start typing work history button, all of a sudden magically it shows up. So you see how this is working. We're saying, okay, go grab this particular view, meaning something that would visually show up on the screen. An image view is a view, the text view, the buttons, right? Like all these things are views. And we're going to say, hey, once you have access to that, go put it in this variable called work history. All right. Then with this work history button, if we want to run some code when someone taps on it, we're going to type out the name of that button. So work history dot, and then we're going to do something called set on click listener, which basically means, hey, when someone, taps on this, we want to run some code. So choose the function that has the curly brackets with it. So just go ahead and hit enter on that. And essentially what it's done is it gives you these curly brackets, and now any code that you want to run, you can put in between these curly brackets, and when the user hits that button, this code will be run. So for example, if you just wanted to print something and see if that works, let's do a print line. Okay, and inside of here, I'm just going to say, hey, you hit the button, or something like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit run on the app here, and let's see if we can't get something to print out for us. So we're going to go back to our little emulator here. So cool that we can just run a little Android device on our computer. I think that's amazing. So we'll hit this button, and initially you're like, nothing's showing up. Well, to see this information, we want to go to Logcat here, and look what's showing up at the bottom. Every time I hit this, boom, hey, you hit the button. Boom, hey, you hit the button. Da, 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 da. I mean, if I hit it like 1,000 times, then we're going to get all these sweet messages and stuff. But I mean, the good news is that this is working. When we tap this button, we can run any sort of Kotlin code that we want to. So give yourself a pat on the back that we've made it this far. But again, remember, our goal is to make it so that when we tap this button, we can move over to this other activity. Now, in order for that to happen, we actually have to have an activity that we can move to. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new activity. And the way to do this is we're going to go over here to this folder that holds our main activity, and we're going to right click and we're going to say new. We want to scroll down here to activity and then choose what type of activity that you want to put over here. And we just want a basic empty activity. I guess I shouldn't say basic because there's a one there named basic, but we just want the empty activity to say, yeah, go ahead and move forward. Now, as for the name for this one, I wouldn't call this main 2 activity. That's really bad naming conventions. Like for your very first activity, I think main activity is fine. But for some of the more specific ones, like I think the appropriate name here would be work history activity. So that's what we're going to roll with. So go ahead and put that name there. Then once you've done that, just kind of scroll through. We do want to generate a layout file so we can, change this how we'd like. Keep this backwards compatible. We don't want this to be a launcher activity. Everything looks good here. Make sure you've got Kotlin selected, and we'll just go ahead and hit finish. So you'll notice now we get this cool new file called work history activity. It's very similar to our main activity .kt, but we also get this work history XML file where we could visually say what's going to be inside of here. So if we're going to be testing our code to see if we can successfully move from one to the other, let's go ahead and add a text view here so that we know that we're at the correct place. And I'm just going to change this text view to say something like, you made it, exclamation point. Right? So this will be very clear if we're able to successfully move on to the next activity. So let's go back to the main activity.kt. So this is where we've done all the work with the button and whatnot. So we can keep that print line if we want, or we can get rid of it. But now we want to write some code so that when someone taps this button that we will move over to the next activity. And then to do that, we have to create something called an intent. An intent is basically saying, hey, I'm trying to move to this activity, and then Android will handle doing that for you. So we're going to create a new variable here, and we're going to call it maybe something like move to work history. Okay. And the name really doesn't matter, just something descriptive that you think describes what's going on here. And then the next thing that we want to do is we want to create an intent. So just start typing out intent here. We want to do one with the parentheses here. And then there's a couple of different ways and things that you could put inside of this intent. And I guess we only have to type one. I wanted to see this pop-up come up. And, there's a bunch of different ones that we can choose, but we want to do the one where we give it a context and a class. So the context is just talking about, where you currently are in the app and what's going on. And then the class is actually where it is that you want to move to. So we're going to select this one here. And basically what we got to do is just start typing get application. And we want context. Now it's a little bit tricky because it's very tempting to just say, oh, hit enter here on the autocomplete, but for some reason it doesn't say get application context, and we want to do that. So we're actually going to say get, change that to an uppercase A, application context with parentheses. Then we're going to hit comma, and then we also need to pass in as a parameter the class that we're trying to move to. So the name of this class over here is the work history activity. So we're just going to type out work history activity, and there you can see it's right there. And because we're working in Kotlin, to get access to this class, we're going to do 2 colons, and then we're going to say class.java. And that basically is a little bit of a throwback to Java here, but it basically allows us to say, hey, this is the class that we're trying to move to, okay? So this line of code right here is creating something called an intent, and an intent again basically allows you to move from one view controller, one activity to the other. View controllers, that's in the iOS world. You can tell I'm very into mobile development. But anyways, what we want to do is once we have this intent, we actually have to start it. So what we're going to do is we're going to type out a new function here called start activity. And inside you could see with the autocomplete, you actually want to pass it an intent. And so we're going to pass it this one called move to work history. Okay. So let's go ahead and test out our code. We're going to hit the run button here. We'll see what we get with the emulator here. Big moment of truth. Our first time writing some Kotlin code. So far it's gone good. You know, we got the, hey, you hit the button stuff showing up in logcat. That was pretty fun. But now we want to actually see if we can move. So I'm going to go ahead and hit this button and kablam! Look at that. We get to this new activity that says you made it. Remember, that was the text that we put over here just to make sure that we were going to the correct place. That's showing up. We can hit the back button, which takes us back to this screen. And this is exactly what we're looking for. So if we look at our app, this page visually is all done. We can hit this button to actually move over here. Now we've just got to create this activity visually, and then we got to add some code for when somebody wants to make a call or an email, and then we're ready to rock and roll. All right, it's time for us to actually visually make this activity look good. We want this to show a work history. So let's move over to Android Studio. We got this nice activity work history.xml. And right now there's just this text view inside of it. We can actually keep that there, but let's change the layout. So I'm going to move over to the text version, and let me give us some space down here. There's this cool little button. For example, I bring up logcat. You can see this little button right here. You tap that, it'll give you some more space to work with. But we want to take this constraint layout and we want to turn this to a linear layout. Great. So now when we come back, this is looking better. So let's take this you made it text here, and we want to make sure that this fills the parent. So for the width, we're going to say match parent and just have it be centered. And rather than say you made it, let's have it say, something like work history. Great. And once we have that in place, I think we should really kind of beef this up. So I'm going to make it bold and maybe take this up to like 24. And then let's actually put in the work history. So I'm going to go grab this text view here, and I'm going to put it below where we have the work history. Now you'll notice it doesn't show up, and that's because on this linear layout, it's right now horizontal. We got to change that to be vertical. So I'll go ahead and change that there, and then all of a sudden you can see this text view. So for its width, let's go ahead and have it match the parent. And for the height, we're also going to say match parent as well, so it's nice and big. But then as far as the text goes inside of here, I mean, let's say I'm just going to kind of type some random gibberish inside of here. All right, so we've got some things there. You can see it's kind of taking up multiple lines. Let's go ahead and just select all of this copy, and then I'm just going to paste it a bunch of times so that we have a ton of information here, okay? So I keep pasting. Now when I come back, you can see, woo, there's like a lot of information inside of here. And just in case, I'm going to select all that copy and then paste it one more time to just really make sure we've got a ton of text here, right? So, of course, this isn't what your work history is. Obviously, it's going to be a lot more detailed than this, but I just wanted you to see what it looks like when there's a ton of text, because, your work history might take up more than just here, and we would want to be able to scroll through that. So let's just go ahead and test what we have now and see if it's going to do what we'd like. I mean, spoiler alert, it's not going to, but I'm going to show you how we can fix that. So we've gone ahead and run this. Let's wait for it to come up on our device here. going to go to work history. So cool that we have that. And if I do a click drag where I try and get to the bottom of this, nothing. It's not going to show me. It's not going to move at all. So what we need to do is add something called a scroll view, which allows us to put our text view inside of there and makes it so that we can actually scroll up and down through that. So go ahead and move down until you get to here where we see a scroll view. I think it's under containers if you want to get to there as short as time as possible. But go ahead and just click drag this scroll view down here. We'll add it over here. And what we're going to do now is we're going to take the text view that we have and we're going to put it inside of the scroll view's linear layout, just like that. And really just as simply as this, just by doing that, we'll be able to scroll through this stuff. So I went ahead and hit the run button. Let's see what this looks like on the device. Let's go to work history. I do a click drag. Look at that. Look how beautiful that is. And also we get this cool little animation when you get to the bottom. And if you want to go to the top, you can get that same thing. And it's that simple. All of a sudden we had this. Now you can totally change this how you'd like. Maybe you want, some margin and stuff between these so that there's some nice spacing. Maybe you want this text to be bigger. That's totally up to you. But because it's so different, you can choose what you want. And you don't want to hear about my full work history. I will say my most exciting job, it's between two. At one point I was selling luxury European children's shoes. Yeah, like these little shoes that were maybe 5 inches long were like $100 or something like that. It was nuts. And then also in middle school, I sold all sorts of stuff at lunchtime. Swiss rolls, popcorn. I ordered pizzas for people. Those were the good times. Yeah. But anyways, enough about that. We're getting really close. Really the last piece of functionality we need is to implement code for the call button and the email button. So we're going to dive back into Kotlin there. Let's go ahead and do it now. All right, we're going to get to the exciting part of the app here. This is actually the very last part of the app as well. We're going to implement the functionality so whenever someone wants to make a call to you, they're like, we're ready to hire you, or they're going to email you, hey, we got a couple of questions, whatever it is. When they hit these buttons, it's going to prompt an action. So let's work first on the call button so that when someone taps this, it'll start calling somebody. Now, what I want you to do, this is your challenge. It's going to be a mid-lecture challenge, is I want you to implement the code so that when someone taps on call Nick, or whatever your name is in your case, that you'll have the code ready to start doing something with it. Now, I don't expect you to go look up the code to automatically make a call happen, but I do want you to make it so that you could, for example, print something out. So we did this before with the work history button. I want you to be able to do this with call next. So go ahead, hit pause on the video now and go do it. Okay, hopefully that went well for you. Like I said, sort of, mid-lecture challenge here. Want to make sure you're still figuring out what's going on. And so to implement that, we're going to go to our work history. And we could just write this all from scratch, but, we basically did this over here with this work history button. And in fact, this is the activity where we want to be working, not the work history activity. So we're actually going to stay here, but I'm going to copy this code for another button here. And I'm going to have to change some names. So instead of work history, we're going to call this like call button. Make sure I got my 2 T's there. And for the ID, I got to go give an ID to this button. So I'm going to call this like call button. Great. So then I can come back and say the ID of this thing is call button. And then I'm going to copy this call button. I'm going to paste it here. We're not doing this intent stuff, so we'll get rid of that. But we'll just, maybe print out the word call or something like that. So hopefully that went well for you. We had done a lot of challenges in the last section, and I want to keep up, that curiosity. So I wanted to throw one in there. Let's see what this looks like now. We should at least see, call being printed whenever someone taps on this. So we'll bring up the emulator here, launches the app. We tap on call, and look at that. It says call. I'll tap it a few more times just to make sure. Yep, it's looking great. Okay, so now if we're actually creating a phone call. So we can actually use intents for more than just moving from, one activity to the next. So in fact, we are going to use an intent to do this. So I'm going to make a new intent. I'm going to call it var call intent. And this is going to be equal to a new intent. Okay, and we'll do our nice little parentheses here. Now with this one, what we want to do is we first want to pass a particular action. So we're going to do one where we pass it an action. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do capital intent here, dot, and then there's all sorts of actions that we can add here. And the one that I'm looking for is action dial. So I'm going to go down, select action dial. I do want to pass one more thing into here, and that's a URI. And it's basically saying what phone number it is that we should call. So we have to make this URI. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say var phone URI, and I'm going to set this equal to and be sure when you're choosing URI here that you use the one that says android.net. So I'm going to use this one, URI dot, and then we're going to pass over this one parse, and we basically just need to give it a string of whatever our phone number is. So in this situation, I'm going to just kind of make up a phone number. Did you guys ever watch those phone calls for the Jenny Craig 1-800-97-JENNY, something like that? So anyways, that's what I'm going to use. So I'm going to say tell colon, because that means that we want to make a telephone call, and then we pass in the number. So I want like 1-800-97-JENNY, whatever Jenny's number is. I can't exactly remember. So we've done that, and now we're going to take this URI that we have, we're going to pass it in here. So we're going to pass in the old phone URI. This gives us our new intent. And how do we make this intent happen? Well, look what we did before. We said start activity, and we passed an intent in there. Again, we're going to say start activity, and it's looking for an intent, and we're going to give it this new call intent. All right, so let's go ahead and give this a run. Man, I love how simple Android has made this for us, right? Like in a couple of lines of code, we can say what phone number it is that we want to call, and we say start that, and boom, all of a sudden we're calling somebody. So that's pretty neat. All right, so I'm going to hit this call button, and look at that. It brings up the dialer, and who knows if I was correct on this 97 Jenny stuff. It looks like no, it would have been 53669 or something like that. But anyways, I mean, that's cool, right? Like here we have our regular old app. I'm trying to get back to our app here, right? We could go check out the work history. You can go back. If I want to call, say, you know what, Nick looks good, I want to hire him. Bam, look at that. We're already ready to start calling him. All you got to do is hit that button. And I didn't know this could make calls, although this is probably not actually making a real call. That's kind of interesting. If it does, maybe free phone calling on this little Android emulator. I don't know. So that was great. That was step one. We've got the call button all working. Now the next thing that we want to work on is we want to work on the email button. So this is just another way to contact you from this resume. And again, I mean, we could do a challenge here to show you how to, where I could say, go make it so that you can set up the button and all that good stuff. But I think we can just go through it here together. Now, the first thing that we're going to want to do is with this email button is we want to give it an ID so that we can find it. So I'm just going to call this like email button. There we go. Then we'll come back to our code. And again, just follow this very similar process. So we'll go ahead and paste this, and we're going to call this the email button. And for the ID, we're going to say this is, the email button ID. Man, I love how slick that works. Okay, so we're going to copy email button, paste that there. We're going to change our print line to say email, and we don't do things exactly the same way when we're working with the email. So we'll just kind of delete that for now. So we do want to make a new intent. So I'm going to make a new variable and call it something like email intent. And I'm going to set this equal to a new intent object. All right, do my parentheses like this. Now what we want to do is we just want to specify the action. So I'm going to say intent dot action. See here, intent, no, we don't want the parentheses there, dot, capital action, and we want to scroll down till we get the send. So action, there's so many things that you can do here on Android. I love it. So we want to do the send, just like that. And then the next thing that we want to do is we want to specify some things with this intent. So first thing is with this email intent, we want to say what type of thing it is that we're going to be sending. So if we do email intent dot, we can set the type. So we're going to say set type, and it's just looking for a string, and just type here all lowercase plain / text, just like that. Okay, in our next line of code here, we want to start setting some information about this intent, like who the email is going to go to, what the subject is, and all that really good stuff. So what we're going to do is, again, type out email intent, but instead this time we're going to say put extra, and you can see where we can, put in a name here and then some piece of information. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this first one here with the put extra, and I'm going to first say intent dot, and we want to do something called extra email. So we're going to scroll down. This specifies, that we want to send an email. So we're going to say action. Oh, not action. We want extra. And we're looking for extra email. Scroll, scroll, scroll. There it is. So this is going to specify who it is that we're trying to send this email to. So it needs a string. So the string that we're going to provide is, I don't know. Let's say my email is hirenick at gmail.com or something like that. Okay, so that means when someone hits this button, it's going to fill out the to field. So this is going to go to your email. Now you would want to put your email here as long as you're comfortable having it be available and people contacting you. But if you're making a resume app, I assume you're already sort of open with that. Same thing with your phone number. We're going to do a similar thing, another extra, but not for who it's going to this time. We're going to do something called extra, and we want subject. So let's scroll till we find that extra subject. And here you can say what the subject of the email is going to be. So I might say something like, I'll say like nice resume, smiley face. And then we'll paste that one more time. This time, rather than the extra email, we want to do extra text, just like that. And here we can start typing that email for the potential employer. Something like, I really enjoyed your resume, ... Now, this might be a little bit of pompous to say like, nice resume and I really enjoyed your resume as the auto text, but I mean, it could be kind of a fun thing. You can play around with what you want there, or you could just make it so, there's no subject, there's no text. The only thing that you provide is who the email is going to. You could do that, but I think it's kind of fun to show off this functionality. Okay. So once you have these things in place, what do we have to do? You guessed it. We just do the start activity and we pass in this intent that we just created, that email intent. All right. So let's go ahead and run this. And we'll wait for this to show up on the emulator. Now, I hope we aren't disappointed. I tried this on an earlier version of Android before and it wouldn't bring up the email capability. So we might not be able to see that, but let's go ahead and give it a shot anyways. Let's do it with Gmail. Just this once, I guess. And welcome to Gmail. So it's going to make us set everything up. So if you go through the emulator here and you get all this going, you can actually make that button work. I promise that this does work. I've done this before, but you can tell that it was going in the right direction because when we hit the button, it gave us that prompt that says, hey, do you want to use Gmail? Do you want to save this to the drive, whatever? And we said, we want to do this with Gmail. And then it brings it up here. So like I said, you got to go sign in with everything if you want to, or if you have your own physical Android device, you could test that out to see if it works. But really, that's all you got to do. So congratulations on finishing this app. I just wanted to do a quick note is you may be thinking like, man, how does Nick know that like you're supposed to put a phone URA here and like what all these like intent extras are? Like, how did he know how to do this? It's all Google. As a programmer, this is something you got to learn. You don't have to have anything memorized. You just have to know how to get to information. So literally, if you wanted to implement something like this yourself, okay, you might Google something like Android Studio send email or something like that, okay? So we'll just Google this, how to code using Android Studio to send an email. And let's see what these people got. Look, here's basically all that we were looking for. Now, granted, this isn't Java, so you kind of got to convert it to Kotlin, but I mean, there it's showing extra email, extra CC. We didn't use that one, but the subject, the text, and it's showing you everything that you want to be using here. Same thing like Android Studio, make phone call or something like that. All of a sudden, here's a whole tutorial on it. Here's a Stack Overflow question. There's just so much info out there. So I don't want you to think that I just readily at the top of my mind have this information ready to go and I have it all memorized. Like I have notes that I'm looking at and I got those notes just by Googling it. So you may be wondering, why am I telling you this? Am I trying to like expose myself or something? No, I think there's this stigma out there that as a programmer, you have to have everything memorized and know every single thing that you're doing, when in reality, there's a lot of Googling. There's a lot of looking at documentation, Stack Overflow, whatever it is, to figure out how to get things to work. So anyways, I just want to kind of put that little mention there. But again, big pat on the back. You've made your very first Android app, and it's a pretty cool one. I mean, this is more than, just an app where, you hit a button and the background color changes. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I mean, this is, something you could actually put on your phone and show people and they're like, oh, that's kind of cool, So anyways, congrats here. We have more projects that we got to get to. In fact, the next one that we're doing is another Android app. And now that you kind of have, Android Studio, it's a little bit more familiar. You got your legs underneath you. We're going to dive even deeper, use even more Kotlin code, and we're going to make a fun app that deals with the weather. So let's go ahead and dive into it. Hello and welcome to the section where we'll be creating another Android app. This time it's going to be a weather app where we could type in any location in the world and we'll get the 10-day temperature forecast for that particular location. So in the last section, we learned all about Android development and we did use Kotlin, to sort of build that up and get things rolling. But we're even more Kotlin focused in this Android app. Now that you got some of the basics under your belt for Android development, we're going to really dive in and say, how can we apply these skills that we've been learning in Kotlin to our code. So a little bit more of an intense app here. We're going to be working with a weather API, getting things to show up inside of a list view. All great stuff. Let's go ahead and dive into it now. All right, it's time to get started on this weather app. Let's go ahead and start by looking at a sketch of what it is that we're going to build. And I'm going to say this again, I always recommend creating a sketch of what it is that you want to make. Before you do it, it's going to save you so much time and it's going to help you sort of sort out what it is that you actually want to tackle. So here is my drawing. Please don't make fun of how embarrassing this is. But this is really all you need is just pen and paper, a rough idea of where it is that you want to go. This is going to help you immensely as you're creating apps. So what is the idea behind the weather app? It's basically that you can enter some location in the world and you'll be able to get the 10-day forecast for that location, knowing what the high and low temperature is going to be on each day for the next 10 days. So the very first screen or activity here that we have inside our app, you know what activity means now, so I'm going to go ahead and say that. We're going to have this nice title up here that says weather. We're going to have this place where you can enter some text, like say, hey, I want to go to New York City, see what, the forecast is going to be there. And if you hit this get forecast button, it's then going to take you to this activity where it's going to say, hey, here's the weather for New York. And it's going to list out, on this day, the high is this and the low is that. On this day, the high is this, the low is that. And just goes on down below. I didn't want to keep writing all this information again and again, but just wanted you to know that it's going to list out this information the next 10 days. So back to this first screen, you might be wondering, well, what are these little icons? This looks like an umbrella, maybe the sun. This is supposed to be a thermometer. These are just kind of some weather icons that I thought, putting these in here is going to make the app have a little bit more of a personality. Like if we just kind of leave this empty, I don't know. I think it kind of adds to making this a little bit more of a personal app. Down below, this is supposed to be a keyboard. So when someone types in some information, I'd like to have, the keyboard pop up so that the user can type in some information there. And I'm going to mention here that this over here in this activity, this idea of listing a bunch of information, this is called a list view in Android. And this is used in so many different apps. Just think about the apps that you have on your phone, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, the messaging, it's at some point going to list out a bunch of information that you can scroll through. If you have like a music playing app, any time that you want to go through a bunch of information, you're going to be using a list view. So this is a really, really good concrete skill to be learning in Android. And the other thing that we're going to be learning in this app is how to go get information from the internet. So, if we're going to get the weather for New York City, we got to go pull that information from somewhere. So we're going to learn how to work with an API, which basically an API is a special way to get information from a website, and it kind of sends that information to you in a special way that is really easy for our app to understand and display back information to the end user. But so many cool things that we're going to be diving into here. Can't wait to get to it. So I'd like to just go ahead and start this project. We won't write any code or design anything yet. I just want to get the new project started, and then we'll move on to another lecture. So let's go ahead and open up Android Studio. And we'll wait for this guy to pop up. Here it comes. Ooh, this nice dark background that we've got here. So close. There we go. So you can see there, I made my test version earlier. We want to create a new one here. So I'm going to say start new Android Studio project. I'm going to give it the name of weather. Feel free to name it whatever you would like. Really up to you. It's your app. Name it whatever you want. Make sure you have include Kotlin support. Check there. That's the big one that we want. Again, choose what version that you want. I'm going to be rolling with API 19 because I feel like, it gets 90% of people. I feel like that's a good move going forward. Then go ahead and just choose the empty activity. We want empty because we're going to be filling it in with our own stuff. So we'll just go ahead and select that. And as far as the name, I think main activity is a good one. So let's just go ahead and roll with that. We'll hit finish. Okay, so we'll wait for everything to update here. And we're going to be learning more about Gradle actually in this one, about how we can use it to bring other people's code into our project, which is going to be pretty interesting. You'll have a better idea of what that's doing here. And it looks like our project has been put together. Look at that. We've got a main activity and everything. This looks really good. Okay, so now that our project is ready, I think we can finally conclude this lecture. In the next one, we'll go ahead and start building this thing. All right, you may be wondering, what's the best place to move forward with this app? Like, where should we go? What should we do? And I think it's probably best to first work on things visually and then sort of add some code behind it. So let's go ahead and just work on this first main activity, where we're going to have this big weather here, and then the place where you can enter some text, the button, these icons down below. Let's get this all situated. Then we'll work on this next activity, and we can actually provide the code behind those things once we have that done. So anyways, back to this main activity. So first, let's just add some text to the top here that just in big words is going to say weather. So I'm going to move to my activity main.xml. Again, if you want to get to this, you can go to a little project file viewer over here. It's going to be under res layout, and there's that activity underscore main. And you can switch between the XML and the design version, but we want the design version. I feel like that's the best way to move. And what we're going to be using in this one is actually this constraint layout, which is just awesome. And basically, the idea behind the constraint layout is you have these things called constraints that sort of connect objects inside of your layout, and this works really well for a bunch of different screen sizes, because you can kind of say, well, it should be maybe connected to this point or that point, but it doesn't necessarily have to be linear or horizontal. It's an awesome way to do things. So we have, for instance, this hello world here ready to rock and roll. I'd like to show you how you can kind of do stuff from scratch. So I'm actually going to delete this one. I mean, what I'm trying to say is we could take this text view and turn it into this weather text view up here, but let's just go ahead and, oh, don't delete the whole file. I just want to delete this hello world. So we'll just hit delete on that. And then let's go to text and pull out a text view. So feel free to put this anywhere that you'd like. Basically what we want to do with this is have it centered in the middle of the screen somewhere near the top. So let's go ahead and first just add the text that we want inside of there. So I'm going to put a nice weather for the text. And I do want this to be bigger and actually even bold, so that, we can kind of say, hey, this is the weather app. So I'm going to go ahead and on text size here, I'm going to bump this up. Let's just see what it's at the biggest. 36. Yeah, I think this is probably what we're looking for. So we can move this around. I'd go ahead and put it where you think you'd like it. So for example, you can sort of see I'm getting some suggestions here, like it should be, I get this little dot showing that it's in the middle, and then there's this one showing it's like a certain distance from the top or whatever. But those don't necessarily matter. What matters is once you have it in about the position that you'd like, you have to start giving it some constraints. And you can tell that it's missing constraints because if we hit this little arrow here, it says this view is not constrained. It only has I'm very sorry, I can't pronounce that, positions. So we'll jump to 0, 0 unless you add constraints. Okay. So what we're going to do is, with this weather text view selected, over here on the right, we're going to hit this plus button at the top that says basically connect this to the thing above it. And so you can sort of see on this screen over here, this is going to be where we're going to see all of our different constraints and stuff, that now this weather thing is connected to the top. And if we now go look at the updated error, it says, hey, this view is not constrained horizontally. At runtime, it will jump to the left unless you add a horizontal constraint. So now you have to say, where it's supposed to be on the left and the right. So what you can do is you can just say, select a couple options here, like this wrap content. What this is going to do is it's going to say, hey, however wide this thing is, go ahead and use that. But I think probably more of what we're looking for is we should say, where this thing is going to be connected on the left and the right. So I'm actually going to do a little plus button here. All right. And we're going to do plus button on the right. So now these two things are connected each way, but what we want to do here is actually, we want to make these things 0. So I'm going to take this constraint. Let's go back to weather here. Instead of 124, I'm going to have that be 0. And instead of 124, I'm also going to have that be 0. So by doing this, we've essentially said this thing should go all the way to the edge, but since weather isn't that big, it sort of gives these squiggly lines that saying like, okay, you know, there's kind of some room over here. So you'll notice now that we've done this, this text view here says, all right, I'm 16 from the top and I'm an equal width on the left and the right. Although, even though I set it to 0, like it's not wide enough that it's going to fill up the whole screen. Like it knows where to lay this out. It puts it in the middle and it's 16 from the top. And you'll know that everything's good if you hover over here and there's no longer that big red warning that's saying, hey, this thing, you know, we don't know where to lay it out and stuff. You will notice there is still one warning here that says hard-coded string weather should use @string resource. So if you'd like to get rid of this warning, you don't have to. Let me show you how you can go fix that. So switch to the text view of this file. And for example, on this text view, if you hover over weather, it's going to say, hey, this should be used as an @string resource. And if you click more, it will kind of explain what's going on. So the basic idea here is that you can create this string file that's going to hold the title for things like a text view and buttons and stuff like that. And so that if you, for example, are going to translate your app into other languages, you can quickly create different translations for those buttons and things like that. Personally, if you're just making a very simple app, it's going to be in your native language. I think it's a little bit of overkill to do this, but if you'd like to fix this, let me show you how you can do this. Get rid of this warning. I say fix, it doesn't necessarily need fixing. But if you just click on weather here until you get the little light bulb to show up on the left here, go ahead and click on this and tap on extract string resource. Okay, and it's going to say, you know, what's the resource name and the value. Basically, just use what the defaults are going to be in there. Just go ahead and hit OK to that. So you'll notice this changes it now to say @string/weather. And if we go over inside of our app, I believe it's in, there it is. So values, we want to go to this strings.xml. We now have this item that says, okay, we're going to create a string. When it has the name weather, it's going to display weather inside of that. So if you want to kind of sort of see how this all works out, I'm going to go back to the design view here. So this right now is saying weather, but if I go to the string files and I say, you know what, I want this to say cheese or something like that. I'll save this file. I'll go back. Now this says cheese. So basically the idea is, you know, you should be able to change the name of everything from here. And if you want to change the name that sort of connects these things, like for example, a better name for this rather than just weather might be like text view weather or something like that. You'd have to copy this name, come back to the XML, go down to where the text is, and after the @string/, you would provide the exact name of whatever you had here inside of the string. So now these two things are connected. So if we go back to the design view here, you can see that it shows @cheese, but we don't want cheese, we want weather. So anyways, that was kind of a little deviation just to explain if those warnings were, you know, sort of bugging you. I wanted to show you how you could get rid of that. Okay, so we have the text view all done here. Next thing that we need to do is have a place where someone can enter text. So in Android, this is called an edit text. So we're going to go back to our screen here, and we want to search for, well, it's giving the name here of plain text, but I promise you when we dive into the code, it's going to be called an edit text. So, you know, I'm going to put this somewhere below. If we go back to our screen here, you know, we basically just need to have space for a button and some icons and then the keyboard down below. So keep it fairly close up to the top there. It doesn't have to be insane though. And so I'll make a little bit of space in between these two. And what I'm going to do for this constraint, now I could just go ahead and hit this plus button, and Android is smart enough to say, hey, there's this weather text view above it. I'm just going to say, hey, those things are 12 things apart. But I'm going to show you how to get rid of this. Just hit this little blue X here, and that gets rid of your constraint. What you can also do is drag and drop the top of this one onto the bottom one here and say, hey, you know, these things should be a certain space between each other. So you can see right now it says 8. If I change this like to 100, for example, and I have to hit tab to sort of get to the next screen, you can see it puts 100 pixels, points, spaces, whatever it is that you want to call it, between these two things. And I can say, no, that's too big. Let's do like 50. But in reality, I think something maybe more like 10 is a good spacing. You can kind of just determine what you think is right. So you can go ahead and give that a name. So or excuse me, not a name. You can sort of space that how you want. With this edit text, the next thing that we want to do here is we want to kind of change the text that's inside. So I don't want it to have a city by default or some text in there. So I'm actually going to get rid of that one. What we do want to add is something called the hint. So in here, I'm going to put something like New York City. Okay, and when I hit tab, you can see it shows up in gray. And the idea is that when you have something like this, New York City as a hint, like if you tap on this and start typing, it's going to completely get rid of New York City. Whereas if you actually had text in there, a user would have to go delete it. But it's sort of saying, hey, put something like New York City in here. And it's as the name implies, it's giving a hint to the user as to what they should be typing there. Okay. So it's nice to see what it looks like here. We definitely want to see what it looks like inside of our app. So let's go ahead and hit this run button and get this running on our little simulated device. And it's going to take a while for this thing to launch up and to get rolling. So I just wanted to get that process started. Let's still keep working on the layout here, and we'll come back once that's finally finished. But if we look at our layout, the next thing that we need is a button. So let's go back here to all, and I'm going to select a button and just bring this down below the edit text. Okay, so maybe somewhere about here. And again, with this button, you can just, take this top constraint, say, hey, it should be connected to this guy right here. Let's go ahead and say, you know what, we should just be consistent. Let's keep a 10 spacing between all this stuff. So we select the button. I'm going to change that to be 10. And look at that. We've got some nice spacing between there. So we don't want this to say button. In fact, we want it to say something like get forecast. So we're going to say get forecast. Excellent. And you'll notice that this button is not centered. So we've got to do what we did before, where we say, hey, there should be constraints on the left and right here, but we're going to set these both equal to 0. So we'll do one there, and we'll also do one there. There you can see we can do that. And we also should have done this for our edit text. So let's go ahead and add both of these and set those equal to 0. Okay, so our app's looking good. We've got the top text view here that says weather, the edit text. We've also got a button in place. Really, the next thing that we just need to add is those icons that are down at the bottom. Now that's going to take a little bit of time, so I think I might save that for our next lecture. But let's go ahead and see how our emulator is doing over here. So it looks like we just got the okay that everything finished. Let's wait for our app to show up. Now I think it's probably going to show the earlier version where we didn't have the button inside of there. So we'll see what we get. Yep, and you can see because we didn't put those constraints on the left and the right, it just kind of threw it over to the left. So let's run that one more time now that we have these things in place, and we should be seeing the text view up top, the edit text, and all that grand stuff. And then really all that we got to do is just add those buttons down below, and then we're ready. So here it comes, and look at that. And like I said, there's New York City. If I just start typing with my keyboard, it automatically just gets rid of New York City. It's only when there's no text in there it shows this kind of grayed out New York City. So awesome stuff. We are looking good. Let's keep moving forward in the next one. So the big thing missing from this first main activity are those 3 icons down below, the sun, the umbrella, the thermometer, whatever. So let's go ahead and talk about how we can add those. Now we need to get some icons from somewhere. You could create them yourself, or you could go download them from a website. I have a website that I love to use that shows you just tons of different icons that most you can use for free, as long as you give some credit to the author, or some you have to pay for, but it's just really great website that I love. So go ahead and open up any browser that you want and go to flaticon.com. And once you're here, basically you can search for anything you like. As you can see, over 500,000 different icons, and they're all vector icons, which is going to be important for here inside of this lecture. And vector basically means that they can grow and shrink to as big or as little as you want. But if we just go ahead and search for weather, you're going to see all sorts of things that come up here, tons and tons of different icons. They even have these sort of packs. So for example, there's this one. This is the one that I ended up liking. So this weather pack, there's definitely lots of ads that you've got to click through here, but you can see we've got like a nice sun here, some thermometer stuff, the umbrella that we were looking for, like all sorts of cool icons that we can use for our app. And you can actually just download the whole thing. So sometimes if you want to download a whole pack, you have to create an account and log in. You can just go grab these individually if you'd like. But again, some of these, for example, if I was going to use like this sun icon and you go to download, we would want to download the SVG file. It's going to say, hey, make sure that you credit the author with this made by Oliver, and it sort of gives you some code if you're going to be putting it on a website where you're going to credit the author. So in our Android app, you'd want to make some screen, or maybe in like the Google Play Store, you'd want to give credit to this made by Oliver. But anyways, just kind of want to show you the basics of that. So I've already downloaded this set. And so on my computer, if I go to my downloads, I've got this nice folder that comes with all the PNGs. So if I want to, scroll through and see what each of these look like, I can kind of do that and see the different icons. But then once I'm done with those, then I have these SVG files, which these are the vector files. I'm going to tell you why these are so important. But let's go ahead and first find the PNGs that we want to use. So first for the sun, let's just go ahead and find a nice solid sun here. That one's got snow on it. And there we go, sunny. So sunny.png, this is one that we're going to want to use. So I'm going to move over to the SVG folder, and I'm going to take sunny.svg, wherever that is, got to keep scrolling down, sunny.svg, and I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it on my desktop so that I have access to the ones that I'm going to use. And it looks like we can actually scroll through these SVG files. I didn't realize that we can do that. So, oh, and look at us, lucky us, the umbrellas were right where we're looking for. So I kind of like this one where the rain's coming down, because what I try to do with my sketches, I want to represent like a nice sunny day, maybe a rainy day, and then like a cold day. So if we go back to this umbrellas.svg, I think I'll use this too. So I'm going to go paste that on my desktop. And then lastly, we just need a thermometer. So let's see, just something that represents cold. And yeah, I think this is probably what we're looking for. So I'm going to copy this as well and then paste it on the desktop. So the great thing about these SVG files, you can see like they're both like all of them are like 4 or 5 kilobytes, very, very small files, is that these can grow or shrink as much as you want. And it always kind of just keeps like, it draws the line. It's not like an actual image. Like we could make this, put this on a screen that's like 10,000 pixels by 10,000 pixels or something like that, and it would still show as this nice, image with these lines coming through. And it's just, so the idea is that basically with a vector image, you're drawing in the image. And why that's so cool on Android is because there's all different sorts of screen sizes, and by putting a vector image in your app, it, depending on what the screen size is going to be and the pixel density, all that stuff, it's going to draw the best image that it can. So it's really good for our type of app. So let's go back to Android Studio here and learn how to add these vector images. What we're going to do is we're going to go over here to where it says drawable. And so under res, drawable, we're going to right click here and we're going to say new vector asset. So go ahead and select that. We want to say it's a local file, and you can see it's looking for an SVG or a PSD file. I think PSD is maybe the Photoshop one. But regardless, go ahead to here where it says path, and we want to go choose something from our desktop. So I'm going to first add the sunny.svg. So we click on that. It gives it this nice name. I think the default name's fine. So we'll just go ahead and hit next on this. We'll say finish. And now we have this sunny image that we can add to our app. So let's just do this for the other ones. I'm going to say again, new vector asset. And I'm going to give this the name, or choose the umbrella one. That looks good. We'll just hit next here, kablam. And then one more time for our cold thermometer. So we're going to go to vector asset, local file, and we'll do the temperature just like that. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, so we have all those added. So now, if we want to add a new image view here, I'm going to scroll down to where we have image view. I'm just going to click, drag this out. So it's going to ask you, what do you want to use? And here under drawable, we can go ahead and select, for example, I can choose this sunny icon, which will be pretty cool. So I'll just go ahead and hit OK to that. And look at that. I get this cool little sun there. So I do want this to be a little bit bigger. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of stretch this out. And you can see no matter how big, small I make this, like this sun always looks good. That's what's so awesome about these vector images, is that, you can choose whatever size you want and it's going to be okay. Now we do want to make sure that we have enough room to fit the 3 icons there. So I'm going to select this image view, And I'm going to keep tapping here until I get the set bars. I guess it was already in this position, but I want to set a specific layout width and height. So this is going to be hard coded here, meaning I'm going to give a definite number. So maybe let's just see what 50 by 50 looks like. So we'll go ahead and say 50 by 50. And that's a pretty good size. You could probably go bigger if you wanted to. Like I might explore what 70 by 70 looks like. Yeah, to me, that's probably a little bit more of what we're looking for. And so we're going to go ahead and grab one of these here. Now I want to make image views of basically the same size for the other two icons. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this over here on this component tree. So just copy and then paste, and look, it adds another one right on top. If I paste again, it's going to throw another. So I'm going to go ahead and sort of space these out like I would, potentially want them. Let's keep this one as sunny. For this one, let's change that to the umbrella. So when we go over here and for the SRC compat, what we're going to do is change this to the umbrella. If you hit the little dots to the side of it, that's where it will bring up the menu where you can choose something. And then for this third one, again, click this and change it to, in this case, the thermometer. Awesome. So we have our icons now. They're all their sizes, but the question is, how are we going to work this with the constraints, right? Like we want all of these to be a certain distance from each other. So what we want to do is in fact select all three of these image views together. So I'm going to click and drag, and you can see it sort of give me the square where I can select things, and make sure you have these three selected and only these three. Then what we're going to do is we're going to right click here, and we're going to go ahead and say center, and we want to do center horizontally. So we also could have done this with the text views and buttons above, but you can do the 0, 0 thing as well. But when you have all three of these selected, this is the fastest way to do this. You want to say center horizontally, and you can see it sort of selects all these, and already it sort of spaced them in a correct way, that they all sort of have an equal spacing there. Now, if you hit this little link button here, you can change to say, go ahead and go edge to edge, or this one, keep them as close as you can together. But I like this one where it just does equal spacing between everything. I think visually, this is the best aesthetic that we're looking for. So once we have that in place, we just have to, with these image views, they don't know vertically where they're going to be. They know horizontally where they should be. But what we want to do is we want to take the center one, and we want to say that this top constraint should be a certain distance from the bottom of this button. So, we've been pretty consistent here that we want this to be 10. So I'll maybe set that to 10, but you can notice this one is still sort of higher than these other two. So what we want to do is take the top constraint from here and drag it over to the top constraint of this one and say, hey, these two things should be the same. So rather than that showing 8, we're going to change it to 0. And now those two will match up. And then the top constraint here, we'll also drag that, and we'll, once we have that one in place, we're saying, nope, there shouldn't be 8 distance, there should be 0. So the cool thing about this is now, if I take that 10, I say, you know what, it should be something more like 50 away. If I move that one, both of these move with it. So these three are now kind of all connected depending on where this middle one is. So if I take this middle one again and I say, nope, you know what, I think it looked better at like 10 or something like that. Look at that, they sort of all move up together, okay? So pretty cool. I mean, visually, this should be what we're looking for. Let's go ahead and run this, make sure it's exactly what we're looking for. But I think really the last thing we just want to check here is that our keyboard fits, everything looks good, and then we can move on to start learning about list views. So we'll go ahead and check out our emulator here. Oh, goodness, look at that. We've got the text view, the buttons, these. I might bring these down slightly, but to know where I should bring it down, one thing that I do want to show you is how to get your keyboard to show up. Because right now, if you just type with your computer keyboard, that will work. But you kind of want to know what the Android keyboard is going to be looking like. So if we go ahead and hit the circle button to sort of get to the home screen here, we want to find the settings app. So it should be here, hopefully at the top. If not, you might have to scroll down to where it says settings. But open up the settings app. We want to get to where the keyboard is. So just go ahead and hit the search icon and search for keyboard. You can see I was looking at this earlier. Then we're going to go ahead and select keyboard and inputs. All right, so once you're here, you should see your virtual keyboard. If not, you might need to add that. And the way that you can do that is if you go to like virtual keyboard, let's see, and hit manage keyboard, you can flip that thing on. But what we want to do is over here on physical keyboard, so again, language is an input. If we go to physical keyboard, you want to switch this to on where it says show virtual keyboard. Okay. So once you have that, go ahead and hit this button back to see your apps, and we should have our weather app here. And if you sort of double click on this edit text, boom, you can see this virtual keyboard shows up. So this is kind of cool that, we can, type from here and see things show up. So it does look like we have a little bit of space here with these icons, and I think they're a little bit cramped right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this image view and say, you know what, let's see what 20 looks like here. I think that might, yeah, to me it looks a little bit better. Let's go ahead and run this, make sure that it's, what we're looking for, but I do think that'll go well. So we'll wait for Android Studio here. Come on. Come on. You can do it. We're waiting. Okay, looks like it just went, and here we go. There, yeah, I think that looks a little bit better having some space down there. So it's up to you with all this spacing stuff, even the icons. You choose how you want this thing to look, but I think we are in pretty good shape. So give yourself a pat on the back. We've just done a lot of design stuff, and I know that you're in a Kotlin course and you're kind of like, oh, came here to learn code. I didn't, want to learn all this visual stuff, but this visual thing is so important. I want to tell a quick story. When I was in college with a group of friends, I made this website called Pick My Bracket, and it was basically a website where for March Madness, it's this big basketball tournament in the US, it'll sort of fill out this 64 team bracket for you. And anyway, it was really cool because at each game it would use some probability. It would use like the rank of the team. We even downloaded like the team stats, and you can say if you like a team with offense or defense, put them through. But I created the prototype for this thing, and it took me like most of the day on a Saturday, and I just thought it was so cool, and I was showing my friends, and basically what it was you'd hit get results on this button, and instantly it would show you this bracket filled out. And in fact, so I'll show you in a second here, but anyways, it would fill out the entire bracket for you using randomness, and I showed it to a bunch of my friends, and they were all like, okay, that's cool, like they weren't really impressed at all. I thought it was amazing because I just spent all day building it, and I was like, no, it uses probability and like all this stuff. It's really, really cool. But no one thought it was awesome. But then I worked with some friends, and we added like some animation to it. We had like a cool background, and we made it so that like over time, as it was like, well, it had already picked all the teams, but we made it look like the computer was thinking and all this stuff. And then as soon as we added that stuff, everyone was like, oh my goodness, this is the coolest thing in the world. So let me just show you what it is, what it looks like right now. So we'll see if it's actually still up and running. Pickmybracket.com. Oh, that's disappointing because I must have done something and broke it. But basically, just wanted to say that, getting your apps or whatever sort of programming project that you have to visually look well means all the difference to people. You may have the coolest internal guts, but if it doesn't look good, people will not appreciate it and respect it. So this is a very important skill that you're learning here. Okay, well, enough with me ranting. Let's go ahead and dive into list views in the next lecture. All right, so we have the first activity of this app completely done. It looks great. Now we want to move on to the next activity where we're going to have something called a list view where we can display a bunch of information in a list, right? Makes sense. List view is going to show a list. So in order to do this, we need to make it so that when we hit the get forecast button that we automatically move over to the next activity. And since we've already learned how to do that, this is going to be a little challenge for you. So I want you to create a new activity that's going to hold a list view. Now don't go ahead and put the list view in it yet, just make an empty activity but I want you to write all the code so that when someone hits the get forecast button, it'll move over to that new activity, and then we'll talk about adding a list view in there and all that good stuff. But this is your challenge. Remember, I want you to do this on your own. You can refer back to the last section if you need to, go Google whatever it is that you need, but please do this on your own. This is really going to cement that you know what's going on and you're kind of picking up this Android stuff here. So go ahead and hit pause now and go do it. Okay, so hopefully that went well for you. I'm going to show you how I would do this in case you have any questions. But basically what we've got to do here is we're going to say, move over here to where we have our main activity. And I'm going to right click the folder above. I'm going to say new activity. And I just want an empty activity, and I'm going to call it forecast activity, because to me that kind of describes what it is. If you have a different name, totally fine. Just got to sort of describe what's going on there. So we want Kotlin. That looks good. Everything's I was gonna say everything's awesome, but that's the everything is awesome song. We don't want this to be the launcher activity. We do want a layout file. Looks good. So we'll hit finish here. And now we have this forecast activity.kt. So as far as actually moving to this activity, though, we're going to have to go back to our activity here. And first, with this button, we're going to have to give it a proper ID. So I'm going to call this get forecast button. Okay, seems like a pretty good name to me. It looks saying, do you want to update this? Yes, let's do that. Okay, so once all those are in place, let's go to our main activity here. This is for that first activity that we have, and we want to first get access to that button. So I'm going to say var get forecast button is equal to find view by ID, and this should be a button coming back to us. There we go. And then inside of here we'll do our capital R.ID get forecast button. There we go. Okay, so once we have this button, we want to set its on click listener. So we're going to say get forecast button dot set on click listener. We want the one with the curly brackets so we can write some code in here. And what we want to do is make an intent that's going to go to the next activity. So what we're going to do is I'm going to say var move intent is equal to a brand new intent. And we'll go ahead and do our parentheses here. So and it looks like maybe go ahead do. Sometimes when you're doing that autocomplete, it's good to hit enter because, for example, to use an intent, you have to have code from, you have to import this Android file. And by hitting enter on that, it does an auto import for you up there. But so you'll see now when we do the parentheses, we can pass in different things inside of here. So the first thing is we are going to pass a context. And so I am going to try this out. I was looking at some documentation. I think we might be able to say this, which is just providing the current class that we're in, but we'll see if this works. And then we need to provide the class that we're moving to, which is the forecast activity. We're going to do our : class.java. And it looks like that works. So yeah, I know before we had done the get current context thing, but I think by just passing this, that's going to be at least make our code look a lot better here. And then what we want to do is we want to start activity and pass in this move intent. Okay, so let's go ahead and test this out to make sure that it is working. But hopefully it will just be as simple as this. So let's see. Here it comes. Waiting for the Gradle build. I can't wait to dive into that Gradle discussion here in a little bit. That'll be interesting. So we'll go ahead and wait for this. Again, yeah, just want to re-emphasize that, if you had used the other get context, that's totally fine if you have that. But, I just wanted to show you a different way that you can do that because I saw this and I thought, oh, this is going to be a lot better if we have that. But if we hit that get forecast button, look at that. We move to the next activity. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Okay. So now that that's all done, let's go ahead and talk about list views, how they work, how you can get them to show up. And so what we're going to do is we're going to move over to our activity forecast, and or it's called forecast activity, but I guess the XML file is activity_forecast. But what we want to do is we want to have a list view inside of here. So I believe it's under containers. Yep, there it is. There's a list view, and we're just going to drag this out to here. Now you can see it takes up most of the screen, but it's probably worth it to just go ahead and do have these constraints all around. So right now it's showing a padding of 8 on those. You can go ahead and switch that to go to something like 0 all the way around. Totally up to you, but I think that's probably good if we go edge to edge there. So I'll just go ahead and move all those. Excellent. Okay, so we've got that in place. We now have this list view, but then the question is, how do we get anything to show up inside of there? Well, let me show you inside of our code. So first, on this list view, let's give it a proper ID, and we'll call this something like forecast list view. Okay, and you can see for some reason, when we gave it the ID, these little items showed up as kind of a preview of what could be in there. But let's go ahead and go to our forecast activity.kt. First, let's get access to the list view. So what we're going to say is var list view, and this name list view, this is just something I came up with. You could call this like the list view. You could call it Sam. I mean, you could call it whatever you want, but I just think lowercase list view, this is a pretty good name for what we're working with. So we're going to say list view, this thing is equal to, we need to do our find view by ID. We should be getting back a list view. And we want to do our capital R.id.forecast list view. Excellent. Okay. So once we have access to this list view, the next thing that we want to do is we want to talk about how we can fill some information in there. And in order to put information in, we have to have some information to go. So typically with a list view, you're trying to show a bunch of items. And so usually list views, the information behind them, there's some sort of either array or list, right? Like for us, we're going to have like the 10-day forecast, right? And so that would be like a list of strings. Maybe if it was a music app, you would have a list of artists, and if you tap on one of them, then it's going to show a list of albums by that artist, and you tap on an album and it shows like, you know, a list of songs for that. But it's typically there's some sort of list behind a list view. I know you're like, well, duh, of course, but you know, just kind of want to emphasize that point. So let's go ahead and first make ourselves a list. So maybe just for fun, what I'm going to do is just make a list of let's do a list of strings. So I'm going to say var, and as for what the strings are going to be, I could just have, we'll just call it random. So random things is going to be a list. So we're going to say list of, and we want this to be a list of strings. So let's put inside of there maybe just like hello, how are you? Maybe something like I like cheese. I don't know. So we now have this list called random things, and it's a list of string objects here. And then what we need to do is to get these to show up inside of the list view. Now to do this, Android has this cool thing called an array adapter, which basically takes a list or an array and it turns it into, and it sort of matches things up inside of the list view. So let's go ahead and make our adapter. So I'm just going to say var adapter is equal to a new array adapter. Okay, and we'll go ahead and do our parentheses here. So first it needs a context. So we'll just go ahead and provide this. The next thing that it needs is the resource. So there's different types of views that you can have here for each item that's in your list view. We just want a basic one. So what we're going to do is we're just going to type out android.r.layout. And we want this one called simple list item 1. So yours might not be at the top. So you just, I think it's at the top because I used it recently, but scroll down and find simple list item 1 and just go ahead and hit comma there. And then the next thing that it needs is, you know, in a list or an array. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it random things. Okay. So we'll just go ahead and put that there. And once and basically the job of this adapter is to take this random things here, and it's supposed to put them in this certain type of layout, a list item, and then it puts that inside of the list view. Now to connect the list view and the adapter here, because right now the adapter knows about random things, but adapter doesn't know about list view, and list view doesn't know about the adapter. Well, we just have to say list view dot adapter, and we are going to set that equal to the adapter that we had just created right here. Okay. And it is that simple. Go ahead, hit run on your app. Okay. And I do not want to update that now, so I'm going to go ahead and hit the X there. We'll wait for our simulator to show up. Okay, we got the green check. That means we should be going here. Now when we hit get forecast, boom, look at that. We have the hello, how are you, I like cheese. It's in a list. Now we can't move this list up and down because there's not enough to fill the whole screen. So if you wanted to see what that's like, is I'm going to take kind of these last two things here, and I'm just going to paste this in a lot of times so we have a nice big list here. And let's run this one more time and see what a list view looks like when it has a lot of different items inside of it. So we'll go ahead, open this up. Say get forecast, and boom, look at this. So now you can sort of click, drag, and move through this list and see all the different things inside of here. Again, you remember in the resume app when we had that nice blob, we get that too with the list view. Pretty cool stuff. But anyways, yeah, that's all it takes to get your list view up and running. So, I mean, what did it take to get this? First, we grabbed the list view, we made a list, we said, let's make an adapter, and then let's set the adapter to the list. That's all it takes to get things up and running. So just to make sure you sort of understand what's going on here, what I want you to do is I want you to make a brand new list. I want you to delete the code at least up to this point so that all you have is a list view. And I want you to create, for example, pick out your favorite movies. So make a list of your favorite movies. Make a list of your favorite movies and list them in the list view. Okay, so this is going to be kind of a quick little challenge here because I really want to make sure you got this idea of list views, because as I said, go look on your phone and find any app that doesn't use list views. I mean, outside of games, there's not many. Like almost every app uses list views, so it's a really good idea to figure out how these things work. So there's my challenge for you. Again, this is sort of a double challenge lecture here, but go ahead and hit pause and do that now. Okay, so hopefully that went well for you. Like I said, make a list of your favorite movies and list them in a list view. So what I'm going to do is make a variable of my favorite movies, and I'm going to say this is a list of, and so Sandlot, that's definitely one of my top movies. I'm going to spell this wrong, but Emperor's New Groove. Yeah, there's no way that's how you spell Emperor. Other favorite movies. I'm a big fan of all the James Bond movies, so I don't have one in particular. I just think they're all good. James Bond, as well, other action stuff, all the Fast and the Furious ones. Fast and Furious. I mean, again, I'm probably spelling this thing wrong. Oh, my spelling is horrendous. But anyways, so I've got a list of some movies here. And again, I was going to say Fast and the Furious, some of the dumbest movies in the world. But if you just sort of shut off your brain when you go to watch them, great time. All right, so now that I have a list of poorly spelled movies, I'm going to create an adapter so I can show these inside of my list view. So I'm going to say var adapter is equal to a new array adapter. And I'm going to pass it this for the context. And then for the resource, I'm going to say android.r.layout.simple_list_item1. Then I'm going to provide it the list, which is fave movies. All right, and then the last bit here is I just have to say list view dot adapter and set that equal to the adapter that I just created. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this and see what we get. I'm excited to see this. And again, hopefully this just kind of helped you cement what's going on here. But I'm going to hit get forecast and boom, look, I get all my movies showing up. Okay, so that's it for this lecture. Like I said, we didn't really, work on getting actual weather data to show up, but I wanted you to know how list views worked, so that now sort of our central focus is going to be how do we go get information from the internet and get it to show up in our app. So we're going to go tackle that now. Well, we've gotten to a point in our app where really the big roadblock for us is we need to be able to get some information from the internet. We need to say, if we want the weather forecast for New York City, we need to be able to get that information back and turn it into a list that we can then have show up inside of a list view like this. Because right now in our app, like this first activity here, it's completely done. It looks exactly how we'd like. If we type in, New York or something, then get forecast, it takes us to another screen, which basically looks like what we want. Like we've got to fix the title up there and it needs to show the actual data. But that's the big thing, is we need the data in order to move forward. So, how do we get this to work? Where are we going to get this weather information? Well, there's tons and tons of great services that offer, the forecast for almost any place in the world. And, if we just go ahead and open up Safari and I just say like forecast for New York, look at that. It's a suggested search term. And all of a sudden, Google shows me embedded in the search results what it thinks should be there. But you notice like here's weather.com, AccuWeather.com, theweathernetwork.com, wonderground.com, NBC New York, like BBC.com. Like we could just go on and we could get tons and tons of this information. Look at that, 86 million results for the forecast for New York. Like it's insane about how much information we could get. But if, for example, if we go to weather.com and, like how do we get, like, because this is exactly what we're looking for is, the high low stuff, but it's like, how do we get this information in a way that we could get it in showing up inside of a list view, right? Like we basically just want to get these numbers, put them in a string, but how do we turn this whole web page into that information? Well, websites, not all of them, but some of them offer a service called an API. And an API allows you to access information from a website without all the extra crap. So you can see here on this weather website, we've got ads on the side. There's a particular design that might be this way today, but tomorrow maybe they change the whole design of the thing to be something new and cool. And that's not good for us if we want to consistently pull information. So the API says, you know what, we're going to give you information in a very standard, predictable way, and you can always rely on that coming through from the API. So again, we don't want these ads, all this extra fluff. We just want the straight up information. And if we use an API, it gives us to in a much sort of straightforward way. So if we search for weather API, okay, we still get tons and tons of information. Like you'll even notice some of the same websites like wonderground.com, they have an API and they show websites with that information. Here's like Yahoo does it, Forecast, API XU apparently, all these different places. So the one that we want to work with is this Yahoo Developer Network. You can decide which service that you'd like to use. You really can use any, but I just think that this one is the easiest to work with and it allows us to search for a location, which I think is really nice. But anyways, let me show you, for example, why this is going to be what we're looking for. So let me go ahead and go full screen here. And so right now it's showing us, if you want to find out the weather for a particular location, it's giving us Nome, AK. Is that Nome, Arkansas or Alaska? But anyways, let's say I wanted to put like New York inside of here. So if you go and hit this API for this, if you hit test, it's going to show you what the API would give you. It gives you back information that looks like this. And if you really want to see what it exactly looks like copy this whole line here, open a new tab and paste that in. And this is literally what you get back is this huge mess of like text with all this information where for you, it's like, oh, this is kind of hard to understand. But if you open a new tab and just type in like pretty JSON, there's lots of services that will take JSON and make it look good. But let's see, maybe JSON formatter and validator. This looks fine. Like just copy or select all the text from here, copy it, paste it inside, hit process. And look at this. So it shows you this nice version where, let me go ahead and make this a little bit bigger here so you can see what's going on. But basically, this information is sort of embedded in different layers. So at the top, you have this thing, this object called a query. Okay, so within the query, it's showing when this was created, what language it's in, and then it gives you some results. So then within results, it has this thing called a channel, right? And then, but it tells you here, like inside of channel, like here are some units. So it's showing things in Fahrenheit, miles per hour, pressure in, is that inches, distance in miles? I'm not sure what that's about, but it gives you a title here, like, oh, this is the weather in New York, for example. But if we scroll down far enough, like there's all these different things inside of here, but there's this thing called forecast, which we can expand or close. But inside of forecast, it has like, this is the forecast for this day. And it shows the day of the week that it is, the high, the low, and even some text like, oh, there's going to be some thunderstorms. So for this one, for the next day, it shows this is Thursday, 78, high 78, low of 66. But like, this is information, it's in a specific structured way that we could go get this. And if you really want to see like that it's always going to follow this format, this right now is doing a search for New York, but let's go ahead and search for like Los Angeles or something like that. So we'll get this new information, we'll copy this, paste it up above, then we'll take all this information and let's go ahead and paste it in here, process. And look at this. Oh, cool. It shows the two next to each other. So this will actually be kind of interesting. But so you can see our one before, it's showing the information for New York. This is showing it for Los Angeles, Catalina. Maybe this isn't showing for Los Angeles. Maybe I misspelled something. But anyways, no matter what location this thing is at, you can see that it's following the same forecast. At the end of the day, it's going to go down to forecast and show this information. Now, these don't have the exact same forecast, right? Like up here, it's showing a high of 92, low of 70, whereas this one's showing a high of 78, low of 66. But they follow the same format. So no matter what location we give it, we can always expect that we're going to get back a list of like forecasts and be able to move from there. So like I said, I sort of mentioned this before, the name of when there's different ways that you can represent data. One of them is called JSON, and it's just kind of a format that you can follow. And you can see we had JSON selected here. You can also do XML, which XML is actually how we do our activity layout files. So this is what XML looks like when it pertains to Android, but you can also use it for data, and it essentially shows the same stuff, but it's just in a slightly different way. JSON is definitely the more popular way to work with stuff, and I think the easier way to work with things, but you can also use XML. But anyways, JSON is just the way that this information is presented. And if you want to learn more about JSON, there's tons of great resources out there. But what I'm trying to get across here is these weather APIs, you can give them a location like Los Angeles, and it'll give you back this JSON document with all the information about the forecast, and then we can parse through this information. Parsing basically means, go through this information, sort of break it down, and we can get back individual day forecasts and eventually turn those things into a list. So I sort of blabbed on for a while here, and we haven't written any code. So I'm going to end this lecture in a second. But before we do, there's, if we were going to write some code to be able to download this information from this particular URL and then go get the JSON and then, sort of break it down, parse it, like I said earlier, that would take a lot of code to do. But the great thing is that there's people that have written code in order to do basically what we're looking for, to download information and parse through JSON. And one of those pieces of code is something called retrofit. So if you just search retrofit, it should be one of the top results. We want square.github.io, something like that. If you search like Android retrofit, you would for sure find it. But this was some code created by the people that create Square. They're like the payment processing company. But anyways, it allows you to very quickly get information from a website and parse through the JSON. It calls it a type-safe HTTP client for Android and Java. So anyways, we want to integrate this into our code, and this is where we're going to start talking about Gradle. And so first off, before we dive into this, what is Gradle? We've seen it mentioned a lot of different times here. And whenever you try and run your app, it's like doing the Gradle build and all this stuff. Well, if you go ahead and hit this little side menu here for Gradle, there's different things that are going on, but Gradle is a what are they called? It's like a build process. I guess we should Google for the exact term, but basically it automates a bunch of things for us. What is Gradle? I want to know the exact terminology that you use. Oh, a build automation system. That's it. So basically, when you have your project here that has all these XML files and these Kotlin files, and you want to go run your app on an emulator, basically the job of Gradle is to combine all your files together, make an application bundle that you can then send to the emulator and get it to run. Gradle just basically does a bunch of things in the background for you without you having to really mess with it. And so Gradle is awesome from that, but we can also use Gradle in order to download and bring other people's code into our project. So what we're going to do is over here on the left side, we have these things called Gradle scripts. And we want to double click on the one that says module app. So this build.gradle for module app, we want to bring in a new dependency, and we want one for this retrofit code. So I'm going to go back here. You can see it shows us the code saying, hey, if you want to bring this in via Gradle, you can use compile and then put in this information. So there might be a different version of retrofit. I would suggest that you use this 2.3.0 if you're going to be following my lectures here. And so even if this says something like 2.4 or 3.0, I don't know what versions might come out in the future. Just change it to say 2.3.0 so you're following the exact same one as me. But go ahead and we're just going to copy this code, and we're going to come back here to where it says dependencies in the build.gradle for the module app. And we're just going to add it to this list of dependencies. We're going to go down here, put that right there, and you'll see as soon as we paste this code, we get this little warning thing that says, hey, Gradle files have changed since our last project sync. Our project sync is necessary for the IDE to work properly. So now to use this code, we have to hit this button, sync now. And so basically what Gradle is going out and doing is it's going to Retrofit's website, it's grabbing the code for Retrofit that handles all this downloading for us, and it's integrating it into our project so that we can use all of that. And just like that, Gradle has finished. It took 3 seconds and 863 milliseconds. I love that it says down to the milliseconds how long it took to finish that stuff. But the great news is that now that we've done this, if we go back to any one of our files, like this forecast activity, for example, and I want to use some retrofit stuff, I can now at the top say import. And if I start typing retrofit, you can see there's retrofit 2. And so all of a sudden I now have access to this code that is going to allow me to quickly download some JSON and turn it into some objects that I can display. So anyways, this has gone on long enough. I don't want it to cover too many things in a lecture, so we're going to stop this one. But in the next one, we're going to start using retrofit to go and get some code. So in this lecture, I'm going to cover how to use retrofit and show you how we can go get some information from a website and have it show up in our app. So if we go ahead and scroll up to the top here, there's information about how this works, but I'm going to take you personally through this to show you how you can do this. Now, with this Yahoo API, this is pretty complex. Like you saw, to kind of get down to where we have all this information, we kind of have to go through a couple of different levels of things. So rather than just go straight for this, we're going to create our own set of JSON information for kind of a simple version of, someone who wants to get a forecast, and then we'll work on sort of the big one here. So what we're going to do is we're going to open a new tab and go to myjson.com. So this is an awesome website where you can write some JSON code and then have it sort of consume it as if it were an API. So I'm going to make just some kind of test data here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do square brackets like this. So make sure you have the square brackets, and I'm going to kind of zoom in so you can see this in a little bit more detail. But basically I want to make some forecast objects. So inside of the square brackets, I'm going to do curly brackets. And inside of those curly brackets, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say maybe what the high and the low is going to be. So in quotes, I need to say high, colon, and then I need to give some sort of number. I might say, and I'm going to put these also in quotes, so I might say something like 78. And then after that, I'm going to do a comma, and then I'm going to say, in quotes, low, another quotation there, and then I'm going to put a number like 65 or something like that. Okay, so to make sure that this is working, I'm going to go ahead and hit save real quick. And if everything works, it's going to say your JSON was saved and it was valid. But this isn't the end thing that we want. So go ahead and copy what you have already, and we're going to go hit the back button. And it looks like, oh, it already saved it, so that's a good thing. And what we're going to do is copy the curly brackets here. So copy the whole curly brackets, not the square ones. And afterwards hit a comma, enter, paste in the same thing. Comma, enter, paste in the same thing. So this, now we have 3 different sort of forecasts here. So this one, the high might be 92 and the low is 70. And this one, we'll say the high gets really crazy. It's 110 and the low is maybe 55. That's the crazy day where it gets super hot and super cold in the same day. But if you have these 3 things and the comma after those first 2, if you hit save, you can see it sort of organizes it in this new way. And then it gives you this awesome URL. It says now you can access this JSON directly. So if we go ahead and copy this, and I don't know how long this website's going to hold on to this information. I would just go ahead and build your own, but you might be able to use my same one where it's /bin/1 lowercase d0 But if I go to this website, look at that. It shows up the JSON that I had just created earlier. But now it's at like a website where I could go get this information if I wanted to. So now that we have this, let's go back and I'm going to show you how we can integrate retrofit into our project. So let's go ahead and pull up Android Studio. What we need to do is we need to make a new Kotlin file that is going to hold all of our information about working with the weather API. So I'm just going to say file, new Kotlin file /class. I right clicked on this folder with our other Kotlin file. So new Kotlin file, and I'm just going to call it weather help. Okay. So just go ahead and hit OK on that. So now I have this weatherhelp.kt. So inside of here, the first thing that I want to create is I want to create something called an interface. And an interface is basically saying that you're going to have some type of function or method, but you don't actually create that. And so this is just something that Retrofit requires us to use. If we go up, you can see it shows us how to make an interface. They show how to use it in Java. I'm going to show you how to do it in Kotlin. But basically, what we're going to do is we're going to go back to Android Studio here. So we're just going to type interface and then give it the name of whatever you want. I think a good name is Weather API. Again, you can determine this, but I'm going to call it Weather API. We're going to do our square brackets, and let me go ahead and pump up the text size here because I'm wondering if you're able to see everything that I'm typing here. Let me appearance. Let's see, I'm going to just search for font and see if I can find. There we go. All right, let's bump this up to like 24. There we go. This should be much more, well, I think that was a bit of overkill. So let's, oh, it did 34, not 24. All right, that's probably better. Because now since we're gonna be diving into some serious Kotlin code here, so it's probably good that we sort of bump this up. All right, so inside this interface, first thing that we need to do is create a function, but we're not actually gonna write any code in the function. In fact, in the interface, that's not allowed. But basically, you just need to do a title of some sort of function that you want that someone should call from this API. So I think, for example, get forecast is a good name. So we're going to say get forecast with parentheses, just like this. And then we're going to say that this function returns back some information. So we're going to say colon space, and it's going to return back an object called call. So if you just type call like this, we don't want this one that says Android.telecom. We actually want to go down to where it says retrofit. So go over that, hit enter, and you'll notice that imports retrofit2.call up at the top. But then we can say call and say what it should be passing back. And basically, if we go back to our API here, what we're looking to get back is a list of some forecast objects. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to our code and I'm going to create, say this should return back a list, but then this particular list, like what type is coming in that, it's going to come with something called forecast. Now there is no class called forecast, so we get an error over there, but that's okay. We're going to create a new class and we're going to say class capital forecast. And what is this class going to consist of? Well, we're going to do our open and close parentheses here, and we're going to add some different properties to this. So really the big ones that we're looking for, if we go back to our JSON, is it should have a high and a low. So we'll go back to our code and we're going to say it should say vol high is of type string, and it's also going to have vol low, which is of type string, just like that. Okay, so we've got this information now. We now have a class. You can see that that error went away. And then the next thing that we need to do with this function is we need to say, hey, when someone calls get forecast, what URL should we actually go and visit? So we're going to do type at capital get, and as when you see get here, make sure you do enter on that, because again, we need to import some stuff from Retrofit. So at get, and then in the parentheses here, we're just going to put a string of what the URL is, but you don't want to, for example, here with this URL, it's https://api.myjson.com/ and then, you know, there's like the bins /1do whatever. So we just want bins / this thing. Okay, so we just want the ending part. We're going to use the base in a different location. So we'll copy this. We're going to come back to our code, paste in just what we have here. Okay. Now, once we have this in place, so we have this interface that says, you know, we're going to have a weather API, then we're going to have this class called forecast. We need to now create a class that makes an object that can go grab the weather using this interface and stuff. So if you're a little bit confused on where we're going and how this is all working, the big answer to that is that Retrofit, this is just sort of the way that they've asked us to work with this. Here you can see, you know, the interface. They did their at get thing. They have a call, you know, all this stuff. And it's just kind of the way they do things. And I think as you type this out, especially doing this example, then moving on to the complex one, you're going to learn a lot about how this works. So if you're kind of feeling a little bit lost, don't worry. I think clarity is coming soon. So we're going to make a new class, and we're going to call this like maybe the weather retriever, because its job is going to help us work with using this weather API. So we're going to say weather retriever this class, and let's go ahead and do our curly brackets with it. So we want to have it have a property called a service, which is going to be the weather API. So I'm going to say vol service is of type weather API, exactly what we had up there, but it's going to scream at us because it's going to say, hey, if you make a property, you have to set it equal to something. So what we're going to do is use something called an init function. That means whenever this class is created, it's actually, this is our chance to set properties up here. So now we can go here and actually create a weather API. So in order to create a weather API, what we're going to do is we're going to type out retrofit, hit enter on that. And so we want retrofit.builder, and we're not getting the autocomplete. There it is, retrofit.builder with parentheses. Then we're going to say .base URL. So the base URL, this is, you know, if we go back here, this is the part of the URL that we didn't copy. So we want from HTTPS all the way to that / there. So we'll copy that, come back to our code, and we're going to paste this in a string. So there we got our base URL. Then after this, we're going to say dot, and then we need to do add converter factory. And with this converter factory, basically it needs a way to convert the JSON into an actual Kotlin object. And so we want to use something called a JSON converter. Now, if we go ahead and start typing like JSON converter, nothing shows up, but we can actually go ahead and grab this via Gradle. So what we're going to do is let's go back. I think the retrofit here shows us how we can get that. JSON, there we go. Okay, but it doesn't have the exact line of code that we were looking for. Let's see if this tells us how we can implement that. Okay, let me go look that up. I'll come right back. So I found the correct code, and I also like to mention that you can use all these different converters if you'd like, but I think JSON is the one that most people use, and it's pretty highly recommended. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to this Gradle file where we, had said we want to go get retrofit. So we want to do the same thing, but just go ahead and copy and paste this line. And instead of saying retrofit right here, we're going to delete this and say converter-JSON, all in lowercase. So column.squareup.retrofit2:converter-JSON:2.3.0. So go ahead and do the sync with Gradle, and this will tell us whether we did this correctly or not. We'll see if there's any errors. And looks like that all finished, so we're good to go. So now that we have that, we can go back to our weather help file here, and inside of the add converter factory, this is where we're going to use that JSON stuff. So we're going to start typing JSON, and look at that. We want to do this JSON converter factory dot create, just like that. Okay, so this gives us this converter factory, which is going to help sort of parse that JSON for us. Then the last thing that we're going to do is a dot build. Okay, so we did all of this code. This is going to give us back this retrofit object. So I'm going to say something like vol retrofit is equal to this thing that we just created here. And if you want to see on the retrofit documentation, basically what we just did is this line here where we said we're going to create this new thing with a base URL. They didn't put a converter in there, but we did. So that's why our code differs a little bit. And then the next thing that we want to do is once we have retrofit, we are going to now create this weather API. So we're going to take retrofit here. We're going to say dot create. And inside of here, we're going to pass in our weather API. And we have to do our fancy little : thing to pass over the class, which is part of Java. So this will create a new service object. So what we're going to do, or this new weather API object, which we're calling service. So we're going to say service, you got to spell that correctly, service is equal to this retrofit.create, where it creates this weather API. Okay, so we now have this class called weather retriever. It creates this weather API. And the last thing that we want to do with this class is we want to give it a function where someone can quickly call a function and it will get the weather for them. So what we're going to do is make a function here, and it's going to be called get forecast. All right, we're not going to pass any parentheses in here or parameters in here for now. So we'll just go ahead and do an empty string and hit : like this. But the next thing that we want to do is we want to, inside of here, we want to do service dot, which is, our property we have up there. We're going to say get forecast, just like that. And what we want to do is we actually want to put this into a new object called call. So we're going to say vol call is equal to this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say call.enqueue. And basically enqueue is our way of sort of running this code in the background. If you try and run, go get information from a website in what's called synchronously, it'll sort of pause your app until it hears back from that website. But if you do it in the background, if you do it asynchronously, your app will keep running as usual. So this enqueue helps run that asynchronously. But it needs to be able to run some code once it's finished, like it needs to let us know that it finished. So we're going to use these things called callbacks for that. So we're actually going to put a parameter up here, and we're going to give it the name of callback, and it's going to be of type, and we want capital callback, and it's going to return back a type of, and it needs to return the same type of a list of forecast objects. So I'm just going to copy that, paste it down below there, and then, so once we have this parameter callback, we're going to go ahead and pass in that callback when we do the enqueue thing. So hopefully you have not gotten too lost yet. Basically what we've done is we created this weather retriever class where it creates a weather API, and then if someone wants to call get forecast, they just have to give us a callback, which is basically code to run when the thing is done, and we say, okay, we're going to go get the forecast, go enqueue that, meaning run it asynchronously, and once it's done, we'll call the callback, which means that it will go run some code, whatever the user wants. So now, if we're going to be using this information, we're going to go back to our, not the main activity, we want to do this inside of the forecast activity. So here kind of down below, after all this adapter stuff, I'm going to sort of make my own way here. What we want to do is we want to create a new object from this weather retriever. So I'm going to say var retriever is equal to a new weather retriever object, and we'll just go ahead and do the parentheses like that so we have a brand new object that we can create. And once we have that, the next thing that we need to do is we need to create a callback for this particular object. And if we're wondering why we're going to do that, is because, well, if we do our retriever dot and we do get forecast, it's looking for a callback object. You can see we had it show up there for a second. See if I do this again. There it is. It's looking for a callback object that is going to give back a list and a forecast. So we need to make a new callback object. So we're going to do that. I'm going to say vol callback is equal to, we're going to say object colon capital callback. And now this is very important. As you're typing callback, make sure you scroll down and find the one that says retrofit to, has callback with the T inside of the angled brackets. Just hit enter there. Okay, because that imports the retrofit code. If not, you're going to get callbacks from all other different types of libraries and stuff. But inside of here, inside of this callback, we're going to put that this should come back as a list of forecast objects, just like that. And then we want to go ahead and do curly brackets after this. Now, you might be wondering, what the heck is this object thing, this callback? Basically, remember, we need to put a callback inside of here. So in fact, if we just type callback, that's going to satisfy the problem that this was having. But this is the format that you use to create a callback. And a callback is essentially creating your own function to say, hey, whenever this thing is done getting the forecast, call back this function and run the particular code that's inside of these curly brackets. So if you go ahead and click on the object where it has the red line, this light bulb will show up, and you can click on this implement members. So it's going to say, hey, for this callback, you can say when the callback is a failure or when it gets a response back. So you actually want to select both of these. Just click on one, then hold down your shift key, hit the other so that both are selected. Then go ahead and just hit OK. And you'll see what it does is it adds some code here. It says, okay, this function on failure is going to run if things didn't pan out. And then this one on response is going to run if, things did work out. And so yours might have been a different order, like on response might have been above the failure one, like this. I'm not sure which way yours were, but I kind of want the on response stuff to be first, because if things worked, that's assuming the best, we should move forward with that. But I guess we should also have the failure stuff close by. So basically what I want to do here is I just want to see that the information is actually coming through here. So what I want to do is I want to do a print line that just says something like we got a response if it calls this on response. And I'm going to copy and paste this down below if it failed. And here we'll say something like it failed, frowny face, or something like that. All right, but in addition to on this one printing, we got a response, I also want to print out whatever we got back. So I'm going to print out our response object here. You can see it's a parameter to this function. We're going to say response, and on this we're going to go grab the dot body, okay, which should come back as a list of forecasts, but I guess we'll have to see there. And we're going to talk about this in a second, but we're going to have to go ahead and put a question mark here after response. I promise we're going to dive into this in the next lecture, but let's just go ahead and run and see what happens with our app right now. So we'll go ahead and hit run here. Okay, and we'll wait a second to get our emulator up and running. I know this has been a long one, but I really kind of want to just do this all in one chunk so you get a good idea of it, and then we can kind of go over it again when we use the new stuff. But let's go ahead and hit the Get Forecast button. Okay, and something has happened because the app has crashed. So let's go ahead and open up Logcat and see if we can find what happened. So here's a bunch of red. Here it's saying something, permission denied, missing internet permission. Okay, so with Android apps, if your app is going to connect to the internet, you have to get permission from the user to do that. So what we're going to do is over here in our project little file menu here, we're going to go down into manifests. Let's double click this Android manifest.xml. And basically what we need to do is we need to ask for a permission in order to use the internet. So below manifest, but above application, we're going to ask for something new, and we want uses permission. So just double click on that. It's going to ask you what name you want to use, and we want android.permission.internet. You might have to scroll down to find it, but that's the one that we're looking for. And once you have that, just do a slash and then the ending angled bracket there. And this is basically saying, hey, ask the user for permission to use the internet. Now, when we run this on the emulator, it won't ask because it assumes, hey, if you're just working on your computer here, you're probably going to give it access. But if you put this app on the Google Play Store and someone downloaded it, it would ask, hey, can this app use the internet? So let's go ahead and hit run now that we hopefully will have permission to use the internet. And we will give this a second. All right, so we'll hit get forecast. And at least the app didn't crash. We didn't see anything. But let's go check Logcat and see what information we get down here. So here you can see it says we got a response. And look at this. We have an array or a list here with 3 different objects inside of it that are all forecast objects. Now, it doesn't show what's inside of each of those particular objects, but this is at least enough to know that we got things working. In fact, if you really want to see if this is working, what we could do is make a for loop down here. So we could say, what we're going to do is we're going to say for, I don't know, we'll call this forecast day in, and we're going to say response dot body. Then we'll go ahead and do our curly brackets like this. And oops, I forgot to have our parentheses around all of this. And I think we'll probably also have to put a question mark here. Again, I promise we're going to talk about what all of these things mean. See, I think I have to, no, in this case, I think I have to do the 2 exclamation points. There we go. So for forecast day in response, 2 exclamation points dot body with parentheses, 2 exclamation points. And here what we're going to do is we're going to say print line, and we want to print out what the forecast is. So we're going to say something like high colon, and it's going to have some number, and then we'll say low colon, and we'll put out some number. So rather than the numbers, we're going to do our nifty little trick where we say $, then we use forecast day, and then we want to, if you ever want to get into a particular property within a value and you're doing the string interpolation stuff, do a curly bracket like this, and you can then access stuff. So now we can say forecast day dot high, and then we'll do the same thing from the low here. We'll say $, curly brackets, forecast day dot low. So basically what we're doing here is we're looping through the list and printing out whatever the high and low for each of those days. So if this works, this means we are ready to rock and roll and that we can move forward with the actual data stuff. So let's go ahead and run this. All right. Wait for our emulator friend here. Looks like we got the green light, so we should be seeing it soon. We'll hit get forecast, and look at this. High 78, low 65, high 92, low 70, high 110, low 55. The exact data that we had in our API. So go ahead, give yourself a pat on the back. We covered so much in this section. Remember, we just made this huge file, this weatherhelp.kt. I guess it's not that big, but this is where we did all the stuff to get our retrofit work ready to rock and roll. And then over here inside of the forecast activity, we made this callback object to say, hey, when we get back information, here's how you should process it and stuff. So if you had any issues, questions, please post them to this video. But congratulations on getting here. Now we just need to make things work with this API and then get them to show up inside of a list view. We're getting real close. So the good news is we got our application to be able to go hit an API, pull down the information, and turn them into actual Kotlin objects. The bad news is that this was the simple API that we're working with. This is the one that we actually want to be working with. And so it's a little bit more complicated to get this thing working. But since you kind of had this introduction here, I think you'll be able to handle things a little bit better. And it should make sense more as we're going through, even though it's kind of complicated. So let's go ahead and first look at what this would be when we kind of have it prettied up. We have it here inside of the formatted JSON data. So basically what we'd have to do is we have to drill down into a bunch of different objects to eventually get to, like here in results, and then eventually down here to where it says forecast. And then inside of forecast, you can see we've got a list of a bunch of different objects, and we could probably make all that stuff work, but we're going to have to rewrite some code. So the first thing that we want to do is let's go back to our Android Studio. Let's go to our weatherhelp.kotlin. And inside of here, the first thing that we want to fix is the weather API. So whenever we go and get the forecast, instead of providing back a list of forecast objects, what we actually want to do is we want to return the top level thing, which in this case is something called a query. So we're going to go back and say inside of our code, hey, this function get forecast, this should actually spit back something called a query. Now, it's important to make sure that you don't use the same name as like these retrofit ones. In fact, just to be safe, I'm going to call this weather query. So no other like library or anything should have this name. So I'm going to say, this should pass back a weather query. And so once you have this in place, you're going to get an error, and that's because you don't have a weather query object anymore. So now let's make a new class that is a query. So we're going to say class weather query, and for the time being, we're not going to put anything inside of there. We just wanted to make sure that went away. Okay. Now the next thing that we want to fix is we're no longer going to this @get bins / whatever. We are going to some big, huge, long name inside of here. Like you'll see, if you look at the URL, it's like query.yahooapis.com / and then all sorts of stuff through here. So what we want to do is just grab from this thing that says YQL all the way forward. We're just going to select and copy all that stuff. Go ahead and copy. Then we're going to come back to our code and paste that inside. So we have all that information there. Again, we got to make sure we just did that from YQL forward. So what we're going to do is take the stuff that was previous to that, and I got to go all the way to the left now. Oh, this is taking a while. Maybe if I just click back. There we go. So I'm going to take from this / all the way to the HTTPS. I'm going to copy that, come back, and I'm going to go over to my forecast activity. And, or excuse me, that's still in the weather help. But down here for the base URL, rather than, API.myJSON, it's now this Yahoo weather stuff. So between this and this long string here, we now have the full URL for this new weather API that we're using. So this looks good. We've got that, this new weather query object. We scroll down. The problem here now is this function get forecast. It's trying to return back a list of forecast objects, but those don't exist. Instead, we just want to return back a weather query object, just like that. So we'll go ahead and change that. So everything here should be okay. But then you'll notice now if we go back here, we get all sorts of issues here because it's saying, hey, when we called, get forecast, we were building a callback that gave back a list of forecast objects. Well, now we want to say, no, this thing should pass back a weather query object. So it might be simplest in order to fix this to just go ahead and delete all the code that's inside of here, so that we just have, this object callback weather query. And what we'll do is we'll just click on this red bulb again and say implement members, select both these, hit OK. And now that gives us a new on response and on failure where, it actually gives back this weather query object. So we can go ahead now and delete this code, the to do inside of there, because we want just empty ones. And to go ahead and see if this is all working, I just want to do some print lines inside of here. So I'm just going to say print line, it's working. And down here, I'm going to do a print line that says something like it's not working. So print line, not working, frowny face. Okay, so now that we have all this stuff in place, let's go ahead and try this with the new API information that we've put in. Let's just hit the run button here. Okay, we'll wait for this to come through. And we'll hit the button, get forecast. Okay, let's go check logcat. With nothing crashed, that's a good thing. And look at that, it says it's working. So the good news is that we're able to then, get this weather query class, but it doesn't actually contain the information that we need. In fact, if we go back to this API here, like we need to, inside of query, then we need to go find, the results that are inside of there. And so then we need to go inside of results and find the thing inside of forecast and then go get those things. So it's kind of a process here that we have to work through. So inside of our, let's go back to our file here. So we're going to go back to the studio. We're going to say that this class weather query, and in fact, I'm just realizing that weather query is actually the next level thing that we're working with. So we actually just want to call this one query. So changing that, we're going to have to change the code quite a bit of places, but it's basically just deleting the word query after it. Let's go back to the forecast here, and yeah, everywhere we just want to replace query. So we'll go ahead and delete all of that. And so now that we've done that, we should come back to the weather help and say, okay, we've got this class called weather, and I'm going to have weather represent this whole big shebang here, right? But weather has a property called query. And so that's where we're going to come to our code and say, okay, one of the properties here is going to be called query, and this is going to be of type weather query. So in order for this to work, we then need to make a class called weather query. So weather query. So it's a hard word to say, weather query inside of there. So now that's happy. But then if we go to the next step, what does a query have? Well, it has something called results. So we want to go ahead and make a results. So we'll say vol results should be of type, and I could just call it results, but I'm a little bit worried that there's something with the same name. So I'm just going to call it weather results to be safe, which then means we need to make a weather result class. So weather result, all right. And if we go back to our API inside of results, there's lots of different things, but the first one is something called a channel. So again, let's just go back to our code and say, okay, this has a value called channel. It's going to be of type channel. Oh, see, and there's something called channel, so we should probably say weather channel. I think you still can use the other names, but I'm just a little bit paranoid. I want to make sure that we have unique names here. But then let's go see what's inside of weather channel. Inside of here, this is where we finally can get to like down here the forecast and stuff like that. But even then, that's in something called item. But one thing I do want to show you here is there's a title here, which would be really great for us, called, that says like Yahoo weather for Angels Catalina ES or something like that. So what we want to do is here inside of the weather channel object, we're going to create a value, but we're going to call it title. And this is just going to be a simple string. We don't have to make a new class for this. So the name of these things like query, results, and channel, they have to match up perfectly with the names that we have here, right? Like this one's lowercase, so that's why we made this one lowercase. The next step inside of here, like results, that's lowercase. That's why we made this one lowercase. Like these all have to have the exact same name. But eventually you get down to inside of channel, there's a property here called title that is a string, right? It's got the double quotes around it, so we can actually use that. So let's go ahead and test and see if this is working. To test if this is actually working, we're going to go back to our forecast activity, and if things are working, we're going to also print out the title. So I'm going to say print line, and we're going to get the response object dot, oh, and this, I promise you I'd tell you about the question mark. So let's do this, and then I'll talk about it right afterwards. So we're going to say response question mark dot, then we want to go to the body, and then on that we're going to do a question mark, and then we're going to say dot query question mark dot results question mark dot channel question mark dot, and then eventually get to title. So let's go ahead and make sure this can print, and then I'm going to talk about these question marks. So let's go ahead and run this. Okay. Wait for the simulator to show up. And there it is. If we hit get forecast, if we go now down to logcat, look at that. It says Yahoo weather, Angels Catalina, yes. So I promised I was going to tell you about the question marks, but I just want to quickly use this information now and actually set the title up here to be whatever that is. So in fact, if we want to use this, all we have to say now is we're just going to type out title, and we're going to set this equal to this big long string that we have here. All right, just like that. And let's go ahead and hit run. Oh, I'm so excited for you to see this. So title is just a property on this activity class that allows us to set whatever the title is. So come over here. Now when we say get forecast, look at that. It updates to that. So I just want to say, round of applause for yourself. You were able to then go hit the Yahoo Weather API and get the title to show up here. Next, we just got to get the stuff to show up. But it's time to finally now talk about these question marks. So in order to teach you about these question marks, I'm going to go ahead and open up IntelliJ, because I think it's just kind of the simplest way to show you piece by piece what's going on here. So we'll wait for this to pop open, and yeah, we'll kind of get you up to speed on this. So and let's go ahead and open up this hello world, because that means that it's all ready to rock and roll. But the name behind this stuff is nullable, which basically means that you can create stuff and set it equal to null. Now you might not know what null means or what that's all about, but let me go ahead and show you here. And I'm going to beef up again the font one more time. Let me go set that. Okay, there we go. We got the text here all beefed up. So let's go ahead and remove some of the stuff we had before when we were working with classes. That was, man, think about how far you've come. You've been really rocking and rolling since that point. But so nullable, what does it mean? Well, basically with Kotlin, there's the idea that you can set a object equal to null, and it basically means that it is nothing. But it's, when I say nothing, it's like, for example, if let's make an int. So I'm just going to say var age is equal to 28. Right? So if I want my age to be equal to null, like if I want it to be equal to nothing, you may say, oh, well, why don't you just set age equal to like 0 or something like that? Well, you can do that. But if we set age equal to null, for example, that's our way of saying like it's completely empty. Like it's, because 0 is still a number. And by setting something equal to null, that means it's completely empty. It's gone. There's nothing inside of there. But you'll notice when I try and set something equal to null, we get this error. And that's because we have to make this a nullable type. So if you want to create, for example, an int that's nullable, you say var age, and then you do the colon here, and you say int with a question mark on the end of it. And that means that this thing can be nullable. So now, you know, I can still set age equal to like 4. I could set age equal to 88 if I wanted to. These are all valid things, right? But I now also have the opportunity to set something equal to null. And you may be wondering like, well, what's the purpose of setting something equal to null? Well, it's basically a way for you to say, in case something goes wrong, if I set something equal to null, that's sort of a way to say, hey, things broke, they didn't work out. For example, if we go back to our Android Studio project here, when we get back results, like let's say for some reason the website was down, it was broken, or we didn't exactly get what we were looking for, this response object is nullable, because if it doesn't get what it was looking for, it's just going to pass back null, and that's its way of saying, hey, we were not able to get what we were looking for. So with null objects, in order to sort of get the information out of it, so what you can do is you can always, for example, if I start typing out age, you can see it has this type of, over here, it's an int nullable. But if I do age with 2 exclamation points at the end, that actually turns it back into a regular int. So when I had done that earlier, that's what those 2 exclamation points were about. In fact, just to kind of even prove this to you, if I, for example, say var new age is equal to whatever age is, you'll notice if I type out new age, it's still an int optional. But if I say it's equal to age exclamation point, and I start typing out new age, well, now it's just a regular old int. So that's one way to get it out there. Now, the other thing that you can do is you can put a let on things. So for example, if I do age dot let, and I do a little, bracket like this, basically what it says is like, okay, now what I'm going to do is, this is saying as long as age is not null, then I'm going to move forward with this code. And so I'm probably diving into more than we need to get into here, but basically inside of Android Studio, whenever we have to do all these question marks, it's just kind of saying like, okay, assuming that this thing is here, and if at any point in this line of stuff, if like query is equal to null or body is equal to null, channel at whatever point it's equal to null, just instantly everything becomes null and just sort of moves forward from that. So you may be wondering, for example, here, like title, why do we have to have all those things? Well, if we try and do like response dot and then get to like body and then do dot query like this and then results, it just gives us errors all the way along. And the big issue is that we just need to have those question marks to say, yes, we know these things are nullable, but assuming that these things are here, we want to get to the channel, and then eventually we want to get to the title. Okay. So anyways, yeah, that was kind of a sidestep from where we were going, but I thought it was important that we at least talk about that. So we're actually kind of at a good point. Our app right now is showing the title of, where it is that it's getting our weather data for, right? Like when we click on this, boom, I think that's so cool. This is probably a good stopping point. So in the next lecture, we'll finish working on this weather help where we, keep writing out more classes so that eventually we can drill down to where we get all the forecast pieces of information and then eventually show that inside of a list view. All right, so we've made it pretty far in our app. As far as working through this API, we got down all the way to the weather channel class that we created where we got the title, but we still need to dive further. In fact, if we kind of go here, if we've made it down to the channel with the title, the next place that we'll be looking for is the item. So the item contains eventually down here the forecast. So we just got a little bit further to go. So what we're going to do is come back to Android Studio and say another property of this weather channel class is a vol item, which is going to be of type, see there's other items, so let's just make this weather item. Everything's got weather in front of it now, which then means we need to make class weather item. Excellent. And if we dive inside of item, we want to finally get to the forecast. So the forecast is going to contain an array of these objects. So we need to give a name for what we're going to call these. And I think maybe forecast is the right idea here. So we're going to come back and say, okay, weather item should have a value that we're going to call forecasts with an S. And this is going to be a list of forecast objects. Okay. So what we need to do then is make a class called forecast. And this is the one where we're going to want to add all the items here, like the date, the day, the high, the low, the text that comes with that. You could do the code if you want to. I'll be honest, I'm not exactly sure what the code means. We could dive further into the API to figure that out. And, you actually don't need all these things. If you just wanted to get the high and the low, I mean, technically that's what we have in our sketch, but I think it might be interesting, to get access to the date and the text and stuff like that, the day of the week. So my thought is let's go ahead and grab these 5 things and see if we'll use any of them. And all of them are strings. They're all got the double quotes around them. If we needed to, we could probably convert these into, ints if we needed to, but I think we should just leave them as strings because we're not going to be doing any math with them or anything. So the first one is, let's go back, I believe it's called date, but let's make sure. So yes, lowercase date, and that is going to be of type string. Okay. The next thing that we're looking for is we want the day. So eval day, which is going to be a string. The next one was high, which is a string. The next one is low, which is a string. And the last item there, let's go ahead and see what that was. Day, high, low, and text. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and say last one is text, which is a string. All right, and make sure I get my capital S there. So now we have all these objects, so hopefully when we come through, we should be able to go down to the weather item and see an array of forecast objects. If we wanted to go test this out, let's go to the forecast activity. And so right now, we're going to set the title. I'm going to do a print line where we move a little bit deeper. So what I'm going to do here is instead of going to the title, I'm going to move into the item, and then I'm going to move into the forecast, and I'm going to print out whatever the very first forecast item is. So let's go ahead and do a question mark on that. And then, it's not liking how I did this. So let's just go ahead and print out the forecast array and see if that's actually an array of what we were looking for. So we'll go ahead and hit this run button, see what we get. And go pull up our emulator here. Come on, Android Studio, we believe in you. Oh, you're getting so close. All right, I'm going to pause the video and play it back when this thing is done because it's taking too long. All right, we're back, so we're going to go ahead and hit this Get Forecast button. Let's go ahead and open up Logcat, see if it printed out what we were looking for. And ooh, we have null. So something has gone wrong here in that we don't have things showing up. I'm just now realizing maybe the name forecasts. I think in the code here I have it as forecasts, but in the actual API that it's just forecast. That might be what the issue is. So let me go ahead and rename this forecast and see if that makes the difference for us. We'll go ahead and hit run. We had this red line showing that there was an error, but I don't see where it is. That might just be Android Studio freaking out. Well, I need to rename this to forecast. Let's see if that does it. So yes, run on that device. And we'll see if that fixes it, because that's the big thing here. When you use retrofit, you've got to make your classes exactly like the API looks like, or else it's not going to work. So let's go to Get Forecast, now down to Logcat, and there we go. Now we can see there's a list of forecast objects. Great. So this is awesome. We know now that we're getting back the correct objects that we need. The next step for us is that we need to put these things into an adapter, right, to get them to show up in a list view, because we have the data. We have the 10-day forecast. That's all ready to go. But the problem is we need to put it inside of this list view. Now the issue is that our array of forecast objects are not like an array of strings like this. If we pass over like fave movies, to here like we did before, that's totally fine. But look what happens. I'm going to cut some of this code for the list view. Okay, and we'll get rid of some of this white space, and we'll say, okay, so here inside of, if we get a response, this is where we'll set up the list view, for example. If rather than listing the fave movies over here, if we get rid of this and instead say, hey, let's just go get whatever's inside of the forecast. So I'm going to make a new variable here called forecasts, and this is going to be equal to this whole shebang. But we need to keep diving deeper, so we'll say not title. We want to go to .item .forecast, and that'll put it in that array. So then once we do, or that list, and then we can pass this in and say, hey, we're going to give it the forecasts, which is a list of forecast objects. And so we're getting a bit of an error because when we talk about this, it doesn't know. It thinks it's talking about this kind of callback thing that we're at. So we actually need to do this at the forecast activity. So that's one quick thing you've got to add. But anyways, I'm just trying to show you an example. If we try and use a regular array adapter and we just say, hey, go throw in whatever the forecast is, because we're not using this fave movies. In fact, I'm just going to delete this line so it's a little bit clearer to see what's going on. So let's go ahead and run this. And we'll go ahead and bring up the emulator here. All right, Gradle finishes up. We hit the button and you will see it just kind of prints out the object, but it's basically just saying, hey, this is a forecast object, and I'm guessing this is somewhere in memory that it's storing this particular object, but it's not what we're looking for, right? Like, we want to show a combination of what the high and the low is, right? So we kind of want to do some custom things. So what we need to do before we go and use this array adapter, right? Like, we want to turn this list of forecast objects into an array of strings that looks something like this, where it says, the date and then the high and the low, all that good information. So what we need to do is a for loop in order to do this. And so one thing that you'll run into is if we say for with our parentheses and all that, and we try and say, okay, for forecast in forecasts with an S. So we're saying loop through the forecasts with an S. And each time you roll through, use the forecast, you're going to get an issue because it's saying, hey, this thing is nullable, and we can't loop through something that could potentially be nullable. So a quick way around this is if you do a quick little check and you say if forecast is not equal to null, just like this, and you do some curly brackets around this code here, what it will do is it gets rid of that because it's saying, hey, you checked to make sure that this thing wasn't null. Now we know for sure that this thing is okay, and then you can suddenly go through this. Now this is where the challenge begins for you. I want you to write the for loop that goes through each forecast object, creates a new string, and then puts that into a new list. So just to sort of get you started here, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to make a new list, something called like, I don't know, let's call it forecast strings. That kind of describes what's going on. And we're going to set this equal to, well, we want to make a list, but the problem with the list is you can't grow or shrink it once it's created. So we actually want to make a mutable list. So we're going to say mutable list of, and then we do have to specify the type here because we're not going to put anything inside of it initially. And the one function that you're going to want to know is on this forecasted strings, a dot add allows you to add just one particular element at the end. Like I could just say like hello, and all of a sudden now a new string has been added onto this list. So basically what I want you to do is I want to use this for loop that you've just created and go through each forecast object, turn it into the correct string that you want, like one that shows the date and the high and the low. And then once you've created a string from that, put it into this forecast strings mutable list that we just created, so that then we can use that mutable list down here and have the correct strings show up in our app. So a little bit of a challenge here, right? Like, we're kind of doing some new stuff, and I'm expecting for you to figure out some things, but I think this will be really healthy for you. So go ahead and hit pause on the video now. Okay, so hopefully that went well for you. Again, basically what we want to do is we want to take a forecast object and turn it into a string. So if I'm going to make a new string, I'm going to say something like vol new string is going to be equal to, and we'll just do the double quotes here. And the aim that I'm going for is, something like this, where I say, 23 August 2017 dash the high is 80, low colon is 80. That's sort of the aim of what we're looking for, right? And then the next thing that we'd want to do is after we've created this, we're going to take our forecast strings and we're going to say dot add, and we're just going to pass in that new string right there. And then once we go through and loop through everything, we would want to put this in the array adapter. So we're going to call this forecast strings. And so this is just going to show the same string over and over, but I want to see that this is at least working, that my mutable list is at least working. So I'm going to go ahead and hit run here, and we'll check and see what this looks like on the simulator. That's kind of the way I like to program, is I like to check things incrementally and make sure that they work. So we hit this button and look at that. It says, the exact same thing over and over, but at least I know that now we're using this new forecast string list that we have, the mutable list. So rather than displaying the date right here, that's always the 23rd of August, instead what we're going to do is we're going to do our $ with the curly brackets, and we're going to say forecast dot, and then we want the date. And instead of showing 80 always for the high, we're going to, again, $ curly brackets, and we're going to get access to forecast dot high. And then for the low, we're going to do our $ curly bracket forecast dot low, just like that. So this should actually be the real deal. I'm very excited to try this out. It really is this simple as long as this works, but let's go ahead and give this a shot. So here it comes. Go to our emulator, hit the button, and look at that. We have the actual data coming from the Yahoo Weather API. So showing a high of 92, low of 71, 87, 64, and just all the way through. This is so cool. I'm so awesome that we got this working. Now you can totally change this however you want. So for example, if you want to kind of show also the forecast that comes with it about like whether it's going to be sunny, raining, whatever, like I'll do another dash after this, and then we'll say $ with our curly brackets, and we're going to say forecast. I believe that it was .text that we were able to get access to that. Let's go see inside of our weather. Yeah, oh, I forgot to put a val in front of this. That's why it's not showing up. Okay, val text is a string, so we'll go back, say .text, and now we should get even more detail about what the forecast is going to be. So we'll go ahead and hit run here. See what this looks like in our simulator. Man, thumbs up. We are getting really close. I mean, the last piece is that it's always showing the same weather for the same location. We want the search to actually work, but look at this as we go through. It's showing partly cloudy, thunderstorms, scattered thunderstorms, partly cloudy, rain, partly cloudy. Like we're showing even more information than we needed to. So kind of cool how that all worked out. Okay, so this is a good place to end this lecture. Really, the last piece of information that we need to nail down is to allow someone to enter a search term here and then actually pull the weather for that location. And we'll talk all about that in the next lecture. But congratulations, we're practically there. So we're very close to the end of this app. Basically, the last thing that we need to fix is if I search something, like for example, New York, and hit get forecast, I would expect that I would get the actual forecast rather than Angels Catalina. So what we need to do is we need to fix this so that whatever the user searches, types in here and hits get forecast, that actually gets searched against the Yahoo Weather API. So the first thing that we need to do is figure out how to pass this string over to this activity, right? Because someone enters their information inside of, I guess let me go back to the screen here. They put it inside of this activity, and we need to pass that string over here so that when we do the API call, we can, know whatever it is that they were searching for. So the way to do this is we actually are going to move back to the main activity.kt, and it's inside of this intent. So with intents, you can kind of pass some extra information if you'd like. So I'm going to do move intent dot, and you can do something called put extra, which basically means that you give some sort of name for something, and then you can pass something over with that name. So for this put extra, I'm going to use something called, I'm just going to call it search term. There's nothing special about this name. I just made it up. This could just be called search. It could be called like the word, whatever you want. I'm just going to call this search term because I think it kind of describes what we're trying to pass over. So you give it a name and then comma, and then you pass whatever sort of value it is that you want to move forward. So we want to go get the text from the edit text. So let's go back to the view that we have. I'm going to go res layout main activity.xml, and let's go grab this edit text. And right now it has the name of edit text, which, you know what, that's not all that bad for a name. We might call this like search edit text just to kind of be a little bit more specific, but anything's fine there. So we're going to go back to our main activity, and the first thing that we need to do is before we do this, we've got to get access to that search edit text. So I'm going to say vol search edit text is equal to find view by ID. This should be passing an edit text back our way. So I'm going to say r.id.search edit text. There it is. And now that we have that, we can pass forward the search edit text dot text, and that's going to give us whatever the user has entered in there. So this is how we pass it forward from here to here. But how do we access it here inside of this activity? Well, what we're going to need to do is we're going to move back to where, let's see, that's the forecast activity. And I'm just going to go to the very top here inside of this onCreate function. I'm going to make sure that we're getting access to this. So what we want to do is if we just start typing out intent, this will give us access to whatever intent object brought this activity. So we're going to say intent.extras with an S. This gives us back a bunch of extras because you can pass more than one if you'd like to. And then on this, we're going to say .get string. So this is saying, we want a specific string if we give you the right name. And so remember, the name that we provided on main activity was search term. And in fact, I'm going to copy this to make sure I don't misspell anything. And I'm going to come back and paste it here. So this should give us whatever the search term was. So I'm going to say something like vol search term is equal to this. And to make sure that it's the right information, I'm going to print that out. So we're going to go ahead and do this and say print out search term. So let's go ahead and just run this and see if it's giving us the right info. I'm going to pull up logcat so we can keep an eye on what's being printed. And let's move to the emulator here. All right, Gradle is taking its sweet time. There we go. It finally finished. And so inside of here, just to test this, I'm going to say, hello, my name is Nick, or something silly like that. I'm going to hit get forecast, and we'll go search over here to see if that came through. So we're looking for something like, hello, my name is Nick, and I'm not seeing anything. The key, but here, key search term expected string, but value was an Android text.spannable string. Interesting. So when over here on our main activity, when I'm trying to pass search edit text.text, it's not actually passing it over as a string because text, let's see, that's of type editable. So we have to do something probably like .toString, and that'll give us a string. So let's go ahead and do that and see if this doesn't do better. This logcat, it's a little bit hard to read through it sometimes, but it usually has the answer to what's going wrong if you ever have problems. So if you ever do get issues and you can't figure it out, Googling the errors that you get can be very helpful. But let's just try this again. Hello there, friend. I don't know. So we'll hit get forecast, and did this show up? Look at that. Hello there, friend. So the exact text that we typed out did come through inside of the next one, forecast activity, and we now have access to that information. Great. So now the only thing that we need to do is take whatever the search term was, and we get access to that right here, and we need to put it inside of when we are searching for something. So, right when we come down here and we say get forecast, like we want to be able to pass forward this information. So in order to do that, we're going to have to go work on our weather help class a little bit. And the biggest one that we want to do here is this get forecast function. We should also ask for a string, and we could call it something like search term. So we're going to say, search term, this is going to be of type string. Okay, so now that this is an option, we're going to go back to our forecast activity, and when we say get the forecast, we provided a callback, but now we're also going to provide it a search term. So let's go ahead and just cut this code here. We'll kind of bring it closer down here to where we'll actually use it, and we'll say search term is going to be passed through there. Great. Let's go back to our weather help. So now that we have access to our search term here, the question is, how do we use this to actually, put it inside of the URL? And if you're wondering where in the URL that you're supposed to pass the information about the location, you can see here I have in the Los Angeles, here in part of the URL, this is where we want to make our change. Now, it gets a little bit tricky with retrofit when you want to pass in some information, particularly in something like this where it's really, really big. So I'm going to show you how we can do that now. So let's go ahead and just look at, for a second, our Yahoo API. You can see when we hit this URL. So anytime, this is kind of just common, some good information when you're working with URLs, is that whenever you go to a URL and you see a question mark, that means that you're beginning to pass some things that are called parameters. So for example, here's the first parameter. It's called Q, and it's equal to this really, really big long thing. You can see it goes all the way further and further and further. It goes all until this ampersand sign. So all of this is what Q is equal to. And then when you see an ampersand sign, that means another parameter. So now there's this parameter called format, and that's equal to JSON. Then there's an ampersand, and it's saying, okay, env is equal to store, blah, 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 all this stuff, right? So these are a couple of different parameters that are going through, and we want to change this one parameter called Q, and we want to affect one of the pieces of information where it says Los Angeles. So the best way to handle this with retrofit is we're going to go back to Android Studio here, and we need to do a little bit of work on this get. So the first thing that we're going to do, which seems a little bit shocking, is we're going to get rid of this q is equal to and go all the way till the end of it. So we have to keep deleting until we get to that ampersand sign where it says and format or whatever, so that it just says now, and get rid of that ampersand, YQL question mark format JSON, and it has all these other pieces of information inside of there. Okay, so that's how we're going to set that up. But then the question about, how do we pass through that information? Well, what we're going to do is once someone gives us, the search term over here, we want to, when we say get forecast, be able to pass in that search term. So what we're going to do is with this function get forecast, we are going to add a little bit of code in here. So first we're going to type out capital at, or do the @ sign and then query, and we want the retrofit query one. That's the only query we have, but just go ahead and hit enter on that. And then we're going to do some parentheses here, and inside we're going to give it the name of the parameter that, if we go back, remember the name of that very first parameter in this URL is just the letter Q. So we're going to go back and say, okay, we're just going to put Q there. All right, so after you've done your @ query thing with the Q, we need to let the user pass in some sort of string. So we'll just call this Q again, and we're going to set this equal to, or say this is going to be of type string, so that now when we go to call this service.getForecast, we can pass in whatever we want Q to be. And we essentially want Q to be, if we go back here, this really, really long thing. So all the way from like select over here. But the problem is that we want to, if you notice, like the query is actually this. It's select star from weather forecast, where whoa ID in, and it does all this stuff, and then text equals to that. But when it actually turns this into a URL, like for example, everywhere that there's a space in this sentence, you'll notice up here in the URL that it turns it into %20. So that's how you sort of turn spaces, represent spaces in a URL. And so, here this code kind of did that for us, but retrofit will also do that for us. So what we want to do is we want to take this string, the actual query that we're trying to do, and we're going to copy this, come back into our code. And before we go do this get forecast stuff, what we're going to do is we're going to make a string with all of this information. So we're going to put double quotes. In fact, maybe I should have done double quotes before this. So I'll do the double quotes, paste in this information. Now, you got to make sure, Android Studio handled this for us, but if you ever have quotes inside of a string, you have to put a backslash in front of it to sort of escape the double quote so that the string doesn't end there. But anyway, that's kind of a small technicality. But what we want to do with this is, rather than have Los Angeles, we want to take whatever the search term was and put it in there. So we're just going to do our $sign and take the search term. All right. And then what we're going to do is just take this string, and I'm going to put it in some sort of value. I'll just say val. Well, in fact, I'll just call it Q, so then I can pass this Q into there. So you sort of see the flow of information that's happening here. So we're going to start here when we want to get the forecast. We're going to go get the search term from the intent. So if someone typed in New York, then we'll go get New York, and then we're going to pass it into this get forecast function, which then takes us to this function. So now we've passed in the term New York into this string. So then we take this long thing and we pass New York right into there, which we put in this variable called Q. Then we pass Q into this get forecast, which goes up here, and then it takes this long term that we put in, and it sets it equal to Q and adds it to this URL, and then goes and does all of its work to make this thing happen. So let's go ahead, give this thing a try, see if we can't get this thing working. This is a big moment for us here. Hopefully our app should actually go pull weather information for any location that we type inside of there. So here comes the big moment of truth. I'm going to search for New York City, something like that. We'll say get forecast. Look at that. It shows us the forecast for New York. How about Salt Lake City? That's where I live. So Salt Lake City. We'll go ahead and get the forecast for that. Boom. Look at that. It shows me the forecast, and it's right about the thunderstorms. I definitely saw those today. So, man, just cool stuff. I love how, we've made it. This is the app that we wanted to create. Now, one thing I do want to mention here is that we get a big error as if for some reason the user didn't type anything in here and they go to get the forecast. nothing shows up here. And that's not the greatest user experience. I think it'd be kind of fun as a kind of a default if the user didn't provide anything, that we could set this equal to New York City. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick check here inside of this get forecast, and we're going to say, if the search term, okay, is double equal sign, meaning if this is equal to an empty string, then what we're going to do is we're going to update the value of search term. So we're going to say something like search term is equal to, and by default we'll just set it equal to something like New York City. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do that. Oh, but this is a val, so that means it can't be assigned. I wonder if we just put the word var in front of here, if that's going to allow us to then change that. No, it looks like that's not okay. So what we're going to do to kind of get around this is we'll just say, hey, if this is equal to this, then what we're going to do is we'll make a new term here. So we're going to say var search t is equal to whatever search term is, and then we'll just change this to say search t. All right, and we'll change this as well to say search t. So this is just kind of now this quick check that says, hey, if search t is equal to a blank, then we'll have it be New York City as sort of our default. All right, let's go ahead and test this and make sure that it works. This is kind of little like brownie bonus points for our app. Like we've already completed it. It technically works, but I think it's kind of a cool little thing to add. So we didn't type anything in. So let's see what happens when we hit get forecast. Look at that. It shows New York City. But let's make sure if I do provide something, like if I say Los Angeles and I do get forecast, it does that. So am I spelling Los Angeles wrong? This is sort of driving me nuts. Los Angeles. Let's see. I was misspelling it. Okay, well, let's see if now with the new spelling, if I copy this into our app here. So we'll delete all this, and looks like I'll have to manually type it. Los Angeles, get the forecast. Okay, now it's showing Los Angeles, California. I was like, what the heck is going on? Again, my spelling is the problem. It seems to be that all the time. Man, shout out to you if you live in California. Mostly sunny or sunny for the next 10 days. You're living the good life. So anyways, that's it. Give yourself a big pat on the back. This was definitely the more advanced Android app that we were creating. And so you should feel pretty proud of yourself. I mean, this is, something you could upload to the App Store, and definitely something to show off to family and friends. If you want to go put this on your actual Android device, there's tons of great tutorials online that can show you how to do that. But yeah, I would definitely share this with family and friends, because you've created something that provides a real value here. So anyways, I'm rambling. That means it's time to stop. We got more Kotlin to cover, and so let's go ahead and talk about that in the next section. All right, now that we have a couple of Android apps under our belt, it's time to move on to creating a command line tool. Now, maybe if you're someone who wasn't really into the Android apps, either because you don't have an Android device or you just think it's not really your thing, the awesome thing about a command line tool is that it will run on any computer. So if you're programming somewhere, you will be able to run the project that you've just created. So we're going to be learning lots of new stuff. Of course, this is a very code-intensive thing. With a command line tool, there's not a lot of visual elements that we're really dealing with, so it's going to be very code heavy, which will be great for your Kotlin confidence. And you're going to learn how you can take a huge list of words and shrink it into some information of saying, okay, there was this word showed up that many times. It's this word counter that we're creating. So rather than have me blab on here about it, we should just go ahead and talk about that in the next lecture. All right, let's go ahead and get started on this word counter. Now, we usually start with some sort of sketch, right, about what it is that we're building towards. But in this scenario, I kind of have more of an example of what we want. We want to have an app where you can give it a file with a bunch of words inside of it, and it's going to count how many times a word appears in that file and show the most popular ones. So I have on my desktop here, I went and got the lyrics to one of my favorite Taylor Swift songs, Another Picture to Burn. So the idea is that I should be able to hand this file, test.txt, to our program through the command line, and it will be able to count all the words and tell us, what was the most popular word. I'm going to guess maybe picture or burn is going to be the more popular terms here. So now that we know what it is that we're heading towards, let's go ahead and get this project started. So we're going to open up IntelliJ. You could do this through Android Studio, but I think it's kind of best suited through IntelliJ. So we'll go ahead and roll with that. And once we're here, we want to go ahead and create a new project. and you can choose what type you want. I want it to be a Kotlin project, so I'm going to use Kotlin/JVM in our JavaScript one. We're going to explore what this is all about, but we'll do the JVM, hit next. I'm going to give it the title of word count. Okay, you could choose something a little more exciting than that if you want to, but I think that's going to be fine. I'll just use the default location for what I've got now, and I'll hit finish. So this is going to go ahead and start a new project for us. And if we come over here on the left side, it's going to show what we have. So we need to add a new file to source here. So I'm going to right click and say new Kotlin file. And I'm just going to go ahead and call this something like word count and hit OK on that. Really, the name doesn't matter all that much. What does matter is that we need to make a main function on this so that it can run when we hit the run button. So I'm going to just start typing main, and there's this awesome autocomplete that will just make the main function for you. And we're finally going to dive into what this args array of strings is all about. You'll see how that all works there. But for the time being, let's kind of just walk through what it is that we need this thing to do, right? At some point, we want it to print out, the word count and have that sorted in a particular manner. So I think we'll just kind of work through this. I'm going to make some comments so I know what path I'm going towards. So the ultimate goal here is print a list of the most popular words. So in order for that, we need to have a list of the most popular words. So get a list of all the words. I should say a counted list of all the words. Once we have that counted list, we should sort it. So sort the list. So then when we print, we print a sorted list. So I'm just going to kind of keep bouncing around here. I'm just sort of brainstorming with comments about how we're going to tackle this. So my guess is that we're going to have a string at some point. So I might just make here, for example, I'm going to say call our variable all the words, and this is going to be equal to some string like hello there, my name is Nick. And we should be able to turn this eventually down to a printed sorted list of the most popular words, right? But so I guess what does it take to get from this string here to a counted list of all the words? Well, I think first what we would want to do is we'd want to turn this string into a list of just all the words, like essentially just get rid of all the spaces and just have a list with all the words. So I guess that's sort of the next step is make a list of all the words separated out. And I guess that sort of transitions to the next step, is that we need to then count all the words, then we need to sort it, then we need to print it out. So that seems pretty straightforward. I guess there's one more thing that we need to do at the top before this, is we need to be able to read from a file and turn into a string, right? So we would want to take something like the test.txt and turn that into all the words, right? And so I think we should probably hold off on this step. We should get everything working here first with some little example string, and then we'll go back and talk about, okay, if we could get it to work with this string, then we just have to be able to read the information from a file, turn that into a string, and then the rest will work. So this is a pretty good starting point for us. I'm going to go ahead and stop this lecture here just because I think we got everything sort of planned out. We may have to provide more things as we go, but I do think this is a good starting point. So let's go ahead and start tackling this list in the next one. All right, so let's go ahead and just work on step number one here, and that's that we got to take this string and we've got to separate out all the different words that are inside of here. So luckily there are some great functions in Java/Kotlin that allow you to be able to separate out a string into a bunch of different pieces, and it uses something called regex to determine what's there. We're going to use a very, very simple version of regex, but you can definitely go further if you're looking for that. So the gist of what we're going to do is we're going to take this string, all the words, so I'm going to type out all the words, okay, and on this we're going to do a dot split. And so you can see it's looking for this regex that we're trying to pass in there. And basically, you're telling it what you want to separate things on, because when it sees a string like this, you could say, all right, I want you to separate on the spaces, or you could be crazy and say, like, I want you to separate on the letter E or something like that. But you've got to pick something. So I'm going to show you, if we just do as a string, let's split it on the spaces, and then let's put this into a new variable. And so I'm going to call this vol maybe words, right? Because now all the words are inside of a list. That's maybe the appropriate name for that. And let's go ahead and just sort of print what's ever inside of words. And I guess a regular straight up print line won't work because it just tells you, hey, this thing is, some sort of list. Instead, let's go ahead and do a for loop where we say for word in words. And we'll go ahead and at each time we'll do a print line where we spit out what word is inside of this new list that we just got. So with this, I forgot we need to right click our file here and we need to say run. So then we get our fancy little run button up there that will start working. It looks like it might take a second here when we build for the very first time, but that's all right. And there we go. Okay, so you can see that this definitely worked. Like, it took hello there, my name is Nick. Looks pretty solid. And just because I wanted to show you this, like if I put the letter E inside of here and we ran this, this will be kind of interesting to see what we get. But it's basically going to break everything every time it sees an E. So that you can see we have like the H and then LLO space TH until we get to this E. And then there's like an R. So anyways, I think this is pretty good way to handle this, is just by having the space. And like I said, this thing called regex, you could do so much more research about this and figure out how things work. But right now, my example is pretty straightforward, right? Like I don't have any capital letters or anything. Not that that's going to make a huge difference. That will down the road when we're trying to count words and stuff. But let me go ahead and show some other things. So for example, hello there, comma, my name is Nick. I really like to eat cheese and I think it's very good, exclamation point. So you can see I've added some punctuation, some apostrophes here and stuff like that. So you'll notice now when we run this, okay, well, it's not exactly what we're looking for, right? Because like, there has a comma now when we'd rather just have straight up the word there. We're not trying to count commas or anything like that. We're not trying to count periods. And we're not trying to count exclamation points. So there's going to be all sorts of different things that we'll want to avoid when we're doing this split. And the best way that we can do this is we can, before we do the split, get rid of those things that are inside of the string. So to do that on a string, you can call a function called dot replace, where basically you pass it what character that you want to get rid of and then what character you think should replace it. So it calls it the old character, old value. So for example, if we want to get rid of commas, we can put a comma there, and then outside of the quotes there, we'll do a comma to say we're passing another parameter, and we want to say replace this with an empty string. Okay, so you'll notice now if we run this, where before we had the comma with there, we should see it go away and look at the word there. It's not there. So we can just keep doing this replace on the string again and again for anything that we think we should get rid of. So for example, let's do this again, but instead of getting rid of the commas, let's get rid of the period. The other thing is like the exclamation point. That would be another good thing to get rid of. So let's put that in there, and we should probably get rid of the question mark. So we'll do that one more time. And let's get rid of the question mark, even though we didn't have one in there. But let's go ahead and run this. Okay, and look at that. I think, in our still quite simple example, this is working. I think it will be more complicated as we use, any sort of just straight up thing of text. We'll find lots of different use cases where it's like, oh, we didn't think of that one, but we can always improve this thing over time. So I think we've accomplished this step. We made a list of all the words and we separated them out. All right. Now, the next thing that we need to do is we need to get a counted list of all the words, meaning we need to go through every single word that's in this list and see, oh, okay, here's a new word. Have we gotten this word before? We need to keep a running total so we can figure out what the most popular words are. And the best way that I can think to do of this, and you may have a better solution about how to handle this, is to use a map. And so I'm going to use a map to, first check and see, hey, is there anything inside the map with this particular key? If there's not, I'll add it in. And then, if there is one, we're going to update the value to say, first it was, a count of 1, now it's a count of 2, and we can just sort of update that way. And so we're actually going to be using a for loop for this. And so I'm going to go ahead and paste this down below here, but I'm going to present this to you as a challenge. Now, this is definitely a more difficult one. We haven't done anything like this before, and I think it kind of requires a little bit of elbow grease, a little bit of, elbow grease. That's a terrible term. I'm just saying you got to be a little bit clever to get this thing working with what you have now. But I want to make sure that you're challenged in this course. So I'm going to offer the challenge to you using a map. Count up how many words appear inside of the string or this list that you have. And basically you want to make a map with strings as the keys and ints as the values. Okay, go ahead and hit pause and do that now. Okay, so hopefully that went well for you. If you got stuck, I'm going to show you how I handled this here, but hopefully that was kind of exciting for you to try and figure this out. So the first thing that we need to do is, before we jump into this for loop, we need to have a map where we can actually add these words to. So I'm going to make a new variable, and it's important that it's a variable because we need to, be able to add things in there and whatnot. So I'm going to call this maybe something like word map. I could call it something like word count too if I wanted to, but I think word map is pretty good. And I'm going to set this equal to a mutable map of, because remember, mutable, I need to be able to change it. And I'm kind of second guessing my words. I think we still could do this as a val if we wanted to. In fact, let's go ahead and do that and see if it works. When in doubt, you want to do the val over the var. It's considered safer in Kotlin. But so what is this map going to be? What type is it going to be? Well, we want strings for the key, and we want int for the value, right? Because the string's going to say what word it is, and then the int's going to say, how many times that appears. So we'll just keep and leave it as empty parentheses because we don't initially want to put anything in there. We want to do that all in the for loop. So and your code might look different than mine. You probably didn't use the exact same term, word map. Maybe you did things completely differently. If you did do things differently, I'd love to see your solution. Please post it as a comment. But I'm just going to keep moving forward, and hopefully you can just learn from the way I did it, and compare it to what you did. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to check and see if we have, well, I guess let's do the basic functionality, right? Like the idea is that we should be able to take our word map, and we're going to plug whatever current word that we are going through the list for. So we're going to put a word into the word map, and then we're going to say this is equal to 1, right? Like if it was our very first time going through, we're going to set that thing equal to 1. And so, if we did this, like if I'm going to copy and paste this, well, let's just go ahead and do a new for loop down below. So I'm going to do a for loop inside of this word map. So I'm going to say for word in word map. You can also do for loops on maps, which is pretty cool. And I'm going to show you what happens if we just go ahead and print out, let's do print line, print out the word each time. So if we just go ahead and set 1 equal to each thing. So let's go ahead and run this. See what we get down here. So you can see it does get all the words here and it puts them into a map, but they're all just equal to 1. And for example, the word I should be showing up at least twice. I think that's one of the ones maybe that's the only thing that's repeated twice in this current example that we have. But if we go look at the word I, it only shows up 1 time. So we need to do a bit of a check here. So the check that we need to do is see if a word is currently inside of the word map or not. And the way that we can check that is if you try and pull something out of a map and it doesn't exist, it gives you back a null. So we can do an if statement that says, okay, if word map, and we pass in the key of word, is equal to null, right? In this situation, then I'm just going to type this as a comment, we know that or we'll say that the word needs to be added, right? Because it's not in there. So this is where we would want to take this code and say, all right, word map, we're going to add this word and we're going to set it equal to the initial value of 1. Okay, but then let's go ahead and roll through the else situation saying, okay, well, if it's not equal to null, that means that the word must exist. So if that is the situation, we should first pull out whatever count is inside of word map. So we'll do something like we'll say, let's make a new variable or new val called maybe word count. Okay, and we're going to set this equal to the classic word map where we pass in a word. But the one thing that's going to come from this, though, is that this is going to be nullable. So we want to go ahead and do our 2 exclamation points after this, because we did our check first to make sure that this thing was not null, because it's an else. So that's safe code to be writing there. And then once we do that, we want to go ahead and take our word map that we have. We want to pass word inside of there. And then we want to set this thing equal to whatever word count is, and then add 1 onto it, okay? So the idea is basically, you know, if you come here and check and say, all right, I'm going to pass in the word I, is that equal to null? Oh, it's not equal to null? Okay, well, let's pull out the word count. Let's say it's something like 3. Then we're going to say, okay, 3 plus 1, because we found another instance of it, that's equal to 4 now. So now we're going to update the map so that that is the situation, okay? So let's go ahead and run this real quick. We'll see what we get here. And you'll notice now when we run through, look at that. The letter I shows up 2 times. So we know that the counting is working. And if we really want to test this out, maybe I'll say, repeat some other words like, I like to say hello. It's a nice thing to say, something like that. Let's go ahead and run this. There's a couple words like hello, nice, like, things like that. And so you can see say, it's, whatever. We got a couple of things that were repeated. Now, something that is interesting that you'll notice here is that the word hello up at the front with the capital is counted as 1. But then when we scroll down, we have hello with the lowercase, which is also counted as 1. And we should probably just avoid all, you know, capitalization stuff to say, hey, whether the word hello is capitalized or not, that still counts as an instance of the word hello. So one way to make this consistent through everything that we're doing is that inside of this for loop, what we could do is capitalize the word. And so we could say, for example, with word here, we'll just say dot capitalize on it. We're going to do this for every time we reference the word. So we'll just keep doing a dot capitalize, just like this. And now when we run our code, look at for the term hello here, we'll go up to the top. It should be there. Boom. Look at that. All of a sudden it's at 2. And, you know, we have the letter I showing up 3 times. I think we capitalized I every time, but, you know, just to check, let's say, for example, I kept one of those I's as lowercase. This will really show if it's working or not. And look at that. It still counts the letter I as 3. So we know that this is working. Okay. So we are at a pretty good place right now. We, you know, have already counted everything inside of here. In fact, if we wanted to, we could sort of skip down and just go ahead and start printing these things. But kind of, I think we should just keep following the flow. The next thing that we need to figure out is how to sort this information. And then from there, we can print it. So we'll go ahead and talk about that in the next lecture. So we were able to successfully get all of our words into a map, and we have the correct counts going on here. You can see the word 2 shows up 3 times, I 3 times, hello twice, all this great stuff. The next step for us is we need to be able to sort this information. And I guess there's kind of a 2-step process here. So I say sort the list. We currently have things in a map. So we need to add one more step here, and that's we need to convert map to list. Okay. So this is going to be extremely simple here. In order to do this, all you have to do is, let's make a name for it. Let's call it maybe like word list. All you do is take the map that you have, and we called ours word map. So we just say word, capital map, dot to list. And it's that easy. That's all it takes to create a list. So we were able to successfully do that pretty quickly. Then the next thing, in order to sort the list, there's a couple of ways that you can do this, but the best that I've found is you take a list that you have, for example, this word list. And if you're wondering, you know, what this is a list of, it's a list of these paired objects. And so for example, with this word list, if I want to get something out of it, like I'll take, you know, the very first item in this list, if I do a dot on it, I can get to the first object, which is the int, or I could get to the first object, which is a string, or the second object, which is an int. So this, in this case, will be the word. This case, that will be the count of how many times that word has shown up. So if we are going to sort this, what we've got to do is take this word list that we just created, and we're going to do dot sorted with. So there's a lot of different options here. We want to make sure that we do sorted with. So do sorted with, and then inside of here, we're going to do, just start typing compare by, and there's a lot of different compare bys, but we want to do the one that says compare by descending. And if you're wondering, there's a couple of different options even within that. There's one with curly brackets, or there's one with the parentheses. We want the one with the parentheses. So we'll go ahead and do that. And then inside of here, what we're going to do is you basically say what property it is inside of each object that you want to be sorting on. So the term to talk about the current, the item inside of the list that you want to compare it on is it. So you can see that it is that pair of a string and an int. So we do it dot, and we could either choose to sort it by first, which is going to be the word. You can tell because it's a string, or you could do it by this. So first, let's just do it by the string so that you can see what this looks like. And then we'll go ahead and write some code down here. We're going to take this for loop that we previously used for printing the word map, and now we're going to print out this word list. And I guess if we do all this sorting, it doesn't automatically change this word list. It just gives you a new list that has been sorted. So we have to make a new value where we say something like sorted list is equal to this. Okay. And then we'll say, okay, for word in sorted list, and then we'll go ahead and print out the word. So let's go ahead and run this code, see if it is sorted. So it should be sorted by the words. And if you look at that, it's because we did descending, it's, doing that correctly. So there's the V, T, S, R, N, M, L, I. Like you can see out, it's the opposite of alphabetic. And okay, that looks good. But we want to do it by the actual number. So we're going to change that to second. And once we do that, drum roll, please, look at that. Up here at the very top, we can see the most common words are I and to. Hello comes next, like, it's, say, and it just sort of goes down from there. So pretty excellent that that's all it took to sort that information. Now, really the last piece of information for us is we want to print out the sorted list of the most popular words, which we essentially did right here. But I'm not a very big fan of like the parentheses and the comma. Like I'd like it to be a little bit cleaner than this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this, put it below this comment that we have. And instead, what I'm going to do inside this print line is I'm going to make a string where it's going to look something like this, word dash, and then whatever the count is, whether that's 8 or something like that. So rather than say word, what we want to choose here is, let's do our $ with the curly brackets, word dot, and we want to show the word, which is the string. So we need to do dot first. Then we'll do our $, curly brackets, and we're going to put word dot second inside of there. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this, see if this is what we are looking for. And oh my goodness, check it out. That is working just like we wanted it to. So, I mean, we're practically there. I mean, we have things working. The big thing that we're missing is getting, a file to be sort of play out and run here, right? So that we can import something like this test.txt and have that go through its words. But do give yourself a nice pat on the back. I mean, we went through all the work here of getting rid of commas and periods, all sorts of punctuation, splitting that out, turning it into a map so we can count it, then converting it back, sorting it, like a lot of different things went on through here. Okay, so I know this was kind of a short lecture, but I think it's a good place to stop. In the next one, we're going to talk about how we can import a file, and then we're going to move on to actually moving outside of IntelliJ and running this for other people to see. All right, in this lecture, we're going to learn how to import a file into our Kotlin code so that we can, take something from like a test.txt, bring in all this information and put it into a string so that we don't have to have this big long string here, that we can just say, hey, whatever in this file, we want you to do the work on that file. And then that way you could, process a bunch of different files if you wanted to. So the way to go about this first is that we need to have a txt file in our project that we can be testing on. So I'm going to open up the Project Explorer over here, and on my desktop I have a test.txt file. So I'm going to copy this and then come into IntelliJ and paste it in. I'm just going to give it the same name of test.txt. Now it's important that you don't put it inside of this source folder, the src, next to Kotlin. That's what I did originally because I thought, oh, if it's going to look through this file, it needs to be right next to it. But you want it to be out here inside of this word count project or whatever you named it. So just make sure it's sort of here on the top level. But once we've done that, we're going to get back into our word count.kt, and we're going to go ahead and start importing this file. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to make something called an input stream. So we're just going to type out input stream. We want the one from this java.io. So make sure you hit enter on this and it'll do the proper importing there up at the top. So we're going to say input stream is going to be, excuse me, I want to make a new input stream, and it's going to be of type input stream. So we're going to say this is equal to file, and we want to make sure we get this file that's the java.io, so we'll just hit enter on that. That was supposed to bring up the parentheses there, but it didn't. Okay, we'll see if this still works. So we need to be able to pass in the name of the file that we're looking for. So we just pass that in as a string, and I'm going to say, test.txt, like that. And then on this, we're going to say .input stream, just like that. Okay. So what this is doing is it's going to say, hey, go look for a file called test.txt, and then go ahead and turn it into an input stream. Now, what is an input stream? Basically, it allows us to read information from a file, and there's all sorts of inner workings that I don't know about with this, but I know that it's built in a way such that if you have a really, really big file, it's able to efficiently sort of read in this information. But once we have this input stream, it's very easy to get a string out of it. So we're just going to say input stream, which is the name that we created here. And on that, we're going to say dot buffered, and we want to get buffered reader, okay? And then inside of here, or not inside, outside of this, we're going to say dot use, okay? And we want to do this one where we can pass it a block, where basically we can write some code now inside of these curly brackets. And basically all we want to do is we want to say it dot read text. And what this, you can see, this is going to pass us back a string. So basically, this whole line of code gives us back a string from this test.txt. Now, something that I want you to know is that I don't have these two lines of code just memorized, right? Like I don't know, oh yeah, you want to read in a file, you make an input stream, you do file, give it a name, .input stream, then you do .bufferedReader, .use, and then in the curly brackets you it.read text. Like I had to go Google this information. So sometimes people get a misconception when they're coding that, hey, if you're a programmer, you've got everything memorized and you're just typing a million miles an hour and you know exactly what's going on. No, sometimes you have to look something up, and there's really no need to have something like this memorized. I mean, I have my notes right next to me to see how I did this earlier, which is why you don't see a Google search happening right in front of you. But I just wanted to let you know that it's like, I don't know these things just off the top of my head. Like I have to look these things up. So hopefully that kind of helps you. I know I've had some students that are just like, how do you know all these things? I don't know all these things, but I know how to find them. And to me, that's the key to being a good programmer, is knowing how to find and use the right information. Okay, so enough with that rant. Since this is supposed to give me a string, I'm going to copy this code here where we create a variable called all the words, and I'm going to comment out this one because I now want to test things by reading in a file. So let's check real quick here. Test.txt, it's all lowercase, it's the same name as this. Let's go ahead and give this a run and see what happens. All right, so we're waiting here, and oh my goodness, look at that. I think it has finished. So let's go ahead and see what we've got going on here. All right, so we can tell we've got a little bit of issues. Like we've got some places with like chorus and new lines going on here. Let's go ahead and see what's at the top. So this is pretty cool. The most common word apparently is you, my, that, me, a, really, to, I. Some pretty cool stuff. Line with a colon and a ending square bracket, kind of some random stuff. But redneck, heartbreak, space, whose. Man, there's kind of some interesting stuff here. So to me, I think the big one that we kind of want to, well, first off, congratulations, because this worked, right? We were able to successfully read in a file. Like the words that are showing up inside of here were definitely not there, and you can tell that they're the same stuff that's here inside of this Taylor Swift song. So that's all good. But we do have to do a little bit of work because, we're getting some big issues with having new lines inside of here, like look at this, way, new line, and then chorus, and we got to do stuff with these colons and these square brackets. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to where we're doing all these replaces. I'm going to add a new replace onto this that says dot replace, and to get a new line, to represent a new line, you do a backslash and an N, okay? And then on this we'll do comma, replace that with just an empty string. So that's going to help out things quite a bit. The next one is we want to get rid of the square brackets. So I'm going to copy one of these replaces, put it in, and say, hey, get rid of the left square bracket. And we'll paste another one, and we're going to say get rid of the right square bracket. And it looks like the colon is going to be another one that's getting to us. So let's go ahead and get rid of the colon. So let's go ahead and run this. I imagine just the more and more different lyrics that you run, you're going to find different issues that are going on. So it's not exactly perfect because, for example, like every time we get rid of these new lines, it's actually, just kind of combining words together, and you can see burn, year, burn, baby. Okay, so rather than getting rid of a new line, maybe we'll replace a new line with a space. That's probably more of what we're looking for. So let's go ahead and turn that into a space and see if this fixes what we're looking for. Okay, so far everything looks good. I don't see any crazy punctuation. Yeah, because we could say get rid of the apostrophe, but that's a little bit tough because, right, like if we get rid of it mid-word, like there's words like theirs, which I think we'd want to keep that all as one. So maybe we'll just keep that how it is. But I don't see any other big issues here. And you'll see that now we got a couple more U's. Those are at the top with 8. We do get an issue that a blank or a space here is one of the top things that we're looking for. We're going to have to find how we can get rid of the space, because we don't want to just straight up get rid of a space because like there must be some instance where there's 2 spaces coming about or something like that. Or maybe that's represented by like an empty string. Maybe that's what's going on. Yeah, this is interesting. Well, let's do this. Let's go ahead and do a little if statement here. We'll just say if, in parentheses, word is equal to a space, we're going to print out something like it's a space. I guess I should have been putting this in quotes, and we want to do this in a print line. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and run this and see if we can't get to the bottom of this mysterious little but it's not even a space though, because right, there would have been, yeah, I think it's an empty string like this. So for some reason we're getting empty strings here, and yeah, look at that. That's when we're detecting it. So maybe what we could do is say anytime a word comes in as an empty string, we can just say, don't do any of this code to update a number, add it, like whatever. So maybe we could say, as long as word is not equal to this, then go ahead and run all of this code down here. I'll put another ending curly bracket there. So hopefully this should sort of protect our code to say, hey, loop through every word, but if one of the words happens to be an empty string, that's not a real string. It will just go ahead and skip that. Let's see if this gets rid of that number 7 count for just an empty string there. And if we go to the top, yeah, there we go. This is more what I'm looking for. So you, me, top words, then it comes burn, I, your, my, that, and. Okay, I mean, this is really cool. I love how awesome this is coming together. So I think this looks great. In the next lecture, we're going to learn how we can actually take this and now use it in the command line, right? The whole purpose of this is we wanted to make a little command line tool that we could eventually share with people and stuff. So let's go ahead and talk about that in the next one. But congrats so far. All right, this should hopefully be our last lecture here where we're going to get this all finished up. So the big thing is we want to be able to run this file on the command line. And in order to do that, we've got to do a little bit of work here and then build something called a jar file. And basically a jar file is something that you can run. It's like a collection of Java code. So essentially this Kotlin is being converted into Java and through the JVM, whatever. But the point is we want to create a jar file so that we can run it in our command line. So what we're going to do is we're going to go up here to File and to Project Structure. So go ahead and select this. And then we want to go down to where we have Artifacts. So select Artifacts. You should get a menu that looks somewhat like this. It might look different depending on your version, but we're going to hit the plus button to say we want to add a jar and do it from modules with dependency. So go ahead and select this. It's going to ask you what the main class is going to be. And so you want to go hit the little button next to it and say, hey, it should be the word count file or whatever the name of yours is. So we'll just go ahead and select that. As far as these option goes, just go ahead and keep these all as default. We'll just go ahead and hit OK to that. Now we should have this thing called word count :jar, unless yours has a different name, then that's totally fine. But one thing that you do want to change here is the output directory. So go ahead and hit this little dot here and just choose where you'd like to save your information. In my case, I think it'd be good to put the jar file on the desktop. So I'm going to set mine to be out on the desktop, but you can choose wherever it is that you'd like that to go. So once you've done that, just hit OK. And then, for example, if you go ahead and click onto our desktop, you can see we still don't have a jar file. But if we, in our code here, go up to Build, and then now there's this option called Build Artifacts. Click on this, and we just want to select the Build option there. It'll take a second down here, but once that is all finished, if we go back to our desktop, look at this, word count.jar. Okay, so once we have this there, what we want to do is open up our command line tool. So on the Mac, it's something called Terminal, and you can find it by just hitting the little microscope up here, or not microscope, the magnifying glass, and search for terminal and bring that up. Or if you're in Windows or Linux, that's going to be, in Linux, I guess it's called your terminal. In Windows, that's going to be your command prompt. But once you're there, you want to go to where your desktop is. So in the Mac world, if you're going to find your desktop, you need to do CD space and then just capital desktop like that and hit enter. And all of a sudden you're at your desktop, and you'll know you're at the right place if you type ls and then hit enter, and it shows the stuff on your desktop. For this example, like word count.jar, test.txt, this tells us that we are in the correct location. Okay, so if you have any issues with navigating to the correct place, like let me know, I can help you with that. But to get this word count.jar to work, what we're going to do is just type java space dash jar. So no spaces in between dash and jar, and then space, and then the name of our jar file. So in this case, word count.jar. So we'll go ahead and hit enter on this, and look at this. It goes and it spits out all this information, right? Like, and what it did is it used that test.txt file that we had on the desktop, and it printed out all that information. Now, one thing that we might consider is that, when someone runs this file, it's gonna, by default, it kind of scrolls down here to the bottom, and we had it sorted so that stuff was up at the top. So you might go back to your code and say, you know what, it might be better if we do compare by without the descending. If you just go ahead and delete that, it by default is compare by ascending. And that way they will automatically see the most popular words right there at the bottom. So that's kind of a style thing, up to you about how you want to handle that, but one thing to consider. Then the next thing is that we have hard coded here into our program that the name of the file is test.txt. So for example, if I go to my desktop and I rename this something like song.txt, and we go back to this command line, a cool command line tip is if you hit the up arrow, it'll take whatever the last thing was that you entered and sort of bring it back. And then we just have to hit enter to run it again. And if we do this, we get an error because it's, and you can see it's with this file input stream. And the big reason is file not found. They're saying we couldn't find something called test.txt. Well, you couldn't find something called test.txt because there's not. There's something called song.txt, but there's not test.txt. So what we have to do is we have to be able to pass some information into this program, and we can do that with arguments. So the basic idea is with arguments is that, and when we said java-jar and then word count.jar, we could provide some extra information here by maybe saying like, hello, hi, how are you, stuff like that. And anything that you put after the name with spaces, these come into the program as arguments, and you see this main function, they come in this array of string objects. So this has finally completed the mystery of why do we always have this function called main with this thing arguments here that's an array of strings? Well, it's because when you call this file, you could pass in some arguments here, and basically they're going to show up here. So if you really want to see what this looks like, we can do a for loop in this array. So we're going to say for arg in args. Sounds like we're making a pirate program. Args. And we'll do our curly bracket there. I know that was a bad joke. But so we have this array of args here, and we're going to loop through each of them. And let's just go ahead and do a print line of each arg. So we'll go ahead and save this code. And remember, we've got to do build artifacts, hit the build option. So that will take a second. But now, if I were to run this code where I say, java-jar word count.jar, and I put like hello, hi, how are you? Okay, I'll just hit enter on this. And oh, well, it's still giving me beef because we still don't have the code to change the name there. So let's go ahead and go back and change this to test.txt, just for the sake of showing you how to use args. So we'll go to this terminal, type this in again, and well, so we got the nice update that, the most popular words are down at the bottom. That's nice. But if we scroll to the top, look at that. Hello, hi, how are you? The same things that I put up here, separated by spaces, show up as these little args that we have here. So what we can do with this is basically say, let's make it so that someone can pass the name of a file into the program, and then we'll go ahead and print it out. So what we can do is here, for example, where we have the file path name, rather than providing a string, we could say, go give it whatever args first item is. So args 0, just take whatever the first position is and put it there. Now, something important here is we want to do an if statement and make sure that someone has at least passed in something, because if they haven't, they're going to have no idea why this thing didn't work. It's going to give a problem by saying like, oh, there was an index out of array. Like, and in fact, let's just go ahead and run it and you'll see why this is so important. So let's do our build artifacts. Okay, this comes here. All right, we're going to go to our terminal here and let's call this without putting in any arguments. So we'll just say word count.jar, hit enter. And look at this, it says exception in main java.lang array index out of bounds exception. So if someone was running your jar file and they went ahead and just, saw this error, they would have no idea what's going on. They're like, index out of bounds exception? They're like, what is this about? It's in word count.kt at line 10. Like, they should not be knowing about all these crazy details. Instead, what we should do is we should have a little if statement here where we'll say, okay, if args.size, which gives us, how big this array is, if this thing is equal to 0, then we need to display a message to the user. So maybe we'll do like a print line and we'll say, you must provide a file name or something like that. And then we'll say else with a curly bracket here. We'll put an ending one down below. And so it's basically saying, hey, if they don't give us an argument, we're going to print out you must provide a file name. And if they do give us one, well, then we'll just go ahead and run the code. And the big reason for this is, let's go ahead and do I'm going to save this, then do build artifacts, build. All right, we'll wait for this to go. And now if we run that exact same code and hit enter, it says, oh, you must provide a file name. So the reason that this is so much better is because if someone ran your jar file and saw this, they say, oh, I forgot, I need to put like a file name in here. Like, this is much more actionable and better to the user rather than exception in thread main, java.lang array index out of bounds. Like, the user would have no idea how to move forward and fix this. The user in this case, though, would definitely know, oh, okay, I've not provided a file name. At least they have something to go on here. So, but let's go ahead and test this code out, right? Because this should be taking whatever our first argument is and putting it as the file name. So we'll go ahead and run this code, and I'm going to say space test. And if you, in most terminals, if you hit the tab key, if you start typing a file name and it's there on the desktop, for example, or anywhere else, it'll just autofill it for you. But just kind of a trick there. But anyways, if we hit enter on this, let's see what happens. Boom, look at that, it counts it up. And if we want to really make sure this is working, let's go ahead and open up the desktop browser again. So let's change this to like song.txt. So you'll notice now, if we go back to the terminal, if we try and pass in test.txt, it's like, hey, I couldn't find anything with that name. If you wanted to, you could dive into handling this exception better to say like, hey, we weren't able to find this file, although the user might be able to find this, but I mean, you probably want a better message there. But if we change this to say, no, show me song.txt, boom, look at that. It works, and pretty good, I think. So one more test that I want to do here, just kind of for fun, now that we have this up and running, is I want to go show, like, bring in some other text and see what the most common word is. So I'm going to open up a browser here, and I'm going to search for the Gettysburg Address. Okay, so this is a famous speech by Abraham Lincoln. Let's go ahead and just copy all this information. Okay, I remember once my grandpa said if I memorize this, oh, look, there's a bunch of different copies. I was going to do all the different copies. So let's see. I remember my grandpa saying if I memorized this, he'd give me $20, and I was so pumped to do it. And I think I only made it to like this second paragraph here, which is really only a couple of sentences. But I'm going to copy all of this, and I'm going to create a new text file. So I'm going to say file new here in this text edit program. I mean, you can use whatever you'd like on your computer, but I'm just going to make a new text file. So I want to make sure this is a .txt file. Let's call this address. I might have to rename the actual file here, but oops, and I don't think I saved it to my desktop. Oh gosh, we're having all sorts of issues here. So let's try this again. I'm going to save it. Yeah, but it doesn't let me change it. All right, move to. Yes, this is where I'd like to move it to my desktop. Okay, there we go. Now if I look at, there it is, address. I'm going to change this to be address.txt. Yes, use .txt. All right, so it looks like, ooh, we had a bit of some issues here. You know what? I'm just going to use IntelliJ to make a new file. So file, new file, address.txt, not txr. Man, you are just seeing me at my absolute worst here. I'm making all these rookie mistakes. All right, file, new file, address dot, oh, you know what? This is what I'm going to do. This is what I should have done from the beginning. I'm going to copy the song.txt, make it a new file, and I'll call this one address, and then I'll open up address, replace all of that with the Gettysburg address. Oh gosh, which I'll have to copy one more time. Copy this, paste it on in, save that, and now I will say, tell me what are the most common words in the Gettysburg Address. Look at that. Well, literally, look at that. That is the most popular word. Then the, we, here, to. You can see we have a little bit of an issue here. Like here's some new things that we didn't know about, like dashes are in here. So that might be one thing to look at. We keep going through here. Here's a bunch of one words that are going through. So really maybe only the dashes. If we got rid of those, everything would be okay. So let's come back and I'll do another one of these dot replaces, and we'll say if there's a dash, go ahead and replace that with an empty string. So we'll save this, build artifacts, build it, wait for this guy to finish. There we go. Run that one more time, and look at that. We no longer have the dashes. So, I mean, if you really wanted to improve this, I would just kind of keep running and running this with a bunch of different pieces of text, lyrics, speeches, whatever it is that you want. And anytime you find some sort of weird punctuation thing, you can say, oh, okay, I should get rid of this new thing or whatever. But there you have it. We are done. We have this, jar file that you can send to anybody, and as long as they have Java on their computer, they can run it and, analyze any sort of text file. Pretty cool stuff that we just created. So we still got more to do, so let's keep moving forward. But give yourself a pat on the back. You now know how to make command line tools with Kotlin. Well, congratulations on making it this far in the course. We've learned a whole lot, but I still have one great nugget for you here, and that's turning Kotlin code and converting it into JavaScript. Now, this is probably the least used part of Kotlin, but it's still an amazing one. If you've ever worked with JavaScript before, in my opinion, it's a little bit messy to work with, not the cleanest, and Kotlin is such a huge improvement. So it's amazing that we can take our Kotlin code, convert it into JavaScript, and have it run in a website, or if you want to have it as a backend somewhere, you can do that too. But what we're going to do is we're going to take some code from our last project, apply it now, and show you how quickly you can get your code that we made before and get it up and running on a website. You're going to learn all the tips and tricks you need to do JavaScript stuff in the future. Let's go ahead and dive into it. All right, we're going to dive in and learn how we can take our Kotlin code and turn it into JavaScript. So the basic idea for this project is we're going to take the code that we wrote for our word counter, and we're going to bring that into a website. And you're going to see how awesome it is that we can reuse this code and turn it into JavaScript so that we can, take the already hard work that we've done and apply it in a different setting. So to get started, let's go ahead and open up IntelliJ. And once this pops up, we want to make a new JavaScript project. So this will be different from the ones that we've done before. So we're going to say create new project. And we want to make sure under Kotlin, we have Kotlin/JS selected. This is our JavaScript that we're going to choose. So we're going to hit next here. Go ahead and give it whatever name that you want. I'm going to call mine something like word count web. So that we just know that this is different from the word count project that we had opened earlier. And we'll just go ahead and hit finish. Okay, so that opens up pretty quick over here in our project navigator. We want to make a new Kotlin file that's going to be the source of our JavaScript. So on this src folder, right click and do new Kotlin file. And I'm just going to go ahead and give a name here of word count. and we'll hit OK there. So now I have this file, wordcount.kt. What I'm going to do inside of here is I'm going to just write a main function just like we've done before. And just to get things up and running to test that everything's okay, I'm going to do a print line that just says hello world, right? Our classic example. So hello world, exclamation point. Now, in order to go test this, we have to have an HTML file to use with this JavaScript. So you can use JavaScript in a lot of different places. I'd say the main place that you see it is on web pages, assisting an HTML page to do something to change the text on the page or whatnot. So what we're going to do is make sure you don't have this folder selector. Instead, you want the whole project selected, and right click, and we want to choose new HTML file. You can give whatever name you'd like. Typically the home page or a brand new page that you're making in web development, you give it the name of index, but feel free to call it whatever you'd like. So I'm just going to go with index here. So now you can see we have this index.html, and we also have our wordcount.kt. So what we have here, this is going to, in fact, I guess I'll just go ahead and show you now. So with our project, when we go ahead and hit build, under the build menu and hit build project, what it does is it takes our Kotlin code, converts it into JavaScript, and it has this different sort of library that it creates that's going to assist us as we're moving forward. So it takes a little bit of a second here, but you should have a folder created called out. And if you keep diving down into here, you can see there's production, and then here's our folder, word count web, and this is the big one that we want to look at, this wordcountweb.js. So this is the JavaScript file that's created automatically for us. You can kind of see at some point here, there we've got our function main, and there's the print line, hello world. And essentially what's happening here is it's converting this Kotlin code and turning it into this JavaScript file. Now this JavaScript file here, it does need to have access to what's inside of this folder called lib, this Kotlin.js. And so anyways, I'm showing you this whole directory so that over here in our index.html, let's say we need, we want to test this out, we have to import these two JavaScript files. So what we're going to do is just type script here, and we want to say that there's going to be a special source for this. And the source, we just want to start typing the name of the layout here. So I'm going to say out / lowercase production / capital word count web / and then the name of our JavaScript over here. Let me make sure I've got the correct name. Again, word count web.js. Excellent. And then we'll just do an ending tag there. So if you've never worked with HTML before, I don't think this is the time and place to go all in with it. We're not going to get too detailed here, but I at least want you to see some of the basics. If you're wondering more, there's tons of great tutorials online. I recommend the W3 School tutorial. It's free and it's pretty good. But anyways, this line here, this basically just imports JavaScript into this web page. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to do another script tag. And for this source, we are going to import this lib Kotlin stuff. So let's go ahead and copy all this out code that we have there, but instead of doing word count web.js, we are going to instead say lib / and then Kotlin.js. Okay, so once we've got that all in place, let's go ahead and do a build project one more time, and you'll see down here when it all finishes up. So once that's there, you can right click your HTML file, and you can say open in browser, and you can choose whatever browser you'd like to use. So I'm going to use Safari. So it'll go ahead and open up here. Now we need to see the JavaScript that's going to be coming out of here. So if you're working with Safari, you can right click and say inspect element, and you want to eventually get to the console here. Although I will say, I think probably Google Chrome is a little bit easy to use, and I think the odds are that you're using Google Chrome regardless of whether you're on Mac or PC. So let me open this again one more time, but now I'm going to open it with Chrome. Okay, so once this opens up, it should just be a blank web page here, but if we go to inspect, so right click and say inspect, and then go to the console here, this is where we should see our hello world print out. And right now we're not seeing anything, which is a little bit of a concern here. So let's go back to our project, make sure we've got everything that we need here. Oh, I think I see what the problem is. So I think we need to have the Kotlin import above the word count web, because this one uses the other one. So anyways, we'll go ahead and save this one more time. We're going to build our project, and then we are going to reload this page, and still nothing. Let me see what's going on. All right, it looks like I was doing my script tags incorrectly. So rather than having the slash at the end here, it looks like we actually have to have a full ending script tag like that. So we'll do that for each of these. There we go. Now let's go ahead and build this project one more time. And now that we do this, if we go to the console, make sure you have console selected. I'm going to reload the page. Finally, there we go. We got hello world to print out and show up. Okay, so this is just kind of our proof that we were able to get this up and running so that we can then apply our word counting code. So taking this as a starting point, in the next lecture, we're going to take our existing code, bring it into this wordcount.kt and get it to work with our web page. So the big goal of this project is we're trying to make a website where someone can enter in some text, hit a button, and then it will count the words that was inside of that text field, and it will show it back to the user, hey, these were the most common words that were in there, right? We're going to reuse the same code from our last project. But in order to go get some text from somebody, we have to add some extra HTML. In web programming, you do all the visual stuff with HTML and additionally CSS. We're not going to dive into that, but then it's the JavaScript that kind of does the actual sort of computing programming stuff on the page there. So we need to add a place where someone could actually enter some text here. So we're going to go back to IntelliJ, and we're going to provide some ways that someone could enter in some information. So the first one is we're going to use something called an input tag, and this allows somebody to put some information inside of a text field. That's why it's an input. It's a way to add something. So we're going to say that this is going to have a type equal to, and there's all these different types that you could put inside of here. We want text. So you have this opening bracket, input space type equal to text with the quotes around it, just like that. So if we go ahead and build this project, excuse me, unfortunately I did build module. I want to do build project. There we go. Let's go ahead and reload this page. Look at that. There's now this little text field where I could enter in some information. The next thing that we need on our page is a button where someone could submit some text. So we're going to go back to our code. On a different line, we are going to create a button. So with a button, inside of the button, we need to say what we want the button to say. So we might say like count exclamation point to say, you know, hit this button and it will count the words. So again, let's go ahead and do a build project and then go to Chrome, reload this page. And look at that, we got this button. So at least we have the, you know, sort of visual stuff that we need to count some information. So with this set, let's go talk about how we could pull information from here and then get it to process. So let's go back to IntelliJ. We're going to go to our wordcount.kt. And the first thing that we need to do is we need to get access to this button so that whenever this button is tapped or clicked, we can get, we can know about it and run some code. So we're going to first type out document, which gives us access to the HTML document. So we're going to say document.find, we want element, and I believe it's, oh, here it is, get element by. So get element by, and we want ID. And so in the HTML world, you can give IDs to things so that you can specifically pick them out. So for example, with this button, inside of the opening tag here, we're gonna say ID is equal to, and we'll just call this maybe button. I know, pretty straightforward here, but by giving this an ID, then we can come back over here and say, okay, we're gonna get an element with the ID of button. And then once we have this particular button, then we can write some code to say, hey, whenever this thing is tapped, you know, or whatever, we'll do something there. So first, let's go ahead and put this into a variable. So I'm just going to call this button is equal to all this grand stuff. And then with this button, we're going to add an event listener. So we're going to say .add event listener. And basically what we're looking for here is we want to know whenever someone clicks on this button, how we can handle that. Now, before we go ahead and fill this out, I should point out the button here is nullable. In fact, if you type out button, you can see that, oh, yes, this thing is an element with a question mark, meaning that we don't know for sure whether it's there. So I recommend putting 2 exclamation points at the end of this. I know this is kind of the lazy way. We didn't do a check here to make sure that that was safe. But I really want to focus on the HTML part of this and how, you can get Kotlin to work with HTML and all that good stuff through the JavaScript conversion. So that's where I'm doing a little bit of a lazy method here of doing the 2 exclamation points. Now, that's not the worst thing in the world, because what happens if it's not there is it brings up an exception, and sometimes that's the right thing that you want to do, but there's probably better ways to handle this. So anyways, all of that to say, now if we say add event listener, we want to go ahead and do the event listener here. So we'll go ahead and enter on that. Now it wants to know for what type this is going to be happening. So we want to say click for this, and then we'll do comma. And this is now where it's asking for a callback to say, hey, what sort of code do you want to run? So just do 2 curly brackets like this. And now everything in these curly brackets will be run whenever this button is clicked. So to just check and see what's going on, let's just go ahead and do a print line here, and we'll just say clicked exclamation point every time this thing gets clicked. At least that's what should happen. So let's build this project, and then we're going to come over here to Chrome, refresh our page, and we'll hit this button a couple times. We got to make sure we get to the console, and we'll just keep hitting it, and look at that. Every time we hit it, we get the button to update there. Okay, so that's good information. We know that that's working. Pretty cool that we know now how to work with the button to figure out when things are getting clicked on and whatnot. So let's kind of talk about what it is that we want to have happen when someone clicks on a button. Well, we want to take whatever text is inside of here, and we want to then do some word count processing with it. So the big thing that we got to do is be able to take the text that's inside of here and turn it into a string. So we're going to go back to IntelliJ here, and let's take a look at our index.html. So you can see right now we have this input that's of type text, but it doesn't have an ID, and we need to give it an ID so that we can properly get access to it and identify it in our other code file, the wordcount.kt. So go ahead and call this whatever you'd like. I think maybe something like word text is pretty straightforward, but just go ahead and pick something. Make sure you copy this and have the exact ID phrase that you used here, and then come back to our code here, and this is now where we're going to get access to the information that we had there. So what we want to do is first we need to get access to that text. So we're going to say, excuse me here, we're going to first do document dot, and we're going to our classic get element by ID, and we're going to pass in the ID that we just copy and pasted. And then once we've done this, the next thing that we want to do is we want to specify that the thing coming out of here is a particular type, because if we go back here, there's things like buttons and body tags. There's things called divs. The more you dive into HTML, the more that'll be familiar. But input is a special type, and so to work with it in Kotlin, we have to specify first that this thing is not nullable, so we'll do our exclamation points, and then we have to say that this should be coming through as an HTML input element. Okay, so by doing this, this gives us access to certain things from there, and one of them happens to be what's called the value, and the value holds whatever text is inside of there. So we're going to scroll down to value, and so I'm going to go ahead and put this inside of a variable. I'm going to call it, maybe for right now, just the text is equal to all this, and to make sure that this is working, we are going to print out whatever is inside of the text. So I'm going to pass in the text right there, and let's go ahead and build this. And we'll go to Chrome, wait for that to finish. Looks like it's all done, so we'll reload the page, and I'll put something like hello inside of here, hit count. Boom, look at that, it has the hello. And if I say hello John, something like that, hit it, boom, it comes through. So this, it doesn't seem like a lot, but this is a really, really big moment, because essentially what we've been able to do is successfully take what someone has entered here inside the text field. When we hit the button, we now have access to that, which then means we can use that information to then do some processing on the string and say, how many words are inside of there and all that good stuff. So this is probably a good place to stop for this lecture. In the next one, we're going to go about doing all the code to make it so that this will then, count the proper words. We're going to use the code that we had from our last project and use that right here with our JavaScript. So let's talk about that in the next one. All right, so in this lecture, we want to take this string that we just got, which we're calling the text, whatever it is that the user has typed into this box and wants to use. We want to be able to properly process this with the code that we have from our last project. So this is what's going to make this so magical, is that Kotlin allows us to use the exact same code that we had for an Android app and now use it with JavaScript, which I just think is amazing. So what we're going to do, or excuse me, a command line tool. I guess we could also take that same information and use it for an Android app. There's a lot of different ways that we can use this information, or this code. So let's go ahead and open up our last project. So I'm going to say open recent. I want to open word count, and I'll say go ahead and just open this in a new window. And we just want to get to this file here, right where we don't need this input stream stuff because we're not opening a file, but we just want everything that says from here forward, where we take what's called all the words and it does all that checking on it, and it eventually, you know, goes out and prints out that information. So let's go ahead and just copy and paste all this good information. I'm going to copy all the way down to there. Then I can probably close out of this project, and then I'm going to come back, and instead of printing out that information there, then what I'm going to do is paste this in. And you'll notice we're getting an error because it's saying, hey, there's no variable here called all the words. So we're going to copy this and replace the name the text with all the words. And now that should work. So I just want you to see this. Literally, I copy and pasted all of this. This should be ready to go. So if I hit build project here and go back to Chrome, okay, if I go ahead and reload the page, all right, and I'll just do a test here. So I'll just say A, B, C, or I had a couple things. Let me type a real sentence. I like cheese and cheese likes me, or something like that. So I hit the count button. Look at that. It shows cheese was there twice, like was there twice, me once, and once, I once. So let's go ahead and just, you know, in a new tab, let's go grab like the Gettysburg Address. So we're going to do Gettysburg Address. Okay, this is kind of cool because we can just directly go paste this in there. So we'll go and copy this, come back, place it in there, bam. And look at that. It did all the counting, and it says, you know, that showed up 13 times, we, and, you know, since we had handled all the situations from that particular text before, it doesn't look like we have any errors. But please appreciate what just happened. I mean, we took the logic and the code for a command line project and just applied it to now our JavaScript website. And what did that take? 1 minute to copy and paste it from here? Pretty amazing stuff that just happened. Now, obviously, this is not a great website because, you know, if someone hits the count button here, you know, they shouldn't have to right click and say inspect and know to go to the element, the console down here to look for all this information. Like, this is way too involved for someone to go figure out how to do this. So instead, what we want to do, in fact, we can kind of close out of this now, is we want to display the count here inside of the web page. So we're going to go back and talk about how we can do that. So let's get back to IntelliJ. And so this is the big place that we want to focus. So instead of, you know, printing this all out here like this, we would want to print it in HTML. And I think probably the best way to handle this with HTML is to use what's called a list. So you can do something where you create a tag called UL for unordered lists. There's ordered lists and unordered lists. I think an unordered list is good in this situation. And basically with an unordered list, you can put list items in the list. So for example, if I just say li, I'll just say like hello, and I'm going to make like a couple of list items here just so you can see what this looks like. So hello, this is cool, something like that. So we've got this unordered list with a bunch of list items inside of there. Let's go ahead and build this, and then we will reload this in Chrome. So you can see what that looks like. It's kind of got the bullet points there and it lists them out. So this would be a great way to list out our information. So you might be wondering, well, how are we going to go about handling this? So we need a way to sort of add this to our HTML document from our Kotlin code, which, I mean, eventually gets turned into JavaScript code. But what we're going to do is go back to IntelliJ. And first is we've got to have a place for this code to go. So in HTML, you can create these things called divs, which don't take up any space unless you set them to do. But it's basically a way to place some code in an organized way and you know, do things inside of there. So I'm going to make this div, and I'm going to call it, let's go ahead and give it an ID of something like the list. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and copy the list so we'll have access to this. So here, when we want to go do our printing inside of here, basically what we've got to do is, first thing that we want to do is we want to have the opening unordered list tag here. Below, this is where we would want to have the ending unordered list tag. And then here, inside of our for loop, this is where we would want to have, you know, like list item, and then it's showing some word like hello dash, and that shows up 6 times, and then we've got the ending list item inside of there. And I guess we probably shouldn't be having spaces there, but you can kind of see what it is that we're trying to do here. So the first thing that we need to do is add this unordered list opening tag. So we're going to first get access to the document. So we'll say document dot, and we want to do get element by ID. And this is where we're going to pass in that the list. So it gives us access to this div right here. Okay. Now, once we have access to this, then what we can do is we can go back and with this, we're going to do our 2 exclamation points and say, yes, this thing is not nullable anymore. And then we're going to say dot inner HTML, and that's going to be replacing whatever we want inside of there. So just to see how this will work, let's go ahead and just set the inner HTML to be something like hello for right now. So we'll just say hello exclamation point, and because I just want you to see what this will look like. So let's go ahead and do a build project, and come back, reload this. Okay, so let's go ahead and do inspect element to see what we've got going on here. So now I want to show you in the elements what's actually going on down here. So you can see we have a div right now with nothing inside of it, but as soon as I hit the count button, all of a sudden now inside of this div it has hello. So basically when you say inner HTML, you can actually assign some things inside of there. So we can actually, rather than working with this div, we could probably just put this directly into the unordered list, our particular items that we have. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go back to our code. So rather than have this div with an ID, the list, we're going to put this ID inside of the unordered list. We're going to get rid of these line items or list items for now. Then what we're going to do is get rid of that div. So now what we're going to do is if we come back here, basically we need to build up a string so that eventually we are going to come down and say, you know, get the list, and then the inner HTML is going to be equal to something that's going to have everything that we needed. So we now got rid of our rules that we need to do the opening unordered list and the ending unordered list. But now we need to make a string that holds all these LIs with the proper terms in there. So I'm going to create a string. I got to make sure it's a variable that can be mutable. So I'm going to call this list items with an S, and so this is just going to be equal to an empty string initially. But here, rather than doing a print line, what we're going to do is we're going to take our list items just like this, and we are going to add on this string to there. So you can, I know we've used the plus equals with the math to kind of, you know, add things on, but you can also use it with strings to just keep kind of pushing things on. And so when we add on these list items, we got to make sure that they have a list item opening tag and then a list item ending tag. So we got that slash there. Okay, so this should look just like this, and I guess I should probably put this comment above so it kind of makes sense there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say, all right, once we've gone through this whole for loop, we're going to take this list item string and we're going to say the inner HTML of that unordered list is going to be equal to list items. All right, so let's go ahead and let's build this. Come back to Chrome. Okay, looks like that finished, so we'll reload here, and I'm going to hit, well, I guess first I have to put some text inside of here. So let's copy the Gettysburg Address one more time. We'll paste it inside of there, hit count, and boom! Look at that. It now has everything here inside of a list. So this is a situation we can get rid, well, I'll show you real quick. Just this worked out really well that now our unordered list has all these cool little list items in there. So that was nice. We didn't have to work with the div. But you can see from like a user's perspective, this is not the way that this should be sorting, right? Like we would want 13 at the top, and then, you know, all the ones down below where you can really scroll down if you want to see those. So I'm going to go back to our code here. So we want to change this compare by to compare by descending. So now if we go ahead and build this, and then in Chrome, go ahead and reload it. We will paste in the old Gettysburg Address, hit count, and boom, look at that. We got all the words showing up that are most popular at the top, and then it sort of moves down from there. Well, this was definitely a little bit of a shorter section here, but I just wanted to kind of scrape the surface and show you what was possible with JavaScript. Again, what I think is so cool is that Kotlin is applicable in so many places. We might even see it at some point as a straight up backend service. Obviously, anywhere that you can run Java code as a backend that compiles to the JVM, you can do that with Kotlin as well. But I think maybe, you know, we'll start and see people more and more supporting Kotlin just out the gate. But anyways, I'm kind of getting off here. Hopefully you enjoyed learning about JavaScript. If you have any questions, please leave it as a comment, and let's keep moving forward. Hello and welcome to the section Kotlin for Programmers. So if you're watching this section, I assume you have some programming experience and you're saying, hey, I want to learn Kotlin, but I don't need to be taught what an if statement is, for loops, classes, all those things. Like, I've got that. I just need to know the syntax in Kotlin. Well, that's exactly what you're going to get here. I have little challenges at the end of each lecture to make sure you understand what's going on, but I really just move through what the syntax is. I don't dive into, all the particulars of how these things work, just how do you do it in Kotlin. So if you have a programming background, you're going to love how quickly we get through this. Go ahead and enjoy. Well, hello and welcome to Kotlin for Programmers. Just to reiterate, this section is for people who already have a programming background. You already know what variables, if statements, for loops are. Those all make sense. You just want to know, how do I do this in Kotlin, right? The syntax is different from every programming language. So what are the things that I need to know in Kotlin in order to get up and running as quickly as possible? So the structure for this section is I'm going to follow the same topics that I cover in Kotlin for beginners, but I'm just going to move through them quicker, and maybe some of the more basic examples, I'll get rid of those. But at the end of every lecture, I'm going to have a little challenge for you to make sure you understand what's going on. But I'm just going to really cut to the point here. These are not going to be very long because you already know what programming is. You just need to know how to do it in Kotlin. Then also at the very end of this section, we have a special lecture called Kotlin in Java. So this is for somebody who has a Java background and is saying, hey, I already have these Java projects. How can I bring Kotlin into it? And, what are some of the key things that I need to know working with Kotlin as a Java developer? So with that said, let's just go ahead and dive into things. The first thing that we're going to be talking about is variables. So variables in Kotlin are very straightforward. It's much, much simpler than Java. To create a variable, you just type var space and give your variable a name. So I'm going to say age, and you just set it equal to whatever you want, whether that's going to be an int, a string. In this case, I think it should be an int, but that's it. There's no semicolon, nothing else that you got to do. You don't have to say new or anything like that. This is all you have to do to create a variable. And if you want to update this over time, say age is now equal to 30, that's totally fine as well. So when you say var age, this is a mutable variable. If you want to make an immutable variable, change it from var to val, and then all of a sudden you'll get an error here because it's saying, hey, val cannot be reassigned, meaning that once you set it the first time, it is that for the rest of the time. All right. So you've already seen with Kotlin, if you're going to create a new variable or a val, all you've got to do is just set it equal to that type, and then Kotlin already knows, okay, age, for example, is a int variable. And if I try and set age equal to a string like this, hello, it's going to say, nope, you can't do that. And so something that's pretty special is that, we didn't have to explicitly say that age was going to be an int variable. Kotlin was just smart enough to infer, saying, hey, if you passed an int in there, well, it's probably going to be an int variable. Now, if you want to be explicit, you can. So after you say var age, you can do a colon and say capital int to specify, hey, this thing should be an int. So if I try and, assign a string inside of here, that's a no-go. But as long as it's an int, it's going to work. Now, same thing goes for strings. If I want to say, I'm going to make a variable called fav candy. It's going to be equal to my favorite candy bar. And I love Snickers. All I've got to do is just set it like this. So strings in Kotlin is just the double quotes right like this. If you want to specify the type, you can by saying capital string right there. Also, if you're wondering about whether this colon needs to be right next to the name or the space, it doesn't really matter. I think typically you've seen more of this style, that it's right after and then a space showing the type, but again, probably not the biggest deal in the world. So the last thing that I just want to cover here before we move on is with strings, you can do some awesome string interpolation in Kotlin that's so much easier than you could in Java. So for example, let's say I want to write a sentence about my age and my candy. So I might say something like, I am 28 years old and I love Snickers, right? But, rather than just always saying 28 and Snickers, I want to replace that with the value that's inside of these variables. Well, string interpolation in Kotlin is very simple. All you do is do a $, and then you just provide the variable that you want there. So in this case, age, just like that. And if I want to get rid of Snickers, for example, and do whatever is inside of fav candy, I can do my $, and then just say fav candy, and that's it. So to go ahead and make sure that this is what we were hoping for, let's go ahead and do a print line of this, and we'll go ahead and run our code here. So you should see I am 0 years old and I love Snicker. I guess I should have put an S on that, but this will prove that the code that we wrote here is totally valid. Okay, so my first challenge to you, which is a very, very simple challenge, and I guess maybe I should have covered this, to print stuff in Kotlin, you just say print line. You can also do just a straight up print like this, but obviously you don't get the return line with that, so I'm a big fan of print line. But my challenge for you is very simple. All I want you to do is to create a new variable called name and set it equal to your name. Okay, so like I said, pretty simple example, but I just want to kind of get you in the flow of how I'm going to be doing these challenges for you. So go ahead, hit pause on the video now and go do that. Okay, so hopefully that went well for you. Like I said, amazingly simple challenge that I had for you. All you had to do is create a variable named a name and set it equal to your name, and boom, there it is. I just finished that. Okay, so there it is. We already completed what was 2 lectures before in the Kotlin for beginners, and we're going to keep moving on and talk about math and comments in the next one. In this lecture, we're going to be talking about math and comments in Kotlin. And let's go ahead and start by talking about comments. So comments are pretty straightforward. Let me go ahead and clear out our last example so we have some space to work. To create a comment in Kotlin, it's pretty straightforward. All we have to do is do 2 forward slashes and then type whatever you want. That's it. That's how you make a single line comment in Kotlin. Now, if you want to do a multi-line comment, you do the /* and then sometime down below, and look, IntelliJ already did it for me. You just need the star and the slash below, and then you can type whatever you want and take up as much spaces as you need. Okay, so because you know what comments are, I'm not going to dive any further into that. That's all you need to know. All right, so let's move forward to talk about math in Kotlin, and it's pretty straightforward. So we're going to introduce a new type to you, which is the double. So if you create a variable, and let's say I'm going to have my weight be represented as a double, I'm like 188.6 pounds or something like that. If you have anything with a decimal, Kotlin defaults it to be a double. So if we were going to specify the type here, we could go like this and say, hey, this thing is a double. If there's also lots of other math types, like there's a float, and I think there's large and small numbers, but I mean, double, int, those are the basic ones that you'll need. Maybe you'll need a float, but we usually default by a double. In fact, you'll see when it's trying to, set this equal to here, it's going to say, hey, that's not valid. We want this by default to be a double. So that's how you create a double. If you want to do math with doubles and ints, that's totally fine. Let's do a quick example to find the circumference of a circle. So if I say, for example, var radius is going to be equal to something like 6 or yep, and then I'm going to make a variable to represent pi. So pi is equal to 3.14. If I want to find the circumference of this, I've got to do pi times r times 2. So I'm going to say var c, short for circumference, is going to be equal to radius times pi, also times 2. And you'll see by doing this, if I print out whatever's inside of c, let's go ahead and run this code. Look at that. It turns it into a double. So Kotlin's smart enough to do any sort of conversion, right? Like if you've got, we have a mix of ints and doubles here, and Kotlin just said, you know what, we're turning all these into doubles. Now, if you wanted to, for example, you wanted the circumference to be represented by an int, you do have to do a little bit of work here because it's saying, okay, radius is an int, 2 is an int, but pi is not. Well, on pi, you'd have to say .2, and you can turn it into all sorts of different types here. In fact, there's some of the other math ones, right? The long, the short, but let's say, we turn this thing into an int, all of a sudden this is now valid code. And so we'll go ahead and run this, see what we get. Look at that. Now the circumference is equal to 36. In Kotlin, if you want to add something onto a variable or subtract something onto a variable, you can do that with plus equals and minus equals. So kind of the fun example I showed in the beginning was the beginner section was if I have 40 bucks in my wallet and then I go to 7-Eleven and I buy like a hot dog and a soda, I might have to say wallet minus equal 5. And now wallet is going to be equal to 35. At least it should be. Let's go ahead and just do a print line of that to make sure. And look at that. It's equal to 35. So you can do minus equals. You can also do plus equals just like that to add something onto it. And just to reiterate, if I say wallet plus equals 100, this is the same thing as wallet is equal to wallet plus 100. So you're just taking the existing value and adding onto it. Okay. So really that's everything that I have for you. I'm going to have a very simple challenge for you here. What I want you to do, and I'm going to type this out with comments now that we know how to do comments in Kotlin, is make a variable named age and set it equal to your age, Man, my spelling is just horrendous here. The next thing that I want you to do is I want you to add 40 to your age, and then tell me in a multi-line comment what you'll be doing in 40 years. This should be fun. Okay, so go ahead, hit pause on the video and do this now. Okay, so hopefully that went well for you. Again, you should just absolutely blow by this. You're going to create a variable named age, set it equal to your current age, then just add 40 onto your age. Go ahead and use that plus equals stuff. Plus equals 40. Tell me in a multi-line comment what you'll be doing in 40 years. So I would love to hear what yours is. Please share it as a comment to this video. But mine is, I will be traveling the US with my wife in a self-driving RV to visit the grandchildren. We don't have any children yet, so we don't know if this is actually going to become a thing, and we're just banking on the fact that self-driving RVs will be a thing. So anyways, there you have it. We're just rolling through here. Let's keep going. We're going to talk about if statements and Booleans in the next lecture. Well, all right, now that you know what comments are, I'm going to be using it to title what it is we're talking about in each lecture. And in this one, we're going to be talking about if statements and Booleans. So first, let's start with Booleans. How do you create a Boolean in Kotlin? All you do is make a variable, give it some name like is the dog alive? It's kind of a morbid example. Either it's alive or it's dead. I guess if you watch The Princess Bride, you could say it's mostly dead or something like that. But with a Boolean, you just simply set it equal to true, or you set it to equal to false. No quotes around it. That would make it a string. And the type for this is it's not, bool like this. It's actually Boolean. So you have to type out the full Boolean if you're talking about the Kotlin type of true or false. And those are the only two things that it can be equal to. So there you have Booleans. Now, if statements, let's go ahead and talk about those. You do if, and then you put parentheses with some sort of Boolean inside of there, an expression, and then you do curly brackets to say, hey, if this thing is true, go ahead and run the code that's in these curly brackets. So for example, we could put the is the dog alive, and if it's equal to true, we'll run what's in here. You can put an else statement to say, hey, if that's not true, we'll go ahead and do something here. The other thing that you can do is obviously with if statements is you can compare things. So if I made a variable like age, I could, make an if statement that checks to see if somebody's over a particular age. So I could say if age is greater than 18, then I could print out something like you are able to ride the ride. And if not, you could say you're not able to ride the ride. I'm guessing this would be some code at like a theme park or something. I don't know. But you can do greater than, you can do less than, you can do greater than or equal to, same thing with less than. If you want to see two things are exactly the same, you use two equal sign. If you want to say check and see if things are not equal to each other, you use the exclamation point and then the equal sign. You can test multiple things if you want by using two amperstamps to say, okay, if age is not 18 and is the dog alive? That's like, checking another condition there. Or if you want to, rather than do the and, you can say or by doing the two straight up lines. So to get to this, you have to say shift and then hit the backslash key to get those up and down lines. But so this is saying if either one of these things is true, then, run the code inside of here because that's true. And the amperstamp and is saying, okay, this thing has to be true and this thing has to be true in order to run the code that's going to be inside of here. So again, you probably know what if statements are and how to use them. So I think you're probably good with what we have here. Let's go ahead and dive into our challenge. And simply what I want you to do is create a variable that's equal to your name. So make a variable called name and then make an if statement to check if your name is equal to Nick. If so, print Nick is a boss. Boss? I don't think I spelled boss correctly like I wanted to, but anyways, there's your challenge. Very simple, but go ahead and do that now. Okay, so hopefully this went well for you. You create a variable that is called name, set it equal to your name. So the odds of your name being Nick is very low, but so if it is, congratulations to you. What the code we're supposed to run is to say, hey, if name is equal to Nick, then we are going to do a print line where we print out Nick is a boss, just like that, and all of a sudden, boom, that'll work. So I'm going to go ahead and run my code to see if this is really the case. And oh my goodness, look at that. Nick, in fact, is a boss. All right, we're going to keep moving forward. In the next one, we are going to be talking about for loops. So I misspoke in the last lecture. I said that this was going to be about for loops. It's actually going to be about lists and arrays. So lists and arrays in Kotlin, pretty straightforward. The most simple way to make them, let's say I want to make a variable of my lucky numbers. So I'm going to say var lucky numbers is going to be equal to, you just type list of, and you don't even have to specify the type inside those angle brackets. You could just say like 1, 6, 7, 8, 3. You just have to separate the items by commas, and then all of a sudden you have a list. Same thing if you want to do an array, you just have to say array of, like that, and all of a sudden now you have an array of ints. Now, if you want to make an empty array and not specify the type, you can say array of, and then inside of the angle brackets, you just have to say what's going to be in there. For example, I might say, you know, this is going to be an array of ints, if you wanted to see that. Now, with both arrays and lists, you can't grow or shrink them. So if you want to be able to do something like that, you need a mutable list. So you can say, for example, mutable list of, and provide something like a set of numbers here. I'll just go ahead and put some in. Then if you want to add on to these, you can say lucky numbers dot add and specify, you know, that you want it to go at a specific position. So if I add like the number 5, I can say that this should go in at position 0 or something like that. That's totally fine. Or if you just want to straight up provide something in there, you could just say, I want to add the number 4. That's it. That's valid code. Other functions that come with here, really, if you just hit the dot, you're going to see you can remove at, you can replace things, you can turn things into a set, all sorts of stuff. But again, if you want to grab something out of an array or a list, you just do square brackets after the name of your list or array, and then say, you know what, I want something from position 0. And if, you know, we go ahead and do a print line of this, let's go ahead and do this. You should see us get back the very first value, which is a 1. Okay, so we'll wait for that. Look, it is there. And if I give it a position of 3, for example, that should give us the very last item in the list. So the number 6, we'll see if that works. And look, there it is. Now, if you want to get the size of a list or an array, you just do dot size, and it's going to give you back an int. So we should see the number 4 come through here. And look, there it is. So really, that's the lowdown on lists and array. Pretty straightforward. Again, there's some differences between lists and array if you really want to get technical into it, but honestly, in most cases, it's not going to be a huge deal. So you can use those almost interchangeably. But again, if you really want to be able to grow and shrink the size of the list, you've got to have a mutable list in order to do that. Okay, so let me go ahead and give you a quick challenge here. It's going to be really straightforward. Make a list of your favorite movies. That's it. Okay, so go ahead, hit pause on the video, and do that now. Okay, so hopefully that went well. Should be pretty straightforward. I'm mostly interested to just see what your favorite movies are, so please leave it as a comment. It'd be interesting to see. So I'm going to make a variable fave movies, and in my list, I'm going to say list of, and I might put inside of here something like Sandlot, and another one of my favorite movies is Emperor's New Groove. I'm sure I didn't spell that correctly. And another favorite of mine is probably Fast and the Furious. And again, I'm going to spell that wrong. But anyways, there's some of my favorite movies. Hopefully your spelling's a little bit better than mine. One thing that I did want to mention really quickly is that if you want to specify the type of a list or an array, you can do that by saying here, you just do, for example, capital list, and then in the angle brackets, you say what's going to be inside of there. So in this case, it would be a string. Say, okay, this is going to be a list of string objects. So if you ever need to specify the type of a list, you can do that by doing this. In this lecture, we're going to be talking about for loops. And this is an awesome segue from our last lecture where we were talking about lists and arrays, because with for loops, they work beautifully together. You can iterate through each item there. But first, I'm going to show you how we can do for loops where we just iterate through a range of numbers. So in Kotlin, the way to do this is you just say for with some parentheses. And let's say if we wanted to run through the numbers 1 through 10, we'd have to represent some sort of variable that we want to hold value each time we iterate through. So for example, if I made that x, I might say x in and then 1 dot dot 10, and that's saying I want to go from the number 1 to the number 10. Then I do curly brackets, and the idea here is basically that each time we loop through this range, that we are going to run the code inside of these curly brackets. And so initially x would be 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. And if we want to check out this functionality, really as simple as just printing out x. So let's go ahead and run that just to kind of prove what's going on here. Boom, there it is, all 10 numbers. This range doesn't have to start at 1. We could go from like 5 to 7 or 6 even if we wanted to. Right, so if we run this, it'll just do the numbers 5 and 6. And there's nothing magical about x here. I could call this X-Men if I wanted to. It's really up to you about what you want to name things. So now the question becomes, how do for loops work with lists or arrays? And here's what we do. So let's say I make a list of my favorite candy. So I'm going to say var fav candy, and this is going to be equal to a list of, and I'm going to put some strings in here. So Snickers, definitely one of them. Then we've got, I do like the 100 grand bar, and maybe Fun Dip. Those are like my favorite candy maybe. So I go ahead and I put these here. Now if I want to iterate through all these with a loop, I'm going to follow a very similar format that I did before, where I say something like for with my parentheses. And just to keep things consistent, I'm going to say x in, and rather than giving a range, I'm just going to give the list here, fave candy. And then I'm going to do my curly brackets after that. So now what it will do is it will run through each item in fave candy, starting at the beginning, going to the end. So first x will be equal to Snickers, then 100 grand bar, then Fun Dip. So if we wanted to make sure that this thing worked, we just go ahead and print out x again. So let's go ahead and run this. We should see these 3 items printed out. And look at that, Snickers, 100 grand bar, and Fun Dip. Okay, so that's working. Now I will say, when you're working through an array like this, or a list, x is not a great name. So for example, if the array is fave candy, well, I would probably name this something like candy, because that makes sense. It's a list of candy objects, and if I'm talking about one particular candy, that's probably a better name for it rather than x. Okay, so the challenge that I have for you is not one that I proposed to the beginners. This one's a little bit of a level up, and in fact, it's talking about something that I haven't even covered as far as Kotlin and math is concerned. So I want you to do the following. Loop through the numbers 1 to 200 and print out all odd numbers. Okay, so loop through the numbers 1 to 200 and print out all the odd numbers. You're going to have to learn how to do this on your own, but I think this will be a good practice to go, check out how to find the answer to a Kotlin problem on the web. If you have any issues, I'm going to show you how I would Google this for myself. But anyways, that is the challenge for you. Go ahead and hit pause on the video now. Okay, so hopefully you enjoyed this one. A little bit tougher than what we had before as far as challenges go. The big thing that we want to do here is we want to find what are odd numbers and print them out. And in order to do that, we're going to use something that's called a modulo, but we have to figure out how to do that in Kotlin. So I first know that I need to loop through the numbers 1 to 200. So I'll just start by doing that. I'll say for x in 1 dot dot 200, so that I know that I'm looping through all of those. And then the next thing that I need to do is I need to do some sort of if statement that checks to see if a number is odd or even. So again, I think the modulo is the way to do that. I've often seen it as percentage signs, but let's see what it is in Kotlin. So I'm going to open up Safari, and I'm just going to search modulo in Kotlin. Let's see what Google has for me. We've got operating overload. Let's see here. I'm not sure that this is what I'm looking for. There we go. So arithmetic operators, we do have the modulo there. Sounds like it should be pretty straightforward. So it's dividing, doing division, and then it gives you the remainder afterwards. So we'll say, all right, if inside of parentheses x modulo 2 is equal to 1, meaning that there is a remainder, then we know that that number is odd. And so what we will do is we will do a print line where we print out whatever x is. Okay, so looks like maybe it's this simple. Let's go ahead and run it, see what we get. And down here, okay, these are all looking odd. Let's make sure it got the number 1. Yep, it even got the number 1. Perfect. So there's the solution for that. And we still got more to go, so let's keep trucking. In this lecture, we're going to be learning about maps. And in other programming languages, you've probably heard them referred to as dictionaries. The basic concept here is that it's a key value pairing storage. So the idea is, you put something in, like you might have strings for your keys, ints for your values, and if you provide a certain key, then you'll get back a certain value. So to kind of go through an example with this, a classic example that I always do is if you're going to create a map or a dictionary about some dogs, or you want to look up a dog's age. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a new variable called dogs, and this is going to be a map about dogs. So to create a new map, you type map of, just like we kind of did for list of, array of, and it's going to ask you for the type. If you specify here, you don't have to do that, but basically, like I said, with dogs, if I was going to give names for the keys and age for the value, I would do something like Fido for my key space 2, and then I would give some sort of value here, which I want to be an int because I want to say Fido is 8 years old, and this is one of the entries inside of the map. So if I do another one, maybe I have another dog named Sarah 2, and let's say Sarah is 17 years old. Boom, we have another entry in there. Let's do one more. So let's have a dog named Sean 2, 6, and all of a sudden with this map, now we have 3 entries in there. And if we ever want to get something out of this map, we can just say dogs, do the square bracket, and then you have to provide a key. That's important here, right? Like we've got to do one of these strings. And so if I do capital Fido, that should give me the age of 8. So let's go ahead and do a print line, make sure that this is everything we thought it was. Okay, we'll go ahead and run this. And look at that, we get the number 8 printed out. Okay, so the one thing that really that's it for maps. If you ever want to know anything more about it, I guess one more thing that I should point into, right? Like if you want to add an extra entry onto here, right? Like you're saying, okay, I'm going to add a completely new dog. The name's going to be Jeremy, and I'm going to set this equal to something like 52. Man, this is like a really old dog. The issue that you're going to have here is that the map is not mutable. So in order to do that, you have to say mutable map of, and just keep everything like it was, and now you're able to add new things on to your map if you'd like to. Okay, so my challenge for you is to make a map that holds 3 words and 3 definitions of slang you use. So kind of the idea for this comes from like Urban Dictionary. So think of some word that you use, or you could just even make it up on the fly. So if I say something like programming cheese, maybe this is my slang for whenever I eat mac and cheese while I'm programming. That's probably the lamest example in the world, but I want you to make a map where you have strings for keys, strings for values, but the idea is you could look up some sort of word in this map to find the definition. So go ahead, hit pause on the video and do this now. All right, hopefully that went well for you. If you have any especially funny or odd definitions and words, I would love to hear them. Let me go ahead and make the best that I can here. So I'm going to say something like, I'm going to do vol this time instead of var. I'm going to say Nick's slang is equal to a new map of. And this time, just for kicks, I'm going to provide the type. So I'm going to say string, comma, string, just because I can. Go ahead and put the I in there. And you got to spell this stuff correctly or it's not going to work. So the first word, let's go with what I had before. So programming cheese. I'm going to say this is to coding and eating mac and cheese. Again, that's like the dumbest definition in the world. Let's go ahead and think of another sort of random word. Grub. That's one that I use sometimes that people don't know the definition of, although I feel like that's pretty standard. That's, food. Like I'm going to go grub. I'm going to go get something to eat. I'm going to go, I guess maybe I'll clarify here. It's to eat food if you're going to grub. And then the last one of my slang dictionary, geez, I don't have very many good words in my life. I guess one cool thing is Rick is my summer name instead of Nick. So summer name of Nick. Every month from May 1st to September 1st, I go by Rick instead of Nick. So those are probably the worst examples in the history of programming courses, but you know what? We got through it. We're still alive. And the next one, we're going to be talking about functions, and we're almost done with this. You've been flying through. Let's keep up the pace. Let's keep going. All right, in this lecture, we're going to be diving into functions, and functions are so great in Kotlin. I think they're just a dream to work with. Makes it very straightforward about what's going on. So to create a function in Kotlin, all you have to do is type fun space, give your function a name. Like I'll make one that just says, that's called hello. And the idea is this is going to print out hello world. So you have to do some parentheses here. Eventually, this is where some parameters are going to go in. But right now, we'll just do a function with no parameters. This function does not return anything. And then anything that's inside the curly brackets gets run when this function is called. So for example, inside of here, I'm going to say print line, and I'm going to print out hello world. And now I can call this function just like this. Hello, I could call it multiple times if I'd like to, and each time that I call it, it's going to run this code. So we should see hello world printed out 3 times. Look at that. That's exactly what we get. Now, let's say we wanted our function to return some information. Well, what we do is we put a colon after the parentheses where the parameters are going to go, and then we say what type is going to be returned. So in this case, if I wanted to return a string, I can do that. And so rather than saying print line hello world, I am now going to simply return hello world, to just return space. That's how you return something. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to print line whatever hello world, or excuse me, hello function gives back. It should be kicking back a string. So let's go ahead and run this. And look at that. It prints out hello world. That worked great. Now, if you want to pass parameters into a function, you can do that by specifying a name for your parameter. So I might say something like, if I want to say hello to someone, so I'll say name. This is going to be of type string, if I can spell string correctly. And now I can say something like hello, and I'm going to do some string interpolation here and pass in name. So that then means here inside of this function, if I'm going to spit back some information, or if I have a function that requires a parameter that I need to put something here, so maybe I'll put like Nick right there. So now when I run this code, it should say hello Nick, and boom, look at that, it does. Now, one cool thing that you can do is you can set sort of default parameters. So if someone doesn't provide a value, you can still move forward. So I can say, name colon is going to be a string, and I could set this equal to maybe like Rick by default, so that someone could still call oh, IntelliJ is freaking out on me here, but I can still call this function without passing a parameter now. And what it will do by default is just say, hey, if no one gave me a parameter, I'll just use Rick as the default for this. And if you want to accept multiple parameters, you can do that. You just say comma, and then, let's say if you wanted to take another parameter like punctuation, if that's how you spell it, right? So if someone wants to say hello with like an exclamation point or something like that, then we'll say, all right, then we're going to provide $ punctuation. So we would want to specify here that we are going to first give a name like Nick, and then we're also going to give, let's do a question mark just to be fun here. So we'll say hello Nick. That's what this function should give us. And look at that, hello Nick. Now, something cool with functions that you can do in Kotlin is this sort of shorthand way of making a function. So let's say I have kind of a dumb function that adds 2 numbers. So I'm going to say fun add numbers, and it takes 2 parameters. So it takes like num1, which is an int, and it takes num2, right, which is an int. And I say, you know what, this thing at the end of the day should be returning an int value. And I'll do my curly brackets here, and then I'll say, return whatever num1 plus num2 is, just like this. Like, that's a valid function, right? Well, you can also do this same function, but in kind of a shorthand way. And the shorthand way to do this is you just say fun add numbers. So I'm going to do the same name as this one. In fact, I'm just going to copy everything up to the parentheses here. So I'm just going to copy this. So we have the exact same function, and what we're going to do this time is instead we're just going to say this is equal to, and then we're just going to say num1 plus num2. And so let me go ahead and comment this out. Also, that's a fun little hotkey. If you select all the text and then hit Command and then the /, that's going to allow you to comment out stuff quickly. But basically, this is the quick hand way of saying I'm going to return whatever num1 plus num2 is. So Kotlin is smart enough, one, to determine Okay, num1 plus num2, these are the name of the parameters that were just given, and they're both int, so they probably want to return an int, and so it does that, returns it, and it doesn't make us specify that this thing should kick back an int. I mean, we could, if we wanted to, say that this is going to return an int, but it's a little bit overkill here, because in this case, Kotlin knows that this is a totally fine way to do this. So my challenge for you, quite simple: make a function that takes a dog's name and age and prints a sentence about it. Man, my spelling is horrible. Sentence. Oh, who cares? Okay, so go ahead, hit pause on the video, and do this now. Man, it's embarrassing how bad I am at spelling here. Basically, all you had to do was make some function that prints out some information about a dog. So I might call this one like dog info. It's going to take, in my case, name as a string, and it's going to take age as an int, and it's not going to return anything because we're printing here. And I'm going to have it do a print line where it says something like Fido is 7 years old. And instead of saying Fido, that's where I'm going to say $name. Instead of doing 7, that's where I'll say $age. Okay, that's it. So we are flying through. In the next one, we're going to kind of step things up a bit by talking about classes, and then we're going to dive into nullables. So some good information coming here in the next one. All right, in this lecture, we're going to be talking about classes, and this is sort of stepping things up a bit here. I know you have worked with classes before, but this is probably more advanced than anything we've worked with before. But with your background, you're going to do absolutely fine. So making classes in Kotlin, very straightforward. All we do is just say class, give the name of a class, which is uppercased. So in this case, if I want to make a dog class, I just say class dog. And just like that, I now have a class, which then means if I want to create a object from this class, I could say var my dog is equal to a new dog object with parentheses, and that's how simple it is to make an object from a class. Now, to add properties to a class, you can do it sort of manually here by saying something like var name and setting this initially equal to some sort of string, and var age, setting that maybe initially equal to 0, right? So then now I could say something like my dog dot name and set this equal to something that kind of has this built-in getters and setters stuff. So that you can just directly manipulate the properties there. But this doesn't really have an initializer that we can provide a name and an age for. So if you would like to do that, Kotlin has this awesome syntax where when you make a class, like a dog class, you just put parentheses after it, and then you say it's going to have a property called name, and it's going to be of type string, comma, and it's going to have a variable property of age, and it's going to be of type int. Got to do my capital int there. And just by doing this, now when I want to make a new dog object, I've got to provide a name in there, maybe something like Fido, and then the age of like 5. But what it's done is it's created these properties for me, and it's created this initializer. So it's kind of a 2-in-1 package here, which is really, really sweet. Now, if we wanted to go back to our previous example here, where we had the properties showing up, let me undo till we get there. Okay. What I can also do is, if I don't want to set this equal to like an empty string or a 0, and I want to make my own custom initializer, well, what I can do is say, rather than this is equal to an empty string, I'm just going to say name is going to be of type string, and age is going to be of type int. So I have a couple, so the big error that I'm getting here is it's saying, hey, these got to be initialized at some point, like these have to be equal to something when you create a new dog object. So one option is to do the init function. So this will get called whenever a new class is created. So I could do something where I say inside of here, name is equal to the double quotes, or I could say age is equal to 85, something like that if I wanted to, or I guess 0 would be sort of the default init value. But if you were going to do this, you might as well just set it equal to that up at the top there. But if there's some more sort of complex thing that you want to do, you can always do that inside of the init function. Another thing that you can do is you can make constructors, and you can have multiple constructors, and this is where you can actually pass in some information. So for example, if I want to have a constructor where I'm taking a name, which is going to be like a string, I could take an age as well. Make sure I've got capital int there. Do my curly brackets, then I could say something like this dot name is equal to name, and this dot age is equal to age. So you can see in this constructor, it's handling filling in these properties. Now the this, that refers to the class object whenever I use the term this. So when I say this.name, I'm saying take this property and set it equal to the name parameter that was just passed in here. And because, you know, like name and name are the same and age are the same, that's why I have to specify this dot when I'm doing the constructor stuff here. But the cool thing is you can have multiple constructors. So I could do a constructor where it doesn't take in anything, for example, and I just say, all right, in this case, name will be equal to this and age will be equal to 0. So the awesome thing is now this line of code where I make a dog object with no parameters is totally fine. But I could also do one where I pass in something like Fido and the age of 8 or something like that, and I can still make a new object there. So that's kind of some of the basic information on classes. The other thing too, you can have functions inside of your class. So if I'm going to make a function that gives me some info about this dog, I might call it something like dog info, I don't know, and this is going to print out some information about the dog. So I'm going to say, all right, go ahead and say something like Fido is 5 years old. And then again, what we've got to do here is say, all right, rather than Fido, we're going to do our $name, and then rather than 5, we're going to do our $age. Okay, so those are the basics when it comes to classes. Kind of some cool things that you can do. Like I said initially, where you could just kind of do the parentheses here and make your properties. I think that's sort of the slickest way to do it in my own programming. I found that's what I end up doing most often. So my challenge for you is very, very straightforward. I want you to add a new property called fur color to the dog class and update dog info, the function. Okay, so go ahead and do that. Hit pause on the video now. Okay, so hopefully that went well for you. All it would take to do something like this is just say var dog fur. It's going to be, I could just here set it equal to an empty string, or if I wanted to follow convention, I could, you know, just say this is a string and set it up down there. I think I'll just do this to be fun. I think I could even, if I wanted to, specify this one up at the class top. We'll see if this actually works. I have my doubts. Let's see if I say that that's a string. Yeah, it's looking like that's not gonna fly all too well with this. So I always love to try new things on the fly as I'm recording, you know, just for fun, scientific purposes. But anyways, I'm going to update now this dog fur property inside of the dog info, where it says, okay, Fido is 6 years old and has dog fur fur. So if I, you know, it's set dog fur equal to like brown or something like that. All right, dog fur is not the right name. It should be fur color. Let's go ahead and change that fur color. Now this will make a little more sense. Okay, and has brown fur, white fur, orange fur, whatever it is that's going on here. Okay, so congratulations, you've made it through the basics of Kotlin. This is as far as I took the Kotlin for beginners, but at a much, much slower pace. So congrats on getting this far. But I'm going to teach you one more thing, and that's about nullables in Kotlin. And then I'm also going to have that special lecture about Kotlin in Java. So let's go ahead and talk about nullables in the next one. This is kind of a special bonus for you guys. And then after that, we'll talk about Kotlin and Java. So in this lecture, we're going to be talking about nullable. And if you've ever worked with Swift programming before, this is the same concept as optionals. I know this is in a couple of different programming languages, but do want to go over it here. We actually do touch on this inside of one of the Android apps, but I figure we've been rolling through, you might as well see what this is all about. So anytime you see question marks, exclamation points inside of Kotlin, that's usually because it's dealing with a nullable. And the basic idea is if I'm going to make something like a variable for my age, I set it equal to like 28 or something. You know, I should be able to change this as much as I want. So all of a sudden my age is now 45. But if you want to make this nullable, this variable here nullable, that's so that you can eventually say something like age is equal to null. And it's sort of your way of saying it's equal to nothing. And you might be wondering, well, like, why would you do that? Well, we typically see it in functions where it's a way to say that, you know, something hasn't been set up yet, or maybe something went wrong. There's all sorts of different situations for this. But in order to make something nullable, for example, because this variable, this is a int variable, if I wanted to make it a nullable int variable, I have to specify here that this is of type int, and then just simply put a question mark after it. And then all of a sudden this code becomes valid where I can say, okay, age is now equal to null, and I can sort of move on from there. All right. So you can make any type that you want nullable. In fact, if we had made like our dog class, for example, and we go ahead and create a dog object, var my dog, I could specify that I want this to be a dog nullable, so that when I create a new dog object at some point, if I want to say, you know what, dog, you are no longer existing, I can set it equal to null. That's totally valid. Okay. So you might be wondering, okay, well, how is this going to affect my code? Like, what do I need to know in order to work through this? Well, something to note here is, let's say, for example, you want to turn something unnullable. You can do that by saying age, in this case, which is nullable, and then do 2 exclamation points after it. And that's why if you're saying, I'm going to turn this into a non-null, I guess it's calling it non-null assertion. But, just to kind of prove what's going on here, if I say create a new variable called like new number, and I set this equal to age, as I start typing out new number, you can see over here that its type is an int nullable. But if I say age, when I first set something into new number, if I do age exclamation point, now when I type out new number, it's just a straight up int object. So that's kind of how that can work. You can unwrap nullables if you want to, check and see if something is null or not. Probably the most typical way to do something like this is you say, all right, if in parentheses age is not equal to null, then you can go ahead and in parentheses write some code. And it's in this situation that you're then safe to say something, like age exclamation point, because now you know for sure, okay, this thing is not equal to null. So when I put the 2 exclamation points there, I know for sure that there's an actual number inside of there and it's not equal to null. Okay, so those are the basics. What I'm going to do for you is just provide a very simple challenge. I really think you're going to want to see what nulls and nullable stuff looks like in the quote-unquote wild as you program, as we work through our different projects. One example that I guess I'll show you before a challenge here is, let's say I make a dictionary or a map. I keep referring to it as a dictionary, but let's say, the variable dogs map, and I'm going to set this equal to map of, and I'll provide something like, Fido, and then do the age. This is kind of an example we had earlier, right? So let's say I try and pull something out of this dogs map, but I give it a key that doesn't exist. Like I just try to pass in something like ABC. If I go ahead and print what's going to come out of here, you'll notice that it will be a null, because this is kind of a good example of that, where a map says, hey, you pass me a key here, ABC, that doesn't exist inside of this map. So I'm not sure what to give you back. So it gives back null as sort of its way of saying that thing does not exist. And you can really see this if, we put this into a new variable where we assume this would be something like the dog age, is equal to this. If we check out the type of dog age, you can see that is an int nullable, because it's saying, well, I'm not for sure if that, is going to come through or not. So that's kind of one, I guess, more concrete example that you can look to for that. So my challenge for you here is, I want you to make, very simply, a string nullable. That's it. Just want to make sure you know what the syntax is and can move forward. So go ahead and do that now. Okay, so hopefully that went well. Again, all you got to do is take some sort of string and set it to be a nullable. So I'm going to do like my fave candy, which is equal to Snickers. All right, but let's say, I want this thing to be nullable. I can just say, all right, you know what? This is going to be a string nullable. And then for whatever point, let's say I'm going on some sort of crazy diet where I don't eat sugar, I can now all of a sudden say, I don't have a favorite candy anymore because I don't eat that. But hopefully that never comes from me, because I love candy. Okay. All right, so that gave you a nice little introduction into nullable. Again, one more lecture here to talk about Kotlin and Java, how you could integrate it into an existing project, and we'll talk about that in the next one. So welcome to the lecture on Kotlin and Java, and the main thing that I want to tackle here is, let's say you're an existing Java developer and you just went through everything that I taught you with, learning Kotlin and the syntax and everything. You're like, okay, I think Kotlin's cool. I, want to use more of it, but I have this huge project that I've created and I don't want to rewrite everything in Kotlin. Like, how can I do one piece at a time or sort of move things over? Well, you have a couple of different options here. So the first one that I just want to show you is that inside of a project, you can have Java files and Kotlin files together. So I'm in Android Studio 3.0. Earlier versions of Android Studio do not include Kotlin by default. So if that's you, if you're sort of in an earlier version, you can go to the Android Studio's preferences, and you're going to have to go find, let's see, plugins here, and if you search for a particular plugin of Kotlin, you can see it's already in here. You can add that to your project, and so it pretty easily works from there, but I just kind of wanted to give you that quick plugin, but probably should just be rolling with Android Studio 3.0 and further, assuming that you're doing it. I mean, you could be working on a Java project not in Android Studio, but this is just kind of an example here. But once we've gotten past that, so let's say, I've got this Java file here, and I want to make like a new class in my project. What I can do is make that new class a Kotlin class, but still use it inside of Java. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new Kotlin file here. So I just right-clicked and said I want a new Kotlin file, and I'm just going to call this dog, for example, because I'm going to make a dog class inside of here. So I'm going to say something like class dog is going to have a property called name, which is a string, and age, which is an int, and I forgot to put a val or var in front of these, so I'll go ahead and do that. And now I don't even need my curly brackets here because I'm not going to do anything beyond that with the class. So, you can see over here, I have my dog class, and looks like I probably need to configure my Kotlin stuff here. So thank you, Android Studio, for taking care of me. Looks like we might have to do a sync as well. But as this is working, the basic idea is that you could write some code in a different file, in a Kotlin file, and use those inside of your Java file. So hopefully the sync isn't going to hold things back. But here inside of this onCreate, let's say I wanted to create a new dog object, for instance. Well, you notice there it is. As I type out dog, I get access to a new dog object. So I could say inside of here something like my dog, DAWG, is equal to a new dog object, just like this, and I've got to have my semicolon there. And I've got to pass in the initializer stuff. I got to put in a name like, let's do Fido, and let's also pass in an age like the age of 7. Okay, everything's open on my computer now, Java, all this stuff. But let's see, once I put this in here, let's see if I can't get this running. There we go. It looks like things are finally happy. So all I'm trying to show you here is that you can have a separate Kotlin file like this dog.kt, and you can use it inside of your Java code. And if we made something in Java, we could use it inside of our Kotlin file. So the two work side by side. It's really great how they just sort of mesh together. The other thing that you can do is you can actually take a file like this, and I believe if we go to code, we can, so as I have this main activity.java open, I can go to code, convert Java file to Kotlin file, and it will go through the process of actually turning this into a Kotlin file. And more times than not, it does it correctly. You may have some issues you'll have to fix up, but you can say, oh, look, now it, changed this to vol my dog, and it, got rid of the new thing inside of there. So that's kind of a cool way that you can get that integrated. So like I said, if you already have some big existing projects, I doubt that you're going to do a complete rewrite. What you might do is if you have some way to sort of do source control on your code, like just make like a new version of your project where you try and convert everything to Kotlin, see how it works out. Or what you can do is just kind of take individual files and say, okay, every new class that we make, we're going to write it in Kotlin, and just slowly piece by piece, convert your project over time. So anyways, hopefully some of these tips and tricks were helpful to you trying to navigate this new Kotlin stuff. I have a friend that I just met with last night at a meetup, and he was telling me he's been using Kotlin for about a year now, and he said he just loves using Kotlin over Java. It just makes things so much simpler. He thinks the code's a lot more readable. He's a big fan of it. So to me, that's someone who's in it day to day and has been doing Java for a long time and is now using Kotlin. I thought that was a really good glowing endorsement, and so I think it's definitely worth a look of taking your project and moving it to Kotlin. Well, we have a little bit of a bonus section for you here. We are going to be creating another Android app, and this time we're creating a to-do list app. So the big thing that we're going to be learning here is how to take information from a user and then save that and be able to pull it up later. Really some awesome stuff that we're diving into here. So just one more chance to be able to practice this Kotlin code and actually apply it to creating a real product. Let's go ahead and dive into it now. All right, and welcome to this bonus section where we're going to be creating a to-do list. I have a little bit of a rough sketch here planned out of what it is that we're going to create. So let's go ahead and take a look at that now. So again, this is just me on pen and paper drawing out what I think we should make for this app. And again, there's nothing fancy about this. If you're going to build an app, I feel it's very, very important to draw that out first, even if it's just a crude drawing like this. So right here in the middle, this is the main activity that we're going to be working with. We've got the name of the app here, to-do list, and we've got a list of things. So here, this is going to be a list view listing out some of the important to-do items that we have coming up. And hopefully you can notice here when I had the buy eggs, I outlined it again. We want to have the option to say whether or not things are like really important to somebody, to say, hey, we're going to make these things bold. This is my pen and paper way of saying that this thing is bold. And so that's why it's got the special sort of double outline there. But it's basically saying, all right, these are the to-do items that we have for the day. If we want to add a new item to this, we have this really cool action button here down at the bottom right. I'm going to show you how to add this. So if you hit this plus button, we are then going to move to a new activity where it's going to say something like new to do. And inside of here, it's going to have an option for someone to input some text. And then also, this is important, the important checkbox is important because if someone checks this, that means we want it to be bold. And if it's unchecked, that means it's not going to be. So that's going to bring up a whole discussion about how do you make a customized list view to show things that are, important versus not important, and how you do things there. That'll be really interesting to get into. And then there's this add button. So someone hits add, and then the idea is that this would show up inside of our to-do list. Now, let's say someone is looking at their to-do list and they say, oh, I really got to go buy eggs. So they run to the store, they buy the eggs. If they want to then say, I've completed this task and I'm ready to move on to my other to-do items, we're going to make it so that if somebody taps on buy eggs, it'll take them to this activity that will say finish item or finish to do. We'll have the name of that, and then they can hit the complete button, which will then sort of mark that as finished and sort of get rid of it. So you might be wondering, okay, how are we going to handle all of this information? Well, we are going to use a really cool database called Realm. It's this open source project that is made specifically for mobile devices, and it just makes saving things into a database so simple. I hope you love it as much as I do, but it's going to facilitate this whole process, because if you think about this to-do list, if someone's going to hit the plus button, right, and add something in, somewhere we've got to save that inside of our app so that if somebody comes back a day, a week, a month later and opens the app, we still have the same to-do items there, right? We need some place to store the information about what things the user wants to do and whether or not they finished them, whether or not they're important. And we're going to be using something called Realm to do all of that. Okay, so hopefully that was enough of an explainer of what it is that we're going to build. Let's go ahead and open up Android Studio now and move on to actually building this. So I'm going to open up Android Studio. Okay. Thank you, IntelliJ, for building this incredible IDE. Well, it looks like Android Studio built on top of it, but they've got the backbones behind this thing. Oh, and this is my previous app that I was just messing around with. So you want to get to the welcome screen here, and you want to click on this Start a New Android Studio Project. Okay. So once you're there, go ahead and give it a name. I'm going to call mine simply To-Do List. You can name yours whatever you'd like. The big thing is make sure we have the include Kotlin support all checked here. That's a major one. So we'll go ahead and hit next. Again, choose what API you want to roll with. I'm going to be doing 19 for this, so I suggest you do the same there. Now this is important when you're choosing which activity it is that you want to move with. Let's go ahead and choose this basic activity because it's got a couple of things that we're looking for, namely this plus button down here that's going to make it really easy to just add things onto our project. So let's go ahead and choose the basic activity. Then we're going to hit next. And as far as giving this a name, I think main activity is a perfect name for that first one. So we'll just go ahead and leave that and hit finish. So of course, you've done this enough times now that you realize that this is going to take a second for Gradle to get everything up and running and all ready to rock and roll. So we'll just wait a second here while this finishes. Yeah, you got to love that Gradle's doing all this stuff in the background of getting this project up and running and ready to use. So here it comes. It's finally ready. There's a few things that I do want to point out inside of this app that are a little bit different that we've seen other times, specifically when it comes to that basic activity instead of the empty activity. So the big one is if we go down into res layout, you are going to see, well, once Android Studio starts responding, there we go. We have a activity underscore main and we have a content underscore main. So I'm actually going to open up both. Right now, content underscore main is already open. So I'm going to open up this activity main. And I just want you to notice the differences between the two. So inside of the activity underscore main, we've got stuff like this little email button or some sort of mail over here in the bottom right. If we go to the content, this is where we have, for instance, like this text field over here, like this little icon's there too, but if we're in content underscore main, we can't access like this button, whereas in activity, we can select this button and, you know, go make changes to it and whatnot. So that's kind of a little difference between the two. And basically, I would think of it as this, is that activities can have a content main inside of them, which basically has all the things that are going to be inside the activity, whereas the activity main is sort of like top level stuff about what's going on. There's also information here about the toolbar, which is up top here that, you know, we can do specific things like that, whereas the content is everything inside of like this white square here that we'll be working with. So if we go ahead and look at our sketch, like a list view is going to show up inside of the content main, and then this action button that we have here, this is going to be part of the activity main. Now, both of these things can be accessed. There's still only one main activity.kt file, but you can get to both of those different items there. You can see here's some information about the action that we have down there and some of the settings and whatnot. So just to see what this looks like, let's go ahead and hit run on our emulator here. And this is going to take just a second to get this up and running. So we'll say yes, Nexus 5X. We want to go ahead and run on you. So we'll hit the OK button there. So while this is launching, let's go ahead and just talk about you know, where it is that we want to move from here. And if we go to our sketch, I mean, you would probably think naturally like, well, we should start working with this first main activity. But the problem is that we need to do items in order to show them inside of a list view. So I'm actually going to vote that we work on making it so that when we hit this plus button, we can get this activity to show, and then you know, get all the special visual stuff here that someone can enter some text, say whether or not it's important, and hit add. Then we'll work on the ability to save this information into the Realm database, which at that point, once we're able to save items to do items into the Realm database, then we can come back to this to-do list and actually displays those inside of a list view. So there's a couple of different ways that you could roll on this app. I just think this is the most efficient, that we implement this functionality so that we can add things first, then go back and working on getting them to show up inside of a list. And then once all that's done, we will make it so that when you tap on one of these, you can actually go ahead and hit finish on it. So if you can't hear, my computer fan is going nuts, like it's taking off like an airplane, and I guess that's because we're running a lot of stuff here. But here it is. So you can see this main activity. We've got the hello world. We got this nice little button here which shows some text. Whenever we tap it, it says, hey, replace with your own action. So that's kind of interesting that's there. We also got these three little dots up here that when you tap this, it says settings. Now when we click on the settings, nothing really happens. But you know, just kind of interesting that that comes with our basic activity when we were choosing templates and whatnot. So anyways, yes, this is a great starting place to move forward from. Like I said, we're going to follow the path of being able to hit the plus button and, you know, add the next activity. So we'll go ahead and talk about that in the next lecture. So as I mentioned earlier, we want to work on this little plus button down here to make it so that when we tap on this, that we can get this next activity to show up. So the first thing that we got to fix is right now it looks like this little email icon, which I don't think we want from our app. We want it to be a plus button. So let me talk about how we can fix that. So we're going to go back to our Android Studio here, and remember, there's a breakdown between the activity main and the content main. Now, this little button over here, which is called the floating action button, you can see the name of it over there, the fab. I think that's an awesome name for it. So this is part of the activity main. It's not part of the content underscore main. So if you're having trouble accessing it, that's why you need to make sure you're in this activity main. But once you're here, there's all sorts of different options that you can have with this. So the first one is we want to change this src compat, and it's basically, you know, what image is going to be inside of there. So if we hit the little ellipses to the right of this, it's going to bring up this cool menu where you can choose what you want to be placed inside of there. You can kind of move through these if you want, like, we could make this little microphone button if we wanted. There's lots of different stuff inside of here. I mean, really, this is the one that we're looking for, is this plus button, the IC_input_add. So I know that it's green right now. We're going to fix that in just a second, but this is the one that we're looking for. So go ahead and select this and just hit OK. So if you're fine with this button as showing as like the green with the purple background, you can just go ahead and move forward. But to me, I'm just not a very big fan of that. Like if we actually go ahead and run this on the simulator, to me, it just seems a little bit off. Like it doesn't exactly follow that Android style, and it just, it seems a little bit weird. Now, if you think you like all these neon colors together, you think it looks really cool, more power to you. This is your app. You completely build it like you want it to be built. But for me, I think we need to change it to a different color. And we are struggling here to get this thing finally built. And it looks like it's finally coming through. And yeah, to me, that just doesn't look right. I think it looks better as white. So the way that you can change this is select this button and come over here to where it says tint. And again, hit those ellipses, and now you can choose a new color. So for example, if I do this blue, all of a sudden you can see that plus button is blue. But remember, we were going for white. So let's do, like, for example, this background light. That seems like a good one to me. All of a sudden we got this nice white plus button. So then when we check this out on the simulator, this should be looking a lot better. Here it comes. Yes, look at that. And that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so the next thing that we want to fix is we don't want this little message to show up when we tap this. We want to actually go ahead and do something. So in order to move to the next activity, we actually have to make a new activity. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to go up to our Java file here where we have the main activity. We're going to right click and say new. And we're going to scroll down to activity. And I think in this situation, you can choose whatever kind that you want, but I think we're probably good with an empty activity. We don't need to do another basic one. So let's just choose empty activity. The name for this one is, I'm going to call this add to do activity. You can choose whatever name you want, but I think that kind of describes what's going on, right? Because this is where you enter the text and hit the add button, all that stuff. So we'll come back here and we'll hit finish on that. So this gives us a brand new activity called add to do activity. And inside of our layouts, we now have this activity add to do.xml, which, so you'll notice with this one, there's no content for this in an activity separate one. It's just kind of all in one. And that's because, we don't have one of those fancy plus buttons or a menu item up here. We're just kind of being a little bit more straightforward with this. So now that we have the activity that we want to move to, let's go ahead and write the code so that when someone hits this plus button, it'll actually take them over there. So let's go ahead and move over to our main activity.kt. This is where we have that action button and whatnot. Again, that awesome acronym FAB, which I just think is great. So you can see when we created this project from a template, Android Studio gave us some default code. And I just want to walk through this real quick because I think there's some awesome information in here. It's right now set to, so when someone hits this little FAB button, it has this on-click listener, and it's going to say, hey, use this thing called the snack bar to present some information. And so what it does is it's right now saying replace with your own action. And the snack bar is like that little thing that pops up. So when I hit this plus button, that thing showing up right there, that's what that is. You'll notice right now if we hit it, it stays up for a few seconds. And that's because we have right now the snack bar.length equal to long. If we change this to like length short, it's going to be much shorter. Let's go ahead and run that. And I guess also let's go ahead and put something in here just so you realize what's going on. So I'll just say like, hey there, exclamation point. So we can see that there's some new information. And I think I might have done that right at the wrong second because it's in the middle of doing this Gradle build. So I'm actually going to hit that little X there to stop that because I want to start a new one here. Okay, so now I can hit play again on the emulator. And we'll go see what that's about. So basically, after you see what this is, we can get rid of the snack bar stuff and move on to, actually writing some code to move over to the next activity. But I wanted you to see what this was about. I mean, if, we have this awesome code here, we might as well figure out what it's doing there. So you can see it's much shorter now how long it stays up, and we have our custom text there. which was pretty awesome. So it's kind of cool to see how we can customize that. But again, we are not interested in doing the snack bar stuff. Instead, we want to move to a new activity. So to do that, we have to make an intent, and we've done that before. So we're actually going to delete the set on click listener, and we're going to go back and just kind of do it fresh here. So we're going to do on click, okay, and the set on click listener with the curly brackets, and we're going to just, before it had this thing with the view, we're not going to be messing with that. So instead, the code that we're going to run inside of here is first we're going to make an intent. So we'll just call it var add intent, right? Because this is going to take us to that add to do activity. So we're going to say var add intent is equal to a brand new intent, and we want this Android one. Remember, hit enter on that so we get the nice import at the top. So we'll do the parentheses here, and so first it's looking for a context, so we'll just go ahead and pass this. The next thing that we want to provide is the class that we're moving to, and the name that we have is the add to do activity. So we're just going to do capital add to do activity, and then we are going to do the : class.java, so it knows what we're doing there. Then we're going to type out start activity, and basically all we have to do is pass this add intent that we have there, and then that should take us to the new activity. All right, so let's go ahead and run this and see what it looks like on the old emulator. We'll get that pulled up to check it out. So it looks like build finished. Here it comes. We hit this plus button, and check that out. We didn't get, the little pop-up at the bottom, but now it's at this to-do list over here. So we know we're at least in the right place. I mean, it's the same title as before, but we've got a blank white screen. We can be confident that this is that next activity. So let's just go ahead and finish up here, make it so that when someone does move here, that we can set the title to be the new to do, and then we're gonna have some text here, the checkbox, the add button. Let's just go ahead and get everything visually set up, and then in the next section we'll work about actually getting this all connected with the Realm database and everything that we need moving forward. So I'm going to open up the code for the add to do activity, and here inside of the on create, this is where we want to set the title. So we're going to say title is equal to, we have specified new to do, so we're going to say this is equal to new to do. Excellent, so we've got that taken care of. The next thing that we want to do is we want to move to the XML file that handles all the visual stuff for this, and we want to make it so that we can input some text, have the checkbox, and a button. So we're going to go ahead and move to text, and here where it says plain text, we'll go ahead and bring this out. So we are working with a constraint layout here, so we'll just go ahead and hit our top button, say this should be a certain space from the top. I'm going to say maybe let's go with 30 there. So the big thing is we just want to make sure that we have enough space for the text box, the checkbox, and the button, and there's probably going to be a keyboard showing up here, right? So we got to make sure we have room for all that. So with this, we want to make sure that it's centered. So if we right click here, you can do align, or excuse me, center, and we can do center horizontally. There we go, that's all in place. Now with this, I don't want default text inside of there, so I'm going to go ahead and delete that. Instead, what I want to do is have the hint. So inside of the hint, this is where we are going to type out something like walk the dog, okay? So then at least the user knows that's something. I guess if we wanted to be really clear here, we could do like the ex dot, to show like this is, for example, walk the dog or something like that, so the user kind of knows, oh, that's not like the default or anything like that. The next thing that we're looking for is the checkbox. This is exciting because it's something new that we haven't used before. So let's go here and move to, I believe it's in widgets, and there it is, the checkbox. So we're going to go ahead and click, drag this down. We want it to be a certain space from this other guy. So go ahead and just hit the plus button up the top. That should by default give it, a certain space in between the two. Again, this one's totally up to you, but I'm going to maybe change this to 20. We'll see how that looks, and seems pretty good. Now with this checkbox, there's a couple of things that I want to talk about here. And so the first one is the text that can go inside of here. So I'm going to change this to say, important, right? Because this is, the checkbox saying whether or not this is important. And there's also an option here to say whether or not this thing is checked. So you can, say yes to this if you want that to be checked, or you can leave it unchecked if you want. I think we should have it unchecked. So we'll go ahead and leave that how we have it now. And we want to make sure this is centered. So I'm going to right click here and say center horizontally. Good. And the last piece of information that we need is just that add button. So let's go ahead and get our button that's at the top of the widgets. I'm going to bring it down below. And I think probably if we hit this plus button, oh, it was almost 20. We just got to set it from 21 to 20. There we go. And then we'll right click this. Make sure you're centered horizontally. And let's change the text inside the button. So this says add. Okay. So I think we have everything in place. Let's just go ahead and check this out. Again, make sure visually this is what we're looking for. We went inside of the activity and said, okay, the title should say new to do. And then we went visually inside of here and said, we've got this text input, we got a checkbox, we got a button. Let's go ahead and see what it looks like. So we'll hit that play button and let's see what we get inside of the emulator. I've got to say, as I've done Android development through the years, the speed on the emulator loading has just improved remarkably. I know I kind of complain about it sometimes, but this is so much better than the way things used to be. But anyways, that's besides the point. Let's hit this plus button. Oh, and look at that. We've got new to do at the top. We can type something in here. And if I click on there, the actual keyboard shows up. Look, we've got plenty of room. I can say buy carrots or something like that. I can say whether or not this is important, and we get that cool little animation showing the box checking or not. And then we have the add button that, this is the point when someone hits add that we would want to go and actually get something to add there. So one last thing that I want to do before we finish out this lecture is, we're getting the issue here where it's saying, hey, you should be using the @ string for these things, right? And if you kind of come over here, it's going to show you this message that you've got. So if we hover over one of these and just hit the little light bulb, let's do extract string resource. And it's going to ask you, hey, it's going to put in the strings.xml. Is that okay? We'll just say yes. Go ahead and do that. Same thing with this add button. We'll hit the little light bulb, add that resource. And looks like we need it too with the edit text. So let's do that. Extract string resource. So now I believe it's in the values. If we go to strings.xml, yeah, we've got important, add, walk the dog, all these things, so that when we come back to our activity, the visual side of it, look at that, it got rid of our warnings. Okay, well, we are in a great position to move forward here. In the next one, we're going to really start diving into Realm, which is that mobile database that I talked about. So it's going to be a while before we move forward and start building the rest of this app, but learning how to work with Realm and Kotlin is a really, really important skill. So get ready for a fun one in the next lecture. All right, this is the magical lecture where we're going to start learning about Realm. And again, the reason that we need Realm is because we're at a point in our app when someone says, you know what, I want to add a new item to this to-do list. So they hit the plus button, they give some sort of name, buy cheese or something like that. I say, this is really important, I need my cheese. They hit that add button, and we have to somehow save this into our app so that when they are looking at this list that now buy cheese is showing up here inside of a list view. And we need something to store that, and that thing is Realm. So go ahead and open up the browser of your choice. I'm going to be using Safari, and just search for Realm database. Okay. So once we are here, look, there's the domain realm.io. Maybe I should have just told you that, but I'm a big fan of just Googling it because URLs can change, whatnot. So anyways, Realm has expanded from their original product line of just offering the mobile database. They have sort of a back-end platform now, but you just want to go to products and then Realm mobile database. So from here, this is where we're going to get all the information that we need. And you can see what's awesome about Realm is it's offered everywhere. So, I mean, obviously the big ones are Swift/Objective-C. That's the iOS, iPhone programming world. And then we've got Android in Java, which also is going to work with Kotlin. which is great for us. They also have like JavaScript and Xamarin. But the idea with this is that if you're building a mobile app, Realm wants you to use their database, and they've made it so incredibly simple. I mean, other options that you have if you're working with an Android app is just straight up working with a database like SQL or something like that, SQLite. And you'll notice, if I'm just going to open up a new tab here. I haven't pre-planned the search, but if you search Android Studio and look for something like database tutorial, a lot of what you're going to get to pop up is like saving data in SQL databases. In fact, this is from the official Android documentation, and here's something for SQLite. Those are all the options there. So I'm not saying that this is wrong. Obviously, I mean, having this being in the Android documentation kind of gives some credits to it, but it is so much more incredibly difficult to work with an SQL database. So just for example, if we click on one of these, you have to write SQL calls to go get information out of there. I'm just going to scroll down. Like here, we've got to, put like the names, create new tables and stuff inside of there. It's just really, it's a lot of code, and it gets, as in my opinion, overly complex. Whereas Realm over here, for example, go ahead and click on the little Android dude for Java. Again, Java Kotlin, sort of, same thing at the end of the day here. And look how simple this is. To set up a new quote unquote table like you would in SQLite, you just make an actual class and you say, okay, I'm making this dog class. It extends Realm object to say, okay, that's where it's sort of getting its backbone for everything. But this dog has a name and an age, and so you use a string for the name and an int for the age. And then you make a person class, and you say this is going to have an ID, it's going to have a name, and then it also has a list of dogs that it owns. And it's literally all you do is make these classes, and Realm handles the rest of this. To make a new dog, you just make a new dog object like you would. And I know this is in Java, and we're going to make this work for Kotlin. But really, all it takes at the end of the day to save this into Realm is you initiate Realm, then you get a default instance, and then once you've got that, I mean, here they're doing some setting where they're making like a list of dogs and whatnot, or I guess in this case they called it puppies. But you just do this realm.commit transaction, or you start with the begin transaction and you end with the realm.commit transaction, and that is it. I mean, that's literally all it takes to add something into the Realm database, which is just absolutely amazing. And you can do some stuff where you can be notified whenever data changes, and you can update things kind of on the fly asynchronously, and just it makes all of this so much simple. If you try to do the same thing with SQLite, like, you are going to be writing a ton of code, like especially this right here, creating tables and all this stuff. It's handled so much better, I think, with Realm. So obviously you can tell I have a pretty strong opinion on this stuff, but I think it's really that much better. And that's why I'm really stressing that we should use this as the sort of database backend for our app. So after my nice big speech there, let's go ahead and actually talk about how we can get Realm into our project, because this is not code that's native to Android. This is from the Realm team, and we've got to go get this into our app. So let's go ahead and scroll down to where it says getting started. So we'll sort of scroll down here. I think we've got all the prerequisites set here. Android API level 9, we're here on 19, so we're definitely above that, ready to rock and roll. So the first one is Realm is installed as a Gradle plugin. We've done that before. So we did that when we were using the retrofit stuff. So step 1, add the class path dependency, so the project level build.gradle file. So let's go ahead and go back to Android Studio and open up the Gradle scripts that we have here. So we want to first click on build.gradle that we have for the project. So we'll double click on this, and we're going to move back to our browser here. So under where it says dependencies, we want to copy class path and this whole thing of io.realm, blah, 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 all of that. So let's go ahead and copy that, come back to the studio, and we're going to add this to our list of class paths. Okay, and we'll go ahead and hit the sync now button. And I love how Gradle detects whenever something's new and it goes out and gets everything ready to go. So now while that is working, we are going to go back to the browser here and move on to the next step. And then we need to apply the Realm Android plugin to the top of the application level build.gradle. So we're going to go back to Android Studio. Looks like everything worked there. And now we want the build.gradle for the module app. So back here, we're going to make sure we copy this line, apply plugin realm-android. So go ahead and copy that, and we'll come back to our code, and we are going to just add this to our list right there. And let's go ahead and hit that sync now button. Make sure that this all goes through and that we don't have any issues. And we can see Gradle really working down there. We've got about 1 million things flying around. But fingers crossed, everything should work there. And look at that, Gradle build finished. We're all ready to rock and roll. Okay, so once we've got that in place, it says, refresh your Gradle dependencies. We've already done that, so we can kind of just go ahead and move on from there. So once that's in place, we really are ready to start using Realm. Like, it's amazing how simple they've made this for us. So to sort of test out Realm and everything that it can do, what I want to do is write some Realm code, but I'm going to do this inside of our main activity so that it's just as soon as we open the app, we can sort of run the code and see what happens, right? Because eventually we want to make it so that when someone hits this add button, that's where we want to do stuff. But first, I just want to kind of play around with Realm a little bit when this main activity opens up. So we have a lot of files open here. I'm going to kind of close some of them. Really, the only one that I want now is that main activity.kt. So just kind of close some of these out. And inside of our main activity, kind of here at the end, this is where I'm going to start writing some Realm code. So I'm just going to say Realm fun here as a little comment so that I know that this is what we're working on. So if we just start typing capital Realm, we should see, a little autocomplete for Realm showing up. And let's just hit enter on that so we get a import up at the top. And I believe we expand this out. There we go, the import io.realm.realm. Excellent. So let's just go ahead and work through their initial tutorial here. So before you can use Realm in your app, you must initialize it first. So we just do this realm.init. So we're going to go back to our project here. So we're going to say realm.init, and it needs a context. So we'll just go ahead and pass this. Okay, so that's quite simple. You'll notice I'm kind of doing this translation from all of their documentation is Java, and now I'm bringing it over into Kotlin. I do have hope that they're going to be showing Kotlin documentation at some point. I mean, if you noticed earlier, I'm going to open up Realm in a different tab. I'm also an iOS developer, and I remember when I was working on Realm when it was just Objective-C, and then Swift came out, they actually now have documentation for Objective-C and Swift. So I believe that one day we're going to see a little Kotlin logo here to say, I mean, the code works with both Java or Kotlin, right? But it would be nice to see documentation there. I just want you to know, I think there's hope out on the horizon, okay? So once we've done this, what we're going to do is sort of move down over here. And I mean, they kind of have some basic stuff about where you should be placing this. Consequently, we have put this in the onCreate method. So I think we're fine with how that is. Our application already has a name here, so we can kind of move forward. Now there is this Realm browser. If you want this is only for Mac, I believe. And so if you don't have a Mac computer, I wouldn't worry about this. This basically allows us to look inside of the Realm database while we're working on stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and download this just because I think it will be interesting to show you. But if you don't have it, don't worry about it. It's not essential to move forward here. So let me go ahead and get this install started while we are, so that we can keep moving forward. I'll go get this installed. All right, I went ahead and got that installed, but one thing I noticed here in the documentation was that it was talking about you should do your Realm initialization inside of the application class, not the actual activity class. So you can do it that way. That's how I've worked before, but I feel like it'd probably good to follow what the documentation says. And so anyways, to do this, we should make a new class that's going to be an extension of the application class. So let's go back to Android Studio. And let's right click here to make a new, and we're just gonna make a new Kotlin file, okay? As far as the name of this goes, we wanna give this the name of, whatever it is that we're calling this. So you could just say my application. I think we should do something like to-do list. So let's go ahead and go back to Android Studio. I'm gonna call this to-do list, just like that. So inside of here, we basically wanna copy the code that they have, but of course this is in Java, not in Kotlin. So first I'm just going to make a public class. So we'll come back here and I'm going to say public class. I'm going to give it the name of to-do list, just like that. And I'm going to say colon application to say that this extends the application, and we'll do our curly brackets just like that. So you can see it's a little bit upset because it's saying this has to have a constructor, and we're about to work on that. So give us 1 second here. So then we're going to make a function for onCreate. So we're going to come back to our code. We're going to say fun onCreate, just like this. Oops, onCreate. We'll do our nice little curly brackets there. Let's make sure we have our opening and closing parentheses. So if we go back, we also have to make this thing public. So let's put a public in front of that. All right, and it's saying we need an override here. So if we go ahead and click on this and the little arrow, it's going to add the override for us. Great. Then the next thing that we need to do is we need to call the super, which is just super.onCreate. So we'll come back. We're going to say super.onCreate. Excellent. So that should get rid of our error there. And then this is the proper place where then we could add the code something like, you know, realm.init, and we pass it this. So we'll go ahead and do that. We're going to say realm dot init, and we'll just pass this for the context. Then since we've done that there, we want to go back to our main activity and you know, get rid of this line of code where we do the init stuff. And we're still not 100% done here. We're getting an error here. Well, I feel pretty silly here. So I was looking at the error here, and all I was missing was the parentheses on the end of that. So as long as I add those parentheses, we're ready to rock and roll. Okay, so now we have this you know, custom class for the application. We do want to make sure that if we do this, that we come back to here and inside of our Android manifest, update this name here. So we're going to go ahead. I'm just going to copy this line of code, and then we'll come back and we're going to open up under manifests, Android manifest.xml. So here you can see we've already got the application, but so far there hasn't been a name provided. So we're going to say Android.name is, instead of .myApplication, it's going to be .to-do list, and that should all be working there. So just to make sure that everything's okay, and you know that Realm is able to properly initialize and all that stuff, let's go ahead and hit run on our emulator. I'm going to have logcat open to see if we're getting any sort of big issues or anything, but we will stay put for a second while Gradle is trying to get this up and running. My guess is that the first time that it's running with Realm is that it's going to take a little bit of extra time to get things there, but we'll go ahead and see. And I guess while Gradle is doing its thing, I kind of want to talk about where we're moving next. So I want us to just kind of have a good grasp on the basics of Realm. So we're just going to sort of work through the little sample that they had up at the top here, where you can make like a dog class, for instance, and you can create a new dog object and you know, begin that transaction, then commit a transaction. Then I'm going to jump down to, you know, how we could do a query to go pull things out. So anyways, this is where we're going to next. So looks like that finished. Here comes our app, and we opened up, didn't have any sort of issues here. So this means that Realm is working and we're ready to rock and roll. So now that we've done this, let's go ahead and move back to our main activity where we're going to start hopefully having some fun here. So the first thing that I want to do, if we just want to follow this documentation here, is I want to make this dog class. And the big thing here is I just want you to see how simple it is in our Android app to work with the database. So it's just amazing to me. If you've ever worked with SQLite or something, you'll be blown away by this. So what we need to do is make a new class, and so we want to make that actually outside of our big main activity class. So we're going to make a new file. I'm going to right click this. I'm going to say new file, and I guess I should specify it as a Kotlin file. So I'm going to right click one more time and say new Kotlin file. And I just want this to be, so we could just do dogs, but I mean, eventually this is going to be a class about to-do items. So I'm going to give it the name of just to-do item, like that. So go ahead and hit OK there. And then what we're going to do inside of here is we're going to make a public class, and we want to call this dog. And then we're going to do our colon and say this extends a realm object, just like that. We'll do our parentheses and then the curly brackets. So this is all it takes to make like what's called a model inside of Realm. A model and a class, basically interchangeable there. It's sort of saying, hey, you're going to save probably a bunch of dog objects into the database. You know, what does the structure of that look like? Well, dogs have names, age, things like that. It's the same thing with the class and its properties. So, and in fact, Realm has made this so easy because we actually get to create a class with properties in order to do this. So we'll go back to the code and the documentation here. what they have is, you can set some properties here, like a name, which is a string, age is whatever. So we're going to go ahead and add name and age. So we'll come back and we're going to say private var. Well, let's go ahead and, let's have it be a var. We'll say name, that this should be a string, and we'll do that just by setting it equal to some empty strings. And we're also going to say private var age is equal to 0. So those are kind of our default starting positions here for our realm code. Okay, so this is literally all it takes to get the model, the class done for our realm stuff. This means now we can move back here to our main activity and we can create a new dog object. So here where I've said realm fun, we're going to make a new dog. So I'll just say my dog is equal to a new dog object. Okay, we'll do our little parentheses there to create a new dog object, and that's it. Now you're going to notice a bit of an issue here, that after I create this dog object, like let's say I want to update its name to something. So I say, my dog dot name. Oh, that's not there. And if we, go back and look at the documentation here, let's see, under the getting started up here at the very top, they have like a .set name, .set age. So you say, oh, maybe I'll go try that. It's .set age or set name. Well, it's not showing up. Well, the reason is because the example that we've been given here is that, if we were going to make our own getters and setters, and that's by when you make properties private, that means they can't be changed by simply saying, .name or .age, that you have to, make a function that's going to do that. So you could do that if you wanted to, but I think it's just better to make these things public. If you're going to make a really intense application where, making properties public and private, you might want to dive into that, but I think it's a little bit of overkill. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our to-do item here, and we're going to change these from private to public. Great. And once we've done that, we'll come back to our activity. And now you'll notice when I say my dog .name, look at that. I can suddenly set this equal to Fido, for instance. Okay. And then on my dog, I can say his age is now equal to 17 or something like that. And that's how easy it is to create a new object. And you're probably saying, well, yeah, of course it's that easy to make a new object. All we did was make a class here. We said it, extends realm object here, but what does that really have to do with anything? Well, let me show you what now we can do with this to actually save it into realm. So what we're going to do is move back into the documentation here and just sort of look at what's happened here. So if we want to do, save something into realm, what we've got to do is first get an instance of the realm object. So we're going to come back to our code and say val realm is equal to capital realm, okay, dot, and we want to double check here. It's get default instance. So we're going to do get default. We're not getting the autocomplete. Come on, get a default instance. There we go. And there's nothing special about this name realm. It's just, the one that's in the documentation. I think it's kind of a good way to refer them to your realm database sort of moving forward. But once you have that instance up there, it's really just saying realm.begin transaction, create a new object, and then, realm.commit transaction. So with this, let's just go ahead and write that. So realm.begin transaction, and then realm.commit transaction. If you create an object in between these two places, it'll automatically just go ahead and add it in, or you can have it up top and then say realm.copy to realm, where you can pass it an object. And for example, I could pass in my dog, and then that's going to take this object and all of a sudden, save it in there. So to me, it just makes sense to kind of do all your creation stuff and whatnot just in between the begin transaction and the commit transaction. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that so that there's no real ambiguity there. But let's just, talk about what we have here. So we make this new realm object. We say realm.begin transaction. We create this new dog, and then we commit the transaction. Essentially what we're doing is we've made this new object here, and then we are going to save it in the database. And realm has this is it. This is all it takes. So I've ranted and raved enough. Let's go ahead and actually, test this out. We'll fire up the old emulator here. And once we do this, to actually see if it properly saved and whatnot, we're going to have to use like the Realm Explorer and stuff like that. And we have a bit of an error here. Let me look into this. So I found out what the issue was. Basically, all we have to do is change this from public class to open class. and that's going to fix things for us. So once we've done that, let's go ahead and hit run and see what we get here. So if the emulator showed up here, that means good news. If we go to logcat and we don't see any big errors, that's awesome information. But we can't tell whether or not our code actually worked where we wanted to save this dog into Realm. Like, we have to see if it's there or not. So in order to do this, let's go ahead and go back to our documentation. And we're going to scroll down to this section called queries, where it basically allows us to search the Realm database and find some information there. So it shows us how to make a Realm query where essentially we can pass it like, hey, we're looking for this type of thing, and we can do some real specifics there. But let's just go ahead and see what we can find. So first thing is we're going to create a query object. So let's go back to our code. And after we've done the transactions, we are going to make a new value here, and it's going to be a query. Okay, and we are going to set this equal to, we want a new realm query object, so we're going to have to say realm.where. So we'll come back and say realm.where. Okay, and this is where we have to pass it a class. So we're going to say dog : and this is, do our class.java, just kind of like we've done before with like the intents and whatnot. So that creates a query, says get us all the dog objects, right? Like, doesn't matter how many are in there, we want all of them. Then next, if we wanted to get into the specifics, we could say the name is equal to this, or the age is equal to that, all that stuff. But what really we want to do is just get all of it. So we're going to say this query.findAll, and this is going to give us back some results. So we're going to go back to our code, and we're going to say vol results is equal to this query that we just created. We're going to say query.findAll. Okay, so this gives us back this new results object. So with this results, you can see it's a bunch of dog objects in here. We're actually going to be able to do a for loop on this, and it's awesome that Realm has sort of made this code able to work like this. Just think of it as a list or as an array. So we're going to say for dog in results, just like this, and it's going to give us back a bunch of dog objects. Let's go ahead and print line maybe the dog's name. So we're going to print out dog.name. Okay, so once we have that in place, let's go ahead and hit our run button here. I've run this code a couple of times, so we're probably going to find that there's a lot of Fidos inside of there, but let's go ahead and see what happens. So here we got the emulator. It opens up, and we come down, and we don't see any information yet. So maybe this is proof that we haven't created a dog yet. All right, so I found out what the issue is. I promise things are going to start working from here. The issue is that when you create an object inside of the transaction stuff, is that instead of just creating a new dog class, you actually have to do realm.createObject and then pass in, for example, like dog class.java. So if you're outside and you do a copy, that works too. But let's go ahead and try this version first and then see if that works. So let's go ahead and hit run here. And in the matter of debugging this, I've created a lot of different dog objects because every time we open this up, it makes another dog object. So we'll open up the emulator, we see that it's there, and if we go to logcat, you can see it printed out Fido, and it also printed out 7 other identical lines of that happening. So there's a lot of dogs in there. And in fact, if you wanted to figure it out, how many there were, we could say down here, do a print line where we print out results.size. Okay, maybe what we'll do is we'll put this inside of a string. So we'll say put that there around curly brackets, and then we'll put all of this in some nice double quotes. And we'll say something like number of dogs, and then provide the number of dogs. Okay, so now that you've seen this, I want to show you the opposite way that we could do this. So if we went back to the example where we just said, create a dog object here, and we did this outside of the transactions, like for instance, we maybe did it up here, and then inside of here we said realm.copy to realm, and we pass in my dog. This will also work. So to kind of prove this here, we'll go ahead and hit run, wait for this emulator to pop up. So here comes the emulator, and you can see number of dogs 10, and if we run this one more time, because each time we run it, it should be adding one more dog. And so if this comes out, look at that, number of dogs 11. So you can see there's the 2 ways to get to it. But then also here's how you query to get dogs out. And it was so simple. I mean, all we had to do is say realm.where, it's a dog class, find all, gave us all the dogs. It basically worked like a list or array. and we were able to print that all out. Okay, so now you should have the basics of Realm down, right? Like we know how to add Realm to our project. We know how to create and insert objects into Realm. We know how to pull them back out. And now that we have this all in place, we should be able to move forward and make it so that when someone hits the add button, we can appropriately get the text and whether or not it was important, save that into Realm, come back to this list view, get that information to display, and just move forward from there. So we'll go ahead and start working on that in the next lecture. All right, now that we've got Realm all figured out and we're ready to move forward, let's go ahead and take a look at our sketch and sort of see where it is that we are right now. So we have it so that when we hit this plus button, we can get to this new activity, a place to enter some text, the checkbox, the add button. Let's now make it so when someone taps on this add button, we can start writing some code and adding the object into Realm. So what we want to do first is add special IDs to each of these so that we know about them. So I'm going to go to open up inside of our layouts. We want the activity add to do.xml. Let me go ahead and give us some space so that we can work with different things here. And so first what we'll do is with the edit text here, let's go ahead and give it the ID of to do edit text. Excellent. I think that seems like a good name. Next we'll work with the checkbox. So I'm going to call this a important checkbox. Awesome. Yes, please update that. And then finally, we have the add button here that I want to call it. So I'm going to say add button. Okay. So it looks like we've got that all in place. Let's now go ahead and go back to our code. So we want to open up add to do activity.kt. So first, let's go ahead and get access to that button. So I'm going to say val button is equal to find view by ID. We want the capital R.ID.add button. There we go. And I should specify in those angled brackets that this is going to come through as a button so that when someone taps on this button, we're going to say button dot set on click listener with our curly brackets here. And then here inside of the code, this is where we want to do all of our Realm stuff. So just for reference, let's go ahead and move back to our main activity here and sort of see the path that we followed. So the first thing was we got a default instance of the Realm. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this code. I'm going to come back and I'm going to go ahead and make some space here so that we don't have a million things going on. So we're going to paste this in. It's going to ask us, hey, should we import this? Yes, we should. So we get that default instance. Once we create that default instance, there's when we'd want to do like the begin transaction, the commit, all that stuff, and the copy. So let's go ahead and paste that in there. We are going to get an error because it's trying to copy in something called my dog, which does not exist. So we'll go ahead and get rid of that. But then what we need to do before all of this is we actually need to make a to-do item object. And then to do that, we need to make a class for it. So let's open up our to-do item.kt. You can still leave this dog class if you'd like to. I might just sort of leave it down there at the bottom. And in fact, maybe what I'll do is I'll just comment it out so that we can always, have it to go back and look at if we need to. Of course, once we do that inside of our main activity, we're going to get all sorts of errors, with this coming around. So we'll go ahead and just, let's go ahead and comment out all of this. So I'll do my opening multi-line comment and we'll do our ending one right down there. Okay. So back on this to-do item, we're going to say open class, and we're going to call this to-do item. You can call it whatever you want, but I feel like that's most descriptive of what it is we're trying to make. Then I'm going to say this is a subclass, or it extends the Realm object. Do our nice little curly brackets there. So what does a to-do item really consist of? Well, if we go back and look at our sketch here, it's got essentially a name, and it has whether or not it's important. Like those are the two things that really define a to-do item: is what's the name of it and is it important. So we're going to come down here, and I think we can go without saying public. I think it's public by default. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new variable, and we're going to set this equal to name. And again, we want this to be a string, so we'll just set it equal to an empty string. And then we want a Boolean about whether it's important or not. And so I'm going to say var important. And I'm going to set this equal to, by default, I want it to be false, but we will specify this when we are creating an object. So now we have our two properties, name and important. We're ready to rock and roll with these two. So now that we have this class, we can come back to this add to do activity and actually make the to do item. So I'm going to say val to do is equal to a new to do item with our parentheses there, and that means we're going to take this to do and copy it into the realm right like that. Okay, and once we've done that, we need to start setting the properties on this. So with this to do, the first thing that we want to set is the name. So in order to do this, we have to get access to whatever the edit text was. So I'm going to create a new value here. I'm going to say edit text is equal to find view by ID, and this should come back as an edit text. So we're going to do our capital R dot ID dot, and we called this the to do edit text. There we go. So then with this edit text, once we have access to it, we can say, hey, this name on this to do object that we just created is equal to the edit text dot, and then we want to just get the text from there. Now remember, we had the issue last time that when you do dot text, this just gives you an editable. So you need to do, or editable, not edibles. That would be a different thing. We want to do this dot to string so that we can kind of convert that. So essentially what we're doing is we're saying, hey, whatever they've typed in here, let's take that value and put it inside of this to do object. All right. So that looks good there. The next thing that we need to do is get the checkbox. So we're going to say val checkbox is equal to find view by ID. And this should be coming back as a checkbox. So inside of here, we're going to say r.id dot to do check. What did we call that? Oh, we called it the important checkbox. There we go. So the important checkbox. So now that we have access to this, we can say, all right, on our to do item, the dot important, which is looking for a Boolean, we can set this equal to the checkbox dot, and then this is where you can get access to whatever its value is. So in order to get that, we're going to look at this dot is checked. This tells us whether or not that particular thing is checked, and that's going to tell us whether or not it's important. Okay, so once we've done this, this means we now have a to-do item, which we can then put into Realm. And we've already got the code in place that we begin a transaction, we copy that thing into Realm, and then we commit that, and that means that it's ready to go. So let's go ahead and first just sort of test this. I'm going to hit the run button, make sure that everything's okay. After that, then we're going to do a little query to see, if we can't pull out this to-do item that we created earlier. But let's go ahead and do this first. So we'll take a second here and wait for this to load up on the emulator. So now we'll go ahead and hit our plus button, and I'm going to type in some information, like the name of this might be, walk the dog. I'm going to say that it's important, and then I'm going to hit that add button. Okay. So the to-do list has stopped. So that means we must have done something incorrect here. So let's go ahead and go to our logcat and see what kind of issues that we're having here. So it is telling us the to-do item class is missing from the schema for this realm. Okay. So let's go ahead and fix that now. So the issue that we're having is that before, when we go back to this to-do item.kt, we had this dog class that we were working with, and it didn't know about this to-do item one, so it created something called a schema, which is basically a big list of everything that's going to be inside of the database. Are you trying to save dog objects, people objects, to-do items, whatever it is? And once you set that up, once you run the app with your certain objects, like you had the dog here, and we didn't have to-do items before, it freaked out because it says, hey, you've added this new to-do item and I didn't know about it before, and it's not in my quote-unquote schema. So in order to get that in there, you'd have to do something called a migration, but we don't actually want dog objects in our realm. We were just kind of messing around with that to see how it worked. And so essentially what we have to do is we have to delete the app from our device in order to just start fresh and move forward from there. Now, eventually, if you're going to put your app in the App Store, yes, you'd want to use a migration when you're, decide, hey, I'm going to fix this one thing. But when you're in development here, we're not completely sure what this class is going to look like. Let's say we decided to add something new onto our app where we could say, like a notes section for a particular to-do item. Well, we'd want to add a new property here, and that would break up the schema that we had and all that stuff. And so to fix that, to sort of reset and start fresh, what you do is you go to your emulator, got to get to the home screen here. And if you can't get there, you hit this little circle button, and it will take you there. And you basically need to get to where your app is listed. It should be showing up at the top here as a recent one. If not, you can scroll down to it, but just click and hold for a while and then go click on this app info. Then you want to hit uninstall. say OK to that, and that's going to go ahead and get rid of it from the device. And then just go ahead and hit run one more time. This will install a brand new fresh app onto the device. So we'll go ahead and look, it's already on the emulator, ready to rock and roll. So I'm going to try again, walk the dog. I'm going to say this is important. I'm going to hit add. Look at that, nothing crashes. So we don't know for sure whether things are okay, like if it actually saved in there, but at least we know that nothing was broken at least. So let's go ahead and just add a little query here inside of this main activity to see if we can pull up that information. So I'm going to go back to the main activity here. And, we had some of our realm code here that was just sort of for fun, but now we're actually want to do some real stuff. So I'm going to uncomment this, but I'm going to obviously get rid of the dog things because we're not working with dogs anymore. So we'll go ahead and get rid of that. We're not doing transactions in this part of the app, so we can go ahead and get rid of that. But we are doing a query. So we'll go ahead and keep this query code, but instead of looking for dog objects, we're going to look for to-do item objects. So we're just going to do this find all. And then rather than give this the name of all or dog, I'm going to say maybe something like to do, and we're going to print out to do not name. Okay, so pretty similar to what we had before, and let's change this from number of dogs to number of to-dos, maybe to-do items. And in fact, I'll just kind of keep the naming consistent here. For to-do item in results, probably good to just keep everything consistent there. All right. So what we should do is now when we run this app, we should see it, open up and show that something else was added. So, or at least that we had that one walk the dog inside of there. So we'll get to our emulator here. Now that it opened up, let's go to logcat and look for this. There it is, walk the dog, number of to-do items 1. Okay, so we know that that's working. Now you'll notice the problem is, for example, if I go here and I hit this plus button and I say I need to do something else like buy eggs, and this is important, and I hit the add button here, well, we assume that it's safely saved in there, but if we hit back button to here, we don't see any new text that was printed out. And in fact, from the user's end, like it's kind of weird to hit the add button, then go back. We want to just automatically, once we hit the add button, to, move back here and then, get information that something has changed and, sort of update this inside of a list view. But all of that is for another lecture. So we're going to go ahead and stop here, but we'll pick that up in the next one. So currently in our app, we're able to hit this plus button, go create a new to-do item, hit add. It even saves it into Realm. We know that for sure. But we have a couple of problems. The first one is it doesn't automatically move us back to this home screen, and we don't get any sort of updates once we're there about new things that have happened inside of the Realm database. So we're going to work through those step by step. And the first one is I want to make it so that when we hit the add button, we actually move back automatically to the other screen. So this is going to be very simple to fix for us. Just go to your add to do activity. So after we've done all this work of, getting the edit text, the checkbox, all that, and, we've saved everything into Realm, the way to get rid of an activity and sort of move backwards is just simply calling this function finish. I promise that's it. That's all you have to do. So let's go ahead and hit run here to see what this looks like on our emulator. You're going to be blown away that this is how simple it is to do this. So we'll wait for our emulator to pop up here. So I hit the plus button. Let's say I want to go buy dog food. If we're going to keep walking this dog, we should probably get food for it someday. So we'll put that in. This isn't really important right now because we do have some, but not a ton. So we'll get that eventually. We hit the add button. Boom. Look at that. We came back to this screen. So although this only took one line of code, this is very important. One, because it sort of saves the user from having to both click here and then go down and hit the back button to get back to this screen. But it also gives the user some sort of idea that, hey, what I just did actually meant something. Whoops, I cleared out of the app here, but right, because when they hit the add button here, they want to get some sort of thought that like, yes, what I just did like meant something. And by automatically going back to this screen, I think that's a great way to say, hey, it lets the user know this all worked, and it's going to be that much better when we can automatically show all the to-do items there, and they can see that new one that they just created there inside of the list. So in order to start listing out these things, we've got to add a list view here. So let's go back, and inside of our layouts, we want to open up the content main. And right now we just have that one text view, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. Instead, we want to put inside a list view. So I'm going to scroll down until we find that list view. There it is. And I'm just going to drag and drop that out. Now with this list view, we just want it to go to the edge of all the screen. So I'm just going to hit pluses all around. And for each of these numbers, we'll say 0. This guy, we want 0. This one here, 0 again. And this one here, we want 0. All right. So once we've got that in place, let's go ahead and give a proper ID to this. So we're going to call this maybe to-do item list view. Seems like a good descriptive name of what we've got going on there. So once that's in place, let's go back to our main activity. And once we're inside, so we do have some code right now to go get all the to-do items, and we get a nice list of those. That's fine. The next thing that we want to do is we want to actually take those to-do items and then get them inside of our to-do list with an array adapter. So first, let's get access to the list view. So I'm going to say vol list view is equal to our classic find view by ID, and this should give us back a list view. So our capital R dot ID dot to do item list view. Great. And then once we have that there, we're going to want to say list view dot array, or excuse me, adapter, and set that equal to an array adapter, which means we got to go create an adapter. So I'm going to say vol adapter is equal to an array adapter. There it is down in the list. And with this, when we create a new one, first we have to give it a context. So we'll say this, and we'll say comma. The next thing that it's looking for is what kind of layout it is that we're going to have. So this is where we'll say Android.R, need the capital R, dot layout dot, and then we're looking for simple list item 1. And then the last thing it needs is a list or an array. So this is where we're going to pass it our results, which basically acts as a list or an array. So we'll go ahead and pass that in, and then we'll simply add that adapter right there. So now when we hit the run button, oh, moment of truth here. This is so cool. I can't wait to show you this. Okay. We'll wait for our emulator to show up here. Beautiful. There it goes. And look at that. Well, it almost worked properly. So the big issue here is that it's printing out what it considers the proper string for a to-do item, but it's not really exactly what we're looking for. So what we can do here, we have a couple of options. So one of them is we can do what we did before, where we basically make, go through a for loop and make a new list out of all of these and give them, turn it into like a list of strings, basically. The other thing that we can do is if we go to our to-do item.kotlin, is we can actually add a function on here called toCapitalString, okay, which returns back a string object. And by fulfilling something in here, this is what's going to come back. And you'll notice we're getting a little error here that says, hey, you have to do an override if you're going to do this. And so we're going to add that override right there. But I just want you to see, for example, if I return just, hi, this is Rick or something like that, as the toString method, I want you to see how this works. So if we go ahead and hit run here on the emulator, we'll wait for this to pop up. Okay, and look at this. So for each item, it shows, hi, this is Rick. So basically in this toString, you can provide a custom string that will come back that sort of says, this is what represents this object, okay? So we'll use this rather than, looping through, creating a new list. This is just a more efficient way to work with this. So really all we want to do is we just want to return what the name is. So it's really as simple as just saying return.name. Now, if you want to get fancy with it, you could put some extra stuff around it and say whether or not it's important. We want to eventually come back and make the things bold. So we're going to work on that later once we're sort of done with everything. But for now, let's just say return name and see what we get. So we'll go ahead and hit run here. And up comes the app. Okay. And look at that, we get walk the dog, buy eggs. Now there's two of them with blank names, which I think was just when we hit plus and accidentally added something there. But we got these things showing up. So let's take a moment to appreciate what's going on. Like we learned about Realm, we figured out how to, when we hit a plus button, add these things into Realm, automatically kick us back to this screen and show us these things. But there's an issue. So let's say I make a new to-do item and I'm going to call it just like, this is going to be a really simple one. Eat candy, kind of a dumb example here, but if I hit the add button, when I come back, it doesn't show up inside of this list view, right? Like we don't see it anywhere. And if we run the app one more time, then we will see it show up. And, when we do this, oh, look, all of a sudden there's eat candy right there at the bottom. And the problem is because if we go back to our main activity, this code here where we say, go do a query and all this stuff, this is in our onCreate method, which this only gets called one time. And it's when this main activity is created for the very, very first time. And so if we go, add something new and then hit the add button and come back to this screen, this code here never gets a chance to run. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a new function here. We're going to just say func on resume is what we're looking for. And I'm not getting the autocomplete, so maybe let's not type fun and see if that helps us out. So on resume, there we go. That's the one that we're looking for. So we need override fun on resume. But basically this gets called whenever your activity is going to show up. So even the very first time that it shows up, like this will get called, I believe, just after the onCreate gets called. But then more importantly, this gets called every time, we move back from a previous activity or whatnot. So what we want to do is actually take all of this code that we have here. We're going to cut this and paste it on down below. And so every time, we resume this activity, meaning we show it for the first time or come back, we are going to go hit realm, say, give me all your to-do items, put them inside of the list view and say, show them via this adapter. Okay. So let's go ahead and see what this looks like now. And we'll go ahead and pull up the emulator here. Okay, here it comes. So I'm going to add something new. Let's give it a unique name, something like Go Blazers. They're my favorite basketball team. So I'll say this is important now when I hit the add button. Boom! Look at that. We have Go Blazers showing up down there at the bottom. Okay, so our app is not perfect by any means, but we are at a great position here. Really, the kind of next big step that we need to accomplish is to make it so that someone can complete one of these to-do items, because right now they can add them just however they'd like to, right? But the big issue is that I can't complete any of these items. So we're going to learn in the next lecture how to actually tap on a list view item and get a new activity to show up. And then from there, learn how to delete something from Realm. We're going to do tons of cool stuff. Then we'll come back and work on these bold things. Okay. So I know lots of little pieces sort of floating around there, but I'd say we're over halfway done with this app. We're making great progress. Let's keep trucking. So the next step for us in our app is we need to be able to complete a to-do list item. Right now we have all the functionality to go and add a new item and stuff, and we get them to show up here inside of a list view, which is great. But if we want to ever complete one of those, if we tap on anything in the list view, we get nothing. And we got to get this new activity to show up and then hit the complete button and make it so that that will get rid of it from our list. And when we come back, move forward from there. So the first thing that we got to figure out is how to make it so that when we tap on a list view item, we know what item it is that we selected and then, go do something about that. So let's go to our code and we're going to move into our main activity. I'm going to get rid of this realm fun that we had before. And so here inside of this on resume, when we're writing all the code for, go get the stuff out of realm and, turn that into some results and connect that with this array adapter into a list view. What we need to do is write some code for this list view of what happens when someone selects a particular item. So what we're going to do is we're just going to type out the name of this list view dot, and then we're going to set the on item click listener. So that's a big change from like buttons, just the, set on click listener. We want the on item click listener. And there's two options here. We want the one with the curly bracket just like this. And if you're wondering what this adapter view, I, L, all this stuff is, these are all things that are essentially being passed into this little function that we have right here. So the one that we're really interested is an I, because that's telling us what item in the list or the array that someone has tapped on. I guess in this case, since it's the list view, what item in the list has somebody tapped on? And then we could then use that information to then, say, oh, they tapped on buy dog food, so that when we go and show this next activity, we can pass forward that particular realm object. So inside of here for right now, just to prove that this is working and sort of see where it is that we need to go from here, let's go ahead and print out I. So I'm going to do a print line for I, and we'll just see what happens. So we'll open that up. Let's get logcat ready to rock and roll. Let's pull up the emulator here. And now, are you ready for this? I'm going to tap the first item in the list view. Boom, 0. I'm going to add tap the next one. Now it says 1. If I tap the first one again, it says 0. 1. If I tap the last one, it says 7. And the one before that is 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, that was probably a bit much, but do you see what's going on here? Like, this is just as lists and arrays, they are zero-based indexed, the counting, right? Like, so this is the 0th item, the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4. So when we tap now and we get access to I, it's like, oh, okay, they tap for example, the 3rd item in the array, which is really the 4th, but it has an index of 3, which then means we could go find that as long as we have access to the list that we had before. So in that instance, what we need to do then is we need to make it so that whenever this happens, that we can go into the results and figure out what it is that was tapped on. So what we're going to do inside of here is we're going to create a new variable called to do. We'll call it maybe selected to do. And I want to give my personal gripe here is that in Android, they call these things, the on item click listener, and on the buttons, the on click listener. With mobile devices, you're not really clicking, you're tapping. I know that's the smallest thing in the world, but to me, it's like, why are we talking about clicks if people are using their fingers to tap on this? It always just seemed a little bit off to me. But anyways, with this selected to do, what we're going to do is get access to our results. And inside of here, we're going to pass it the index of I. So then it will go grab whatever particular one was selected, which then means this selected to do is a to do item. And then we can pass this on to the next activity. Now, in order to do that, we have to have an activity to move to. So we're going to come back here and right click, do a new activity. And we want this to be an empty activity. This is going to be this one right here. So I'm going to call it maybe something like finish activity. I think that sort of describes what we're doing there. So we'll say finish activity. Now that's a little bit interesting because you can call the finish function on an activity, but so maybe if we were going to be more clear, we'll say finish to do activity. That might be the best way to do that. So we'll go ahead and hit finish. So that now means we have another activity. So now we can go back to our main activity and make it so that when someone has selected an item in the list, we'll make an intent to then move to that activity. So let's make a new intent. I'll call this finish intent. This is going to be equal to a new intent object. So inside of here, first thing that we got to do is pass the context. So we'll say this. Then we're going to give it the class. We want to move to the finish to do activity, : class.java. Beautiful. And then before we go ahead and do our start activity, we want to, provide a little bit of information inside of here. So on this finish intent, we're going to say dot put extra. And remember, we used this before to pass forward the search term inside of the weather app. Well, in this case, we want to pass forward the actual object that we use when we're moving over here. So we're going to say put extra. And we'll go ahead and give it a name, and I think the name we can just call it probably to do item. I think it can be uppercase. I just think it's maybe best to do that as lowercase, and then comma. We will then provide the object that has been selected, the selected to do. We'll just go ahead and place it right there. Okay. So we are getting an error here, and it basically comes down to that what we were trying to pass here is not an acceptable thing inside of here. Like, we can pass forward arrays, booleans, doubles, ints, shorts, longs, all that stuff. So what we need to do is actually make it so that this selected to do can be passed forward, and it's not that hard to get this fixed. So there's some awesome documentation by Realm that describes what the issue is here. So I'm going to open up this browser. So this talks about intents. If you want to find this, if you move down under encryption and intents, it's kind of an odd place for it to be, but basically it's saying, hey, we realize, Realm objects cannot be passed through intents if you're, trying to put it as an extra or something. So what they recommend doing is that you use primary keys, which is a way to sort of identify an object in Realm and say, just pass forward whatever the ID is. And then on the receiving end of the activity, you can take that ID to go pull the, proper thing out of Realm, blah, blah, blah. And then eventually, you can use that to move forward. So in order to do this, what we've got to do is add a primary key to our class. And this is really the best example that I could find, is that with primary keys, you say at primary key, and then you give something to be a primary key, and you can decide whether it's an int, a string, whatever. But if you do a string and use these things called UUIDs, it's a universally unique identifier, and it basically just ensures there's going to be some random string of letters and numbers, and that, you know, every object will be unique. And so if we're going to be using this, let's go ahead and just copy this. So we're first going to go to Android Studio and go to our to-do item. So here what we're going to do is, before we do like the name and everything, we're going to say at capital primary key. Go ahead and hit enter on that. That should import that to the top. And then what we want to do is import this code where basically someone makes a string that's an ID, and they do this UUID.random blah 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 to string. So what we're going to do is go back, and we're going to say var ID is equal to capital UUID, hit enter on that so we get the import, dot random UUID dot to string, just like that. So it says, okay, we're going to go get some random thing that's definitely unique, and we'll put it inside of this ID. Okay, so then once we have this in place, and I will say this is definitely one situation where we don't want people to be able to edit what this ID is going to be. Like, we just want it to be set the very first time. So this is one instance where I will say, okay, we should say private ID, you know, is equal to this whole thing. And so, private var, there we go. For some reason, I think it deleted my var. But what we're going to do then is say, okay, we'll just make a function that's called maybe get ID. And this is going to spit back a string object, and we'll say inside of here return whatever ID is. Okay, and so the reason for this is we don't want to at any point edit what that ID is, because that would kind of be catastrophic for our realm database. And so that's why in this instance I think it's appropriate to make that thing private. Okay, so once we have this in place, I know this was a lot of work to get this thing working. It's not too bad, but I mean, it's a little bit more than what we had you know, we thought it would take. So here we have the selected to do. We're going to now pass over the dot get ID, which is just a string. So that's going to push that through, which then means we can say start activity, and we're going to go do this finish intent. All right. So when this happens, we should move over to this finish to do activity, which then means inside of here, to make sure that we got the proper thing, what I want to do is get the extra. So I'm going to say intent dot get extra, and I want to do the one where it gets back the string. So get string extra, and I want to provide the exact name that we had from over here. So I'm going to copy this to do item, come back and paste that in, and I'm going to put that inside of the to do item ID. Okay, we'll just set it equal to that, and then let's go ahead and print out that information. Okay, so we'll do a print line, and we'll print out whatever to do item ID is. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit run on our app, see if we can't get this thing working. After that quick little fix, I think we might have to delete the app in order, since we added a new primary key and the schema's changed, but I guess we'll see when the app loads up here. So here comes the emulator, and I bet if we go to logcat, we're getting schema errors here. And yeah, I think that it is going to be an issue with that. So go to your emulator. We're going to open up that list. Let's get rid of the to-do list. We'll say uninstall. Okay. Go back to our home screen, and let's try running this one more time. Okay. So here it comes. See, things are much better this time, but then we don't have any to-do list items. So let's go ahead and add one. I'll say walk the dog. That's important, and so we'll add that. Now I'll go ahead and tap on walk the dog, and you can see it did open up the new activity, and this big nasty string looking thing, that's our UID, that printed out. Okay, so we know that you know our intent worked. We moved over to the correct place, and we got this to spit out. Now we need to make sure we can actually get the to-do item from this. So we're going to go back to the documentation here, which basically, if we go back here, shows us how we can use this ID, so that then we can go, you know, do a query where we can go find, you know, somewhere where their ID is equal to this particular thing. So what we're going to do is go back to our code, and we're going to borrow some code from our main activities, especially where we go get this default instance. So we're going to copy this, go to our finish to do activity, and we'll paste this down below. Yes, import that, please. Then what we're going to do is basically what's on this website. We're going to say realm.where.equal to, and we know we need that ID equal to the person ID, and define the first thing. So we basically want to do all that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this line of code, and I'm going to come back and I'm going to paste it in here. So our issue is, and this is interesting. I did not know this is a feature. I was going to say we need to convert this to Kotlin, but it gave us the option to convert it. Wow, shout out to Android Studio. I did not expect this at all. So I'm going to try this out. I'll say yes, see where it gives us. So it was okay. It went pretty well. So of course we have to change some things, right? Because we don't have a person class or anything. So I'm going to say vol to do item is equal to realm.where, and we want the to do item class equal to ID, and this should be equal to this to do item ID. So I'll copy this, paste that there, and we still want to do the find first. So all of that looks completely fine. So if we do this, we should have to do item, you can see is of type to do item. So if that all worked, we should then do a print line where we can print out to do item dot name, and it should show us the correct item that we selected. So let's go ahead and run this and see what we get. I am just blown away that that is an option when we referenced that before. So, and I guess it wasn't perfect because it imported the wrong where, so we'll go ahead and delete this line. It tried to import where from some sort of Sun library. So we'll go ahead and do this. Let's see if it's going to ask us for that. We might have to hit run in order for that to pop up, or maybe it's okay when it did import all of Realm there. So we'll go see if that's okay. All right, so here comes the app. If we go tap on, I guess we need logcat open. If we tap on walk the dog, see what we get. Oh my goodness, look at that. So we printed the UUID, and then we printed walk the dog, which is our confirmation that we have the correct item. Oh, how cool is that? That is a good feeling to get to this point. So let's go ahead and just sort of delete some of these print lines that we have. They're kind of just sort of cluttering things up here. The important thing is that we have this to do item. That's really a big thing. Now the next thing for us is we want to make it so that we have a button here and we have a text view that shows what this particular to do item is. So let's go ahead and work on that now. And the first thing is we want to set the title for this activity. I know this is a very simple thing, but let's get this right. So we'll just say title is equal to finish, or we'll call it, let's be consistent, we'll say complete to do. Okay. And once we have that in place, let's go ahead and run, make sure that looks like what we want. This will be a really quick confirmation that everything's good. App opens up, we tap on walk the dog and complete to do. Okay, that looks good. Now we need to go add a text view and a button. So we'll move over to finish to do.xml, and I'm going to zoom in here a bit. And first we need a text view, so I'll kind of put that in the middle-ish. We'll just say it should be a certain distance from the top. I'm going to right-click this thing, say center horizontally. I do want this to be a little bit bigger, so I'm going to change the font size to maybe be like 24 or something like that. We can leave the title of this as text view because we're going to replace that with information later. But then we do want to add a button here, so let's go grab a button. I'm going to place it below. Okay, so with this button we want to have it connected to the top there, and then we just want to change the text on this to say complete. Excellent. And then with this we want to make sure it's centered, so we're going to right click here and say center horizontally, just like that. And we're going to go to our text view here, and let's make sure we give these the proper put it inside of the strings.xml. So we'll just hover over these. And thank you, Android Studio, for making that so simple for us. If we go back to our design, still looks good. So let's go ahead and give this text view an ID. So I might call this like to do name text view. That's pretty descriptive. And so once we have that in place, let's go back over to our finish to do activity. and let's get access to that. So we're going to say val text view is equal to the find view by ID. We should be getting a text view back, and we'll do our r.id dot to do name text view. All right, so once we have access to that, then we can say text view dot text is equal to, and we just want this to be equal to the to do items name, so we're going to just simply say to do item dot name. Simple as that. Let's go ahead and see if this is working. So we added some stuff visually, we did a little bit of programming here. Let's just make sure that everything is okay moving forward here. So here comes the app. Looks good. So I'll tap on walk the dog. Look at that, it shows walk the dog. And if I hit the back button here, let's add a new one, maybe like buy cheese. That's not important, so we'll just go ahead and add that. If I tap on buy cheese, it shows buy cheese. If I tap on walk the dog, it shows walk the dog. Okay, so visually everything looks okay. Now let's just implement the code so that when someone hits complete, we delete that object from realm, and then we finish that activity and kick the user back to this main activity screen here. So first thing that we've got to do is delete that particular object from realm. So this is going to be a transaction inside of realm, just like when we add an object there. So what we're going to do is get access to this realm object. So we'll say realm dot, and we want to start a transaction, which I forgot the terminology. What did we use for that inside of our add to do? Begin transaction. That's what I was looking for. So realm.begin transaction, and at the end of it, we want to do a realm.commit transaction. And then in between, what we want to do is take the to-do item, and on this, we're going to say dot delete from realm. And so basically this says, hey, get this thing out of the database. So that's all it takes to delete it. Then what we want to do is say finish, and hopefully, fingers crossed, if everything goes well here, it'll automatically kick us back to the main activity where it will call on resume, and it will go get the information from realm via this query, and there'll be one less object there, so then the one that we completed will not show up anymore. So if that is the case, let's go ahead, we'll see if this works. Let's go ahead and hit our run button here. Ooh, I got goosebumps. I mean, if this works, we've got the basic functionality. I mean, we don't have the bold stuff exactly working yet, but I mean, we're basically there. So let's say, I tap on buy cheese and or walk the dog. Okay, well, it instantly deletes it, which is not what we are looking for. And I understand why. So at least we know something's working here. But the problem here is inside of our finish to do activity, this is inside of the on create. We only want this to happen if someone clicks on the button. So that's why that was working. Okay, well, it's good to know at least we're headed in the right direction. So what we want to do is get access to the button. So we're going to say complete button is equal to our classic find view by ID. This should give back, not a build configuration, but a button. And we are looking for r.id.complete button. Did I give that a name? Maybe I didn't give it a name. So let's go ahead and click on the button. Right now it's just called button, so I'm going to call this complete button. Excellent. So once we have that, we can go back and say, okay, the name of it is complete button. Then with this complete button, we are going to say dot set on click listener, and then inside of here, this is where we'll do all this beautiful code. So we'll go ahead and paste that there. All right, so now that that's in place, let's run one more time. I just thought, wow, how did it delete it that quickly? That just seems a little bit crazy. I mean, if you wanted an app where if someone taps on something, that means instantly they've finished the to-do, I guess you could have ran with that code, but probably not exactly what you were looking for. So we have nothing here, so we've got to go add one since we deleted it last time. So I'll add walk the dog. This is important, so it's added there. I'll click on this, and if I hit the back button, still there, showing up, but if I tap on it and hit complete, look at that. It shows that it's gone from the list. Excellent, excellent stuff that we got going on here. So amazing. We can add anything, eat cheese or something like that. I don't know. We add this. Let's add something else just so we can see. I'll just say hello is kind of a test thing. So if I hit on hello, complete it, boom. Now only eat cheese is left. If I tap on this, hit complete, boom. All of a sudden it is gone. Okay. So really the next steps for us are we just have to add sort of the bold functionality here that someone can tell which one of these is important or not. And so I'm going to save that one for the next lecture. See you there. So we are so close. Really the last thing that we need to do is make it so that in this to-do list and inside of this finish to do that we can show whether or not something is important by whether or not there is bold there. So let's first work on the finish to do activity here and make it so that that's bold or not, and then we'll move on to doing that inside of the list. So we're going to go back to our finish to do activity, and here where we are setting the name, we want to do a little bit of questioning to say, hey, is this thing important or not? So what we're going to do is we're going to do an if statement, and the thing that we are trying to check is if the to-do item dot important, whether or not it is true or false. So we can actually just pass in to-do item dot important. If you want to be more explicit, you can say if this is equal to dot true, but by default, if we just say to do item dot important, if it is true, it's going to run the code that's inside of these curly brackets. So if it is true that it's important, then what we want to do is we want to work with the text view to make it bold. So we're going to type out text view dot, and on the text view we want to get access to its typeface and set something there. So we're going to do dot set typeface, and then inside of here we just have to type out typeface dot, and just use this default one to begin with, but then we'll just delete default, and then if you do the dot, you can see all the different ones that you can get here. There's bold italic or just italic, monospace, blah, blah. I just want bold to say, hey, this thing should be bold, all right? And it looks like it's not thrilled with what I passed it here. Maybe I have to import that. Let's try one more time. Let's see. I don't want to create an extension. All right, let's try this one more time. Dot typeface, if I do the default, it's happy with default. Default bold, I guess that's what I'm looking for. Okay, so now that we got that brain fart all figured out, let's go ahead and see how the app looks. So we'll go ahead and hit run here, wait for our emulator friend, and okay, we don't have anything, so we need to make one that's important and one that's not. So walk the dog, this is very important, so we're going to check that box. But then we're going to say, buying cheese, that's not that important, so we won't do that. So first, let's tap on buy cheese. Regular, looks fine. But if we tap on walk the dog, oh, look at that, it's a little bit thicker. So you might think like, maybe this isn't enough to kind of distinguish the two, but there is a difference between the two, and I think it will look more prominent as we see it here inside of the list view, which then brings us to the list view. How do we make it so that this list view will show some of the things as bold and some of the things as not? So in order for this to happen, we actually have to make our own array adapter so that we can kind of write a little bit more customized code whenever somebody is going to work, we're going to fill up the list here so we can say whether or not something is bold. So here inside of our we want to get to our main activity, and I'm going to close some things out because we want to really focus in here on the end. So here at the bottom of our main activity, completely outside of all the curly brackets, we are going to be creating a new class. So we're going to make a new class, and as far as the name of this class goes, it's our own custom adapter for laying out to-do items. So I think something like to-do adapter seems like a good name for us, and we need to do our colon to say that this thing extends from an array adapter, and we have to specify, of what type this thing's looping through, and so we want this to loop through to-do items, so we're going to go ahead and pass that in, and we'll do our curly brackets. So as is right now, Android Studio is not happy with us because it's like, hey, this array adapter, it has to be initialized in a particular way. So if we go ahead and click this little red light bulb here, it's going to show us our options that we can choose here. So I think the one that we should shoot for is the one where we get past an int and an array. That's what we're pretty, used to getting. I mean, there are other ones with the mutable list and whatnot, but I think we should roll with this. We can always change it if we're finding that we didn't get the correct one. So let's go ahead and pick this. And so you see it adds all this information inside of there for us. So the first thing that we want to do inside of here is we want to implement the code for when someone wants to, get the count for how many things are inside of here. And so we're just going to type out get count. And basically all that we're going to have to do here is just return super.getCount. So it already implemented that for us. We're ready to rock and roll as far as that is concerned. But then the next thing, this one's important, is the get view. So what this does is it makes it so that when the array adapter says, hey, I need a view for this particular item, this is in charge of showing that. And so what we want to do inside of here is, rather than just return whatever we get from the super, instead what we want to do is a couple of things here that is going to make this all work. So number one that we want to do is we need to get an inflator. And so I know it's a little bit of a weird term, but Android uses to say, you know, they have some default templates and you can inflate things using those. So what we're going to do is we're going to get this inflator thing by saying this dot get system, or excuse me, we have to do first get context, which is just context. So context dot get system service. Okay, and from here we want to provide capital context dot, and then this is where we need to specify in all caps layout inflator service. So this is our big inflator thing that we're going to be using. So let's just go ahead and say here val inflator is equal to this. So this means we can do some inflating. And with this, we're going to take our inflator and we're going to say inflator dot inflate dot in, and it's not letting us inflate. Let's see. Oh, we need to specify that this comes back as a layout inflator. So we'll go ahead and add that code. Remember when we did that before to say, hey, you know, this is going to come back as that particular one. So now we can say inflator dot, and then we'll say inflate, and we want to do the inflate where we can pass it a few things. So we'll just say inflate. From there, we're going to start typing out android.r.layout and then dot simple list item one. So this is very similar to what you've seen before, but basically what this is doing is this is creating a new view for us. And so with this, we need to say comma parent and pass forward our parent object. But once we've done this, we can create a new value that's we can just call view if we want to. I might call it the list view. Okay, and it's, I mean, well, let's call this maybe a to-do view. That will kind of explain what's going on here. So this is the thing, you know, where we have a text view that we can go ahead and work with. So the one thing that we want to make sure that we emphasize here is what type this is. So this to-do view that we have is just any old regular view, right? Like, so we need to specify that this is a particular type of view where it has like a text view, for example. So this simple list item one is actually just a text view underneath the hood. So we can actually specify here that this should come through as a text view. And if we do that, then we can say on this to-do view, you know, to-do view dot text and set this equal to something. So for now, I'm just going to set it equal to like hello, just to make sure that this thing is working. But that's essentially what we need to do. Okay. So once we have that all done there, let's just go ahead and return this to-do view. Okay. Because the whole purpose of this function is to get that view. So do you kind of see how this is, you know, we can create this simple list item and then, you know, pass it back, all that stuff. And right now we're just going to set its text equal to hello. So let's see if we can at least get a list showing to-do items. Right now we have 2 in there, so when we run it, they should both say hello. But before we do that, we have to make sure that the list view that we're using is not just any old regular list view. So we're going to scroll down to here where we've got a list view and then, you know, the array adapter here. So rather than just doing a regular old array adapter, we are going to say we want to create a to-do adapter. So we're going to say to-do adapter, just like that with the parentheses. Now it's asking some information just like before, so we're gonna have to say this, and then for the resource, we're gonna have to pass in, you know, the same android.r, capital R, layout simple list item one, and then we have to pass forward the results. So we'll go ahead and take our results and pass those in there. And it looks like maybe I did not pick the correct one because it's not liking that this is, maybe it's a list instead of what we're getting. So here when we created this brand new class, let's go ahead and just bring this all back here. Okay, so that we can get that custom pop-up again. So that I can click here, get this. Let's try now the one where we are past the mutable list. So let's go ahead and do that. And once we've done that, let's see if this likes our code a little bit more. Yes, it definitely liked that one. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if this works. We'll go run this on the emulator now. And we'll see what we get. Yeah, big money, come on. Oh, so we get an error. Let's go ahead and go to logcat, see what our problem is here. Exception, binary XML file, add view is not supported in adapter view. Oh, okay, so something's going on with our adapter. Let's fix it. So lucky for us, it was a really quick fix. I just forgot to put add false here as the last parameter there. So once we've added that, let's go ahead and hit run on our emulator. And here we go. Boom, look at that. It shows hello. So that means that this is successfully, our adapter is working. It's running our own stuff. But of course, we don't want to return, just hello every single time. We want to return what the actual to-do item is. So in order to do that, we have to get the to-do item. So what we're going to do is just type here get item. And what this does is it gives us back the to-do item for whatever position that we're at. So we just have to provide this position parameter here. So we'll provide that position, and that gives us new value to do item is equal to this. So once that's in place, we can set the text equal to do item dot name. Just as simple as that. Okay, so let's go ahead and run it. Make sure that that is working. Okay, come on, you can do this. And look at that. Okay, so now the name of these to-dos is showing up. So, and you're like, well, that's what we had before. Well, the whole reason for doing this is so that now we can add the following code. So we need to do a very similar check to this finish to-do activity where, we do this if statement and, change the text views typeface and all that. So let's go ahead and copy this, come back to our main activity. And after we've set the text, but before we return, we're going to paste this in. Import that stuff. And rather than text view.set typeface, we are going to get our to-do view, paste that in there, and set its typeface to bold if, in fact, the to-do item is important. So let's go ahead and hit run here. See what we get. And we'll open up the emulator. Look at that. Walk the dog was important, so that's why it's showing up bold. If we click here, it shows as bold. Other things, if we go and hit the plus button, I'm going to make a new thing like... I'm going to say, I don't even know, take a nap. Take a nap. It's not important, so I tip that. It doesn't look like it there, but if I do something else like wake up, that is very important. If I hit that, boom, all of a sudden it shows up in bold. Okay, so we have finished the app. It is looking beautiful. Really, there's just one last piece of polish here, and that is this little settings option that we have over here, right? Like our app has no settings, and so we essentially just want to get rid of this here. So if we go into our app, there's a couple of things that we should do to kind of get rid of this. So the first one is our menu here. We just want to get rid of these two functions. So I'm going to go ahead and just do a multi-line comment that actually gets rid of all of this. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do that. And we'll hit run, make sure nothing has exploded on our app as consequence of commenting that out. So we open it up and look at that, everything is okay. Now, if you really, really want to get picky, what you can do is you can move into this activity main.xml, and if you go to the text version of this, you can sort of drill down here. And let's see, that's the floating action bar, but you can also, inside of the app bar layout and stuff, you can work with the toolbar here, excuse me. You could go delete this thing entirely if you wanted to, but I think as we have things now, it looks fine. It's totally good to go. So the last thing that I just would like to show you is with the list view to kind of prove that, because I just realized with our weather app, we never had it extend further than the length of the screen, so it would be interesting to see that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a bunch of different to-do items with just some random names here, because I just want to put in a bunch so you can see that it's something that we can scroll through. Okay. So we're just about at that breaking point. Yeah, we saw that nice list on the side showing us that there's more things that we can go to. Okay, and now look at that. We can move up and down. And if we decide we want to complete, like delete any of these, we just tap on them, boom, all of a sudden they are gone. Okay, well, congratulations. This was an awesome app that we built. I hope you enjoyed learning about Realm and all the different possibilities that it can do. The documentation, I think, is just absolutely beautiful there. So if there's more that you want to know, please go hit up Realm's website. Obviously way more complicated things that you can do with Realm, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Like if you've worked with SQLite before, did you like using Realm? Did you think there was advantages that I'm missing out on? I can't tell you enough that I think that Realm is just the absolute way to move forward when you're talking about this stuff. But anyways, I could blab on forever about this. We've finished the app. I think that's probably my cue that I should stop talking. Thank you so much for joining us for this bonus section. I hope you enjoyed it. Hey, what's up? It's Nick. I know this is a little bit more of an unusual start to a section here, but this is yet again another bonus section that I've brought to you here in the course, just more for you to take in if you want it. And I've decided to make an app where I create the app live in front of you. So usually I'll go create an app, do it all beforehand, and then I'll come back and I'll film it to make sure I know exactly every single piece that's going forward. But this time, I want you to see what it looks like for me when I'm creating an app. You've heard me rant and rave several times throughout the course that, being a programmer, you don't have to have it all figured out. In fact, there's a lot of skill in being able to learn how to find things online. What's the right thing to Google, and how do you learn and grow as a programmer to fix problems? So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be creating this app that I want to make called Find Repo. So basically what it is it's an app where someone can search a term, and it's going to search the GitHub website for any repos that contain the word that you search. For example, if I search for Kotlin, I want to list out all the repos that are connected with that. I want to display a little image to the left of that inside of a list view. And then if someone taps on one of those, I want it to open the web browser and then go show them that particular repo. So what's special about this is, beforehand I did take a look at the GitHub API just a little bit to make sure that this was possible, but I haven't done any of the research. I haven't, gone through and found all the details to figure out how to make this thing work and all that. And so you're going to see me Googling some stuff as we move forward here, but I think it will be an interesting ride for you to see how this all works. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this one here as the intro just to make sure you sort of understand what's going on. Again, this is another bonus section, so if you don't want to go through this, it's totally up to you, but I thought the more content, the better for you, and hopefully you enjoy making this app with me. So I'll see you in the next one. All right, so let's go ahead and get started with this app. Our very first step is that we've got to, of course, open up Android Studio and create a new project. We'll go ahead and wait for this to open up, and we will start a new Android Studio project. I'm going to call mine Find Repo, and make sure I got that Kotlin check there. I'll go ahead and hit Next. KitKat seems fine. That's what we've been doing all along. And I think an empty activity is going to be perfect for what we're doing. So we'll go ahead and use that. And now Android Studio will go about getting that started. So while we're waiting for this, I'm going to get Safari up. We're going to have to be, looking at the GitHub API and all that good stuff. So let's go ahead and just search GitHub API maybe so that we can have a good reference for where it is that we're moving towards. Here we go, GitHub API version 3. Okay, and I believe the one that I was looking for was down here in search repositories. There we go. So by passing this information here, we can search for a keyword or whatever, and it should spit back some info of something that looks like this, showing that all there. So it looks like Android Studio is up and running. I think that's kind of big there on the side. So as for what direction we should take to move forward first, I kind of like to do the visual stuff first and then move on to the programming part of it. So let's start with this first main activity, which should be pretty straightforward. We'll go ahead. Oh, we already have our activity main.xml up and running here, so we can actually just go from here. Okay, so let's get rid of this text view. Instead, what we want it to have is, let's see, Kotlin. So we want a little edit text here and then a button. So let's go under text. We'll pull down this edit text here. Now we want that to be connected to the top, but not that far away. So maybe I'll change that to be something like 20. Seems about right. I do want some default text in there, so maybe we'll say like, we'll get rid of name, and then under hint we'll say something like Kotlin JSON parser or something like that. Okay, and then we want this thing to be centered, so we'll make sure that is centered horizontally. Good. Man, I love the constraint layout. I just think it's an awesome thing for Android. It makes things so much better. Let's go ahead and grab now a button, which is under our widgets. Okay, so let's rename this to something like search. That looks good, and we'll select this guy and hit a little top constraint, and that connects it with the edit text. That looks good. And I think the last thing we need to do is just make sure this thing is centered. By doing that, it got rid of the error, and now we just have the 2 warnings about the string resources. So we'll go ahead and do that first here with the edit text. And just have to click till we get that old light bulb. So we'll put that in the strings.xml, and we'll do that here again for search. Excellent. Okay, so now that we have those 2 things in place, I believe our very first screen will be done, which is definitely some good news. I have the title right now is just find repo because that's the name of mine, even though in the sketch I have GitHub search, but I think probably find repo, since that's the name of our app, is probably better than just GitHub search. So I think I'll keep that up there. But while that is going, because this is going to take a while to launch the emulator and all that good stuff, let's go ahead and take a look at the API. So they did provide an example here of what URL you would have to hit up to do a search. So this is searching for Tetris, where the language is assembly, and sort it by stars in order descending. Kind of a specific search there, but you can see by doing that, whoa, look at that, 806 results, incomplete results, false items, and then it looks like, so I think in this items is an array of all the different projects here. Yeah, and it just goes on and on forever. So that's pretty cool. Let's see if we can, I'm gonna see, like, instead of Tetris, I'm gonna search for eggs. So there's only 3 repositories with the language of assembly that have the term eggs in it. That's kind of interesting. Chucky egg color, who knows what this all is, but yeah, that's kind of cool. So at least we know we got like the URL where we're supposed to be ending up at. And look at that, we finally got this up and running. So this looks good. I could, search for Kotlin or something like that, hit search, and it should be able to go. Okay, so this activity looks fine, although I think we knew that wasn't going to be too hard on us. The next thing that we're looking for is to make it so that when we hit search, we can pass the search term over to the new activity and then start listing out some stuff. So let's make a new activity. I'm going to right click here. We want a new activity. Let's do an empty activity. I'm going to call this repos. Maybe I'll call it search result activity. That seems a little bit more descriptive to me. And that looks all good, so I'll go ahead and click finish there. All right, so we got this search result activity, and then what we need to do, now that we have a place to go to, is we need to make it so that when someone taps on this button, that we can get the text from here and then pass it over. So let's give good proper IDs to both of these. So for this top one, the edit text, I'm going to change that to something like search edit text. Yes, please update everything. And then for this button, I might just call it search button. Okay, that looks good. So with that, let's go to our main activity. And first, let's get access to that button. So if all button is equal to find view by ID, we want to get a button back. Good. And then we'll just do our r.id.search button. There we go. So with this button, we want to set the onClick listener. So we'll say set onClick listener. So the code that we want to run is we want to create an intent to go to the next activity. So we'll say if all intent is equal to a new capital intent, and what we're looking for first is the context and the class that we're moving to, and we want search result activity class, so capital search result activity, there we go, colon class.java, excellent. And then with this intent, we want to add some information, so I believe that is put extra. And first we got to give that a name, so I'll just maybe call it search term. And then we want to pass forward whatever is inside the edit text. So for right now, I'll just leave an empty string, but we've got to make sure that we change that. And then we'll do our start activity, and we want to do this intent. Okay, that looks good. To kind of confirm that this is all working, I'm going to switch now over to the search result activity and see if we can pull out what's inside of the extras. So down here, I'm going to get access to the intent, and then I'm going to do a get extra, or let's see, we don't want to put extra, we want to get extras. And here we go, get string, we want to get intent.string, get string extra, there we go. So I might pass inside of here whatever we had, so search term. I always like to copy and paste just because, you know, if I, for example, forgot the capital T or whatever, that would make things bust and it'd take forever to figure out what was going on there. So let's go ahead and put this in a variable. I'm going to call it search term. Okay, should be equal to this, and then let's go ahead and print this guy out. So we'll go ahead and print the search term. Okay, so let's hit run on this. See what we get going on. And come on, Gradle, we believe in you. Excellent, so there it goes. And if I say something like, hey, hit the search, we do go to a new activity. Let's open up logcat. And did we see a hey come out over here? I don't believe that we did, so, oh, well that's because I put over here, let's see, where is this? In the main activity, I passed forward an empty string, so I forgot we have to put some sort of term here to make sure this works, then we'll get it from the edit text. So we should see the term test printed out to logcat here, so let's try that now. Okay, here we go, hit the search. And there we go, we get that nice test. Okay, so we know that things are going through. So now we just need to get access to the search edit text. So we're going to say vol search edit text is equal to, man, how many times have we done this function? Find view by ID. That's our go-to, it seems like. So we'll do our capital R dot ID dot search edit text. Good, so now we can say, rather than just passing test, we're going to give it search edit text dot text, which remember this is of type editable, so we have to do text dot string to string in order to make that an actual string. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this and make sure we're getting what we want. Okay, here comes the emulator, so I might say hello main and hit search. And look at that, it gets printed out. So now we know we can get to the next activity with whatever was searched for. So before we get into doing the list view and stuff, I think it's time to start talking about how we are going to go get information from this API, what the best way to work with it is. So this is probably a good lecture to stop here, and then the next one we'll be working with the API. All right, in this lecture, I think we should tackle working on working with the API, I think probably using retrofit is the best way to move forward with this one. And so let's go ahead and go to retrofit's website in order to figure out how to get this plugged into Gradle and all that. So we're just going to search for retrofit. And you'll actually see on retrofit's page where I got the idea for this project. They show in their documentation how to display a user's repos from the GitHub API. So that's kind of cool that that's all there. I thought, if things ever go really sideways, we could always come back to this documentation that they've given us. So anyways, with this, what we want to do is scroll down to figure out how we can get retrofit into our project. So here we've got it inside of Gradle. We want to add this line, so we'll go ahead and copy this and go into our Gradle scripts. And I believe it's on the project level that we add this, but no, it doesn't look like it. Let's try it from the app level. And there it is under dependencies. That's where we want to add it. So make sure you're using the build.gradle for the app. And we'll go ahead and add this to dependencies and hit sync now to make sure that this all works and it's able to pull in that retrofit code for us. You can see Gradle working its tail off down there and looks good. Looks like it got it all figured out. Okay, so with that in place, now we know we have something to work with the API on. Let's just kind of take a little bit of a look here about what we're getting. So there's all sorts of options here for this search for repositories. Like you can say sort it in a particular way, you know, give it some type of order, something like that. But I don't think these are a little bit of overkill for what we're trying to do. The big thing is we just want to add a search term inside of there. And so, and there, you know, can be things like qualifiers, which I think that was, for example, where they mentioned that the language should be this. Let's see if there's any Kotlin things that have the word eggs in it. Easter eggs for Kotlin. Yeah, sounds kind of interesting. But anyways, I think this is going to be the real thing that we're working on. So if we're going to test this, we'll just do, so it's api.github.com/search/repositories. This little question mark says this is where we're adding parameters. So q equals eggs is, you know, working with this parameter here. We don't want sort or order. So from here on out, I'm going to delete like the plus language and the sort and the order, all that stuff. So let's go ahead and search that one more time. And it looks like if we just search for eggs and we don't specify the language, we get 2,560 results. Wow, that is pretty impressive. Obviously, I don't think we get all of those 2,560 inside of one. I think it just kind of gives us the first X amount or whatever. So that would be maybe where you'd want to search for it. But I imagine they kind of give us the ones that they think are searches are closest to this result. Like the name of this repo, for example, is just straight up eggs. So I'm guessing that's probably what we want. Let's see, it has 25 forks on this, 81 people watching it. Size, I wonder if that's the number of stars. I don't think that it is, but it could be. It'd be interesting to dive into that. But so at least we know what it is that we're looking for here. Let's go back and now start talking about how we can use retrofit to get this working in our project. So with retrofit, their documentation is all in Java, which I think we could do a good job of just kind of converting it. The good news is that we worked before with the Yahoo Weather API and we used retrofit that time. So if anything ever really goes sideways, we can always go back to that code and sort of get a hint on how, you know, we had set this stuff up. But let's go ahead and just see if we can't get this working for ourselves. So let's go ahead and make a new Kotlin file that we can do all this API stuff in. So I'm just going to call this GitHub API. We got this nice file here. So the first thing that we're looking at doing is we want to make that public interface. So I think by default things are public, so we might not have to say that. Let's just do interface, and why not call this the same thing that it has from the documentation. We'll call it GitHub service. And they're showing you have to do a certain API call that you want. So for us, that's going to be, let's go down here, at capital get. We'll hit enter on that, so that does our import there. So at get, and I believe we need the parentheses with then a string inside of there. So for us, that's going to look like when, let me get to the URL, we have search/repositories, and then that Q is equal to something. So looks like we've got that all in place. So let's go ahead, paste that in there. And of course the eggs, rather than this being eggs, this is where we would want to have this be a part of the URL. Now this is probably already we're going to have to go back to our old project because it's not part of the URL. It's now part of like one of the parameters that we're passing through, which I think Retrofit considers a query. And so I don't know if they have documentation on here about that. Yeah, at least not on this first page here. So let's go ahead. I think it's probably a good time to open up our old project so we can see what's going on there. So let's go ahead and open. Let's see, Android Studio projects, weather. There we go. Open this in a new window. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, here on my Mac, I've kind of got the two screens set up, not physically, but digitally, these two desktops that I can work with. So I'm going to pass the weather app over here so I can just kind of switch quickly, flip back and forth between these things. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we had for our retrofit stuff. So I'm going to go to our weatherhelp.kt. And there we go. We've got our at interface, and see here's where we did like our at query and all those good things. So it looks like we completely just left out the queue query. So in our situation, I'm guessing that we would just leave this like that, and then we'll tack it on at the end there. So in this situation, we did a get forecast, and in this situation, yes, import those things. We are going to call this like get, instead of get repos, I'm going to call this search repos. Okay, and looks like we've got the queue being passed in. Obviously it's saying, hey, there's no callback for weather, or there's no weather object here, so it doesn't know what it's doing there. So we'll call this like maybe a GitHub search result, right? Because we need an object. I'm gonna spell search a little bit better. There we go. We need an object to represent the sort of top level thing for when, showing what the total count is, this incomplete results. I'm interested to see what is the incomplete results about? Well, it doesn't really talk about what that particularly means. So it looks like it comes with other requests. So there might be somewhere that explains that. But at least for now, the total count, that'll be interesting to look at there. So, and maybe we'll end up displaying that to the user somehow, but we do need an object to represent that. So with that, let's go ahead and make a class for this that we call GitHub search result. And if I remember correctly, we've got to do our little open close parentheses there. Yeah, and then inside of that is where we would pass an object. So in our situation, a GitHub search result is going to contain a bunch of repos. So we need to make a repo object. So I'm going to come down and make a new class called repo. And so then the term that should be inside of here is specifically, it calls it items. So we'll say items, vol items is of type, and it should be a list of repo objects. Okay, that looks good. Let's just make sure, yeah, before we had like a list of forecasts, so I think that's the proper way to identify that. That's all looking good. I think probably our next step is to kind of fill in the parts of the repo that we want access to. So if we go back to this API, we do want to know the name of it, and I guess we could debate whether we want to show the full name or the name. Let's probably do full name. The full name is the username / the name of that repo, because there could be multiple people with the name eggs. For example, right here, someone named YCSHU has a repo called eggs, and Jordan Launch / eggs. Like these repos have the same name, but when you do the full name like that, full names will be unique. So we should probably roll with the full name thing. So in here we'll say vol, and I'm just going to directly copy this key here so that I don't mess it up. So full name should be a string. Okay, other things that we want to get, well, there's the whole owner object, which is going to be like the GitHub user, where we can get access to their avatar URL so we can display an image of them. I think that will be pretty sweet. So we're gonna have to make another class, which we could just call user. I'm gonna call it maybe GitHub user just to be really clear here. So with the GitHub user, I really think the main thing that we're just looking for is the image. So at least for now, we could come back and always change that, but we're looking for this avatar URL. So say val avatar URL is a string. So in a repo, we want to get access to the full name of the repo. Now we want to get access to the user, which they're calling owner. So we'll say val owner is of type GitHub user. Okay. I mean, if we go back to our sketch, I think we have everything we need because through the owner, we can get the image. This is the full name. Oh, we do need to, so when we tap on one of these, we want to then go to a web browser and show that repo through the URL. So we need to get the full URL to it. Let's see, HTML URL, that's what we're looking for. So let's, on the repo level here, create another value called HTML URL, and this will also be a string. Okay, so I think we're in a pretty good position. I mean, there's some other really cool things that we could dive into here and grab, like the created that stuff, the size, and all those things. I really want to know what this size is about. In fact, I'm going to open up this URL in a new tab and just see what this is. So what is eggs? This project is a proof of concept that aims to be a generic framework for creating massively multiplayer online role-playing game. That's cool. Who would have ever thought that that's what this was? So stars 81. So let's see, where does it say 81? Okay, so that's the watchers count is stars. So that's how that translates. Yeah, I wonder what the size stuff is then. Like when it says size is equal to 980, I wonder, you know, what that's all about. I guess maybe that's the size of the download. This thing has not been updated in a long time, but wow. Anyways, cool to see stuff from the actual API there. All right, I think we are in a good spot. So let's keep working on our retrofit stuff here. So we have all the proper classes and all the values that I think we need in there. We'll see if that's the case as we move forward. So we have this function search repos where we can pass in Q, which is going to be the search term. In fact, I'm going to give it a little bit better name, just a little more quote unquote user friendly here for when we're typing around. So I think this will be good to call that search term. In our weather API, the next thing we did is we created a weather retriever. So let's make our own, I'm going to call it a GitHub retriever. GitHub retriever. Oh, and I called it call instead of class. Class GitHub retriever. All right, so here it creates a service that is of type, up here we had called it weather API. So we're going to create a similar, and I didn't have parentheses there, so we're going to say val service is of type GitHub service. There we go. Okay, and then we're going to have to do an init function where we get that all set up. So I'm just going to copy this one and change it to how it needs to be. Okay, so creating a new retrofit here for the base URL. That for us is going to be like this https api.github.com/. So go ahead and copy all that, paste that in there. Oh, and we need to make sure we have the JSON converter factory. So what did, inside of our Gradle app, what did we call that? So that was converter-JSON. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, come back to our Gradle file. I'm going to paste that down below, and let's go ahead and sync that up. So the converter is what takes our JSON, or the JSON coming back from the API, and turns it into actual Java and or / Kotlin classes, and kind of vice versa there. And if you saw from the documentation, all sorts of different repos out there. We used JSON, which I think is the most popular, but there's, you know, one called Jackson, Moshi, Wire, whatever, just lots of different ones out there. So, okay, now that we've got this in place, we should see this go away. It didn't necessarily go away, but this is saying we need to fill it or do the proper imports for this. So if we hover over this, it's saying hit Command Enter. And I believe that did the proper. Doesn't look like it did. Let's try that one more time. There we go. So I had to do Option Enter. I guess I don't know my Mac keys as well as I thought I did. So this whole line of code, this sets up the retrofit variable here. And then to create the service, it's saying retrofit.create. Instead of weather API, we want GitHub service. So I believe the init part of that is all done. Now we just need to make a function. There it is, where someone can, pass forward like a search term or whatnot, and then we'll go ahead and do some work there. So let's go ahead and just copy what we had before, and we'll paste this down below. So we're going to spit back a callback, but it's going to return a GitHub search result object. So GitHub search result object. We're going to pass through a search term. So I think we should probably keep this code where if someone gives us an empty string, we'll provide some default thing. So in this case, let's maybe just search for eggs, because I think that's kind of funny here. We've started with that. Let's just keep rolling with it. And so before, we had to kind of do some special conversion stuff when we were passing forward Q to get it to be part of this long string. We no longer have to do that. So I'm going to essentially just get rid of this line of code. And now when we create this call, and it's not get forecast anymore, it is search repos. So we'll say search repos. All we have to do is pass in a search term, which in this case we had called search T. Okay, so now that that's in place, it's going to do the call in queue, which will launch that out asynchronously. Okay, that's all looking good there. So this should hopefully be working. Let's go ahead and just test this out to make sure that we're getting the proper information, and then we can move forward to getting it to show up in the list view and all that good stuff. So we want to go to our search result activity. This is where we'd like to use this search term to then use this GitHub stuff. So let's go ahead and create our GitHub retriever. So I might say like vol retriever is equal to a new one of these. And then I'm going to say retriever dot get forecast. Ooh, that is not a good name for ours. We should call this probably something like search repos. Search repos. Okay. So if we change that name, we can come back, and now it says. That's the problem with copy and pasting code from other projects, is if you're not careful, you're going to keep weird stuff like that, like get forecast. And if someone else is looking at your code, like, what the heck is get forecast? You're like, it came from something else. But anyways, so here we need a callback and then the actual search term. So I know what the search term is going to be. It's this variable search term that we have. So let's just go ahead and plug that in, but then we need to create our callback. So let's see what we did before inside of our forecast activity. So when we created our callback, wow, we went for it. So I'm going to copy up to here, and then we'll be able to add this in. So let's go ahead and here create that callback, and we'll do our little curly bracket. So rather than whether, we want to get back a GitHub search result. And I believe if we click on this, it'll allow us to, yes, implement members. So we want both the on response and on failure for this. So we'll go ahead and hit OK. So now we get these two awesome functions for when we get back some information. So let's go ahead and get rid of this first to do there, and we'll get rid of this to do. All right. And let's just go ahead and print out that it's working or it's not. So it's working, and in this print line we will say not working. Let's add our frowny face. Okay, so once we do this to create a callback, we'll pass that in there, callback. So at least to the best of my knowledge, I think this should at least be able to successfully hit the API. Let's go ahead and run this, see what we get. I'm forgetting that we need to go add in our manifest that our app should access the internet. So I'm not even going to wait around for our app to crash. I'm just going to go add this. So uses permission, and we want the internet. Boom. Looks like it remembered it from before. I just do my /n curly angled bracket, and let's run that one more time. Okay, and the thing that we should be looking for is here in the search result activity. We're looking for either it's working or not working. So we'll go put something in, hello, search that out. Let's get logcat open here, and hey, it's working. Okay, so that means, you know, we should be getting some stuff back. So if it is working, what we want to do is take our response, which is a GitHub search result. So I'm going to type out response, which is a GitHub search result, although I think we have to do a little bit to get into it. So response.body, yes, and that's how we eventually get down to what we want. So we want to do the response.body, which gives us back a GitHub search result object. And so we'll go ahead and do a, put this in a variable. So we'll say search result is equal to this. Okay, and we got to do our little question mark there. Then we'll do an if statement to say if, make sure that this thing is not null. If search result is not equal to null, then we'll go ahead and move forward, which at that point, we could take our search result and do our 2 exclamation points because we know for sure it's there, and then we could get access to like its items, for instance. So let's go ahead and do a for loop on these. We'll say for search result, and I'll call this like for repo in search result.items, because search result.items is a list of repo objects. Go ahead and do that. And then let's do a print line of the repo, and we will print out the repo's full name, just like that. All right, so let's go ahead and run this and see if this gives us what we're looking for. Here comes the app. Let's do our classic eggs search. And let's see, boom, look at that. We've got a bunch of different egg repos. Cool. Let's go back. I want to try Kotlin as one, so we'll search for Kotlin. Let's see, look at that. We got all these cool different Kotlin projects. Oh, JetBrains. Look, there's their Kotlin stuff. I believe that's the OG one. Man, this is cool. All right. So we know we have access to these. If you want to check, make sure like the URL is working. Let's see, we can print out the HTML URL. We'll try out that functionality where if someone doesn't provide something, that it will default search for eggs. Let's go ahead and just try hitting search, and yeah, look at that, all the egg projects in the world. Pretty cool stuff. Okay, so this is probably a good place to end here. We know now that we have a working access to the API, and we have them in these very, very nice Kotlin objects that we can work with here, right, where we can get access to the owner, where we can get their avatar, or the name of the project, the URL, all that good stuff. We're in a great position. So with our project right now, we are able to search for a particular term. We are even able to hit up the GitHub API to then go get that information, bring it back into our app. But the problem from there is we now have to get it to show up into a list view. So there's a couple of things here in order to accomplish the correct list view stuff that I want to talk about. So the first one is, in order for this to show up into a list view, we have to have a custom array adapter so that we can show an image and the text view, which then means we have to create our own custom layout. So that's going to be its own challenge to tackle. And the other thing is we have to be able to download an image from the image URL and then take that and get it to display. So there's a couple of steps, and I'll be honest, things that I'm not sure how we're going to do, but that's kind of the purpose of this section, is I'm going to show you what it's like when I don't know how to do something, how to get that to work. Okay, so the first thing that I want to do is just make sure I can get the names of the projects to show up inside of a list view, and I even want to get the the functionality out that sort of someone taps on one of these, that we can make it go to a URL. So before we have all the fancy image stuff, I just want to get the names and that, because I believe when you're creating apps, make the simplest version first, then move on to the complicated stuff. So in this situation, we have piece of knowledge that we need in order to make a list of the names, and then when we tap on it to have it go to a URL. I guess with the tapping and the URL stuff, a little bit of things that we have to work on there, but for the most part we have it. So I'm going to go ahead and now talk about just work through that, and then once that's in place, it's like, okay, then let's figure out how to make a custom array adapter. And then I know we've done that before, but one where we have an actual image view inside of there, and then how do we download the images to get them to show up in the image views. Like I said, I always like to move sort of piece by piece when building an app. So let's go to the activity XML for the search results stuff. So I am looking for a list view, and there's our beautiful list view. I'll bring it out, and with this we want to have it just sort of go edge to edge here. So I'm going to put 0 on all these. Great. Awesome. So we have a list view. Let's give this list view a good ID. I'll call this something like repo list view. Okay. Looks excellent. So let's go back to our search result activity, and let's go ahead and after we've done, I guess maybe actually before all this stuff is when we want to get the list view. No, we want to set up the list view stuff once we get back a result. So let's go ahead and after we've done all of this, where we're, we've printed out all the stuff, then this is where we're going to say, all right, variable list view is equal to the old find view by ID. Should be getting back a list view, capital R dot ID dot repo list view. There we go. Boom. So then with this list view, eventually we want to say list view dot adapter is equal to something, but that means we have to make an adapter. So I'm going to say vol adapter is equal to array adapter, and with this array adapter we have to pass it a few things. So I'm going to pass it this for the context, and then this is where we want to say Android dot r dot layout dot simple list item 1, and then we're going to pass it our list, which in this case is search result dot, the 2 exclamation points, dot items. Okay, so that gives us the proper array adapter. Let's see, why is this guy not happy? I guess it's not liking the list that we provided it. Is that what the issue is? Let's see, I'm going to set that equal to adapter. So let's see, we passed it the context, we gave it an int. Let's see, defined. Yeah, this items, that should be a proper list of stuff. I don't know why it's not liking that. I mean, maybe it needs to be a mutable list of type repo, but maybe it's not liking the context that I'm giving it, because that's where I'm getting the red and all of this. So maybe get, oh, that's right, it's, you have to do the this at search result activity. That's the issue that we had before. See, this is the exciting part of kind of coding live in front of you, is that sometimes I get stumped and it takes me a second to figure it out, but here we are. So this should hopefully list all the names inside of our list view. And if this works, then we'll just move on to when someone, taps on one of these, that we go ahead and do something with it. So we'll just do our classic egg search, and yes, look at that. That was the issue where before, right, like we want to print out the full name of the repo rather than this like object stuff that we have here. So it might be good to just already just go ahead and make our custom adapter since we're going to be needing that. So let's move over to our other project here. We didn't use a custom adapter here. Here we made our own list of strings here, but we have a different project, our to-do list app, where we did work on that. So I'm going to go ahead and open that one. Okay, and with this, let's see, where did we handle this? Our to-do adapter. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy this whole to-do adapter and sort of tweak it to be our own. So here inside of search result activity, we'll make a new adapter. Yes, please import all that great stuff. So it's not going to be a mutable list of to-do item. It's going to be of type repo. So I'll have to go ahead and change that there. And I don't want to call it a to-do adapter. I want to call it a repo adapter. So that all looks good there. I think we're fine. As far as the inflator goes, that seems to all be legit. So instead of calling this a to-do view, I'm going to call it a repo view. So inflator.inflate, simple list item 1 as a text view. Yeah, that seems fine. Instead of a to-do item, I'm going to call this a repo. So it's still, this all is fine, get the item at the particular position. So here we're going to say repo view. We're not getting autocomplete. I'll have to just paste that in there. Should be equal to the repo. The text should be equal to the repo.fullname, but for some reason I'm not getting the autocomplete here. We'll at least do the autocomplete on here. And it is just not happy with me right now. So let's see if I start typing repo view. Yeah, it is just not happy for some reason. But I know it's going to be repo view dot text is going to be equal to the repo dot full underscore name. So I mean, I believe that's the right code, so I guess we'll see what happens. So here we want to say, no, we're not doing any of the important stuff, so we can just completely get rid of that. And then we just want to return the repo view. Okay, yeah, there's no errors. I'm not sure what's happened to my autocomplete, but we want to then use this new repo adapter. So I guess here, rather than create an array adapter, we're going to use a repo adapter. And it wants a mutable list of these items, but I'm giving it just a straight up list. Maybe I can make a situation where I can just ask for a straight up list. Let's see if that, yeah, I think that fixes things. All right, let's go ahead and see if we can't get this thing working. We'll go run this now. Got our emulator here. Okay, we'll hit search. And yeah, this is what we're looking for. I like this. So, you know, we've got all these projects listing out as we sort of specified over here. Now, this is where I will have to go search for some information, is that I want to run some code whenever one of these things is clicked on or tapped on. So here inside of a browser, I'm just going to search Android list view set item on click listener, because we want to know oh no, we did this in the last project. We do know how to do this. In fact, it's in that to do one. So let's just go ahead and use that. Yeah, list view.set on click item listener. Wow, glad I didn't move forward any further without doing that. So I'm just going to copy this whole thing. Okay, and we'll paste this into our project. So after we've created the list view, but before the adapter, yeah, go ahead and get that stuff in. So we're going to have this be the selected repo instead of the selected to do, and it's not called results. It is search results dot items, just like that. And we don't actually want to do this intent stuff. This would be the situation where we want to open the URL in a browser. Okay, so in order to do that, this is where then we'll have to go Google this. So let's back up the browser, and we'll just search Android open URL in browser. Look at that, it even came up as the suggested search here. So Stack Overflow from 2010. I try and find, if I'm searching for Stack Overflow answers, to find something somewhat recent. You're very rarely going to see a Stack Overflow with Android that includes Kotlin. I think that's going to change over time. It seems to be gaining a lot of momentum. But for example, I would click this 2015 one over the 2010. Sometimes the old ones, you know, there's still good information in there, but I try and be more current, and it seems to help. So it's looked like it's still creating an intent. Instead of going to an activity, this time it will be to open something up. So let's go ahead and just implement this. So I'm going to try and use that fancy feature in Android Studio where if you just copy Java code that it turns it into Kotlin for you. So let's see how that works. So paste in yes, please do that conversion. And yeah, okay, seem to have worked out pretty well. So the last part here is just that we have to create something called a URI. So URI dot parse. Okay, and then inside of here, this is where we're going to pass the selected repo dot HTML URL. Okay, and then it should go do that. So it might just be this simple. Pretty surprised how quickly we were able to get this up and running. That's cool. So go ahead and see what happens now. So open up our emulator, we'll search. Here's a list of stuff. So I'm going to tap on the very first egg project and look at this. Do it for me. Yeah. Look at that. It brings up that that project we looked at before for the massively multiplayer online role-playing game. So cool. All right, let's go click on some of these other projects. It'll be kind of cool to see. Spray Easter eggs. Let's see what this starting point for your own spray routing and WebSocket endeavors. I don't even know what that's about. Excellent Classic. It's got a great name. Add OmniFocus 2 sync support. Not exactly sure what that's saying, but let's look one more project here. Let's see. Ms. Eggs. Let's see what this is all about. Or woefully out of date once the API stabilizes. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Interesting stuff. So maybe let's go search for something a little bit cooler, like Kotlin, for example. So let's go look at the JetBrains Kotlin. And, ooh, yeah, look at this. We've got some awesome stuff here. So let's look at the full README. Welcome to Kotlin. Here's some handling links. Yeah, great stuff there. I wonder if it shows us on this page what the stars are and whatnot. It shows at least the pull request, but I don't think it showed stars or anything there. But I do believe this is the actual, like, official Kotlin open source code. So that's pretty cool. Let's see what other projects we have here. Kotlin cheat sheet. Oh, this would be very, very helpful. Declare package level function. Read a name from command line. Okay, so kind of got some cool examples of where you can use Kotlin, like an explanation on nullables and stuff like that. All right, give yourself a pat on the back. We have a basic version of our app up and running, but again, the big question mark is these image views showing up inside of our app. So I'd say the first thing that we've got to figure out is how to return custom layouts that have, for example, we would want like an image view and a text view next to each other. And then from there, we'll have to figure out how to download images and all that jazz. So let's go ahead and learn how to do that. So I'm going to head back to Safari here, and now I'm going to search list view custom layout. Let's see if that's custom layout for list view. So let's see. Yeah, they're trying to put like some text in an image there. So here's a tutorial for your custom list view. We could go check that out, but let's see. So this is showing inside of a custom adapter, which we have. And then it's saying here, you've got to r.layout.row layout. So I think this is where you would make your own custom layout and then get that in there. So let's go ahead and do this. We're going to go back to Android Studio. I'm going to bring out the side menu here. So we want to bring in a new, let's see if we can find a layout here. Fragment folder, UI component. It's not a resource. Layout XML file. There we go. So the file name, let's call this, we will call this repo list layout. Root tag, linear layout. We could do linear layout, or we could do a constraint layout. Let's maybe roll with linear and see how it goes. I mean, I think, well, yeah, I'm just gonna undo till we get back to where we were. Target source set. I think we just keep that as main. I've done this before. It's been a while. This is why I'm having to Google this. But okay, so we've got this new layout file, and let's go to the design view of this. So with this linear layout, it is horizontal, which that's what I'm looking for. I want my left-right stuff. So let's go put a image view inside of here. And for the default image, what should we put? Maybe this star. I don't know. That's kind of a good one there until, you know, we get the proper image to show up. And then we want to add a text view inside of there. So we want that to be to the right. So with this text view, that seems fine. Although with this star, we definitely want this to kind of constrain to a certain size. I wonder with this linear layout, if it would be better to do a constraint layout. Convert linear layout to constraint layout. Let's give it a try and see what happens here. So we'll do the linear layout, and looks like it kind of did some auto stuff for us. I might just go ahead and delete what we have so I can kind of start fresh. So the first thing that we want to throw in there is an image. So we're going to go throw in the old image view, have that be the star. Okay. We want this thing to go top to bottom and also to the left with, you know, 0 padding on each of those. So we're going to do 0, select all that 0, select all that 0. But we want to specify that this should only have, you know, like a particular width. So we'll say here it's width of, maybe let's try like 50 and see what that looks like. Okay. Then what we're going to do is we're going to take the text view, we're going to put it next to it. So the text view, you are going to go basically to the top, to the right, to the left, and then also, or to the bottom, to the left, but the distance between all these should be 0. So take a second here to update all these. I might be wrong with this, that with when you're doing these custom layouts that it has to be like a linear layout instead of this constraint layout, but we'll see what happens. So inside of here, we will want this to say something like project name. Okay, but it doesn't really matter what's in there, really. But I don't like that this, let's see, how do we get this to actually go straight to the edge of that, right? Because I want it, So we're going to X that. Let's see what happens. Put our 0 there. Don't want it to have it. Oh, there we go. That's more what we're looking for. Okay. All right. Looks like we just had to change the insides. There we go. So that is what we're looking for. And I guess same with this little star dude. We want your height to be just sort of like fill up the top of whatever we've got. So, and I guess same with this text view. So let's go ahead and switch that all around. It's looking pretty good. Actually, no, we don't want to do that because that needs to make sure that it's centered. Okay, so we've done enough messing around. Let's go ahead and add the little strings for this guy. So extract the string resource for that one, and override resource and other configuration. I think that's going to be okay. So excellent. All right, now that we have that layout, let's go back to what we saw in Stack Overflow. So it's telling us when we do the inflator thing, we say like r.layout. And then we give it access to, well, I assume they made something called row layout, but we would try and use ours, which we called repo list layout. Okay. And let's see where we've given the proper name for that. Constraint layout. ID equals linear layout. That's maybe where we'd want to, well, we'll see what happens. So let's get back to our search result activity. So down here, Instead of doing the r.simple_list item, we're going to do dot. And if we search for linear layout, it's not there. If we search for, what do we call this, repo list layout, it's not there. Let's see, did they still do the Android? Oh, they just went to straight out r.layout. So maybe that's what our issue is. So let's do our capital R dot layout dot linear, nope, repo, oh, repo list layout. Okay, that's the name of ours. Okay, so it's saying when we do the inflate, we've got to provide a view group, where we did not need that before, unless I accidentally deleted it. Let me go ahead and hit back until we get to that. Parent. So I must have deleted that somehow. So we'll still do our r.layout. What do we call that? Repo list layout. Okay. So when we do this, it shouldn't actually come through as a text view. It's going to come back as a view, and then we need to get the actual text view out of there. So we should say that this thing should be coming back as a view, but maybe inflate by default gives back a view. Yeah, it does. So I can get rid of this as, which then means you can see now when we say .text, that's saying, hey, that's not true. But then if we're going to create a variable for the text view, we're going to say this is equal to our repo view dot find view by ID, and this should come back as a text view. And this is where we would say r.id dot, and what ID did we give to this guy? I don't think we necessarily did. No, text value 2, that's not what we're really looking for. So we'll call this repo text view. All right, so let's go back. r.repo text view. All right, so then on this we could say text view dot text, and that'll be equal. Okay, big moment of truth here. I have no idea if this thing is going to work, but we will go ahead and give it a test anyways to see what happens. This is the exciting part in programming. When you try something, you're like, I have no idea if this is going to work. So, I mean, have some hope that it will work, but so we hit search, and yeah, look at that. So that is, you know, what we were looking for. Pretty awesome stuff there. Now, I would like the height to be more than this. Like, it's really, really shrunk together. So I do think this warrants a nice search of saying Android list view set row height. So let's see. How do I set the list view row height? 2012. We'll see what kind of information it gives us. So, problem is that you're misusing the inflator. Do not give null as the root node. Don't know if this is exactly what we're looking for. So, you can simply provide fixed height in the row layout XML. Okay. So if we go back to the studio here, inside of this, so the height is saying match parent, where we would want to say maybe, for example, like 50 dp. So that would sort of match the width of that image view. Yeah, let's see what this looks like. I mean, we heard it on the internet. It must be true, right? No, probably not. We'll see what happens. So search, and yeah, okay, the internet was right. That's how you do it. I'd say really the only thing that I want to do is I want to provide a little bit of spacing in between these two. So when I go back to the design view of this, if I select like this image view, for example, or no, the text view, when we have that spacing, I'm going to put something like 10 there. So at least that we have some spacing. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. Go ahead and search for this. Ooh, now we're talking. We can still click on one of these, and bam, it's going to go open it up. All right, so we haven't had any too big headaches yet as far as things giving us a problem here, but you know, we still don't have the images showing up, and there's a little bit of process to get there. So let's go ahead and figure that out in the next lecture. So in our app, we've been able to create this custom list view that has an image and then showing the name of the project to the side of it. That's all great. But now we need to actually put an image here inside of the list view for each of these individual projects. And the way that we get to those is if we go back to our search result activity, our GitHub API, a repo has an owner, which we've called a GitHub user, that has an avatar URL. So essentially we have to figure out how to go grab a URL from, go grab an image from an URL, download it, and get that to show up inside of an image view. So this is going to be some more Googling. My hope is that I can find some sort of library or code that I can just bring in with Gradle that's going to help do this for us so that, you know, we don't have to write it all custom, but let's go ahead and see what we find. So we're going to go search Android, download, image, and then let's just see Android download image, see what things we get. So I guess that's not very specific. We need to be more, maybe if I say Android Studio, that's a common thing I do to specify that I'm trying to, you know, download an image so that I can use it. Download an image using async task. Okay, so they said on-click listener, image to download, .execute. It doesn't look like a great question. Got some nice YouTube videos. Download. Let's do Android image view download from URL. How to load an image view by URL in Android. Yeah, see, this is back in 2010, so I'm a little bit skeptic. I'm going to try the 2014 one. Ooh, we even have a 2017. Android, how to set an image from an image view from a URL programmatically. Okay, the easiest way to do it is using something like Picasso or Glide. See, this is what I was looking for, is that you can add Picasso library in your Gradle. Oh, beautiful. So let's do a little bit of research about what this Picasso thing is. So in a new tab, we'll search Picasso image view, because you've got to provide something, because if you just search for Picasso, for example, you're going to get homeboy Pablo Picasso and all that stuff. So that's why you got to be a little bit more like, you know, Picasso image view or Android, something like that. And look at this, another library by Square. They seem to have all the cool stuff here. A powerful image downloading and caching library for Android. Yeah, this sounds exactly like what we're looking for. And they even have some artwork by Pablo here. So images added much needed context. Picasso.with context.load. Oh, look at that. This is exactly what I'm looking for. Yeah, I think we can go ahead and just roll with this. So let's see if they show us how we can get this in there. Okay, so we're going to do this. Add this to our Gradle file to get Picasso. So let's open up Android Studio. And then we are going to go to our, where is it here? Repo list. No. The Gradle. I just had like a brain fart there. I'm like, what am I trying to do here? Okay, so let's sync this. Make sure we can get the Picasso code into our project. And looks good. All right, so let's go ahead and try what they mentioned, Picasso.with context.load into image view. So, wow, if this just like straight up works, I'm going to be amazed. That means, you know, we'll have, you know, all this free time that I thought we were going to spend trying to figure this out. You know, we could go add some more features to our app or something like that. So, but, you know, that is if things are working. So here inside of this get view, first let's get access to the image view. So we are going to say val image view is equal to our repo view dot, and we have to give our image view a proper ID. So let's go to the image view here, and I'm going to call this repo image view. Okay, then we'll come back to the app and say, or to this activity, but we're not even in an activity, we're in our custom adapter here, but we're looking for an image view to be coming back here. We're going to say r.id.repo image view. So then what we are going to do is we'll say Picasso. There we go. We want that one. So it was Picasso dot width and then load. Okay, so Picasso dot width. Say this. Then we're going to say dot load. And this is where we need to give it a URI, which if that is the case, then we need to do this URI dot parse, and then we'll pass in. So we want to get the specific repo item. So we'll go ahead and got to put this line of code above this. So we'll say repo dot owner dot avatar URL. Okay, and I'm not sure why it's not liking this. Maybe I have to do this at repo adapter. Yeah, it's not liking that. Okay, so we'll just leave. Oh, look, we get past the context, so we'll just, I believe that's what we're supposed to put in there. Okay, so dot load, URI, parse, blah blah blah, all that stuff, and then we say dot into an image view. So I'm wondering if we do the dot load, what it gives us back. Request creator, huh? So we'll do dot into. We want to do the one where you give it an image view, which we'll just use the image view that we just created. And apparently that's supposed to be all it takes. Let's go ahead and give this a test. I can't wait to see what happens. If this works, huge shout out to Square. They basically built our project for us with both Retrofit and Picasso here. But yeah, let's go ahead and see what happens. So here comes the app. Let's search for the egg projects. Oh my goodness. How cool is that? Oh, that is just awesome. Oh, we can scroll through and it just loads them up. This is amazing. And, you know, let's tap on this cabbage with glasses. It looks like maybe it's lettuce because this person's name is Nifty Lettuce. Easteregg.in, where you go to get your website's Easter eggs. Cool stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, I am absolutely blown away about how simple this was to implement. And I think it said it implemented caching so that when you, you know, are loading the same images again, that'll just make it quick. So if we do the same search, yeah, look at that. It'll save some images to the disk and kind of say, hey, if someone asks for this exact URL again, like I'll just kind of auto load it from there. So with this, like I said, this went so much faster than I thought it was. I don't know. I have some time. I'd like to maybe add a little bit more to this app. Let's go ahead and maybe do something else. So what we could do is make it so that we could access the part of the API where you know, we could put in a user's name and then go get all the repos that belong to that particular user. I think that would be pretty interesting. So let's go ahead and move down that path. But I think that's probably best to do inside of a new lecture. So I will end this one because we kind of have, you know, finished our app like we wanted it to be. Let's go ahead and I'm going to search for like Kotlin, for example. And yeah, look at that. So cool. I love how easy this was to implement. Big shout out. So yeah, since we got this in place in the new lecture, we'll go ahead and add this thing. And again, you know, this is all optional stuff. If you're thinking, well, I'm happy with what I have, or you want to go do this next part by yourself, feel free. But I'm going to keep adding a little bit more to this app. So in this lecture, I want to add another feature onto our app because that just went so quickly. I couldn't believe how awesome it was. I've kind of got energy. It's like, let's keep going. So I want to add some more functionality from the GitHub API. So right now we have the ability to search for a particular project, but let's add something where, for example, if you entered a username, you could go see all the users' repos. So that was listed inside of the retrofit documentation. I think that'd be cool to add that to our project. So let's go ahead and go first to this main activity to add in this extra piece of information. So what we need is another edit text. So I'm going to put this somewhere below the other one. Let's see, how much distance did we do on this? 11. I mean, I guess maybe we should do a little more to like separate that these are different things happening here. So say, yeah, you guys will be a certain distance, maybe like 20, and I don't want you to have name for your text. And I think what's important now is what's put inside the hint, like what the user should type there, like what's happening. So let's see, look, we'll call this one like look users repo maybe. So maybe we'll call this like view users repos, like that. And this one will say, for the hint, we'll change this to be, we change this inside of the strings file. So let's open up our strings.xml. So instead of Kotlin JSON parser, this will say search for repos, something like that. Okay, so that looks a little bit better there. So now we need a, well, first let's make sure this is centered horizontally. Good. Then we want to bring out a button below here. So we'll have this one be called view user reports. We'll maybe just call that view. Sort of goes along with what we have. So center this horizontally, and we'll have this be a certain distance there. So before, between that one and that one, we had 11. So let's use 11 again for our spacing. That looks pretty good. Then once we have this in place, let's give these some good ideas. So we'll call this user repo edit text, and we will call this one user repo button. Okay, so this all looks good. One thing that I'm interested to learn about is how the JSON looks for if we get a user's repos, because if they're similar, we can actually reuse the same activity, which would be quite nice. Let's go back to the GitHub documentation. So let's go now to repositories. So list user repositories. And let's see an example one that they give us. Well, they don't give us an example URL, but we do have that we just do /users/. So I'll do this for my GitHub account. So we have our api.github.com. So we're going to users, and for the username, I'll put in mine Zappy code, just like that. And let's see what it looks like. Okay, so this just straight up gives you an array of repos, but we'd still be showing them in the same way that we were before. So I think we'll be able to make this work so that regardless of whether someone has passed forward, if they want to use one, I think we can reuse the repos activity. What did we call that? I mean, we kind of used a little bit of a limiting name there. We called it activity search result. But let's see if we can't reuse that for our purposes here. So the first thing that we've got to do is we've got to make it so that if someone types in some information here and hits view, that we can get to the next activity with that information. So let's go to our main activity, and we're going to create a new variable that we're going to call view repo button. Okay, and we'll do our classic find view by ID, and this should give us back a button. We want the capital R.ID, and then repo user, there it was, user repo button. Okay, then with this, the view repo button dot set on click listener. Excellent. Then inside of here, we would, yes, want to do almost the same intent. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste that code. But in this case, rather than search term, I'm going to have it pass something called username. Okay, so no, I don't think we need a capital N on that. So just username. And we don't want to pass forward the search edit text. In this case, we want to get a new thing that we are going to call user repo edit text. Okay, and this is equal to our find view by ID. This should bring us back an edit text. We want r.id dot user repo edit text. Great. So we'll replace this with user repo edit text. And then this is where we'll have to get fancy, is here inside of our search result activity. We'll have to do a little if statement to see what it is that we're getting back. So I guess the way that we can do that is we could sort of do like a little null check here. So because when we do this get string extra, does this give back a nullable? It does not. I'm kind of interested to just see what happens when we roll through and if this all happens. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a breakpoint here. So a breakpoint allows us to sort of debug our app and stop the app at a particular line. So I'm going to stop it here. And to do this, I'm going to stop what's currently running on the emulator, and I'm going to hit this little debug run right here. So this takes a little bit of time to set up, but this will allow us to sort of see what search term is equal to one when we give it an actual search term, but then what it's equal to when we don't provide that. So this will be kind of interesting to see here. So like I said, it's got to wait for this debugger to set up, get rocking and rolling here. But again, the big experiment is, if I do the intent and don't provide a search term, but instead provide something called a username, what will this variable search term be equal to? I think that's what we want to find out. So first, if we do put something in there like few, and I hit search, okay, oh, that did not stop where it was supposed to. I don't know why. Is there a reason this didn't go through? Let's try this one more time. So I search for few. Okay, there we go. So now it's at this position, and you can see search term is equal to few. So we can hit play again, or excuse me, play there. And everything's back to normal. And look at that, there's a few projects called few. People smash the keyboard the same way I do. But if I instead provide something, few over here, but, and I hit view, search term is equal to null. So that's where we could do our check to see, hey, if this thing is null, then we're going to do something else. Okay, so thank you, debugging, for helping us to see what was going on there. This means then we can do something cool where we say, okay, if, let's do our parentheses, if search term is equal to null, then that means that, well, I guess if it's not equal to null, this is where we're going to do the search, and our else for here is going to be, if it is null, then we want to do the user repo. So we would then create a new variable here called username, and we would set this equal to this intent dot get extra, all that stuff. But instead of search term, we would be looking for username. So I'll copy that, come back and paste that there. Now the question is, what code do we run? Because we still would do the same callback here. No, we wouldn't, because in one situation we would be providing, well, I guess this is the big one. So we still want to have, I think we would have the same callback, but we would have different, like one time we would say search repos and the other time we would do something else, which means got to move over to our GitHub API. So we're going to add a new function, and this is going to be another @get. And so for this one, let's go back to our retrofit documentation. So we can actually almost just copy this thing verbatim. So I'm going to copy this, and we'll come back, paste it in there. And then we're going to create a new function. I'm going to call this, we'll call this user repos. Okay, and inside of here, it's not an @query, it is instead a @path. So we're going to say @path. Make sure we got retrofit there. So @path, and we are going to provide user. So, whatever we provide is going to go on where user was. So then we need to give a name to this. I'm going to say username should be of type string. And just like above here, we're going to have it do a call with a GitHub search result. Although that's not going to be, yeah, we might have to do things a little bit different here, because what this actually gives us back is a list of repo objects. If we go look at here, yeah, I mean, that's just straight up a list of repo objects. So we'll have to do this a little bit differently. So we're going to call a list of repo objects. Okay, so that's all good there. Let's add a new function here called it's a function user repos, where again we get a username and we're of type string. Okay, and go ahead and do our little curly brackets there. I guess we also want a callback, but in this case it's not going to be of the same type. So we want a callback of not GitHub search results. Instead, we want a callback of list, where it gives back a list of repo objects. Okay, so we've got our user repos here, and let me make sure I get a comma. Okay, so what we would want to do is essentially the same thing, where we say vol call is equal to our service dot, and we want to do this time search repos. We're going to pass in the user, oh, not search repos. We want user repos, and we'll pass in the username. Beautiful. And then we'll say call.enqueue, and we'll give it this particular callback. Okay, so I think the GitHub API code here is looking sound, but the thing that we're going to have to fix now is if we come back to our search result activity, this is where things will get a little bit interesting. So I think maybe what I'll do is I'll write out all the code verbatim first, and then I think we'll find a way that we can make this much more efficient. So I'll just kind of maybe double some code, but we'll see what sort of happens from there. So first off, so this callback, this is only going to exist if we are doing a search, okay? And after we do that search, this is where we'd want to, get our retriever and then, go search repos. But in this case, if we're going to, get a user repo, we would still want to go get a retriever, which if we're using retrievers both time, that means that we can yank this code above the if statement and put it right here, which then means we don't have to double up there. So I'll go ahead and get rid of that. But instead of search repos, this is where we would ask for the user repos, and we'd have to provide some sort of callback and then a username. So the username is simple enough. We just type out username here, and that will give us that. But then we need to create our own callback. So let's just go ahead and copy this. We're going to have to change a few things, but so let's say we make a callback object, and instead of doing this, it gives back a list of repo objects like that. We can hover over this and say, hey, go ahead and implement members. We want for on failure and on response. So go ahead and delete the code that's in there for both these guys. Oops. Should have an ending curly bracket there. And I like to have my on failure stuff at the bottom. So for right now, we'll just say if there is some sort of failure, we'll do a print line that says it don't work. But if it does work, this is where we would want to loop through the repos and print them out. So I'm actually just going to copy this code and print that out there. Okay, so repo in, oh, it's not search result anymore. So it's actually really just, in this case, let's see, because we had to check and make sure that it wasn't null. So let's do this. So we'll say response, which gives us back a list of repos, which is nullable. So we'll have to say response dot body. So that gives us those as nullable. So maybe we'll say like vol repos is equal to this, and then do my little question mark. We'll do a little if statement. We'll say if repos is not equal to null, then we can move forward and do all this beautiful stuff, and we'll just say in repos with an S and use our 2 exclamation points to say, hey, we know for sure that this thing is there. Okay, so that's looking good so far. Like I said, there's got to be, so after we create this callback, we'll go ahead and put it there. There's going to be some sort of way that we can sort of save ourselves some code here, but for the time being, let's just go ahead and see if this is even working. So go ahead and hit run on our app. Okay, And it's going to have to sort of restart the emulator here because we're going back to regular running instead of doing the debug stuff. So here comes the app. Let's see if I give it my name, Zappy Code, and hit view. Let's see what's printed out to Logcat. Look at that. It just lists out all my repos. Bam. Okay, that's cool. So we know that at least the API stuff is working. Man, that was quick. So we know that everything there is okay. So then the question is, if we get a bunch of repos, how do we then, set up the list view and all that stuff? So, at least from here, we're essentially running all of this code. So I think we could just copy this and sort of paste down below where we say, instead of using search result.items, it would just be repos with an S and the 2 exclamation points. Simple list item, but again, we've got to pass in repos, exclamation point, exclamation point. But there's so much code that's being, repeated here. There's got to be a way to make this better. So let's go ahead and just run this first and see if this is even going to work like we thought it would. Okay. And, here we go. So let me type in Zappy Code, hit view. Oh my goodness. Look, there's my face everywhere. This works. I mean, this totally works. It looks like I tapped on one of these. So my GitHub projects are the worst. I don't have any description or anything. It's pretty lame-o, but at least we got this thing up and running. That's cool. Okay, so this works, but my big question is, how do we make this look a little bit cleaner? Like I said, I don't necessarily like that we have to repeat so much of this. So the first thing is that it seems to be, we're probably going to have our own custom callbacks for each of these, but the question is this chunk of code here. I think this is where I could create a function, for example, that would make this a lot better. So maybe what I'll do is I'll create a function called, so I'm going to do a function where I'll say list repos. Okay, and at some point this has to give me a, I'll call it parameter called repos, which should be a list of repo objects. There we go. And do our little curly brackets there. And essentially it's going to run the code that's inside of here. So I'm going to copy this, paste down below. Okay, and look at that. It auto worked because I'm using the term repos up there and down here. So let's then make it so then I'm going to delete this code to then just simply call the function list repos. Oh, and for some reason it's not. Oh, I put this function in the wrong, this needs to go one layer outside. So still inside of the activity class, but not inside of the onCreate. So I should be able to say now list repos. There we go. And I can pass it a list of repos. And I can probably get rid of printing out the for loop here. And yeah, there we go. Wow, that's looking a lot cleaner already. And we should be able to still do the same thing up here. So rather than all of this, what we're going to do is we're going to say list repos. And in this case, we're going to pass in search result. And we'll do our 2 exclamation points and dot items. I think that's it. So I'm feeling a lot better about this. I just didn't like that all that code was being repeated. Let's go ahead and see if this even works like this. So I'll go ahead and hit run here. Here comes our emulator. So again, let me type in Zappy Code here, hit view. Okay, that looks good. Let me try searching for something like, let's just see what happens when I search Nick Walter. Hit search and emoji dictionary. Okay, that might have been a student from my app class making like an emoji dictionary. That's pretty cool. Let's see if this guy mentions anything about it. No, probably not, but that's kind of cool. I bet that's somehow connected to me, unless other people are making emoji dictionaries all the time here. But yeah, oh, NFL roster. Am I on an NFL roster? Probably not. Let's see. Oh, geez, that is a huge list of stuff. All right, we're not going to look through all that. But yeah, shout out. We got all this done. Now, one thing that's kind of just popping in my mind is, for example, if I misspell something like Zappy Coded, like I don't think there's a user called Zappy Coded. Like what happens? Yeah, see, we get this. I wonder, does this call the it don't work because it, was a failure here. Let's see if we get anything to show up there. No, I don't think it does. Let's go ahead and just tap this one more time. Yeah, so this will be interesting to see what kind of response we get. So I guess what we should do is go up here to this GitHub API, and so let's see if I do Zappy Coded like that. See, I get back this not found. So how would I get access to this response inside of, because I would want to display some sort of message to the user saying like, hey, we weren't able to, get back some information. So maybe what we should do is let's go ahead and put a breakpoint here. We'll stop our current one. We'll do a debug and see what happens kind of as we work through if I've provided the wrong username. So let's see. So I'm going to do my Zappy Code did with a D. So I'll hit view there. And okay, so we come here. And I want to look at this response object. So it is showing code 404. So maybe I could use that code property to say, you know what, hey, this thing isn't working. Like you didn't provide a valid username or something like that. Like that might be a good way to display that to the user. So we can go ahead and stop that. I'll get rid of this breakpoint. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and do a search, or I guess, so with this response object, we can get back the code, which just gives back an int, and it looks like it was a 404 if it didn't find anything. So we'll do a little if statement here to say, oops, we want 2 there. So if response.code is equal to a 404, this is where we would want to say, oh, and we've got to do the question mark there. So if that's equal to a 404, we'd want to say maybe like print line user does not exist, and then we'll say else. Go ahead and do all this great stuff inside of here. So let's go ahead and run this and see if it gives us what we're looking for here. Now that second time we ran the debugger, that went a lot faster, didn't it? I was surprised about how quickly that went. So let's go ahead and see this thing pop up. So if I do my Zappy Coded, hit view, I forgot to get logcat open. Look at that, user does not exist. So I don't think we would want to display to the user like that the user doesn't exist. Well, not through the log. Like we would want to get it to show up some here on the screen. So maybe what we're going to could use is something called toast. So I believe that's a term for it. There might be a new school version thing of this, but I'll just search Android Studio display message at bottom. Little pop-up messages. Yeah, there it is, called toast. How to display a toast message at the top of the page. I don't want it at the top necessarily. Showing pop-up messages. Let's see what we get here. Snack bar. That's the name that we had to do that. So using display a message, creating a snack bar object. So I think this is what we want to use. So create a snack bar image or a snack bar view. All right, well, let's just go ahead and try this out. So we'll come back to the studio. So if it does not exist, we're going to create a new snack bar. I'm not getting any sort of autocomplete here. And I don't want to create like a little local thing. So let's see. Yeah, capital snack bar. I wonder why we're not getting any sort of autocomplete. Let's see. Snack bar. No, nothing. So let's just go ahead and search that. Now that we know what it is, so Android let's just do snack bar tutorial. See what we get there. But I'd like to just see one straight up in Stack Overflow. So let's just see Android snack bar. Let's see if we get any sort of Stack Overflow. Maybe I'll just search Stack Overflow. How to show snack bar when activity starts. I want to show an Android snack bar when the activity starts, just like we show a toast. But the problem we have is we have to specify the parent layout when creating snack bar like this. Okay, just point to any view inside the activities. Well, so I guess maybe what the better question is how do I import snack bar? So Android import snack bar. Can't find So it looks like the name for this is android.support.design.widget.snackbar. So let's see if we can go ahead and find that. So import android. Was it in activity? Android.support.design. Nope. Android.support. Yeah, .design. So maybe that's where we have to do this Gradle bit here. So let's see. So add this line to the dependencies in the Gradle file. Okay. So let's go back to our project and open up our Gradle. Add that down there. Sync it up. Support design. We want our snack bar. Okay. Oh, the support library should not use a different version 22 than the compile SDK version. What is that about? This support library should not use. Let's see if other people are having this error. This support library should not be using. Change this to this. 26. So are we already using 26? I wonder why. Target SDK version. Minimum SDK version. All right, let's do a Google of just, if we can't get snack bar to work, we can use a toast, but why? So Android, why doesn't snack bar import? Let's see. Solve the problem. Open up project structure, select app, select dependencies, hit the plus button, select library dependency, choose com.android.support.design, click OK. So maybe I was using the wrong design version. Maybe it wanted like design 26 or something. So let's see. Let's go to File, Project, Structure. Okay. And it says select app and then dependencies. So app dependencies. Then it's telling us hit the plus button on the right side, select one library dependency, and then it says that we are looking for com.android.support. All right, com.android.support.design. Oh, there we go. That's the one that we wanted. Okay. So now it's doing the sync. So it looks like we maybe needed version 26 instead of the 22 that I had before. If it was saying, hey, if you're going up to, 26, you should be able to provide 26 there. And it looks like that worked there. So the real question is now, if I go back to the search result activity and I try and create the elusive snack bar here, it's the silliest name. I guess not as silly as toast, but look at that. We get access to snack bar. Woohoo! Okay, so now that we got this all working, let's see, Android snack bar example. Come on, where's our Stack Overflow here? Android snack bar, Stack Overflow. Okay, so dot make, and then we have to do a dot show on that. Okay, so go back to our code. So snack bar dot make, and so it's looking for a view, which I'm guessing it's going to want the current view that we have. So that begs the question, how do you get the current? So we'll say Android get activity view. How to get the activities content view. So this dot get window dot take, oh goodness. Find view by ID. So that's the content. There was, how do I get the activities view? This seemed a little bit more to the point. Oh, look, this is exactly what we were looking for. We went ahead and created that root view. Or this is, they're using a snack bar here, which is kind of interesting. So looked like we probably, so let's go back to our project. So it's saying look inside of your main activity XML. So right now this doesn't have an ID with it, so maybe we need to give it an ID. So we'll say Android ID is equal to the main view, something like that. Is that a good one? I don't know. Okay, so we've added that. Cannot resolve symbol the main view. Maybe we need to add this. Let's see. You are at plus ID slash. But if we do that, I think that means we need to inside of our. No, that's good. I was going to say that the strings file, but that has to work with the strings. Okay, so now we can get access to the main view, which then means, okay, one step at a time here. Oh, but that's inside of the main activity. Well, we don't want to do this inside of the main activity. This is the search activity. So I'm going to cut that. Now let's go to our search activity XML, paste that in there. So we'll now still just call that the main view. So here we're going to say, first we got to get access to that view. So we're going to say vol the view is equal to find view by ID. It should just be a view object. So we're going to say r.id.the main view. Let's go back to this documentation. So we have to do this dot. Okay, so this dot find view by ID. Well, it's not liking that. This dot, oh, this, and we should probably say at search result activity dot find view by ID, and we want a view coming back, and this is we say r.id.the. Doesn't have the main view. That's a little bit interesting. I mean, I guess maybe we could just do this dot content view thing. So let's do that. I'm going to get rid of the ID that I just added before because I don't want to kind of just put stuff out there that I don't end up using. So let's get rid of that. Let's come back. So we're going to say Android dot r dot ID dot content. Okay, so maybe this will just work. So inside of this make function, this was all so that we could get a view. So we're going to say make. We'll pass the view inside of here, comma. Then it needs to have, I think, some sort of string inside of here. Although it's calling it a char sequence. I'll just see what this looks like. Hello. And then it needs a duration. And so what has it done for duration? I know it's like a way that you can do snackbar.length. There we go. I think we could just put in a number that will give like a number of seconds, but this is, I kind of like using the default, so dot length. long. Yeah, let's keep it short. You know what? Long. And then we can do a dot show on this. So that was a whole lot of work. Let's go ahead and see if this thing works. Okay, so we'll wait for this to pop up. Okay, so I'm going to provide something like Zappy coded, hit view, and look at that. It says hello. So I don't want to say hello. I want to say user not found. Go back and try again. Something like that. Okay, let's go ahead and run this and see now if this is more of what we were hoping for. So app opens up. I say Zappy coded, even with an E, and look at that, user not found, go back and try again. So then if I come back and say Zappy code, oh, look at that, it shows everything. I wonder what happens if I just leave this blank. So I'll just hit view here, user not found, go back and try again. Okay, this is solid to me. I like what's going on. So anyways, this is probably a good place to stop. I mean, so many more things that we could add, but I don't know. This is exciting. I love how retrofit makes it so easy to, be working with these APIs. I want to get back there. It is GitHub API. Like, because the GitHub service, like the repo objects are going to look the same almost everywhere. I reused the repo, reused GitHub user everywhere. That was totally fine. And like, it really didn't take that much to get things up and running, which is pretty cool. So, thank you for coming along and building this app with me. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed sort of that process of me searching for the answers to things. Hopefully that sort of inspires you, or if it didn't inspire you, hopefully you enjoyed spending some time with me building this app. So I would love to hear what you're working on. Please leave a comment to this video. I'd like to hear what it is that you're building these days. Anyways, thanks for joining, and I'll see you around.